Transcending into another realm, the wife intends to divorce Lin Zhe for the sake of her idealized love. Lin Zhe, with nonchalance, relinquishes her. They both anticipate a peaceful separation. However, the wife soon discovers that her so-called ideal is merely a shadow of darkness. Regret engulfs her, leading to a frantic pursuit of Lin Zhe. Chapter 1. The final time, P.S. I hope everyone enjoys reading this. P.S. If you find it displeasing, feel free to blame the male lead, Lin Zhe. Please do not direct your ire at me. I am eternally grateful. Let's do it one more time. Scoundrel, this is the 4th time. How long will you persist? In an opulent room, upon a plush bed, Su Qingxue gazed at the man before her with a mix of embarrassment and fury. This man, Lin Zhe, was her contractual husband, a mere substitute in her life. Typically refined, tonight he resembled a ravenous wolf, as Yu Qingxue clearly recalled that her initial intent was to divorce him. To facilitate the separation, she had even offered an additional 10 million in compensation, which he had accepted. Yet after he accidentally bumped his head, everything changed. Not only had she found herself in his bed, but this rogue had also stolen her first kiss. Su Qingxue was aware of her beauty and her alluring figure. Every time she donned a short skirt, stockings, and high heels, she drew numerous admiring glances. However, that did not justify his repeated advances. I do not wish for this either, but Su Qingxue, I have loved you for 7 years. The thought of our divorce tomorrow, of you falling into Ji Zifeng's embrace, makes my heart ache unbearably, Lin Zhe lamented, his expression one of pitiful grievance. Ji Zifeng was Su Qingxue's unattainable ideal from her university days, who had left the country with his girlfriend after graduation. Recently, he had contacted her, claiming to be weary and ready to return to the nest. He had made it clear that his intention was to be with Su Qingxue. Thus, she, the devoted admirer, was eager to finalize her divorce with Lin Zhe. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue fell into silence. She understood his affection for her, which stemmed from the resemblance his eyes bore to Ji Zifeng's. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she acknowledged that Lin Zhe had taken excellent care of her, always displaying remarkable patience and an amiable temperament. Despite her indifference towards him, she conceded that he was indeed a commendable husband. Were it not for Ji Zifeng's return, she would have preferred to remain married. Just this last time, Su Qingxue acquiesced. Lin Zhe remained silent, too engrossed in the moment to speak. The instant her words faded, he enveloped her soft, fragrant form in his embrace. Be gentle, Su Qingxue protested playfully, her voice dripping with allure. After an exhilarating encounter, Su Qingxue succumbed to slumber. Lin Zhe, however, was not yet weary. He lit a cigarette, swirling the smoke as he pondered how he had ended up in this strange world. Indeed, Lin Zhe had traversed realms. Originally a streetwise individual from Blue Star, he had met an untimely demise due to his success, only to awaken in this bewildering new existence, possessing the body of another man who shared his name. Initially, upon grasping the situation, Lin Zhe felt a twinge of delight. He had been reborn, and Su Qingxue was undeniably enchanting. In his previous life, he had encountered many beauties, yet none compared to her. However, that joy was short-lived as Su Qingxue expressed her desire for divorce, especially upon learning that she sought to leave him for another man. Instantly, Lin Zhe's mood soured. Thus, the events that followed unfolded, for Lin Zhe was not one to suffer in silence. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Zhe lay beside Su Qingxue. Instinctively, she nestled against him, resembling a docile cat, devoid of her usual aloof demeanor. Lin Zhe regarded her with a complex expression. The thought of their impending divorce pierced his heart. He recognized this was merely the original owner's lingering feelings. He harbored no affection for Su Qingxue. Gently, he placed a hand on his own beating heart, murmuring, "When it rains, someone must marry. Your heart has already strayed from mine. Your sorrow is futile. On the bright side, you gain something. After 7 years of affection, even if you divorce, you have shared intimacy. Let it be. After the divorce, I shall find you several companions to reward you, and I will rectify all the grievances you endured. You may depart at ease." As he spoke, a faint sigh brushed against his ear, and suddenly, His heart ceased its aching. The night of silence ensued. The following morning, Su Qingxue awoke to the familiar visage of Lin Zhe. He had awakened unnoticed and was gazing at her. "Good morning," Lin Zhe greeted with a smile. Su Qingxue shot him a glare filled with indignation. At that moment, she wished not to speak to him, nor even to meet his gaze. The memory of their 5 encounters the previous night flooded her thoughts, igniting her fury anew. Lin Zhe chuckled softly. "Su Qingxue, why do you exude such captivating charm even when angry? I find myself unexpectedly reluctant to divorce you." Of course, Lin Zhe's reluctance was feigned. He was simply drawn to her form, particularly her alluring legs clad in stockings, which ignited a fervent desire within him. Su Qingxue's anger flared. She had offered this scoundrel 2 million for the divorce and allowed him to share her bed 5 times. Yet he now claimed he did not wish to part ways. What a ludicrous jest! "Scoundrel, I tell you, today we must divorce," she declared vehemently. Jizafeng was returning that day, and Su Qingxue was determined to resolve her affairs before his arrival. After all, she had promised to greet him with a fresh start. Lin Zhe found her attitude unsurprising. Only a sheltered heiress would pursue a love that held no value in his eyes. He chuckled lightly. "What if, after the divorce, you realize your feelings lie with me? Let it be known that once divorced, I shall have no interest in you, even if you beg on your knees." Su Qingxue scoffed. "Me? Like you could ever compare to Jizafeng? You think I would beg you? You are not worthy." Well, Lin Zhe had been successfully provoked. Without hesitation, he pulled her soft, fragrant figure into his embrace. Su Qingxue panicked. "Scoundrel, what are you doing? Scoundrel, let me go. Scoundrel, sob sob. You scoundrel, sob sob. Be gentle." Chapter 2. Stay with me. As noon approached, the two emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Qingxue walked with an unusual gait. To speak candidly, had it not been for Jizafeng's imminent return that evening, she would have preferred to avoid the divorce altogether. Alas, that scoundrel had taken advantage of her twice that morning. Her body felt as if it had been pierced. The pain was unbearable. If given the choice, Su Qingxue yearned to lie in bed and rest. Gazing at the divorce certificate in her hand, her emotions were tumultuous. She had anticipated joy, as divorce was her desire. Yet, she found herself lacking the anticipated elation. However, witnessing Lin Zhe's smug expression, her displeasure flared. Fuming, she declared, "Lin Zhe, we are now divorced. Remove your belongings by 3 this afternoon. Do you understand?" Lin Zhe nodded to him. Su Qingxue was like sand slipping through his fingers. Better to let go early, for he held no affection for her. Moreover, Lin Zhe was not one to cling to a woman. It was regrettable that he had arrived too late. Otherwise, he would have conquered her both physically and emotionally long ago. And from now on, do not pursue me again, nor speak of our marriage to anyone. Few knew of their union. Even Su Qingxue's parents were unaware. Lin Zhe nodded once more. Seeing his compliance only irked Su Qingxue further. She had expected him to utter at least a few words to retain her. Yet, he remained silent. "Do you not have anything to say to me?" Su Qingxue demanded, her tone sharp. "I do." A flicker of pride surged in Su Qingxue's heart. She coldly urged, "Then speak quickly. Can we have another round?" Lin Zhe asked with utmost seriousness. He was indeed somewhat captivated by Su Qingxue's physique. Her skin was fair and tender, her figure alluringly curvaceous, particularly her 2 long, snowy legs, which were simply mesmerizing in stockings, hard to resist. "Get lost," Su Qingxue retorted angrily. Lin Zhe chuckled, unabashedly pinching her delicate face. "Take care, and if you feel lonely, call me. However, let me make it clear, I do not favor women who have been touched by others, not even a handhold." With that, he sauntered away. Su Qingxue remained rooted in place, her mind a whirlpool. She felt Lin Zhe was indeed different from before. Take, for instance, his audacious pinch of her cheek. The old Lin Zhe would never have dared such a thing. Yet now, not only had he done it, but he had also done so with brazen abandon. Su Qingxue even felt as if he were teasing her. She had expected to be angry, yet surprisingly, she felt an inexplicable allure in Lin Zhe's demeanor. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of this side of him. As the car exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, a dazzling sports car abruptly obstructed Lin Zhe's path, exuding an air of arrogance. Then, a voluptuous young woman leaped from the vehicle and sashayed over to him. Goodness, she was stunning, reminiscent of a certain self-proclaimed diva from the Blue Planet. Yet this one was even more enchanting, especially her captivating, doe-like eyes. The memories of the original owner informed Lin Zhe that this alluring lady was Shun Tianli, the daughter of the Shun family in Haicheng, and a fierce rival of Su Qingxue. Their animosity was such that whatever the Su family did, the Shun family would counter. Currently, Su Qingxue managed an entertainment company, and so did Shun Tianli. Lin Zhe lowered his window, smiling at her. "You divorced, Su Qingxue?" Shun Tianli asked, her smile radiant. Her voice was as enticing as her appearance. "Indeed, I have." She initiated it. "Of course I did. Are you regretful?" Shun Tianli asked, a playful smile gracing her lips. Lin Zhe sighed, "That I wasn't. But upon realizing you are more beautiful than her, I felt at ease." Uffed. Shun Tianli burst into laughter, her merriment causing her to tremble. "Lin Zhe, I always thought you were a quiet person, yet you possess such a humorous side." Lin Zhe nodded appreciatively. "You see, apart from my good looks, I have humor, charm, and grace." Shun Tianli laughed heartily, nearly losing her balance as she leaned against the car window. Lin Zhe smiled, saying, "The sun is quite harsh. Let's discuss inside the car." Shun Tianli flashed him a flirtatious glance before sliding into the passenger seat. "Speak, what brings you to me?" Lin Zhe asked straightforwardly. Though directed at Shun Tianli, his gaze shamelessly lingered on her long, exquisite legs adorned in sheer stockings. To be frank, her legs rivaled those of Su Qingxue. Shun Tianli caught Lin Zhe's bold and unabashed stare and coyly asked, "Do you find my legs beautiful?" "Beautiful enough to seem artificial. I can hardly believe such perfection exists." "May I touch them for verification?" Lin Zhe replied with feigned seriousness. "Haha." Shun Tianli laughed exuberantly. This guy could say such things just to touch his own legs. How utterly shameless. With a flirtatious smile, Shun Tianli said, "All right, go ahead." She was curious to see if he truly had the audacity. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe reached out. "Wait, was he serious?" Shun Tianli quickly batted his hand away. "Rogue, let me ask you, do you truly regret divorcing Su Qingxue?" "Regretful, but what can I do? She does not harbor feelings for me." Lin Zhe feigned sorrowfully. Shun Tianli's laughter faded. She gazed intently at Lin Zhe's excessively handsome face, an unexpected pang of sympathy swelling within her. For Lin Zhe's despondent expression rendered him seemingly fractured. "There's no need for sorrow, in my view. The one losing the most in this divorce is Su Qingxue, for she has lost one who truly loved her, while you merely lost someone who did not." "Love you. You are correct, yet I feel so miserable. Could you grant me a loving embrace?" "Are you out of your mind? Try to take advantage of me?" Shun Tianli laughed, playfully punching Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe chuckled, inquiring, "So, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Shun Tianli, with a sultry smile, asked, "Do you wish to exact revenge on Su Qingxue? How do you propose to do that?" "By being with me." Chapter 3. Then you shall reside in my abode. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Is this the reward for a time traveler? Just as Su Qingxue departed, Shun Tianli arrived. "What? Do you fancy me?" Shun Tianli burst into laughter. "How audacious of you to think so. I am quite disheartened." "Do not be disheartened. Perhaps in time, I may develop an affection for you. May I inquire if this up is pronounced in the third or fourth tone?" Shun Tianli instantly comprehended. She playfully scolded, "Lin Zhe, you are quite the rogue. Oh dear, I inadvertently revealed my true self to you." Shun Tianli chuckled once more. To be fair, she genuinely found Lin Zhe rather amusing. Their interactions had been limited, and she had always perceived him as a rather staid individual. After all, during their previous encounters, he had been consistently serious and humorless. Who would have thought he possessed such wit? Lin Zhe smiled and inquired, "Pray tell, what does it mean to be with you?" "To retaliate against Su Qingxue." "What sort of retaliation is that?" "She does not harbor feelings for me." "True, she does not fancy you, yet her possessiveness is formidable. Moreover, if you were to be with someone else, it might not provoke her. However, being with me would undoubtedly do the trick, considering we are sworn adversaries. Just think. You have only recently divorced, and now you are with me. If she were to find out, wouldn't she be furious enough to spit blood?" "That makes sense. But what benefit does this hold for you?" "Oh, quite a bit. The sight of her in such distress would bring me immense joy. So what do you say? Shall we proceed?" Shun Tianli declared with a triumphant grin. "I shall not." "What? Are you reluctant to see her enraged?" "No. My point is that you must increase the remuneration. Uft. Shun Tianli laughed heartily. Very well, once our plan succeeds, I shall grant you 10 million. It's a deal. Come, let us go before her and showcase our affection. There's no rush. First, accompany me to move. Certainly. The two returned to Su Qingshue's villa. However, Shun Tianli refrained from entering. In her own words, she did not wish to step into Su Qingshue's territory. After 3 years of marriage, Lin Zhe had accumulated a pitiful amount of belongings. Aside from a few articles of clothing, he possessed only a handful of toiletries. The packing was swiftly completed, and Lin Zhe nonchalantly carried his possessions out of the villa. Is that all? Shun Tianli inquired. Indeed, Su Qingxue is quite stingy with you. Exactly, even after our divorce. She doesn't suggest giving me 10 or 8 billion. Lin Zhe concurred. Shun Tianli giggled. How bold of you to say that. What? Does my face not warrant such a sum? Shun Tianli's laughter was light and airy. It's worth far more than that. I simply adore your candidness. Lin Zhe replied with a smile. Shun Tianli playfully asked, where do you intend to go? Back to the Lin family? Yes, but not just yet. After traversing through time yesterday, Lin Zhe came to understand, while accessing the memories of his predecessor, that the life he had led was indeed one of utter humiliation. Originally the true heir of the Lin family, he was abducted by human traffickers at the tender age of 4 during an outing with a servant. After 16 years of survival in the countryside, he was finally retrieved. In the initial 2 years following his return, Lin Zhe experienced a semblance of a pleasant existence. However, his respite was short-lived as the false heir they had adopted began to create chaos, either slandering Lin Zhe or unjustly accusing him of bullying. In a desperate bid to remain in the household, he continually bowed and apologized, only to be met with escalating malice from the false heir. When the false heir once again tumbled down the stairs, framing the original owner for the act, Lin Zhe's blind and misguided biological parents, in a fit of rage, expelled him from the Lin family. Upon recalling this segment of memory yesterday, Lin Zhe was infuriated, having never encountered someone so spineless. However, now that he had replaced the original owner, he was determined to seek justice for all that the original owner had endured. Then you shall reside in my home. When Su Qingxue sees us cohabitating, she will surely be furious enough to spew blood, said Shun Tianli with a playful smile. Although her intention was to provoke Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe felt compelled to commend her. In truth, during their divorce, Su Qingxue had bestowed upon him a compensation of 20 million, and though 10 million remained unaccounted for, the sum already received ensured Lin Zhe would not lack for a place to stay. Yet, Shun Tianli was a captivating beauty. Living together would undoubtedly bring him closer to her charms. Indeed, Shun Tianli, you epitomize beauty and kindness, he remarked. Shun Tianli chuckled at his words. Come with me. Apart from being handsome, you are also humorous, witty, and charming, Mr. Lin Zhe. At your service, the alluring and enchanting Miss Shun Tianli, he replied. The two bantered playfully as they exited Su Qingxue's villa and, under Shun Tianli's guidance, entered the adjacent villa. Indeed, Shun Tianli's residence was right next to Su Qingxue's. This property had initially been purchased by Su Qingxue, but as her sworn rival, Shun Tianli was unwilling to be outdone. After all, this villa area was the most prestigious affluent neighborhood in Haiqing. To claim to be a top-tier tycoon in Haiqing without residing here would be quite audacious. Upon entering the villa, Shun Tianli assigned Lin Zhe to a room on the first floor. Where do you reside, Shun Tianli? He inquired. Upstairs, she replied. In that case, I shall take the room next to yours. Shun Tianli smiled mischievously and asked why. Naturally, I wish to protect you. With your beauty, should any ill-intentioned individuals intrude, I would be right there to safeguard you. You are overthinking it. The security in this villa area is exceptionally stringent. Not even a bird could enter, Shun Tianli laughed. Very well. Even if there are no intruders, there are bound to be cockroaches, and thunderstorms are inevitable, are they not? Shun Tianli was once again amused by Lin Zhe, whose gaze, incessantly sweeping over her, had long betrayed his intentions, yet here he was, engaging in earnest banter with her. However, it must be said that Shun Tianli did not harbor any aversion towards him, a fact that even surprised her. Despite her striking appearance and flamboyant personality, she was by no means a frivolous or indiscriminate individual. Apologies, but my villa is devoid of cockroaches, and I am not afraid of thunder, Shun Tianli teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Speak plainly, are you lusting after my body? Is it that obvious? Lin Zhe retorted, a hint of dismay in his tone. Shen Tianli erupted into laughter, finding Lin Zhe increasingly intriguing, bold yet humorously charming. With a coy smile, she beckoned him closer with a flick of her finger. As he stepped forward, she leaned in, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "If you wish to sleep with me, you must conquer me first. If you can win me over, I shall grant you that privilege daily." The alluring fragrance of her presence enveloped him, leaving Lin Zhe momentarily entranced. "Is simply seducing you not sufficient?" he inquired with a grin. Shen Tianli burst into laughter once more, taken aback by his newfound audacity. Yet, despite his roguish demeanor, the respect in his eyes was undeniable. Perhaps it was this very respect that led her to find his boldness endearing. With a playful smile, she declared, "If you wish to seduce me, very well. From this moment forth, I shall be grading you. When you achieve a perfect score, I shall grant you that privilege." "And what score do I have now?" "0. Damn it." Chapter 4. Long time no see. At 6 in the evening, Su Qingxue appeared at the airport's arrivals area. Adorned in a form-fitting black gown, she was, of course, there to greet Ji Zifeng. Her arrival instantly stirred the crowd, for her beauty was mesmerizing, complemented by a figure that was nothing short of alluring. The slenderness of her waist and the curve of her hips rendered her akin to a ripe peach, drawing the greedy gazes of many. Yet, Su Qingxue remained indifferent to the attention. Her sole desire at that moment was to reunite with Ji Zifeng, the object of her affections for 5 long years. Frankly, her heart raced with anticipation. It had been 3 years since she last saw him, and she wondered whether he still possessed the same charm as before or if, with the passage of time, he had become even more captivating. After what felt like an eternity, her patience was rewarded when a familiar yet foreign figure emerged before her. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded an air of refined elegance. The youthful exuberance had given way to a striking maturity, transforming him into a dashing gentleman. It was Ji Zifeng. Though he bore little resemblance to the boy from her memories, it was undeniable that he was even more enchanting now than he had been back then. Su Qingxue smiled, feeling that her decision to divorce Lin Zhe was indeed the right one. Ji Zifeng also spotted Su Qingxue, and in that fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. After 3 years apart, Su Qingxue was far more enchanting than he had ever imagined, especially her figure, which exuded an irresistible allure. Ji Zifeng swiftly approached her, his voice brimming with emotion as he said, "Qingxue, it has been a long time." "Indeed, it has," Su Qingxue replied, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. Ji Zifeng opened his arms wide. Although Su Qingxue felt a touch of shyness, she was nonetheless prepared to embrace him, a gesture they had both agreed upon. However, at that moment, an inexplicable thought flashed through her mind. Lin Zhe's words after their divorce earlier that day, "I do not like women who have been touched by others." Not even a simple hand-holding. Instinctively, Su Qingxue took a few steps back, avoiding Ji Zifeng's embrace. A flicker of confusion crossed Ji Zifeng's eyes. What did Su Qingxue mean by this? Just days prior, they had been communicating well online, and he had already expressed his desire to be with her. Yet now, she wouldn't even allow a hug. In truth, it was not just Ji Zifeng who was taken aback. Su Qingxue herself felt somewhat bewildered. She had divorced that scoundrel. So why was she so easily swayed by his words? "I apologize, I'm just a bit unaccustomed," Su Qingxue said with a hint of guilt. However, internally, she had cursed Lin Zhe 100 times over. Ji Zifeng gently replied, "It's my fault. Having spent so much time abroad, I've become accustomed to their customs." "I understand. Let us go. I've made a reservation at Yi Pension." "Qingxue, you remain as considerate as ever." Su Qingxue felt a rush of sweetness at his compliment. After exiting the airport, Ji Zifeng was about to take the front passenger seat when Su Qingxue suddenly said, "Why don't you sit in the back?" For some reason, she felt uncomfortable with Ji Zifeng occupying the passenger seat, a place that had only ever been filled by Lin Zhe. Ji Zifeng was taken aback. He had planned to sit in the front to flirt with her, but did not expect her to suggest the back seat instead. "Qingxue, what do you mean by that?" I'm just a bit shy," Su Qingxue explained, forcing herself to articulate her feelings. "Ah, I see." Ji Zifeng chuckled and settled into the back seat. "Qingxue, I'm sorry for any distress you've endured these past few years." As they traveled toward Yi Pension, Ji Zifeng spoke softly. "It's all right," Su Qingxue replied. "Lin Zhe took good care of me during our 3 years of marriage, so I don't feel wronged. However, if one were to nitpick, it was that the scoundrel had slept with her 7 times from last night to this morning, which left her feeling quite aggrieved. Yet, Such matters were clearly not something Su Qingxue would share with Jizefeng. It seems that Lin Zhe still possesses some decency, as he did not take advantage of the situation to bully you, did he not? The image of being subjected to that scoundrel 7 times resurfaced in Su Qingxue's mind. When I married him, it was agreed to be a marriage of convenience. Hence he has been relatively principled. Su Qingxue had confided in Jizefeng about her marriage to Lin Zhe, but she candidly admitted that Lin Zhe was merely a substitute in her life. That's good. By the way, will he be coming tonight? Su Qingxue shook her head and replied, No, I've already divorced him and warned him not to harass me. Actually, I think it might be nice to invite him over for a gathering. After all, we are all classmates, Jizefeng said graciously. Let us not. I'm concerned that his presence might disrupt the atmosphere. It's fine, we were classmates after all. Jizefeng, you remain as magnanimous as ever. Su Qingxue couldn't help but express her admiration. A flicker of pride glinted in Jizefeng's eyes, though he concealed it well, so Su Qingxue remained oblivious. Jizefeng was certainly not a magnanimous individual. His insistence on inviting Lin Zhe was merely a desire to humiliate him. Indeed, Jizefeng harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Zhe, for the latter had usurped his title as the campus heartthrob and seized the limelight that rightfully belonged to him. Jizefeng was aware of Lin Zhe's affection for Su Qingxue, as he had been her most devoted admirer during their university days. Yes, Jizefeng wanted Lin Zhe to witness firsthand that the goddess of his dreams was nothing more than a sycophant in his own embrace. The mere thought of Lin Zhe watching Su Qingxue surrender to his affection sent exhilarating shivers through Jizefeng. Truth be told, I am a rather petty person. In the realm of love, my possessiveness is overwhelming. However, for you, I am willing to be a bit more magnanimous, Jizefeng professed with a gaze full of affection. Su Qingxue felt she ought to be touched. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found Jizefeng's words somewhat cloying. Perhaps it was merely the result of their long separation, which had introduced a certain awkwardness between them. Time would surely mend that. The changes in the country over the past few years have indeed been substantial. Noticing Su Qingxue's lack of engagement with his previous statement, Jizefeng shifted the conversation. Indeed, the transformation is remarkable. It is a splendid opportunity for you to showcase your talents, Su Qingxue remarked with a smile. Yes, I will strive diligently for our future, Jizefeng responded. A twinge of discomfort arose within Su Qingxue at his earnestness. What was the matter with her? He was expressing his sentiments so sincerely, yet she felt a sense of distaste. It was all Lin Zhe's fault, undoubtedly. Before long, they arrived at Pension. After parking the car, Su Qingxue led Jizefeng into the restaurant. By the way, Qingxue, are you currently managing an entertainment company? Yes. The domestic entertainment industry is currently flourishing, and I have a genuine interest in venturing into this field upon my return. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that so? You could join my company. I happen to be in need of a strong assistant. Would that cause you any trouble? Of course not. I would be delighted to have your assistance. Su Qingxue replied softly. All right then, I will report for duty tomorrow. Just as Su Qingxue was about to speak, 2 figures caught her attention from a distance. In an instant, her stunningly beautiful face was overtaken by an overwhelming fury. Those 2 figures were none other than Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli. The pair was engaged in lively conversation while waiting for the elevator. Lin Zhe had evidently said something amusing, causing Shen Tianli to laugh heartily, even playfully punching him. Their closeness suggested they were akin to a couple. This scene struck Su Qingxue's heart like an invisible hand, squeezing it painfully, making it difficult for her to breathe. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. After all, Lin Zhe was merely a substitute for her, and he did not love her. Yet, in that moment, she felt an unbearable distress. Jizefeng noticed Su Qingxue's discomfort and followed her gaze. He shuddered upon seeing Lin Zhe, casually dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, yet somehow exuding a youthful vitality that could easily pass for a university student. However, what astonished Jizefeng was not Lin Zhe himself, but the stunningly beautiful girl beside him, with a figure that was explosively alluring. That slender waist and those gorgeous legs encased in black stockings were undeniably seductive. Jizefeng had initially assumed that after Su Qingxue abandoned Lin Zhe, he would lead a miserable existence. To his surprise, not only was he thriving, but he also had such a captivating beauty by his side. Hey, isn't that Lin Zhe? Qingxue, how could he do this? He just divorced you, and now he is all over another woman, who clearly isn't of good standing, Jizefeng remarked, feigning indignation on Su Qingxue's behalf. Despite his words, his gaze was glued to Shun Tianli, captivated by her allure. Damn, she's so enticing. How exhilarating would it be to spend even one night with her? Suppressing her rising anger, Su Qingxue replied, she is not an indecent person. Her name is Shun Tianli. The daughter of the Shin family, one of the most prominent families in Haiqing, and our family's sworn rivals. Ji Zifeng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Why does that scoundrel Lin Zhe have such good fortune to be involved with the daughter of the Shin family? His eyes brimmed with resentment as he regarded Lin Zhe. Fortunately, Su Qingxue, consumed by her fury at Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli, remained unaware of Ji Zifeng's expression. Qingxue, I feel it is quite unjust for you. You have shown kindness to Lin Zhe, yet he has chosen to associate himself with your adversary, which is utterly repugnant, Ji Zifeng declared with indignation. He professed to be defending Su Qingxue, but inwardly, he was already scheming on how to pursue Shun Tianli. Su Qingxue retorted, it is merely a piece of trash that I do not desire. Moreover, Shun Tianli is only with him to provoke me. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Ji Zifeng was instantly elated. He had thought Shun Tianli was genuinely involved with Lin Yang, but it turned out to be merely a ruse to irritate Su Qingxue. In that case, pursuing her would be effortlessly achievable. With this in mind, Ji Zifeng purposely called out loudly, Lin Zhe, long time no see. Lin Zhe was engaged in a discussion about certain artistic aspects of a simplistic romantic film with Shun Tianli when he heard someone shout his name. He turned to glance over and immediately recognized that standing beside Su Qingxue was none other than her nemesis, Ji Zifeng. The original owner's memories of Ji Zifeng were still fresh from 3 years prior, recalling him as a handsome young man. However, it was perplexing to see how much he had diminished since then. Despite being clad in a well-tailored suit that exuded elegance, Lin Zhe could discern that Ji Zifeng was, in fact, quite impotent. After being incarcerated on Blue Star, Lin Zhe had shared a cell with an elderly man of remarkable medical prowess. During his 3 years of confinement, Lin Zhe had little to occupy his time, so he learned a bit of medicine from the old man. Consequently, he could now easily perceive Ji Zifeng's shortcomings. Yet, upon seeing Ji Zifeng with Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe finally understood why Shun Tianli insisted on bringing him here for dinner. And you are? Lin Zhe inquired deliberately. The moment those words escaped his lips, Ji Zifeng felt an exhilarating thrill. Had he truly changed so much that Lin Zhe could not recognize him? Ji Zifeng, he replied, forcing a smile. Oh, it's you. Whatever has happened to you? You've become rather unattractive, and you look utterly drained. It seems you've had quite the escapade abroad, Lin Zhe remarked. Ji Zifeng's heart raced in shock. How could this scoundrel know all of this? Had he investigated his past? He needed to ensure that Su Qingxue remained oblivious to these details. Otherwise, how could he ever hope to win her over? You still enjoy joking as always, Ji Zifeng said, feigning calmness. Lin Zhe was disinterested in further banter. Ji Zifeng's gaze shifted to Shun Tianli. Lin Zhe, who is this beautiful lady? Oh, just a friend, Shun Tianli, Lin Zhe replied. Girlfriend, perhaps? Shun Tianli teased with a sultry smile. Su Qingxue's fists clenched in anger. She was incensed, fully aware that Shun Tianli was deliberately trying to provoke her. Yet, she found it impossible to control her emotions. Miss Shun, pleased to meet you. I am Ji Zifeng, he introduced himself. Ji Zifeng wore a smile he believed to be irresistibly charming as he spoke. Shun Tianli, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, remarked, oh, so you are the white moonlight in Su Qingxue's life. With that, she cast a glance at Su Qingxue, her eyes brimming with derision. The chill in Su Qingxue's gaze intensified. Ji Zifeng, feigning humility, replied, I am unworthy of such praise. I am merely fortunate to have captured Qingxue's heart. Word has it that you recently traveled abroad with your girlfriend? Shun Tianli inquired. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of joy within. He had not anticipated that this alluring siren was aware of his past. Could it be that she harbored some interest in him? Contemplating this, Ji Zifeng sighed dramatically. Ah, in my youth, I mistook a scoundrel for a noble soul, only to discover the truth of their heart. Fortunately, fate has been kind, and upon reflection, I find my true belonging waiting for me. Huh? Shun Tianli laughed, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. This fellow is quite slick. Su Qingxue truly is blind to let go of someone as exceptional as Lin Zhe. While still clinging to this charlatan, Su Qingxue felt a pang of distress. Ji Zifeng's breath hitched. He was utterly captivated. Damn, she is undeniably alluring. I must win her over and indulge in her every whim. Suddenly, Ji Zifeng exclaimed, Lin Zhe, You are quite fortunate. And you as well, Lindsay replied. Shooting a glance at Su Qingxue, her displeasure deepened. What did he mean by that? Did this scoundrel seek his own demise? They were not even together yet. Ji Zifeng chuckled and said, Indeed, we are all fortunate. Since we have crossed paths, let us share a meal together. Lin Zhe was about to decline. He had no desire to dine alongside Ji Zifeng and Su Qingxue. However, before he could voice his refusal, Shun Tianli sweetly chimed in, Sounds delightful. Ji Zifeng felt a renewed thrill. Was it merely his imagination, or did Shun Tianli seem to harbor some interest in him? Lin Zhe recognized Shun Tianli's intention to provoke Su Qingxue, yet he remained indifferent. Shun Tianli, perhaps we should not intrude upon Ji Zifeng and his girlfriend's meal. I believe Miss Su would prefer not to be disturbed, he said blandly. Chapter 6. Early blessings. Su Qingxue felt rage boiling within her. This scoundrel dared to address her as Miss Su. Just last night, he had called her baby in the most tender manner, as if she were truly his cherished one. Now, post-divorce, he spoke to her with such estrangement. It was one thing to call her Miss Su, but to claim he did not wish to be disturbed? What nonsense was this? When had she ever feared his disruption? What? Do you no longer desire the remaining funds? Su Qingxue questioned, her irritation palpable. Damn it. She truly knows how to manipulate people. During the divorce, it was agreed upon that 2 million would be paid, yet 1 million remains unpaid. If it weren't for Shun Tianli and Ji Zifeng's presence, Lin Zhe would have been tempted to deliver a sharp slap to Su Qingxue's behind. You reminded me. Please hurry and repay me, Lin Zhe said with a smile. Humph. After dinner, I will give it to you, Su Qingxue retorted before hastily entering the elevator. Lin Zhe shrugged and followed her into the lift. The dining room was spacious and extravagantly decorated, adorned with numerous balloons, flowers, and various other embellishments, almost resembling a proposal setting. It was evident that Su Qingxue harbored genuine affection for Ji Zifeng. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths in her preparations. As Su Qingxue welcomed Ji Zifeng to take a seat, he chose the position of honor. Although he feigned reluctance, he ultimately sat down, secretly enjoying the attention from Su Qingxue. Despite not having held her hand since his return, Ji Zifeng had already sensed the unique regard Su Qingxue held for him. Su Qingxue inadvertently cast a glance at Lin Zhe, only to find him observing the room with an expression of indifference. To be frank, regardless of whether the setting resembled a proposal or even a bridal chamber, Lin Zhe was unfazed. He simply did not harbor any affections for her. However, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a twinge of regret over the ostentatious arrangements, believing that beneath Lin Zhe's calm exterior, he must be in turmoil. Interestingly, the lavish decorations were not her handiwork. She had merely instructed her secretary to make some simple arrangements, unaware that her secretary would go to such extravagant lengths. Had she known, she would have refrained from such efforts. Yet, this discomfort vanished as swiftly as it appeared when she noticed Shun Tianli whispering something in Lin Zhe's ear, prompting him to break into a hearty laugh. Indeed, Shun Tianli had shared a remark with Lin Zhe, suggesting that if Su Qingxue were to discover that her so-called white moonlight was, in fact, a black moonlight, it might just drive her to the brink of despair. Lin Zhe inquired about the meaning of black moonlight. Shun Tianli, with a teasing smile, elaborated that Su Qingxue's white moonlight was on the verge of bankruptcy and was living extravagantly abroad, amassing substantial debts. He was in dire need of a benefactor. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Zhe chuckled and lowered his voice. Not only would she be furious, but she would likely be utterly devastated. She deserves it. So, you intend to expose Ji Zifeng's true nature later? Shun Tianli replied with a coy smile. I have no such benevolent intentions. Besides, if I were to reveal it now, Su Qingxue would only be grateful. She wouldn't be heartbroken. It would be far more entertaining to unveil the truth when they are deeply enmeshed in their romance. You truly are a cunning vixen, Lin Zhe remarked. Are you complimenting me? Is it not evident? Shun Tianli giggled, observing the intimate exchange between the two. Su Qingxue's expression darkened, and the joy she felt upon seeing Ji Zifeng evaporated entirely. Were it not for the presence of Ji Zifeng and Shun Tianli, she would have relished the thought of inflicting harm upon Lin Zhe, that scoundrel. Qingxue, this is a gift I brought back from abroad for you. Ji Zifeng suddenly presented a necklace. A flicker of delight ignited within Su Qingxue. Although she recognized at a glance that the necklace lacked significant value, she felt a stirring of emotion. It was the first time she had received a gift from Ji Zifeng. With a radiant smile, Su Qingxue replied, Zifeng, thank you. I have a gift for you as well, which I will present to you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe let out a faint sigh. In the recesses of the original owner's memories, it was clear that throughout their 3 years of marriage, Su Qingxue had never given Lin Zhe a single gift. "I'll put it on for you," Ji Zifeng said softly, rising to his feet. Yet, Su Qingxue's mind recalled Lin Zhe's words. "I dislike women who have been touched by others. Even holding hands is unacceptable." The weight of that statement prompted her to quickly rise and retreat a few steps before Ji Zifeng could approach. No, I can do it myself," she insisted. Ji Zifeng's displeasure was evident. He had intended to showcase their affection in front of Lin Zhe, hoping to provoke him. However, he was taken aback by Su Qingxue's lack of cooperation. It was one thing to refrain from hugging at the airport, but now she would not even allow him to fasten the necklace around her neck. Had he not been acutely aware that Su Qingxue regarded Lin Zhe merely as a substitute and harbored no genuine feelings for him, he might have believed that she was concerned about provoking Lin Zhe's ire by refusing Ji Zifeng's gesture. When Lin Zhe witnessed this scene, he remarked with a smirk, "Miss Su, I must say, it's rather excessive to deny Ji Zifeng the chance to adorn you with a gift he traveled so far to present." Su Qingxue shot him a glare, her eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a knife's edge. She loathed this scoundrel. It was precisely his influence that caused her subconscious resistance to Ji Zifeng's approach. Yet here he was, audaciously making such sardonic comments. Were it not for Ji Zifeng and Shun Tianli's presence, she would have relished the opportunity to remove her high heels and strike Lin Zhe 100 times. At that moment, Ji Zifeng gently interjected, "It's of no consequence. After all, we have not seen each other for 3 years, and we may feel somewhat estranged. Fortunately, we have ample time ahead of us. Qingxue, we have a long road before us." Su Qingxue nodded appreciatively, then shot another fierce glare at Lin Zhe. "Is that so? Then I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and an early arrival of children," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Su Qingxue bristled at his words, finding them particularly grating. She had yet to agree to a relationship with Ji Zifeng, yet he was already wishing her a blissful union and a fruitful future. What does it mean that she wishes to marry Ji Zifeng as soon as possible? At that moment, the waiter entered with the dishes. Exquisite delicacies were laid out on the table. Ji Zifeng looked at the array of dishes and smiled. "Qingxue, thank you for remembering my favorite dishes." "Yes, I still remember many of your preferences," Su Qingxue replied softly. Ji Zifeng cast a challenging glance at Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe was engrossed in his meal, completely ignoring him. He was indeed very hungry, having endured 7 rounds of turmoil in less than 24 hours, and desperately needed to replenish his energy. Shun Tianli was diligently serving Lin Zhe, resembling a devoted little wife. When Su Qingxue witnessed this scene, her composure shattered instantly. She knew full well that Shun Tianli was deliberately trying to provoke her. Yet, Su Qingxue could not contain the fury bubbling within her. As she saw Shun Tianli once again using her chopsticks to serve Lin Zhe, who was relishing the meal, Su Qingxue could no longer hold back. She furiously questioned, "Lin Zhe, have you forgotten how to use your hands?" Chapter 7. Confrontation. Lin Zhe appeared oblivious to Su Qingxue's words, continuing to eat his meal. Shun Tianli, however, giggled and replied, "Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe is my boyfriend now, and I am more than willing to cater to him." A blatant act of provocation. Su Qingxue glared at Shun Tianli, who met her gaze defiantly. After a brief standoff, Shun Tianli suddenly averted her eyes. It was not a sign of weakness. Rather, Lin Zhe's plate was nearly empty. Shun Tianli resumed her role as the dutiful little wife, serving Lin Zhe once more. This sight incited Su Qingxue to clench her delicate fists so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her skin, yet she felt nothing. At that moment, Ji Zifeng also served Su Qingxue a piece of food. She cast a provocative glance at Lin Zhe, but he was too engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Su Qingxue's defenses crumbled. She had thought that Lin Zhe, who had cherished her for 7 years, would be angered to see another man serving her food. However, he appeared utterly unfazed, as if he didn't take care in the slightest. What further troubled Su Qingxue was the inexplicable discomfort she felt when Ji Zifeng served her food. In her entire life, apart from her father, only one other male had ever served her food, Lin Zhe. During their 3 years of marriage, Lin Zhe would always serve her during meals, and at times, he would even feed her directly with his chopsticks. She had never found that odd. In fact, she relished the meticulous care he bestowed upon her. Yet, why did she feel so awkward when it came to Ji Zifeng? in a rather awkward manner. She wished she could fling the piece of beef that Ji Zifeng had served her onto the floor. It must have been the long absence that caused her agitation. Realizing this, Su Qingxue suppressed her anger and spoke gently. Thank you. Do have some as well. I imagine it has been quite a while since you savored the delicacies of your hometown. Also, please refrain from serving me more dishes. I'm not very hungry. Indeed, it had been far too long since he had enjoyed such authentic Chinese cuisine, Ji Zifeng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, Shun Tianli inquired with a smile. With so many Chinese restaurants abroad, and many of them quite authentic, don't you ever dine out? Ji Zifeng, oblivious to the teasing tone in Shun Tianli's words, confidently assumed she was showing interest in him, thus indirectly probing about his life abroad. With a self-satisfied smile that he believed to be charming, he replied, there are indeed numerous Chinese restaurants, many of which are authentic, but I often feel they lack the flavors of home. Isn't your family from Jiangxing? Shun Tianli asked with a playful smile. The implication in her words was clear. The cuisine of Haiqing was not representative of his hometown. Yet, Ji Zifeng grew increasingly convinced of Shun Tianli's interest in him. After all, how could she possibly know where he hailed from? Yes, my hometown is Jiangxing, renowned for its stunning scenery and exquisite cuisine. Miss Shun, I would be delighted to serve as your guide should you ever choose to visit. Ji Zifeng said with genuine warmth. That sounds wonderful, Shun Tianli replied, continuing to serve Lin Zhe. Had he not been previously aware that Shun Tianli's relationship with Lin Yang was merely a ploy to provoke Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng might have genuinely believed she was Lin Zhe's girlfriend. Alas, her performance was simply too flawless. Noticing Lin Zhe devouring his food with fervor, Ji Zifeng chuckled. Lin Zhe, have you not eaten in centuries? I've been laboring tirelessly from last night until noon today, and now I desperately need to replenish my energy. Lin Zhe replied. Ji Zifeng mistakenly interpreted Lin Zhe's comment as a reference to moving, completely oblivious to Su Qingxue's flushed cheeks and the rosy hue that crept into her ears upon hearing Lin Zhe's words. While others may have been unaware of Lin Zhe's insinuation, Su Qingxue understood all too well. That scoundrel's mention of labor was clearly a euphemism for their intimate encounters. How shameless of him to speak so openly of such private matters. How utterly infuriating. Indeed, labor can be quite exhausting. You must eat more. Ji Zifeng feigned concern while subtly mocking him. Lin Zhe pretended not to grasp the underlying meaning behind Ji Zifeng's words, looking up with a cheerful smile. Certainly. Although he did not glance at Su Qingxue, she felt her cheeks burning, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Ji Zifeng smiled, inwardly thinking, laugh now. But when I win over Shun Tianli, you shall have your turn to weep. Thus, the meal concluded amidst a somewhat tumultuous atmosphere. During a brief intermission, Shun Tianli smiled and inquired, Lin Zhe, where shall we venture to play later? Where would you like to go? Lin Zhe retorted, how about a bar? Sounds good. He admitted. To be candid, Lin Zhe was also eager to release the pent-up emotions that had been weighing on him. Having inexplicably traversed into this unfamiliar world, he often felt a profound sense of disconnection. At that moment, he yearned to visit a bar, hoping to lift his spirits by encountering some enchanting women. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's suggestion, Su Qingxue instinctively felt the urge to object. She had never favored the atmosphere of bars, and throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had never permitted Lin Zhe to frequent such places. However, before she could voice her thoughts, it suddenly dawned on her that she and Lin Zhe were now divorced, rendering her unqualified to dictate his actions. Contemplating this realization, Su Qingxue fell silent, enveloped in her own melancholy. Ji Zifeng, mistaking Su Qingxue's quietude for fatigue, gently remarked, Qingxue, why don't you take a moment to rest? I'll settle the bill, and then we can find somewhere to talk. Of course, his intention to pay was a ruse. He had no means to do so. The notion of conversing was also a pretense. His true desire was to find a secluded spot to win Su Qingxue over. Ji Zifeng's plan was astute. He intended to accompany her back to her villa, confident that her affection for him would facilitate his pursuit. Su Qingxue quickly interjected, there's no need to pay. This establishment is owned by our family, and I never have to spend money when dining here. Ah, I see. I apologize for any inconvenience, Ji Zifeng replied, feigning remorse. Zifeng, you're being too formal. There's no need for such gestures between us. Ji Zifeng smiled and said, all right, I'll heed your words. Let us be on our way. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. The four of them rose and headed toward the exit, with Shun Tianli lagging behind. As she scanned the table for any forgotten items, She inadvertently noticed a piece of beef resting in Su Qingshua's plate. Recognizing it as something Ji Zifeng had served her, Shun Tianli smirked subtly. Chapter 8. Be your man. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Zhe promptly entered Shun Tianli's car, not sparing a glance at Su Qingxue. Given that they were now divorced and Su Qingxue had clearly expressed her affections for Ji Zifeng, she had become nothing more than a familiar stranger to Lin Zhe. While the original owner of this identity may have harbored lingering feelings for Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe certainly did not. Moreover, with such a captivating beauty as Shun Tianli by his side, he had no intention of wasting time on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue had hoped to exchange a few words with Lin Zhe, but his blatant disregard left her feeling irked. How could this scoundrel, who had once adored her so deeply, transform so dramatically post-divorce? Su Qingxue, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. So I shall not disturb you, and Lin Zhe, Shun Tianli remarked with a playful smile. Before Su Qingxue could respond, she swiftly entered the car. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle quickly vanished into the night. Su Qingxue felt a surge of frustration. What did it mean that a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold? She indeed harbored feelings for Ji Zifeng and wished to be with him. Yet that did not imply she was ready to surrender herself to him immediately. Moreover, as Lin Zhe disappeared from view, an inexplicable emptiness filled her heart. Qingxue, shall we depart? Ji Zifeng spoke softly. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Su Qingxue replied, all right. As they drove towards the hotel, her mind wandered. Although Ji Zifeng was right beside her, her thoughts were consumed by Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli. Were they already at the bar? Would that scoundrel Lin Zhe kiss Shun Tianli as passionately as he had kissed her last night? Would he share the same bed with her as he had done with Su Qingxue? The more she pondered, the more restless she became. Qingxue, where are we headed? Ji Zifeng inquired. To the hotel, Su Qingxue snapped back to reality. Ji Zifeng, with a gentle tone, asked, may we go to your home? To be frank, I am not quite accustomed to staying in hotels. He was confident that Su Qingxue would not refuse him. Furrowing her brows, Su Qingxue felt an inexplicable aversion to bringing Ji Zifeng to her home. That was a place shared with Lin Zhe, and she had never brought any male acquaintance there before. Perhaps in a few days, Su Qingxue replied coolly. Why? Ji Zifeng's mood soured slightly. My home is filled with traces of Lin Zhe's life. I fear you might find it distasteful, so I prefer to tidy up first. Ji Zifeng felt a sense of relief. He hadn't anticipated that Su Qingxue would harbor such deep affection for him. It appeared that he might win her over tonight. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. Su Qingxue personally handled the check-in process for Ji Zifeng at the front desk. To ensure Ji Zifeng's comfort, she booked a presidential suite, believing he deserved such a lavish accommodation. When Ji Zifeng witnessed this, he was genuinely taken aback by her kindness. He had not expected Su Qingxue to treat him so well, indicating that her feelings for him were indeed profound. Ji Zifeng increasingly perceived Su Qingxue as a prize on his platter, easily within his grasp with a mere beckon. The thought of reveling in the allure of her enticing form sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. He had even envisioned capturing many photographs when he finally won her over, planning to send them all to Lin Zhe, that pitiful admirer, to showcase how his cherished goddess surrendered to him. In no time, the check-in was completed. Qingxue, let us converse for a moment, Ji Zifeng spoke tenderly. His gaze soft and his tone imbued with deep emotion. He was confident that Su Qingxue would find it impossible to refuse him. Yet, Su Qingxue replied in a muted voice, perhaps tomorrow. I am rather fatigued today. She was aware that she ought to acquiesce to Ji Zifeng, and she harbored many sentiments she wished to share with him. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself devoid of any inclination. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by the miscreant Lin Zhe and his current activities. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of frustration. Not only had she denied him the pleasure of embracing her and adorning her with a necklace, but now she was also reluctant to engage in conversation. He yearned to inquire of Su Qingxue whether she no longer held affection for him, yet he hesitated, fearful of inciting her ire. The consequences of provoking her were burdensome. For Su Qingxue represented his sole lifeline. Very well, then, do take care to rest early. Ji Zifeng feigned grievance while exhibiting genuine concern. Indeed, upon witnessing his expression, a flicker of guilt stirred within Su Qingxue's heart. Make sure you rest well. Come morning, you shall find the gift I have prepared for you. I eagerly anticipate your reaction. You will surely adore it. All right, then, until tomorrow, Ji Zifeng replied with a gentle smile. Su Qingxue nodded, and as she departed, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Ji Zifeng's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, guided by Shen Tianli, entered the Night Charm nightclub. Immersed in the thunderous music and surrounded by alluringly dressed women, he felt as though he had truly come to life. This was the essence of the life he cherished. Shen Tianli secured a private booth, and with a snap of her fingers, the server presented an exquisite bottle of wine. After personally pouring a glass for Lin Zhe, she raised her cup with a smile, declaring, "Lin Zhe, congratulations on your rebirth. And congratulations on finally having the opportunity to pursue me." Shen Tianli's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You certainly speak boldly, Lin Zhe. I not only dare to speak, but if you grant me the chance, I would dare to act," he replied with a roguish grin. "Act how?" Shen Tianli inquired with a flirtatious smile. "To be your man," he declared. Shen Tianli laughed lightly. "Then you must perform admirably." "I shall undoubtedly excel," he asserted. The vibrant, kaleidoscopic laser lights danced upon Lin Zhe's face, rendering his smile devilish and charming. In that moment, Shen Tianli perceived that Lin Zhe was unlike anyone she had ever known. He was shameless, vivacious, humorous, reckless, and unrestrained. As she savored the fiery liquor from her glass, the intoxicating effects combined with the resounding music ignited Lin Zhe's very soul. He felt an irresistible urge to dance. He yearned to release the overwhelming sense of loneliness that time travel had bestowed upon him. "Shall we dance?" Lin Zhe set down his glass and suggested. "What?" Shen Tianli gazed at Lin Zhe with skepticism, convinced she had misheard. After all, her impression of him had always been that of a rather staid individual, utterly unlike someone who would dance. "What do you mean?" Lin Zhe grasped Shen Tianli's delicate hand, pulling her into the dance floor without hesitation. Amidst the blaring music, he encircled her slender waist, drawing her alluring figure into his embrace, and then began to move with fervor. The friction of their bodies left Shen Tianli momentarily paralyzed. This audacious man was truly bold. Just as she was about to push Lin Zhe away, after all, she had never been this close to a man before. She suddenly caught sight of Su Qingxue, who was glaring at them with fiery intensity. A smile tugged at the corners of Shen Tianli's mouth as she turned, her alabaster arm wrapping around Lin Zhe's neck, swaying in harmony with his movements. Witnessing this scene, Su Qingxue felt utterly shattered. Chapter 9. Please begin your performance. Su Qingxue was devastated. She had never imagined that Lin Zhe, the scoundrel, would so quickly move on with Shen Tianli right after their divorce. Watching Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli's bodies press together, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Without uttering a word, she stormed onto the dance floor, forcefully pushing Shen Tianli aside, and seized Lin Zhe's hand, attempting to lead him away. Yet, Lin Zhe shook off her grip. Amid the cacophony of music, he leaned in close to Su Qingxue's ear, a sardonic smile on his lips. "Miss Su, what are you trying to do?" Their proximity was intimate, and the potent scent of his masculinity struck her like a barrage, igniting an unexpected flutter in her heart. "You, come with me. I have something to discuss." "I'm sorry, but we are divorced now. I have nothing to say to you." Su Qingxue felt a surge of indignation. Hadn't this scoundrel adored her for 7 years? He had once catered to her every whim. Why, just after their divorce, was he so indifferent? "Come with me, and I will transfer the funds to you afterward." She managed to suppress her raging fury as she insisted. Lin Zhe turned and began to walk away, for he had no grudge against money. "You're leaving?" Shen Tianli protested. Lin Zhe pinched her alluring cheek and chuckled. "Impossible. Wait for me. I shall return shortly, and we will continue dancing." Su Qingxue, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to sever Lin Zhe's hand. This rogue had audaciously pinched her cheek only hours ago, and now dared to do the same to Shen Tianli. It was utterly infuriating. "Please hurry. Don't keep me waiting too long," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Lin Zhe replied with a grin, "All right." Once they exited the bar, the world around them suddenly fell into an eerie silence. "So what do you wish to discuss?" Lin Zhe inquired nonchalantly, not even casting a glance at Su Qingxue. Frankly speaking, Lin Zhe found it perplexing. Now that her true love had returned, shouldn't she be reveling in passionate moments with him? Engaging in activities akin to those she had shared with Lin Zhe just the previous night? What could possibly bring her to seek him out? Yet, as Lin Zhe's thoughts drifted to Ji Zifeng's hollowed figure, a smirk crept onto his face. Was it possible that their battle had already concluded? "Leave Shen Tianli," Su Qingxue said, her anger barely contained. "Impossible. You scoundrel, don't provoke me." Lin Zhe chuckled as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. He regarded Su Qingxue with a cold smile. Miss Su, your double standards are quite glaring. You are permitted to divorce me for your true love. Yet I am forbidden from seeking Shen Tianli? Su Qingxue was rendered speechless by his retort, stamping her foot in frustration. You scoundrel! She is only seeking you to irritate me. You know well we are rivals. How about this? If you leave her, I am willing to offer you an additional 10 million. With arms crossed, Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue with an odd expression. Miss Su, I find you rather peculiar. You claim not to like me, and I must be an inconsequential figure in your eyes. If that is the case, then my being with Shen Tianli should not bother you at all, or perhaps you do have feelings for me. Su Qingxue scoffed dismissively. Like you? What a daydreamer you are. I'll have you know, my affections lie with Ji Zifeng, and as for you, such a possibility is utterly out of the question in this lifetime. Very well, I shall remember your words. I wish you and Ji Zifeng a locked fate. And please do not seek me out again. As for that 10 million, if you wish to give it, I appreciate it. If not, consider it the fee for your performance last night. With this parting remark, Lindsay strode past her towards the bar. You scoundrel, stop right there! Su Qingxue shouted. A mix of embarrassment and fury. Yet, Lindsay appeared oblivious to her calls, swiftly disappearing into the bar. Watching his retreating figure vanish completely, Su Qingxue felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She sensed she was on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. Although she had intended to return home, for reasons unknown, she found herself reluctant to leave. Fearing that Lindsay and Shen Tianli would engage in the very activities she had shared with Lindsay the night before. Fueled by anger, Su Qingxue re-entered the bar. But this time, she did not seek Lindsay. Instead, she secured a booth in the corner, her eyes fixed intently on Lindsay and Shen Tianli in the distance. She intended to keep a watchful eye on them, ensuring that Shen Tianli, that little vixen, would not dare to overstep her bounds with Lindsay. The deafening music faded away, revealing a lanky fellow with slicked-back hair on stage, strumming a guitar as he sang. Shen Tianli sat in a booth, sipping her drink, with Lindsay beside her. So, you sent her away? Lindsay nodded. Frankly speaking, Su Qingxue's earlier words did not perturb Lindsay's mood. After all, he had no affection for her. As for whom she fancied, that was her prerogative. Ideally, she would sever ties with Ji Zifeng completely, leaving him undisturbed to pursue Shen Tianli. What did she chat with you about? Shen Tianli inquired with a flirtatious smile. She said she regretted it and wanted to remarry me. I told her outright that it was impossible, for in this lifetime, I only have eyes for you, Shen Tianli. Wow, how touching, Shen Tianli replied with a rather insincere smile. Lindsay chuckled. I knew I couldn't fool you. All right, I confess. She realized that your relationship with me was meant to provoke her, and to persuade me to leave you, she was willing to offer an extra 10 million. I guessed as much, Shen Tianli responded with a playful smile. But I declined. Is that true? Of course. If I had accepted her offer, would I still be sitting here drinking with you? Fair point. But what should I say? This time, I'm genuinely a bit moved. Feeling moved is less important than taking action. Let us find a place to appreciate each other's bodies through the lens of art, shall we? Uft, you're truly lewd. Shen Tianli chided playfully. Thank you. Not only am I lewd, but I'm also quite the old pervert, Lindsay quipped, causing Shen Tianli to laugh uncontrollably. He was indeed an honest rogue, the kind that one knew was being mischievous, yet found utterly endearing. Shen Tianli playfully punched Lindsay's arm. Nearby, Su Qingxue clenched her fists in frustration as she observed this scene. Come, let us drink. Lindsay raised his glass. Shen Tianli accepted without hesitation. The strong liquor slid down Lindsay's throat, lifting his spirits considerably. At that moment, the slick-haired singer on stage suddenly began to screech in a high pitch, startling Lindsay. What a pathetic performance, he scoffed. Don't speak carelessly. He asked the prized singer of Yimei, came the retort. What? Lindsay was taken aback. He dares to call himself a prized singer with such a performance? Are you disputing that? Fine, fine, fine. Lindsay nodded vigorously. Shen Tianli discreetly glanced towards the corner, then smiled. How about I sing a song for you? You can sing? Lindsay asked, surprised. Who do you look down upon? If I were to debut, those singers would be no competition. Lindsay chuckled. All right then, please commence your performance. Chapter 10. Indeed, I am Lindsay. Shen Tianli took to the stage. The enchanting beauty and alluring physique of Shen Tianli immediately captivated the attention of many onlookers, prompting a few to even whistle in admiration. With a smile, she whispered something to the lead singer on stage, who, taken aback, handed his guitar to her. Shen Tianli gracefully perched herself on a high stool, cradling the guitar, and addressed the microphone with a radiant smile. This song is dedicated to Lin Zhe at table number 6. I wish to express that meeting you, Lin Zhe, is the greatest fortune of my life. I hope you enjoy a delightful evening. The crowd turned their gaze towards table 6. Their eyes filled with envy and resentment directed at Lin Zhe. However, he appeared somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Su Qingxue already left? What did Shen Tianli mean by her words? Could it be that she was genuinely captivated by my handsome appearance? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Zhe stood up, beaming, and waved to the crowd. Yes, I am Lin Zhe, he seemed to declare, as if fearing others would not recognize the Lin Zhe that Shen Tianli spoke of. Shen Tianli couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. He truly was a show-off. In a corner, Su Qingxue was seething with rage. She had never imagined that Shen Tianli would take the stage to sing for Lin Zhe. And to make matters worse, she boldly confessed her feelings for him in public. How dare she? Did she not realize that Lin Zhe belonged to her? Even more infuriating was Lin Zhe's shamelessness in standing up and publicly acknowledging himself as the leading man in Shen Tianli's words. Su Qingxue felt an urge to rush on stage and berate Shen Tianli for her audacity, but she restrained herself, eager to see what song Shen Tianli would sing. Perhaps her voice would be as grating as that of a duck. As Shen Tianli's delicate fingers began to strum the guitar strings, a melodious and familiar sound filled the air, causing Su Qingxue to shudder. Her complexion turned ashen, for she recognized that the song Shen Tianli was about to sing was the very one Lin Zhe had performed during their university's anniversary celebration in his 3rd year, where he had publicly confessed his feelings to her in front of esteemed alumni and school leaders. To her astonishment, Shen Tianli was aware of this event. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to sing this particular song. At that moment, Shen Tianli began to sing. In the fleeting moments of life, I am the white poplar by the stream, swaying gently, guarding the ancient bridge. You, like a butterfly, gracefully flit into my sight, pausing briefly, yet stirring waves within my heart. Lin Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be true? She could really sing, and her voice was ethereal and captivating. Although this was a song he had never heard before, he could discern that it was a love ballad. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue's anger intensified. She had not anticipated the remarkable power of Shen Tianli's voice, which resonated with such enchanting melody. The song titled 3 Lives was composed by the Prince of Love Songs, Li Dingcheng, for his beloved wife. Just as the title suggests, the lyrics unfold a poignant tale spanning 3 lifetimes. On stage, Shen Tianli beamed like a blooming flower as she gazed down at Lin Zhe, continuing her serenade. In the second life, I transformed into a soaring bird, weaving through clouds in search of the distant land where you reside, whether in bustling streets or serene mountain tops, endlessly seeking that warm glow. Lin Zhe stood, sending Shen Tianli a playful kiss. The unexpected gesture amused her so much that she momentarily halted her singing, earning disapproving glances from the audience who had been deeply immersed in the song's emotional essence. Unfazed, Lin Zhe shrugged nonchalantly and leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke while smiling at Shen Tianli on stage. With her ethereal and melodious voice, Shen Tianli resumed her song. The bond of 3 lives, like an unquenchable flame, transcends time and remains unchanged. No matter how many reincarnations we endure, my love for you will forever endure. As the final notes faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Shen Tianli, with her eyes sparkling in delight, waved at Lin Zhe, disregarding the crowd's requests for an encore, and returned the guitar to its original owner. As she descended from the stage, Shen Tianli discreetly glanced towards the corner of the bar. Upon catching sight of Su Qingxue's almost fiery gaze, her smile grew even more triumphant. Realizing Shen Tianli had been aware of her presence in the bar, Su Qingxue felt a surge of anger. Indeed, Shen Tianli had deliberately sought to provoke her. Despite her awareness, Su Qingxue was still seething with rage. However, her fury intensified when Lin Zhe, unable to contain himself, immediately stood up to give Shen Tianli a grand embrace as she stepped off the stage. With a radiant smile, Shen Tianli melted into Lin Zhe's arms. Witnessing their close embrace, Su Qingxue's fists clenched in frustration as she struck the sofa in anger. She resolved to have a serious conversation with Lin Zhe, determined to steer him away from Shen Tianli. With her mind made up, Su Qingxue swiftly sent Lin Zhe a message. Leave Shen Tianli, and I will give you 50 million. When Lin Zhe read the message, he paused momentarily, taken aback. Was Shun Tianli's influence on her truly this profound, compelling her to offer such an extravagant sum to distance him from Shin Tianli? After sending the message, Su Qingshua's beautiful eyes fixated on Lin Zhe, eagerly awaiting his response. Yet, Lin Zhe seemed oblivious to the message, carelessly tossing his phone aside onto the coffee table. Continuing his conversation with Shun Tianli, completely engrossed in their exchange. Subsequently, he was met with a playful punch from Shun Tianli, her laughter resonating through the air. This scene ignited a furious tempest within Su Qingxue. Just the night before, he had been tender and affectionate, calling her his darling, while previously, her messages would elicit immediate responses. Yet, merely hours after their divorce, he chose to disregard her attempts to reach out. Anger surged within her, a mere word insufficient to encapsulate her current emotions. She yearned to confront this scoundrel, Lin Zhe. At that moment, Su Qingxue noticed Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli rising from their seats, their laughter echoing as they strolled towards the exit. Instinctively, she leapt to her feet, pursuing them without understanding her own motives. All she wanted was to stop Lin Zhe, to prevent him from leaving with Shin Tianli. Upon exiting the bar, she was met with the sight of Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli getting into a car together. Inside, their laughter mingled, a scene that cast an icy pall over Su Qingshue's stunningly beautiful visage. Just as she was about to stride forward and pull Lin Zhe from Shun Tianli's grasp, fury engulfed her entirely. In the next moment, her world shattered as she watched Shun Tianli lean in, kissing Lin Zhe with audacity. Chapter 11. A cheeky kiss? Of course, Lin Zhe was not kissing Shin Tianli. In reality, he was merely inquiring about the arrival of her designated driver. However, Shun Tianli had suddenly leaned in, her face mere inches from his cheek, allowing Lin Zhe to feel the warmth of her breath against his skin. Gazing at her alluring crimson lips, he smiled and teased. "What's this? Are you hoping for a kiss?" With a playful giggle, Shun Tianli responded, playfully punching Lin Zhe before returning to her seat. Yet, as she settled back, she delicately caressed her luscious red lips with her slender fingertip, as if she had just been kissing someone and smudged her lipstick. Witnessing this, Su Qingxue felt an intense chill spread through her veins. Her body trembled, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. A profound sadness engulfed her, akin to a knife stabbing relentlessly at her heart. She had not anticipated such anguish, but it felt as if she were suffocating under the weight of her emotions. Just then, Shun Tianli turned her head, locking eyes with Su Qingxue through the car window. In that fleeting moment, Shun Tianli provocatively licked her lips, a blatant challenge. Su Qingshue's fury reached a boiling point, her lungs feeling as if they might explode. She hurriedly approached Shun Tianli's car, but just then, someone unexpectedly entered the vehicle, and it swiftly departed the scene. Filled with fury, Su Qingxue jumped into her own car, pressing the accelerator to chase after Shun Tianli's vehicle. Lin Zhe remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. As he drove back to Shun Tianli's villa, he silently gazed out at the world beyond the window. The brilliant lights outside painted the city in a particularly dreamlike aura. Lin Zhe was deep in thought, contemplating the path that lay ahead of him. Having traversed to this realm, his circumstances were far from favorable. Cast out from his family and divorced, he felt as though he were adrift like a leaf on the water. This precarious situation instilled in Lin Zhe a profound sense of urgency. Perhaps it was the habit of wielding power in the Blue Star that left him yearning for control. Yet now, aside from himself, he found himself unable to command anything. "What are you pondering?" Shin Tianli inquired with a charming smile. Lin Zhe candidly replied, "I was contemplating what I should do next." He was not devoid of options. On the contrary, numerous paths lay before him. The only dilemma was choosing the right one. Although this planet bore similarities to the Blue Star, its developmental trajectory clearly lagged by several years. Through a day's worth of observations, Lin Zhe concluded that this planet resembled the state of the Blue Star around 2014 or 2015. There was food delivery, yet it still relied on the traditional phone call system. Shared bicycles existed, albeit those initiated by the government. Video streaming platforms were present, but there was no equivalent to the short video apps like Douyin. Numerous such instances persisted. Lin Zhe recognized that this planet was akin to a virgin land for him. He could easily cultivate it using his knowledge from the Blue Star. However, the pressing issue was that he had only 10 million, a sum provided by Su Qingxue. While this amount sufficed for mere survival, it was utterly insufficient for any entrepreneurial endeavors. "Are you feeling a sense of urgency?" Shun Tianli teased. "Indeed. It is well known that I have been ousted from my family and divorced. Most disheartening is the fact that I lack funds. I must earn money. Then come work at my company, Shun Tianli suggested with a smile. All right, what kind of annual salary are you prepared to offer? How much do you desire? Shun Tianli asked with a flirtatious grin. Just a casual few hundred million. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Good idea. With that, Lin Zhe formed a finger gun and aimed it playfully at Shun Tianli. Hand over your money. Feigning terror, Shun Tianli responded, Sir, I have no money. And she continued to play along. What do you have then? I only possess a beautiful face and a seductive figure. Do you want that? She winked at him. Goodness, she truly was a temptress. Never mind, I have no interest in your body. Oofed. Shun Tianli laughed heartily, her laughter causing her delicate figure to tremble. Lin Zhe felt as though his eyes were insufficient, wishing he had 4 pairs. Soon, they returned to the villa. As they stepped inside, Su Qingxue abruptly halted at the entrance of Shun Tianli's villa. Watching Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli enter, she slammed her petite fist against the steering wheel in frustration. Without uttering a word, she retrieved her phone and called Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe entered the villa, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Su Qingxue calling, he instinctively reached to disconnect the call. Although he was tempted by Su Qingxue's allure, the memory of her unabashed declaration at the bar, proclaiming her affection for Ji Zifeng, made him reluctant to engage with her, let alone utter a word. However, after a moment's consideration, he recalled that he had spent the night with her 7 times, and to ignore her call now would seem rather heartless. Just as the signal began to fade, Lin Zhe answered the phone. Hello? Upon hearing his voice, Su Qingxue felt an inexplicable urge to weep. She had feared he would not answer. Taking a deep breath, she coldly stated, I'm at the entrance of Shun Tianli's villa. Come out. It's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone. Let us discuss this over the phone. Inappropriate? Su Qingxue was furious. Was he not alone with Shun Tianli when he had spent the night with her? Why hadn't he mentioned the impropriety? That scoundrel. Why haven't he replied to my messages? Su Qingxue demanded angrily. Lin Zhe countered, Why should I? She was left speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. Do you have something to discuss or not? If not, I'll hang up. Leave Shun Tianli, and I'll give you 50 million. Su Qingxue suppressed her anger, striving to maintain a calm tone. Impossible, Lin Zhe replied, causing her to falter. This rogue had been willing to divorce for 10 million yesterday, yet he wouldn't leave Shun Tianli for 50 million? Did he truly value Shun Tianli far more than her? 100 million. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, refusing to believe that with such a substantial offer, he would still reject her. Lin Zhe felt a stir of desire. 100 million was a fortune that could significantly expand his business ventures. Just as he was about to respond, Shun Tianli, seated nearby, leaned in, deliberately adopting a sultry tone. Geizhai, let us not take calls while bathing. With that, she snatched Lin Zhe's phone and promptly hung up. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Lin Zhe had progressed to the point of bathing with Shun Tianli. Anger coursed through her, causing her body to tremble and her breath to come in short gasps. Unwilling to accept this reality, she dialed Lin Zhe's number once more. Yet this time, the call was abruptly terminated. Tears streamed down her face, born of frustration. She did not wish to cry, but the anguish within her was unbearable, akin to the sharpness of a knife. Leaning against the steering wheel, she sobbed uncontrollably, cursing, Lin Zhe, you scoundrel. What gives you the right to bathe with her? After weeping for a while, Su Qingxue drove back to the villa. Upon entering, a wave of loneliness enveloped her. In the past, no matter how late she returned, Lin Zhe would always be waiting in the living room. He would eagerly take her bag, assist her in shedding her high heels for comfortable slippers, and on particularly tiring days, even offer to massage her shoulders. But now, the entire villa lay shrouded in darkness. This solitude deepened her sorrow. She turned on the lights and sat on the sofa for a moment, suddenly yearning for a drink. Typically, she abstained from alcohol, indulging only occasionally in a glass with Lin Zhe when her spirits were high. Yet now, she craved alcohol as if it could numb her senses. She longed to temporarily forget the harsh reality of her divorce from Lin Zhe and the fervent relationship he shared with Shun Tianli. Retrieving a bottle of red wine from the cellar, Su Qingxue instinctively grabbed 2 glasses. However, as she attempted to uncork the bottle, her sadness intensified. This was a task Lin Zhe would have handled effortlessly, ensuring everything was managed with care. After struggling for an eternity without success, she accidentally pricked her finger with the corkscrew. Overwhelmed, Su Qingxue, sank to the floor in tears. "Why did you hang up on me?" Lindsay inquired, his frustration evident. A fortune had seemingly vanished, leaving him in emotional turmoil. To Lindsay, it was not merely money that had slipped away, but the promise of a glorious career. "Are you truly willing to leave me for $1 billion? That is an astronomical sum," he lamented. Shen Tianli felt a twinge of discomfort. "But you had already promised me." "Apologies, but I am a man devoid of morals and boundaries," Lindsay replied, eliciting a laugh from Shen Tianli. Initially, she felt a pang of unease at the thought of Lindsay abandoning her for $1 billion, especially since he had committed to assisting her in her endeavors. Yet, his candid admission of immorality instantly amused her. No longer upset, she found Lindsay's audacity unexpectedly endearing. Shen Tianli chuckled, "I can certainly provide you with the funds. Here's the deal. Once the task is accomplished, I shall grant you 200 million. Are you serious?" "Of course I am serious. Who can't draw a pie in the sky? How about you pay me half the deposit first?" "All right. I will transfer it to you at the bank first thing tomorrow morning. However, once I hand over my money, you must ensure the task is executed flawlessly. Should I learn that you are clandestinely in contact with Su Qingxue, beware of the consequences. Don't think I'm joking, just so you know. The underworld figure in Haicheng is my close friend. It would take nothing more than her word for you to vanish from this world." Wow, he thought. This woman has a bit of a ruthless streak. Yet, Lindsay was entirely unfazed by her threats. Not only did he dismiss her warnings, he audaciously pinched Shen Tianli's alluring face. "Rest assured, while I may lack morals and boundaries, I still wish to share a bed with you." Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed. Was this guy really so bold? It was one thing to speak so brazenly, but to dare to lay hands on her? Shen Tianli had anticipated that she would be angered. Instead, she found herself inexplicably enjoying the sensation of Lin Zay's playful pinch. When this thought crossed her mind, Shen Tianli was taken aback. "Am I developing some peculiar trait?" "Shen Tianli, you're actually blushing. Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship before?" Lin Zay teased as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Shen Tianli shot him an exasperated glance. Even when rolling her eyes, her beauty remained captivating. "Is that so wrong? Wouldn't that merely make it easier for me?" Lin Zay replied with a grin. Shen Tianli looked at him, exasperated yet amused. "You shameless rogue. I won't waste any more words with you. I'm off to bed. Do you need someone to warm your bed? I have 25 years of expertise in that area." Shen Tianli chuckled at his audacity. What a brazen fellow he was. They each retreated to their respective rooms. Lin Zay was preparing to practice his stances. Having traversed into this realm, the original body was feeble and lacked resilience. Last night's 5 rounds had left him utterly drained. He needed to quickly regain the peak condition he had enjoyed on Blue Star. A true man wouldn't settle for anything less than 9 rounds. Not to mention those dashing readers of tomato, who were tireless engines of energy. However, just as he squatted down, Lindsay's phone suddenly buzzed with a message from a contact labeled spam. "Big brother, you claim to be the biological one. Yet why did Dad buy me a villa worth over 100 million? Are you envious? You should be, for that is precisely my intention. Lindsay, you are nothing but a stray dog. I'll inform you that everything belonging to the Lin family is mine. What does it matter if I'm not the biological one? Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Tomorrow, I will go on a blind date with the esteemed Shen Tianxi, the daughter of the Shun family in Haicheng. Rest assured, once I become the favored son-in-law of the Shen family, I will make your life a living hell." Lindsay chuckled. Did he still consider himself to be the original owner? He could not resist glancing at the numerous chat records between the original owner and others. There were countless messages, spanning from the time the original owner was brought back until just now, totaling around 10,000. These conversations meticulously documented the original owner's experiences of being bullied. They included his cautious attempts to please this brother upon his return, as well as the various provocations he faced after being expelled from the Lin family. Most infuriatingly, his dear brother had explicitly confessed that the previous slanders and schemes against him were intentional. Yet, he had still pleaded with his brother to speak favorably to their parents on his behalf, truly a foolish endeavor. Fortunately, 3 years ago, whether he had come to his senses or simply given up, he ceased responding to his brother's provocations. After reviewing these records, Lindsay felt an urge to smash the phone. Luckily, he had now taken over this body, otherwise, he would have inevitably succumbed to rage. Ignoring the provocations of this worthless individual, Lindsay began to practice his horse stance. After all, his good days were soon to come to an end. After an hour of squatting, Lindsay was utterly exhausted. The original owner's body was frilier than he had anticipated. Had it not been for Lin Zhe's formidable willpower, even 5 minutes would have been his limit. After a refreshing shower, he lay on the bed contemplating his future path. After a moment of reflection, Lin Zhe determined his life goals: to earn more money, to charm more women, and to reclaim everything the original owner had lost. Then, he would become a heartless rogue. Chapter 13. Boasting the next morning, as Lin Zhe rose from bed, he spotted Shun Tianqi seated at the dining table, adorned in an OL uniform, enjoying her breakfast. Her long, slender legs were delicately wrapped in sheer stockings. Lin Zhe's eyes gleamed. After finishing breakfast, he cheerfully inquired, "Shall we head straight to the bank?" Shun Tianqi understood he was referring to the money she had promised him the night before. "Don't rush. I assure you I will give you what I promised. But I have something even more pressing to attend to." "What could be more important than transferring money to me?" Shun Tianqi replied with exasperation. "My company is investing in a fantasy drama that is about to premiere, yet the theme song is still unresolved. We've received quite a few songs recently, and today we need to finalize them." "That certainly was important. Let's go then." As they made their way to Shun Tianqi's company, Lin Zhe occasionally stole glances at her alluring legs wrapped in stockings. Damn, they were truly seductive. Shun Tianqi teased, "I must say, although we may be rogues, could we perhaps tone it down a bit? From morning until now, you have gazed at my legs 17 times. Do you truly have such an affection for these two legs?" "Indeed, you seem to favor stockings," Shun Tianli inquired with a smile. "Nonsense. I am fond of your legs clad in stockings." Shun Tianli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Such a rogue. Soon, they arrived at Shun Tianli's company. Situated in the prestigious Golden Harbor Building, the finest office complex in Haiqing. Her company is expansive, covering over 1,000 square meters. As Lin Zhe entered the company alongside her, he was greeted by the chorus of "Good morning, President Shun," to which she responded with a cheerful nod. Upon entering Shun Tianli's office, her secretary followed in. The secretary was of average appearance, yet possessed an appealing figure. Lin Zhe cast a glance and quickly lost interest. "President Shun, we have received 13 new songs over the past few days. Shall we play them now?" Shun Tianli nodded and replied, "Let us play them." When Su Qingxue awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. After crying the previous night, she had sought solace in a bottle of whiskey. One glass down, and the world began to spin. Eventually, feeling nauseated, she had retched for quite some time before falling asleep on the sofa. Upon opening her eyes, Su Qingxue felt a dull ache in her head. Instinctively, she called out, "Lin Zhe, my head hurts." There was no response. It was then that she recalled she had divorced Lin Zhe, and that he had already moved out. A wave of profound desolation washed over her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she gazed at the emptiness surrounding her. Just the night before, they had shared the most intimate moments on this very bed. Yet now, they were like migratory birds, separated. As her phone rang, Su Qingxue contemplated what she should do today. She needed to occupy herself, otherwise, her mind would incessantly drift back to Lin Zhe. The call was from an unknown number. Not in the habit of answering unfamiliar calls, she simply hung up. Shortly thereafter, a message arrived. "Qingxue, it's me, Jizifeng." Upon seeing the name, Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly realized that since parting ways with Jizifeng at the hotel yesterday, she had not thought of him even once. The realization sent a wave of panic through her. What was happening to her? She had adored Jizifeng for 5 years, and now that he had returned, all it would take was a nod from her for them to be together again. Yet, throughout this time, he had not once crossed her mind. Instead, her thoughts were consumed by Lin Zhe. A terrifying notion crept into Su Qingxue's mind. Could it be that I have developed feelings for Lin Zhe? The emergence of this thought startled her profoundly. She vigorously shook her head and declared, "Impossible. How could I ever fall for that scoundrel? The one I adore is Jizifeng. Yes, my affections are reserved for Jizifeng. I was merely angered by that rogue being with Shun Tianli." Just then, her phone rang again. It was Jizifeng once more, and Su Qingxue quickly answered the call. "Qingfeng, I apologize. I thought it was a stranger," she said softly. On the other end, Jizifeng chuckled and replied, "No problem. Have you gotten out of bed yet?" "Yes, I'm up. Have you taken care of your phone number?" "Indeed. I just went out to sort it out. I'll come to pick you up now." "No need. Just wait for me at the hotel." For some inexplicable reason, Su Qingxue did not want Jizifeng to know where she resided, let alone come to her home. "All right, I'll be waiting for you," Su Qingxue acknowledged. And they hung up. After a little over half an hour, Su Qingxue arrived at the hotel. Jizifeng was anxiously waiting for her in the lobby. nearing the brink of despair when she finally appeared. Clad in a flowing white dress, she exuded an ethereal charm. Though her attire was quite simple, it nonetheless captivated Ji Zifeng's attention. Frankly, he regretted not choosing Su Qingxue back in university. She was undeniably more beautiful than his current girlfriend in every conceivable way. Moreover, the most significant factor was that she had once harbored deep feelings for him. If he had chosen her, he would not be in this passive position now. "I'm sorry for making you wait, Zifeng," Su Qingxue said with a hint of remorse. Ji Zifeng gently replied, "Qingxue, there is no need for apologies between us." His gaze was imbued with profound, unshakable affection. Su Qingxue smiled and said, "You're right. We need not exchange apologies. Come, let me show you your gift." "I'm really looking forward to it," Ji Zifeng beamed. As they exited the hotel, a luxurious vehicle worth a fortune was quietly parked at the entrance. Upon seeing the car, Ji Zifeng's heart raced. Could it be that Su Qingxue intended to gift him this supercar? Su Qingxue retrieved the car keys from her bag and pressed a button, causing the car's lights to flash. Ji Zifeng was astounded. This sports car was valued at over 7 million. Even though the Ji family was on the brink of bankruptcy, Ji Zifeng would have had to think twice about purchasing such an extravagant vehicle even at their peak. Yet now, Su Qingxue was offering it without hesitation. Her generosity was truly remarkable. After the shock came sheer delight. No, the emotion he felt could hardly be described as mere surprise. He was elated, to the point that he felt an overwhelming urge to lift Su Qingxue and twirl her around right there. However, he restrained himself. Upon returning yesterday, he distinctly sensed a certain estrangement between him and Su Qingxue. He feared that his actions might come across as abrupt towards the fair lady. After all, she had gifted him such an extravagant sports car, which was ample evidence of her deep affection for him. If that were the case, there was no need for him to rush. "Qingxue, please tell me this is your gift to me?" Ji Zifeng inquired, feigning surprise. Su Qingxue nodded. "Do you like it?" "I do. Even if you were to give me a mere piece of paper, I would cherish it. However, Qingxue, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Ji Zifeng replied, putting on a troubled expression. "Zifeng, there is no need for such formality between us. Besides, it is merely a car. To me, it is insignificant." "Very well then." Su Qingxue tossed the car keys to Ji Zifeng. "Go ahead and try it out. See if you like the interior." Ji Zifeng nodded, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, and then leisurely entered the vehicle. The moment the door closed, he pinched his thigh to stifle a laugh. Su Qingxue did not enter the car. Instead, she stood below, observing as Ji Zifeng fondly caressed the steering wheel of the sports car. For some inexplicable reason, this scene suddenly reminded her of Lin Zilei. When Su Qingxue married Lin Zilei, she had also wished to gift him a car, but unfortunately, he had declined. Later, he purchased a vehicle worth over 200,000 with his own means, and he was still driving it to this day. Su Qingxue suddenly recalled that in their 3 years of marriage, she had not truly given Lin Zilei any gifts. Conversely, Lin Zilei had bought her numerous presents, ranging from luxurious handbags to small toys, cluttering her room. Although it was Ji Zifeng driving the supercar at that moment, Su Qingxue inexplicably envisioned Lin Zilei in the driver's seat. He must have loved it as well. In that instant, a profound sense of guilt surged within her for Lin Zilei. This guilt made her momentarily regret giving the sports car to Ji Zifeng. After spending a while in the car, Ji Zifeng exited. "So what do you think? Do you like it?" Su Qingxue asked. Ji Zifeng smiled and nodded. "By the way, Qingxue, could you share Lin Zilei's contact with me? Why do you want to add him?" "Oh, he took care of you for 3 years. I believe he must know your habits quite well. Now, it will be my turn to care for you, so I would like to consult him," Ji Zifeng replied. Pretending to be shy, Su Qingxue felt a pang of sadness. She recalled Lin Zilei's meticulous care over the past 3 years. Yet now she had gifted a sports car to another man. Nevertheless, she forwarded Lin Zilei's contact to Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue felt that she would gradually adapt to a life without Lin Zilei. After all, she believed that the one she truly favored was Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng eagerly clicked to add a friend. The moment the verification was approved, he sent Lin Zhe a photograph of a supercar along with a message, expressing his astonishment that Qingxue had gifted him such an extravagant vehicle. Chapter 14. Just around the corner upon receiving Ji Zifeng's message, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile. He had never guessed that Ji Zifeng could embody the essence of a green tea man. For Lin Zhe, it was clear that he was already divorced from Su Qingxue. and her decision to bestow her company upon Ji Zifeng bore no consequence for him. After all, he had never harbored any affection for Su Qingxue, and besides, he was indeed earning money, substantially more than the worth of a single supercar. Choosing to disregard Ji Zifeng's display of wealth, Lin Zhe continued to enjoy music with Shen Tianli. They had already listened to 13 songs for over an hour, and for the first time, Lin Zhe found the experience of listening to music to be an ordeal. Shen Tianli was similarly overwhelmed. As the final song concluded, she slumped back in her chair, disappointment etched across her face. Just disappointment, nothing but disappointment. Lin Zhe noticed that her figure was nearly straining against her pristine white shirt. He swallowed hard, attempting to mask his unease, and asked with a smile, "What is the plot of your drama? Care to enlighten me? Are you planning to compose a theme song for me?" Shen Tianli teased back, her laughter lightening the mood. "Indeed, I have been contemplating such an idea," Lin Zhe replied. In his past life on Blue Star, before he ventured into society, he was merely an ordinary university student who enjoyed music, television, and idolizing stars. The music from this world was starkly different from that of Blue Star, and the cinematic productions were entirely unique. Crafting a theme song was, for Lin Zhe, as effortless as breathing, as he had countless melodies for fantasy dramas swirling in his mind. Of course, his assistance stemmed from a singular motive. Shen Tianli was skeptical that Lin Zhe could produce a theme song that would meet her expectations, but in her current state of frustration, she was eager for someone to converse with and alleviate her inner turmoil. The fantasy drama she described revolved around a divine being reincarnating to experience life among mortals, where the male protagonist encounters numerous enchanting companions, some who admire him and others he adores. Their intertwined tales were filled with twists and emotions, culminating in a return to the celestial realm. Lin Zhe mused as he listened to Shen Tianli recount the storyline. It sounded oddly familiar. Isn't this a low-budget version of a fantasy saga? If that were the case, then the carefree sigh would be a surefire hit. "Do you have a guitar?" he inquired. Shen Tianli suddenly sat up straight, her laughter bubbling forth as she asked, "Are you genuinely considering composing a song for me?" "Well, I might have a spark of inspiration," Lin Zhe replied, attempting to exude confidence. After all, when it came to charming women, a little bravado never hurt. "Is that for real?" Frankly speaking, Shen Tianli was not particularly well-versed in Lin Zhe's past. She only knew that he possessed a commendable singing voice. However, the notion that he could compose music was one she found hard to believe. "Is it true? Just hand me a guitar, and we shall see," Lin Zhe quipped with a smile. Shen Tianli noticed that although Lin Zhe was smiling, there was a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes. Could it be that he truly had the talent for composition? Without further ado, she dialed her secretary, instructing her to bring in a guitar. Before long, the secretary entered, guitar in hand. As Lin Zhe grasped the instrument, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It had been over a decade since he last played. During his university days on Blue Star, he had formed a band, not for the love of music, but as a means to charm the ladies. At that time, the guitar was indeed a potent tool for wooing. He strummed a few chords tentatively, the sound a bit jarring. Shen Tianli teased, "Hey, are you even capable?" Lin Zhe chuckled, replying, "I think you can start recording on your phone now." "What? Afraid of embarrassment?" Shen Tianli playfully bantered. Lin Zhe merely shrugged. With a smile, Shen Tianli activated her phone's camera and began recording. Lin Zhe flashed her a grin and started to play. As melodious notes cascaded forth, Shen Tianli found herself momentarily entranced. Could it be that this guy truly had the ability? Moreover, the prelude was quite beautiful, oddly resonating with the theme of her recent drama. Years rarely yield silence. The autumn wind weary of wandering. The sunset lingers, reluctant to depart, hanging upon the wall, loath to leave me. The whispers of yesteryear have drifted eastward with the tides. And as I glance back, memories fall like leaves in the autumn breeze. As these lyrics flowed from Lin Zhe's lips, Shen Tianli was left astounded, her sensuous lips parting in disbelief. Could it be that he genuinely possessed this talent? And he sang so beautifully? Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have never dared to believe it. Unfazed by her astonishment, Lin Zhe continued to play and sing. Love has reached its end, and hatred relinquishes its promises. Fate considers itself humorous, with thoughts too numerous to bear. Lofty aspirations meet few who remain, and as I look back, I hear laughter echoing in dreams. Shen Tianli was utterly taken aback, rising from her seat, her focus on the recording now intensified. Lin Zhe, however, was unperturbed. His expression took on a tinge of melancholy. His eyes dimmed with a hint of sadness. Indeed, Lin Zhe's mood had soured, as he felt the weight of the lyrics resonate deeply within him. Fate considers itself humorous, with thoughts too numerous to control. Lofty aspirations yield scant rewards, and true confidants are few and far between. As he looks back, laughter echoes in his ears. Amidst a drunken dream, these lyrics resonate deeply with Lin Zhe, as if narrating his own destiny. In this moment, memories of his experiences on Blue Star flood his mind. Once a student at Qingbei, he had a remarkably bright future ahead of him. However, tragedy struck when his father was betrayed by a brother, leading to his untimely demise. With no choice but to inherit his father's legacy, Lin Zhe devoted 3 years to expanding their gang, ultimately becoming the unrivaled king of the night on Blue Star. Just as he contemplated a transformation, yearning to lead a normal life with his brothers, he was backstabbed by the woman he cherished most. It was only at the brink of death that Lin Zhe discovered the woman he had held in his hands, even willing to sacrifice his life for her, was an undercover agent. The song continues, and Lin Zhe's voice suddenly rises. Laughing, lamenting my lack of words, the madness of the past has come to naught. Blunt blades and weary hearts sever ties. Dreams shatter as paths grow desolate, and no one comprehends the footprints I've left behind. Through the years, I've longed with weary eyes, yet the turbulent world remains opaque. As the final note lingers, Lin Zhe gazes out the window, contemplating the woman who betrayed him. He wonders if, in the still of the night, she feels even a hint of remorse. Yet, he soon realizes that such thoughts are irrelevant. What truly matters is that she has successfully severed his trust in women. Thus, in his rebirth, he aspires to be a heartless rogue. Shun Tianli feels an urge to weep, perplexed by the surge of emotions within her. She is merely listening to a beautiful song, yet from Lin Zhe's voice. She discerns a palpable sense of helplessness towards life and fate, alongside profound sorrow. An inexplicable tenderness wells up in her heart, prompting an impulse to embrace Lin Zhe. Just then, Lin Zhe flashes a mischievous smile. Do you love me? In that instant, all sadness vanishes without a trace. Shun Tianli laughs, saving the video and eagerly sending it to Su Qingxue, knowing it will drive her to the brink of frustration. After sending the video, she rewards Lin Zhe with a charming smile. Congratulations, you now have 20 points. Keep it up. Lin Zhe beams with delight. Within less than 2 days, he has already amassed 20 points. It seems that a night with her is just around the corner. Chapter 15. Lacking confidence in pursuing you after sending the video to Su Qingxue, Shun Tianli cheerfully inquires, what is the title of this song? It's called Carefree Lament. Shun Tianli's eyes light up. Wow, what a beautiful name. Indeed, I think it's quite lovely as well. Not only is the title melodious, but the lyrics and melody are also exquisite, as if tailor-made for my fantasy drama. Name your price. Consider it a gift, Lin Zhe proclaimed with a grand gesture. Is this for real? Shun Tianli's enchanting visage was painted with disbelief. Lin Zhe countered. If I were to gift you this song, would it bring you joy? Not just joy. It would make my heart bloom with delight, Shun Tianli replied with a coy smile. Then it's yours. Your happiness is all that matters. Shun Tianli was well aware that Lin Zhe was intentionally teasing her, yet inexplicably, her heart fluttered at his words. It seemed no one had ever uttered such sentiments to her before. Do you realize the profits this song could yield for you? How much? Lin Zhe inquired. Let me put it this way. Whether my drama becomes a hit is uncertain, but this song will undoubtedly soar. The royalties and various fees will surely accumulate to an 8-figure sum. If you perform it, numerous businesses will invite you for shows, which would be another significant income. She explained. Wow, that lucrative? What, regretting it now? Shun Tianli teased with a smile. Indeed, I regret it as if my heart is being sliced. Perhaps you could soothe it for me? Lin Zhe jested. Soothe what? Your heart? Precisely. Shun Tianli burst into laughter. You rogue, Lin Zhe chuckled in return. Once Shun Tianli's laughter subsided, she asked earnestly, in all seriousness, how did you compose this song? I plagiarized, Lin Zhe admitted candidly. Don't jest, such a beautiful song. Once released, is bound to be a sensation. I must have heard it before. Shun Tianli implied that a song as splendid as this could not have been unheard of, indicating it had yet to be published. If that's the case, what do you mean by plagiarism? I never claimed I copied it from this planet, he clarified. What do you mean? Are you saying you plagiarized from another planet? Indeed. Shun Tianli shot him a disbelieving glance, unconvinced by his absurdity. Noticing her incredulity, Lindsay decided not to argue further. Well, now that the theme song is settled, can we proceed with the transaction? Not so fast. You must agree to something first. You can't possibly be trying to renege, can you? Shen Tianli exclaimed, exasperated. And here I thought you were interested in me. Yet, this is how you treat me? She looked at him, bemused. She was curious how this related to his interest in her. Don't worry, you will receive your payment. I merely wish to know if you could sing this song. Once the recording is complete, I shall transfer the funds. I can sing for you. However, this song requires a rearrangement, preferably with the addition of various instruments, such as the melodious sounds of flutes and bamboo pipes, to imbue it with an ethereal quality. Shen Tianli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Lindsay. Lindsay, I believe you are right. Why not take on the task of arranging the music? I would be delighted to assist you with this endeavor, but regrettably, I have not studied music arrangement. Very well then, I shall enlist others to do it. Once they complete the arrangement, we can proceed with the recording. Thus, during their creative process, let us transfer the funds. Shen Tianli chuckled. You seem quite captivated by monetary matters. Lindsay yearned to convey that it was not mere greed that drove him, but an urgent need for startup capital. So many lucrative opportunities lay before him, yet he felt powerless to seize them. It was akin to guarding a treasure trove of gold while being unable to extract any, an utterly disheartening sensation. Damn it, money is the lifeblood of a man. I am now down to a mere 10 million, lacking the confidence even to pursue you. Ha ha, Lindsay, you're going to make me laugh myself to death. Therefore, in order to facilitate my swift arrival at your side, do hurry and transfer the funds. Shen Tianli burst into laughter once more, marveling at how effortlessly he wielded his charm. All right, seeing your eagerness, let us go. I shall make the transfer for you. Shen Tianli replied with a smile. You truly possess a tender heart, Shen Tianli. Heaven must surely bless you to be with me soon. Shen Tianli was nearly breathless with laughter at his audacity. After sending a video of Lin Zhe singing to the company's dedicated arrangement teacher, she and Lin Zhe hurried towards the bank. As Su Qingxue arrived at the company with Ji Zifeng, she received the video sent by Shen Tianli. Without needing to watch, she knew it was intended to provoke her. Yet, inexplicably, she clicked play. In the next moment, Lin Zhe's face filled her screen. A tremor coursed through her heart. The sweet sound of the guitar resonated from the video. Su Qingxue's mood soured instantly. What was the meaning of this? That scoundrel had sung to Shen Tianli? Before their divorce, he had claimed he would only sing for himself in this lifetime. Soon, Lin Zhe's magnetic voice flowed through her phone, echoing in her ears. Years seldom silent, autumn winds weary of wandering. The sunset lingers, hesitating on the wall, reluctant to part from me. Su Qingxue was taken aback. This was a song she had never heard before. Not only that, but it was evident that Lin Zhe infused it with his emotions, rendering the piece bittersweet, yet also liberating and filled with longing. In short, she found herself captivated, irresistibly drawn in, and she eagerly continued to listen. Love has reached its end, and hatred has relinquished its promises. Fate considers itself humorous, and my thoughts are too numerous to control. When these lines of lyrics resonated in Su Qingxue's ears, she felt a dull thud in her head. Love has reached its end. Hatred has relinquished its promises. Su Qingxue murmured these two lines repeatedly. Is Lin Zhe singing about himself and her? Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had become red-rimmed. In the video, Lin Zhe was clearly smiling. Yet Su Qingxue sensed an overwhelming sadness lurking within him. After all, the woman he cherished for 7 years had chosen another man over him. The song in the video continued, but Su Qingxue could no longer bear to listen. She recalled the Lin Zhe of the past. A kind and proud individual, the campus heartthrob of High University, the top student in his major, the president of the student council, and a recipient of national awards. He was destined for a brilliant future, yet he willingly accompanied her into the abyss of marriage, fully aware that he was merely a substitute for another. After 3 years of marriage, he had suppressed all his brilliance, content to be a homemaker solely to care for her. Yet in the end, he was left abandoned. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Su Qingxue's heart ached profoundly. Chapter 16. My taste is not that poor. This marked Lin Zhe's 7th time checking the balance in his bank account. With each count, a broader smile blossomed on his face, resembling someone who had never witnessed the world. However, to be candid, Lin Zhe was not as naive as he appeared. At the pinnacle of his success, his bank account had once held over 70 billion. His joy stemmed from the realization that his career was finally taking off. He could finally spread his wings and seize control of his life. Come on, it's just 100 million. Look at you. So pleased, he jested. Listen, Shen Tianli. Are you even speaking sensibly? What do you mean, just 100 million? Do you comprehend the magnitude of 100 million? How immense. It could allow me to indulge in you 9 times in a single night without feeling weary. Shen Tianli erupted into laughter. What a rogue. You truly are a rogue. Lindsay chuckled. Just kidding. 5 times is already my limit. Sounds like you've tried it before, she teased. Who knows? Lindsay replied with a grin. As images of the passionate night he spent with Su Qingxue flooded his mind. What was once an enticing scene now left a sour taste in his heart. He genuinely craved Su Qingxue's body, particularly her long, snow-white legs, which, when clad in stockings, were utterly irresistible. Damn it, why couldn't I have traversed time sooner? If only I had traversed through time a bit earlier, I would have already captivated Su Qingxue, leaving no chance for her to divorce. Shen Tianli, observing Lin Zai's mischievous grin, curiously inquired, have you truly attempted that? Yes, he replied. Did you sleep with Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli's eyes widened, sparkling like dewy green plums. Take another guess. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianli inexplicably sighed in relief. I guess not at all. It's mealtime. Treat me to a meal. No invitation, Lin Zai retorted. What? Do you not desire the remaining payment? He quickly added with a grin, just joking. Not only will I treat you to a meal, but I'd also be willing to offer you something else. Shen Tianli, intrigued, asked, what else can you treat me to besides a meal? Oh, plenty of things, like suffering a loss or being utterly astonished, Lin Zai replied with a playful smile. I understand the first, but what on earth is the latter? Lin Zai did not elaborate, instead casting an ambiguous glance at Shen Tianli. She regarded him with suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, the idiom resonated in her mind. And suddenly, understanding dawned upon her. Her fair cheeks flushed with a captivating crimson. This rogue, how shameless. Observing her reaction, Lin Zai realized she had comprehended his meaning. He anticipated a retort, yet unexpectedly, amidst her embarrassment, Shen Tianli suddenly smiled seductively. Well then, if you conquer me, I shall indulge in you. Lin Zai's heart raced at her words. It must be said, she had a knack for enticing others. They dined at Yiping Xian. Aren't you and Su Qingxue sworn enemies? Why would you choose to eat here, given it's her family's establishment? Lin Zai asked, perplexed. Shen Tianli replied with a hint of resignation. The food here is simply delectable. Then why not poach their chef? He suggested. What a splendid idea. Why didn't I think of that? I could open Erpen Xian instead. Uffed, Erpen Xian. What a juvenile name. They both chuckled as they made their way into the restaurant. Just then, the thunderous roar of a supercar reached Lin Zai's ears. Instinctively, he turned to glance. A brand new supercar had audaciously halted at the restaurant entrance, followed closely by a luxurious vehicle. It was none other than Su Qingxue and Jizifeng. That devoted admirer of hers treats her white moonlight so well, Shen Tianli remarked with a coy smile. Did you know this supercar was a gift from Su Qingxue to Jizifeng? Of course. She reserved this car half a month ago. Are you envious? Shen Tianli teased. Lin Zai nodded. Indeed, I envy Jizifeng immensely. Envious of how Su Qingxue treats him? Shen Tianli pressed on. Yes, I envy how well Su Qingxue treats him. If someone were to treat me like that, I would undoubtedly be moved to reciprocate wholeheartedly. As he spoke, Lin Zai glanced at Shen Tianli, believing he had hinted quite clearly. Surely, she would be touched. Shen Tianli chuckled with delight. You rogue, let us set aside that for now. I'm simply teasing Su Qingxue's dark moonlight. What? Are you trying to entice Jizifeng to make Su Qingxue jealous? Don't be ridiculous. My taste is not that poor, she winked at Lin Zai. With a radiant smile, she addressed Jizifeng. Jizifeng, it's a pleasure to see you again. Upon encountering Shen Tianli, particularly when she greeted him so proactively, Jizifeng felt a surge of excitement within. He became increasingly convinced that Shen Tianli harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so forward. Moreover, her alluring smile only added to his conviction. Jizifeng waved at Shen Tianli with a grin, then his gaze shifted to Lin Zai. Noticing Lin Zai was fixated on his sports car, Jizifeng felt an exhilarating thrill. Lin Zai, are you envious? I intend to make you feel that way. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Zai. She hadn't anticipated running into him here. The sight of him reminded her of the song he sang while holding a guitar, and her heart began to ache faintly. She thought Lin Zai would glance her way, but he didn't spare her a single look. At that moment, he was engrossed in admiring the luxury car she had gifted to Jizifeng. And for some inexplicable reason, Su Qingxue felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Su Qingxue, did you enjoy Lin Zhe's song? To be honest, it was crafted especially for me, Sheng Qianli said with a flirtatious smile. Su Qingxue's heart quivered. What? That song was specifically written for Sheng Qianli by Lin Zhe? She felt a surge of displeasure instantly. Casting a resentful glance at Lin Zhe, she thought, that scoundrel has never composed a song for me. What song? Ji Zifeng inquired with curiosity. Sheng Qianli giggled. I want to tell you. Her enticing gaze and charming smile left Ji Zifeng utterly captivated. He genuinely believed Sheng Qianli was flirting with him. Were it not for Su Qingxue's presence, Ji Zifeng would have certainly tried to tease her further. He was confident that with just a little flirtation, she would be completely enthralled. No, I must add Sheng Qianli to my circle of allure and entice her properly, Ji Zifeng thought to himself, chuckling. Lin Zhe, who would have thought we share such a fateful connection? Since that is the case, why not dine together? After all, we shared a meal last night. Of course, he didn't genuinely wish to dine with Lin Zhe. He intended to showcase his affection for Su Qingxue to provoke Lin Zhe. And he was eager to take the opportunity to add Sheng Qianli to his circle of allure. Apologies, but I refuse to dine with an ugly creature, Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly. Uft! Sheng Qianli burst into laughter. Even Su Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 17. So rude. Ji Zifeng was infuriated, feeling that Lin Zhe was humiliating him. Indeed, he is slightly more handsome than himself. However, one cannot utter such words in the presence of a beautiful woman. Had it not been for the need to maintain his persona, Ji Zifeng would have already unleashed a torrent of curses. Nevertheless, despite his inner discontent, Ji Zifeng feigned a sense of grievance and said, Qingxue, since Linza does not favor me, shall we change our location? He believed that by portraying himself as wronged, Su Qingxue would surely come to his defense. The thought of Linza's affection for Su Qingxue, while she took it upon herself to reprimand him on Ji Zifeng's behalf, sent shivers of delight coursing through him. Yet, Su Qingxue remained silent. Not only did she refrain from speaking, but she also inexplicably found Ji Zifeng somewhat tiresome. What was even more alarming was her sudden realization of a rather unsettling truth. When Sheng Qianli greeted Ji Zifeng in a flirtatious tone, she felt nothing. To be more precise, she experienced not a single ounce of displeasure. In contrast, her fury was palpable whenever Linza stood beside Sheng Qianli. Even if they did nothing at all, could it be that I have truly developed feelings for that scoundrel Linza? No, that is implausible. I must simply be accustomed to his presence, and now that he is with someone else, it irks me. Yes, that must be it. Upon hearing Ji Zifeng's words, Linza exchanged a glance with Sheng Qianli, followed by a shared smile. From the expressions in their eyes, it was clear that they both harbored disdain for Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue, initially reluctant to speak, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger upon witnessing the flirtation between Linza and Sheng Qianli. At 25 years old, judging someone solely by their appearance? Linza, you've made no progress at all. Moreover, in my eyes, Ji Zifeng is 100 times more handsome than you, she exclaimed with indignation. Linza chuckled. Yes, he is handsome, strikingly so. Perhaps you should lock him down, then? Su Qingxue was incensed to the point of wanting to spit blood. Didn't that scoundrel fancy her? How could he remain unfazed by her remarks? This was inconceivable. He must be putting on an act. Ji Zifeng was elated. He was on cloud 9, reveling in the moment, knowing that Su Qingxue, the devoted admirer, would rally to his side. Yet he restrained himself, for he needed to uphold his image. Su Qingxue studied Linza for a moment, and seeing his demeanor unchanged, her heart sank. She couldn't help but think, could it be that this scoundrel no longer harbors feelings for me? The moment that thought crossed her mind, her heart felt as though it were being wrenched apart. She regretted her earlier words. Why had she spoken so thoughtlessly? Instinctively, she yearned to clarify to Linza that she was not defending Ji Zifeng nor seeking vengeance for him. She was simply upset by his behavior. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she swallowed them back. She feared that voicing such sentiments would only invite mockery from Sheng Qianli, who had a penchant for teasing her, always seeking to provoke her emotions. Sheng Qianli also noticed the dimness in Lin Zhe's eyes. She understood that Su Qingxue's earlier words had caused him distress. Honestly, she empathized profoundly with Lin Zhe's feelings at that moment. The person he had cherished for 7 years was now brazenly humiliating him for the sake of another man. Such an experience would be unbearable for anyone. Lin Zhe, let us relocate, she suggested. It's merely a meal, and besides, Do you not enjoy the dishes here? Shun Tianli's heart quivered, despite his evident sorrow. He insisted on staying for the sake of the food he liked. It would be disingenuous for Shun Tianli to claim she was unaffected by this. Lin Zhe, however, was not overthinking. He simply found the cuisine at Yiping Xian delightful. After years of being a leader in Blue Star, his palate had become quite discerning, rendering ordinary food unappealing to him. Very well, let us dine here. Order whatever you wish. It's my treat, Shun Tianli declared with boldness. Lin Zhe's earlier gloom dissipated as he grinned. Then I shall treat you to a feast. I welcome your generosity, Shun Tianli replied with a flirtatious smile. Although she spoke of dining, Ji Zifeng, upon hearing Shun Tianli's words, inexplicably felt that she was inviting Lin Zhe to her bed, especially when he observed Shun Tianli linking arms with Lin Zhe as they entered the restaurant. Ji Zifeng couldn't shake the feeling that they were about to book a room together. Ji Zifeng was displeased. Damn it, why him? What gives Lin Zhe the right? Shouldn't Shun Tianli be vying for my attention? Su Qingxue, witnessing Shun Tianli with Lin Zhe, felt even more irked than Ji Zifeng. She yearned to rush forward and forcefully separate them, demanding to know why she dared to embrace Lin Zhe. Qingxue, let us go inside as well, Ji Zifeng said softly, suppressing his irritation. Su Qingxue snapped back to reality, nodded in acknowledgement, and hastily entered the restaurant without waiting for Ji Zifeng. He felt a twinge of disappointment, not because Su Qingxue hadn't waited for him, but because she hadn't wrapped her arm around him like Shun Tianli did with Lin Zhe. Ultimately, they shared the meal together, as there were no other private rooms available, and this particular one belonged to Su Qingxue. There was no escaping it. Yiping Xian was simply too popular. Upon realizing they would be dining together, Su Qingxue experienced a flicker of secret delight. She couldn't quite comprehend why such emotions surged within her, yet she felt a thrill and even took the initiative to sit across from Lin Zhe. Shun Tianli, too, felt a sense of triumph, for she could once again showcase her affection for Lin Zhe, much to Su Qingxue's chagrin. She relished watching Su Qingxue's discomfort. As for Ji Zifeng, his joy eclipsed that of both Su Qingxue and Shun Tianli, for Shun Tianli was seated directly across from him. Observing her at such close quarters only intensified his perception of her as an enchanting beauty. Regardless of her appearance or her smile, Ji Zifeng found her utterly enchanting. Only Lin Zhe felt somewhat disheartened. He had no desire to dine with Su Qingxue, and even less to share a meal with that insufferable Ji Zifeng. Lin Zhe remarked, I'm going to the restroom. Shun Tianli, with a flirtatious smile, asked, Do you need me to accompany you? What? Are you going to make me your bathroom buddy? With a chuckle, Shun Tianli laughed heartily, allowing Lin Zhe the opportunity to slip out of the private room. Lin Zhe is quite rude, Ji Zifeng commented with a smile. Indeed, I find his rudeness quite appealing, Shun Tianli replied, causing Ji Zifeng to feel somewhat unsettled. What was going on with Shun Tianli? Wasn't she interested in him? Why was she now so protective of Lin Zhe? Su Qingxue also felt a twinge of discomfort. Realizing that Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli's relationship had developed to such a level of intimacy. Once outside the private room, Lin Zhe let out a sigh of relief. To be frank, there was a restroom inside the room. However, he was reluctant to face Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng. He simply wanted to step out for some fresh air. After washing his hands, Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and ambled back towards the private room. As he passed one of the other rooms, a hand suddenly reached out and forcefully pulled him inside. Chapter 18. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate, but upon seeing the face of the person who had grabbed him, he smiled. Miss Su, you didn't pull me into this room with the intention of becoming intimate, did you? But I must apologize. I am not interested in women who have been touched by others, not even for a hand-holding. Indeed, the one who had pulled him into the room was none other than Su Qingxue. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue was instantly infuriated. Her initial intention for bringing Lin Zhe inside was to persuade him to distance himself from Shun Tianli. However, faced with Lin Zhe's unjust accusations, she quickly dismissed that thought. You jerk, I did not. What do you mean you did not? Lin Zhe retorted. You divorced me for him, which clearly shows you have feelings for him. Moreover, you picked him up yesterday. I refuse to believe that you didn't hold hands, embrace, or kiss. Su Qingxue's anger grew. How dare this jerk presume to judge her? She shouted, You fool, I did not let him hold my hand, I did not let him embrace me, and certainly did not allow him to kiss me. She intended to refute Lin Zhe's claims, yet her words seemed to come out in a desperate attempt to clarify everything to him. In a bid to convince Lin Zhe of her innocence, she continued to shout, I didn't even let him sit in the passenger seat. I didn't eat the food he offered me, and I didn't allow him to stay at our house. As she reached this point in her thoughts, Su Qingshue's eyes unexpectedly brimmed with tears, for she felt a profound sense of injustice. She had not allowed Jizefeng to touch her in any way. Yet this man chose not to believe her words. Based on the original owner's understanding of Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe was convinced she was not fabricating her story. Nevertheless, he found himself perplexed by her feelings. Was she not hopelessly in love with Jizefeng? Even before his return, she was eager to divorce him. And now that he had returned, he gifted her an extravagant sports car. Yet, until now, she had not even allowed him to hold her hand. If that were the case, could he indulge in her company a few more times? There was no denying that Lin Zhe was genuinely captivated by Su Qingshue's physique, especially those long, slender, snow-white legs that became utterly irresistible when clad in stockings and high heels. However, he was acutely aware that winning her over, given her affection for Jizefeng, would not be a simple endeavor. Years of experience in courting women had taught Lin Zhe that he must first whet her appetite. Contemplating this, he let out a sudden sigh. Alas, though you have yet to share any intimate moments, your heart is wholly his. It is only a matter of time before he claims you. Su Qingshuo immediately grew anxious. I don't want him to have me. Her frantic denial only intensified Lin Zhe's suspicions. I find it hard to believe you. You're willing to give him such an expensive sports car, yet you've never bestowed me with anything of the sort. Su Qingshuo felt an unexplainable pang of guilt. I ordered the car for him before he returned to the country, but after delivering it today, I regretted it. If it displeases you, I can gift you one too. And even a more luxurious one. Lin Zhe was increasingly doubtful. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for Jizefeng? If so, how could she claim to regret giving him a gift right after presenting it? Well, your wealth seems to come effortlessly. He feigned a tone of grievance. Pretending to be innocent? Who can't do that? Su Qingshuo felt a tremor in her heart. She was increasingly aware of her disloyalty to Lin Zhe. It's all right. I can genuinely give you a more expensive one. That's unnecessary. I dislike receiving second-hand gifts meant for others. Then, what else can I offer you? What do you desire? Lin Zhe deliberately gazed intently at Su Qingshuo, his expression somber as he replied, What I wish for no longer belongs to me. Lin Zhe felt the need to applaud his own acting skills. It was truly remarkable. He was certain that this poignant remark, combined with his sorrowful gaze, would leave Su Qingshuo utterly heartbroken. Su Qingshuo's heart quivered. What he desired no longer belonged to him. Could it be that he yearned for her? It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation, for she indeed did not belong to him anymore. As Su Qingshuo contemplated this, her heart was suddenly pierced with pain, rendering her almost breathless. She parted her lips, intending to utter something, yet despite her efforts, no words emerged. All right, Su Qingshuo, you should leave now. Do not let Jizefeng know that we were conversing here. I fear he may misconstrue it and direct his ire towards you. After all, no man wishes to witness the one he cherishes engaging closely with another. With these words, Lin Zhe deliberately turned to walk towards the door, convinced that having spoken thus, he would not be permitted to depart. As Su Qingshuo observed Lin Zhe's retreating figure, her eyes began to redden further, as if she were on the verge of losing him forever the moment he stepped away. This feeling was undeniably wretched. Moreover, Lin Zhe's final remark struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, he cherished her deeply, yet here she was, appearing with another man before him. This was akin to pouring salt on his wounds, or rather, sprinkling poison. Just as Lin Zhe's hand grasped the doorknob, poised to leave, Su Qingshuo's voice trembled as she called out, Stop! A mischievous grin adorned Lin Zhe's face, revealing his inner turmoil. He turned back, his expression now tinged with sorrow. What is it? Why did you compose a song for Shen Tianli? She inquired, her voice quaking. Isn't she currently wallowing in her self-inflicted regrets? Shouldn't her redemption lie in seeking solace within your embrace instead of this? Oh, it was merely a burst of inspiration. I casually penned a piece for her. You have never created one for me, Su Qingshuo said, her tone laced with grievance. Is that what you desire? I do, she admitted. A song, while seemingly trivial, took on new significance when it was composed for Shen Tianli, igniting a sense of imbalance within Su Qingshuo. Hence, she too yearned for one. Fine. Wait for me at home tonight. I shall craft a song for you. A wave of immense surprise washed over Su Qingshuo. Are you serious? Of course I am. What? Do you not wish for me to return? I do, she blurted out. Lin Zhe chuckled and playfully pinched her cheek. All right, Then wait for me tonight. Su Qingxue nodded eagerly. I shall take my leave now. She nodded once more, watching Lin Zhe depart, suddenly filled with anticipation for their evening rendezvous. Chapter 19. Taking action upon Lin Zhe's return to the private room, Ji Zifeng was animatedly discussing various customs and traditions from abroad with Shen Tianli, his excitement palpable. Shen Tianli appeared to be a love-struck girl, her hands cradling her chin as she gazed at Ji Zifeng with a radiant smile. To be honest, this scene filled Ji Zifeng with a sense of pride. He increasingly believed that Shen Tianli harbored feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not display such an adoring gaze. Having just added her to his contacts, he resolved to charm her further upon their next encounter. Ji Zifeng was confident that with the slightest beckoning, he could entice the enchanting Shen Tianli to his bed. He envisioned capturing the moment of their intimacy and sending it to Lin Zhe, hoping to provoke a reaction. What did it matter if Lin Zhe was more handsome? The women he desired would ultimately succumb to his allure. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by Lin Zhe's entrance, who wore a smile as he approached. Ji Zifeng scoffed disdainfully. After taking his seat, Lin Zhe sent Shen Tianli a message. Such a fickle girl, moving on so quickly? Upon reading the message, Shen Tianli cast Lin Zhe a flirtatious glance and swiftly replied. Does he even qualify? I'm merely toying with this fool. Huh, you're clearly smitten, Lin Zhe teased. Shen Tianli burst into laughter, her exuberance causing her to cough violently. While Lin Zhe remained unfazed, Ji Zifeng, feigning concern, inquired, Tianli, are you all right? She waved her hand dismissively. Lin Zhe, I must admonish you. Witnessing your girlfriend cough so severely and you remain indifferent is quite alarming. If she were mine, I would be utterly distressed. As he spoke, Ji Zifeng cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Tianli. Truly, she was a master of manipulation. Lin Zhe chuckled. How do you know I'm not concerned? Besides, there are various ways to express care. Mere words hold little weight. I prefer to demonstrate my feelings through actions. Yet I see no tangible actions from you. Ji Zifeng retorted. Lin Zhe shrugged casually, wrapping his arm around Shen Tianli's slender waist, drawing her close, and lifting her chin to inquire. Have I not shown you concern in bed? Shen Tianli was taken aback. How dare this rogue brazenly embrace her? Had he become addicted to such behavior after their night at the bar? Moreover, his flippant remarks were infuriating. Yet, inexplicably, she didn't feel anger. Instead, her heart raced. The potent scent of his masculine presence bombarded her senses. How annoying, Shen Tianli said shyly, genuinely flustered, not merely playing along with Lin Zhe's antics. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of frustration, his fists clenched tightly. He not only felt his fists hardening, but even his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. It was maddening that he had yet to even touch Su Qingxue's hand. Yet Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, had already shared a bed with Shen Tianli. How could he dare? What gave him the extraordinary fortune to be with Shen Tianli? Hey, Ji Zifeng, why are you so upset that I'm sleeping with my girlfriend? Are you perhaps envious? Lin Zhe feigned innocence as he asked. Ji Zifeng let out a few awkward chuckles, hastily suppressing his anger. With a forced smile, he replied, No. I just feel you're not respecting Tianli. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to speak of such matters in public? I rather think Lin Zhe is simply being true to himself, saying what he feels. Shen Tianli chimed in with a sultry smile. Ji Zifeng was on the verge of exploding. What did Shen Tianli mean by siding with that scoundrel Lin Zhe? Did she truly favor such crude expressions? Observing Ji Zifeng's barely contained fury, Lin Zhe could not help but squeeze Shen Tianli's slender waist. Wow, your waist is so slender, Lin Zhe whispered in her ear. At this, Shen Tianli was about to push him away, but then she caught sight of Su Qingxue entering the private room. Deliberately, she leaned closer into Lin Zhe's embrace, asking in an exceptionally coy tone, Do you like it? Of course, Lin Zhe replied with a beaming smile. As Su Qingxue stepped into the room, she was met with the sight of Shen Tianli provocatively nestled against Lin Zhe. The scene ignited her anger, causing her to clench her fists. Although she didn't understand why Shen Tianli posed such a question to Lin Zhe, his response sent her into a rage. This scoundrel, who had harbored a crush on her for 7 years, was now uttering words of affection to Shen Tianli. Taking her seat opposite Lin Zhe, she noticed Shen Tianli still nestled in his embrace and suddenly remarked with a cold smile, Shen Tianli, this is a dining place, not a venue for your provocations. What can I say? I just feel like being flirtatious when I see Lin Zhe, Shen Tianli replied with a flirtatious smile. Ji Zifeng envied her, almost in tears. Damn it, why was Su Qingxue always so cold? Couldn't she learn a thing? or two from Shun Tianli. No, he was determined to win over Shun Tianli and torment her in bed. Lin Zhe remained unfazed, fully aware that Shun Tianli was deliberately provoking Su Qingxue. Frankly, Su Qingxue also recognized Shun Tianli's intent to irritate her. After so many years of knowing Shun Tianli, no one understood her character better than Su Qingxue. Despite her alluring appearance, her personality was the complete opposite. Yet, knowing that Shun Tianli was intentionally provoking her, Su Qingxue could not contain the fury simmering within her. As she observed Shun Tianli shamelessly leaning against Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue was overwhelmed by an impulse to pull Shun Tianli away from his embrace. A sense of infringement gripped her heart, as if something that belonged to her was being usurped by another. This feeling was profoundly unsettling. At that moment, Su Qingxue's phone suddenly chimed with the notification of a green bubble. A flicker of joy surged within her, as she initially presumed it to be a message from Lin Zhe. However, her elation swiftly dissipated upon realizing that the message was from Ji Zifeng. Gazing at Ji Zifeng's text, Su Qingxue abruptly recognized that since entering the private room, she had scarcely paid any attention to him. All her focus had been devoted to Lin Zhe. This realization caused her brows to furrow slightly. Wasn't it Ji Zifeng she admired? Why was she so easily captivated by Lin Zhe? It must be the irritation caused by that scoundrel and Shun Tianli. Yes, that had to be it. After comforting herself, Su Qingxue quickly began to read Ji Zifeng's message. Qingxue, that Shun Tianli is utterly inappropriate. She knows Lin Zhe just divorced you yesterday. Yet she is already eagerly nestled in his arms. Lin Zhe is quite insufferable, completely oblivious to the need for discretion. Ji Zifeng's words warmed Su Qingxue's heart, reminding her that he was indeed on her side during this critical moment. She cast a grateful glance in Ji Zifeng's direction, sensing that he had touched Su Qingxue's heart. Ji Zifeng sent another message. Qingxue, since they wish to provoke you, why don't we retaliate? If Lin Zhe adores you so much, wouldn't it infuriate him to see you in my embrace? Upon reading this message, Su Qingxue's brows knitted together. Was Ji Zifeng seeking to initiate physical contact with her? Or was he aiming to provoke Lin Zhe? Regardless of the intention, she found neither appealing. Suddenly, she stood up and, with an irked tone, addressed Ji Zifeng. No. Chapter 20. Let us talk after you secure it. Ji Zifeng felt as though he were on the brink of despair. He had never envisioned that Su Qingxue would reject him. However, that was not the sole reason for his dismay. The true source of his frustration lay in the fact that Su Qingxue had openly refused him in front of Lin Zhe. Where could he possibly hide his face? Could she not have conveyed her refusal through the green bubble? What did she mean by no? Suddenly, Shun Tianli inquired with a coy smile. Realizing she had acted impulsively, Su Qingxue's expression darkened, and she feigned indifference, retorting, none of your business. With that, she returned to her seat. Yet, rather than immediately clarifying her stance to Ji Zifeng, she first glanced at Lin Zhe. Noticing him amusedly toying with a lighter, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief, though it was tinged with a hint of grievance. That scoundrel, wouldn't he even inquire why she had uttered those words moments ago? At that moment, Ji Zifeng, unwilling to relent, sent Su Qingxue a message. Qingxue, why do you reject me? Do you no longer have feelings for me? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Ji Zifeng, only to find him gazing at her with a pained expression. Observing his sorrowful demeanor, she expected to feel a pang of sympathy. After all, Ji Zifeng was the one she had cherished for 5 long years. Yet, inexplicably, instead of feeling compassion, her thoughts drifted to Lin Zhe's somber gaze from the adjacent private room. In juxtaposition, Su Qingxue realized that Lin Zhe's eyes evoked a deeper sense of empathy within her. I'm sorry, I simply find it difficult to engage in such matters in public. And besides, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, leading to a certain awkwardness between us. Please grant me some time, Su Qingxue replied to Ji Zifeng. Upon reading her message, Ji Zifeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that Su Qingxue was a reserved girl, unlike Shun Tianli, who was more exuberant. The thought of Shun Tianli reminded him of her nestled in Lin Zhe's embrace. Damn it, why did he lack the good fortune that Lin Zhe seemed to possess? Their meal concluded swiftly, and the group of 4 exited the restaurant together. Upon spotting his sports car, Ji Zifeng's earlier gloom dissipated instantly. He feigned kindness and proposed, Lin Zhe, would you like to take a ride with me? However, Lin Zhe ignored him and, with a pitiful look, turned to Shun Tianli, saying, Shun Tianli, look at this, we are both girlfriends, yet your performance is rather inadequate. I won't accept it. If others have it, I should have it too. Ji Zifeng chuckled at this. He found Lin Zai's audacity rather pathetic, openly asking Shen Tianli for a sports car. Ji Zifeng's mood brightened, for he knew Lin Zai would soon face disappointment. After all, a sports car costs several million. There was no way Shen Tianli would buy one for him. Su Qingxue was furious. What angered her was that she had previously told Lin Zai that she could gift him a more expensive car, but he had declined her offer. Now he was asking Shen Tianli for a sports car. Was he truly acting? Shen Tianli would never buy him a car. When Shen Tianli inevitably turned him down, it would be amusing to witness his embarrassment. Nevertheless, despite her irritation, Su Qingxue found herself contemplating what kind of car to purchase for Lin Zai, determined that it must surpass the value of the one she intended for Ji Zifeng. Shen Tianli, suppressing a laugh, was taken aback by Lin Zai's unexpected side. However, she maintained a sincere demeanor and said, I apologize. I didn't realize you like sports cars and therefore didn't prepare anything for you. But don't worry. I've already ordered a Fengji Z for you, which will arrive within 3 days at the latest. Ji Zifeng was left speechless. The Wind Child, indeed, stands as one of the most prestigious supercars globally, a vehicle worth thrice the 3 cars currently in his possession. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The real surprise lies in the fact that Shen Tianli is genuinely considering purchasing one for Lin Zai. But why? Is it not true that Shen Tianli harbors feelings for herself? Why should she bestow such a luxurious gift upon Lin Zai, that scoundrel? Could it be an attempt to provoke Su Qingxue? Yet, the expense seems excessively extravagant. Su Qingxue was left utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Shen Tianli would indeed gift Lin Zai a supercar, and such an expensive one at that. I refuse to accept the second-hand one, Lin Zai remarked nonchalantly. Shen Tianli replied with a smile, rest assured, it will be brand new. With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue felt her temper rising. Her ire was not directed at Shen Tianli. Rather, it was aimed squarely at Lin Zai. What on earth does this rascal mean? She had given him her first kiss and the experience of holding hands with a member of the opposite sex for the first time. Yet now, he had the audacity to declare he would not accept anything less than new. When did she become second-hand? The urge to remove her high heels and strike him was overwhelming. Suddenly, Su Qingxue recalled that Lin Zai was coming over to serenade her that evening. At that moment, she resolved to confront this scoundrel and demand to know why she was being deemed second-hand. As she watched Lin Zai depart with Shen Tianli, Ji Zifeng finally regained his senses. He reached out, intending to take Su Qingxue's hand. To be fair, Lin Zai had truly riled him up. Ji Zifeng resolved to hasten his pursuit of Su Qingxue. Once he successfully won her over, her wealth would be at his disposal. However, just as his hand extended, Su Qingxue recoiled in evident panic. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, staring at her in bewilderment. He could not comprehend why, after their enjoyable online conversations prior to his return, Su Qingxue had promised to be his girlfriend upon his arrival. Yet now, even holding hands seemed impossible. Su Qingxue was equally astonished by her own reaction, feeling as though she were evading a venomous snake. Zifeng, I apologize. I believe we should take things slowly. Holding hands is a gesture reserved for romantic partners, and so much has transpired during our 3 years apart. Please grant me a little more time. Ji Zifeng was not pleased, yet he could only suppress his discontent. He was not in a position to provoke Su Qingxue. Nevertheless, he could not help but harbor a simmering resentment, thinking, just wait, Su Qingxue. When I finally win you over, you shall see how I can dominate you. Not only will I have you as my devoted servant, but I shall also seize all your assets. With that thought, Ji Zifeng felt a sense of relief. He smiled softly and said, I apologize for being too forward. I merely wished to embrace my beloved sooner. Su Qingxue furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of discomfort. What did it mean to embrace beauty early? It sounded as though one were eager to possess another's body. However, upon further reflection, she considered that Ji Zifeng's eagerness might stem from his deep affection for her, prompting him to desire their union so fervently. Just give me a little more time. Let us head back to the company first. I'll take you for your onboarding. Coincidentally, the company is facing some challenges that require your exceptional talents to resolve. What challenges? Ji Zifeng inquired, his curiosity piqued. We have a top-tier contract nearing expiration, and the artist has been reluctant to renew. Could you assist me in persuading her? Absolutely. I excel in persuasion. I assure you. She will be more than willing to renew, Ji Zifeng declared confidently. Then I'll leave it to you. Ji Zifeng, with a playful glimmer in his eyes, asked, Qingxue, if I manage to secure her agreement, Will you consider being my girlfriend? Su Qingshua's expression soured instantly. She despised those who imposed conditions before any agreement was reached. If he had made a different request, it might have been acceptable, but this was an excessive demand. In contrast, Lindsay had never behaved in such a manner. For 3 years of marriage, he had always contributed silently, often leaving her to discover many things only afterward. With a nonchalant tone, Su Qingxue replied, "Let us discuss that once you've secured her." Chapter 21. The heartless woman Lindsay and Shun Tianli did not return to the company. After leaving the restaurant, they headed straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Indeed, Lindsay intended to register a company. "Did you really book a sports car for me?" Lindsay asked with a smile. "Not quite. I merely played along with your charade," she replied. "Damn, I knew a woman's words were deceitful," he retorted. "Huh." Shun Tianli chuckled. It was astonishing how he could scold himself yet remain unfazed, even finding humor in it. "However, I have indeed reserved it for you." Shun Tianli continued with a grin. "Wow, I knew you were both beautiful and kind-hearted." Shun Tianli looked at Lindsay, bemused. He was quite the character. One moment he was criticizing himself, and the next, he was praising his own qualities, the transition so seamless. "Don't rush to thank me. The funds for the sports car will be deducted from the remaining billion," she quipped. "A heartless woman indeed," Lindsay exclaimed, laughing. Shun Tianli could no longer contain her laughter. "You always have a comeback ready. Here's the deal. Perform well, and perhaps I'll gift it to you." "Damn. Am I not performing well enough? You needed a theme song. I provided it. You wanted to provoke Su Qingxue, and I cooperated. What more do you desire? Must I offer myself in gratitude?" "Huh. Lindsay, you truly have no shame," she replied, her laughter echoing. Lindsay chuckled in response. "Why bother with shame? It doesn't fill the stomach. It makes sense. How about this? Assist me with a task, and upon its completion, I shall gift you this car." "What task? Are you familiar with Jiang Qingwe?" "I'm not. Why?" "Hey, don't you pay attention to female celebrities?" "Why should I? I only need to focus on you. After all, they are not as beautiful as you," Lindsay declared with confidence. Such words delighted Shun Tianli. With a playful laugh, she replied, "I adore hearing that. You see, Jiang Qingwe is one of the few top-tier female stars in the country. She was originally an artist under Su Qingshue's agency, but I've heard she is reluctant to renew her contract as it nears expiration. Here's the deal. Persuade her to join my company, and once you succeed, this sports car will be yours." "All right, leave it to me," Lindsay responded readily. Jiang Qingwe is rather aloof and not easily persuaded. Lindsay chuckled. "I never claimed I could certainly win her over. I merely agreed to give it a try." Shun Tianli felt somewhat defeated. Soon, they arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Shun Tianli had made prior arrangements, so the paperwork was processed swiftly. Lindsay named the company Rice Technology, and the business scope encompassed nearly everything. Shun Tianli couldn't help but tease, "What a ridiculous name. You wouldn't understand. I envision my company becoming as indispensable as rice is to everyone," Lindsay retorted. "You truly have grand aspirations," Shun Tianli laughed. Lindsay proclaimed earnestly, "One must have dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a salted fish?" Shun Tianli could not muster a laugh, finding it impossible to mock someone with dreams. "So, what does your company intend to do?" "That's confidential. Let me secure an office space first. Come to my company instead. We have an extra floor upstairs, and the office equipment is all set, lying and used." "Goddess, allow me to devote myself to you. I beg you," Lindsay expressed with gratitude. Shun Tianli smiled flirtatiously. "Dream on. You haven't conquered me yet." "Damn it, conquering in bed counts as conquering too." He thought of this shameless fellow. After leaving the bureau, Lindsay inquired, "Where to next?" "To find Jiang Qingwe. I've arranged a meeting with her manager, and we'll have an hour this afternoon." "Let us go. I wish to see just how remarkable this top-tier star truly is," Lindsay said with a grin. As Shun Tianli's vehicle entered the villa district where she currently resided, Lindsay was taken aback. "Aren't we supposed to meet Jiang Qingwe? Why are we going home?" "Jiang Qingwe lives next door to me," Shun Tianli replied with a charming smile. "Wow, these villas must be quite expensive. Do stars really earn that much?" "Of course they do. A top-tier star like Jiang Qingwe earns as much in a year as the net profit of a medium-sized publicly listed company. So, Jiang Qingwe is indeed a cash cow." "She certainly is," Shun Tianli acknowledged. "No wonder you wish to sign her." Shun Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "I don't necessarily have to sign her. The key point is that she currently belongs to Su Qingxue. If I can secure her, it would deal a devastating blow to Su Qingxue." That makes sense. You wouldn't neglect your efforts to recruit her simply because you have feelings for Su Qingxue, would you? Of course not. The one I desire at present is you. Not Su Qingxue, Lindsay replied earnestly. Shun Tianli, with a teasing smile, responded, then you must put in your utmost effort. After all, you already have 20 points in my book. And if I assist you in securing Jiang Qingwei, how many points would you grant me? 5 points. Come on, Shun. Think bigger. Can't you just give me 80 points outright? Uffed. Shun Tianli burst into laughter. You certainly have the audacity to think so. I am even bolder in action, Lindsay retorted. What do you mean by that? Lindsay gazed at Shun Tianli with a smile. Although he said nothing, it seemed he had conveyed everything. Shun Tianli understood instantly. Her cheeks flushed, and with a playful reprimand, she said, you rogue. After parking in Shun Tianli's designated spot, she led Lindsay to the adjacent villa. Ringing the doorbell, Shun Tianli cautioned, when you meet Jiang Qingwei, tone it down a bit. She has some social anxiety and isn't as exuberant as I am. You mustn't frighten her. I, who am as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, need to tone it down? Lindsay chuckled heartily. Shun Tianli laughed so hard her stomach began to ache. How could this fellow have the audacity to utter such words? As they spoke, the villa's grand door opened automatically, and Shun Tianli ushered Lindsay inside. The villa was elegantly decorated, showcasing the owner's refined taste. However, what captivated Lindsay's attention was not the villa itself, but the enchanting figure seated on the sofa, dressed in flowing white garments. She resembled a celestial being stepping out from an ancient painting, akin to the luminous moon in the sky. Her purity evoked no thoughts of defilement whatsoever. Lindsay was taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's stunning beauty. While Lindsay observed her, she too was gazing back at him. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But he sensed a flicker of excitement in Jiang Qingyue's eyes upon seeing him. Miss Jiang, it is a pleasure to see you again, Shun Tianli greeted with a smile. To her surprise, Jiang Qingyue ignored Shun Tianli and suddenly flashed a sweet smile at Lindsay. Senior, it has been a while. Chapter 22. I remember you now, huh? Lindsay was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Jiang Qingyue actually knew him? Shun Tianli was equally taken aback. She had anticipated that Jiang Qingyue would recognize Lindsay. Jiang, the star, do we know each other? Lindsay inquired curiously. Jiang Qingyue's sparkling eyes held a touch of disappointment as she looked at Lindsay. Senior, you don't remember me? That is a bit disheartening. Shun Tianli was once again provoked by Jiang Qingyue's words. It is well known that she is notoriously shy. Yet now it seems she is playfully teasing Lindsay. Moreover, from her words, it appears her relationship with Lindsay is rather profound. Lindsay, too, is taken aback by Jiang Qingyue's remarks. What could this mean? Could it be that the original owner had wronged her in the past? However, after carefully sifting through the original owner's memories, Lindsay found no recollection of Jiang Qingyue. Observing Lindsay's perplexed expression, Jiang Qingyue softly stated, Senior, I am also from Haida University. You sponsored me to complete my studies. Lindsay was even more bewildered. How could he have no memory of this? Jiang Qingyue continued. 6 years ago, at the entrance of Haida University, a girl cried bitterly after losing her tuition fee. A particularly handsome senior happened to pass by, learned of her predicament, and generously offered her 50,000 yuan, while also providing her with words of encouragement. Senior, that little girl was me. And you were the one who gave me that money. Goodness, the original owner performed such a benevolent act? Shun Tianli was left speechless by this revelation. However, she was astonished to discover the connection between Lindsay and Jiang Qingyue. As for Lindsay's generosity towards Jiang Qingyue, Shun Tianli was not surprised. Her prior understanding of Lindsay indicated that he was capable of such kindness. So, Senior, you truly do not remember at all? Jiang Qingyue asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. Lindsay scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, It must be that I've done so many good deeds that I simply cannot recall them all. As is well known, I am a kind-hearted person. Shun Tianli couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is utterly shameless. He keeps referring to himself as kind-hearted. How could that be true? Yet, Jiang Qingyue nodded earnestly, saying, Indeed, during your university days, you helped many people. It is only natural that you do not remember me. However, I remember you now. Lindsay smiled in response. Jiang Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight, and she appeared genuinely happy. Observing Jiang Qingyue's reaction, Shun Tianli felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed that being remembered by Lindsay was a moment of great significance for her. Could Lindsay hold such importance in Jiang Qingyue's life? As this thought crossed her mind, Shun Tianli felt a vague discomfort, though she did not let it show. With a smile, she said, Miss Jiang, I actually came today to discuss a potential collaboration. I am aware, Jiang Qinghua nodded. Miss Jiang, since you already know, I will speak candidly. You are well aware of the strength of Mingwei Entertainment. If you were to sign with our company, the terms would be completely negotiable. Additionally, we would. Jiang Qinghua raised her hand, interrupting Shun Tianli. She then inquired, Senior, are you currently working at President Shin's company? Just as Lin Zhe was about to respond. Shun Tianli, with a sudden smile, stepped forward and said, Indeed, he is now my assistant, and furthermore, I intend to offer him a stake in the company. Shun Tianli was astute. From Jiang Qinghua's earlier reactions, it was evident that Lin Zhe held significant importance to her. Hence, Shun Tianli's declaration was not unexpected. Then I shall sign with you. Mingyue, Jiang Qinghua replied with remarkable decisiveness. Shun Tianli was momentarily taken aback. Despite being aware of Lin Zhe's significance to Jiang Qinghua, the latter's swift agreement to sign with her was a sharp jolt to Shun Tianli. It also made her realize that Lin Zhe occupied a far more elevated position in Jiang Qinghua's esteem than she had previously surmised. An unsettling feeling began to brew within Shun Tianli. Is my intention to sign causing discomfort to you, President Shin? Jiang Qinghua inquired suddenly. Regaining her composure, Shun Tianli quickly replied, No, absolutely not. I was merely surprised. I did not expect you to agree so readily. I thought my proposal might displease you. How could that be? Shun Tianli smiled. However, before we finalize the contract, I have a stipulation. Please, go ahead, Shun Tianli encouraged with a smile. I want Lin Zhe to be in charge of all my activities at Mingwei Entertainment, Jiang Qinghua stated. Shun Tianli was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a demand. Having expected Jiang Qinghua to negotiate a staggering signing fee instead, Shun Tianli was prepared to acquiesce, yet this unexpected condition took her by surprise. Very well, Lin Zhe chuckled. Shun Tianli had previously mentioned that securing Jiang Qinghua would earn him a luxurious sports car and elevate his standing. There could be no better outcome. Then let us embark on this collaboration with joy, President Shun. You may prepare the contract. We shall hold the signing ceremony tomorrow, Jiang Qinghua declared with a smile. Shun Tianli finally regained her focus. All right, I shall get right to it. At that moment, Jiang Qinghua suddenly asked, Senior, may I treat you to dinner tonight? Lin Zhe was about to agree, as he relished dining with beautiful women, especially someone as stunning as Jiang Qinghua. However, Shun Tianli interrupted with an apologetic tone, Miss Jiang, I'm afraid that won't be possible today. I need to return with Lin Zhe to draft the contract. After the signing tomorrow, I will treat you to dinner. President Shun, I merely wish to dine with my senior. This is also one of my conditions for signing, Jiang Qinghua replied with a playful smile. Shun Tianli felt a breach in her composure. She had not anticipated Jiang Qinghua to place such high value on Lin Zhe. Truth be told, she now found herself reluctant to sign with Jiang Qinghua. Frankly, given Shun Tianli's background and status, she could easily disregard Jiang Qinghua. After all, while Jiang Qinghua might be a top-tier star, in the realm of capital, such status was hardly significant. Upon considering the prospect of signing Jiang Qinghua and the ensuing reaction of Su Qingxue, who would be left breathless, Shun Tianli could only suppress her displeasure in silence. Lin Zhe, I must trouble you to accompany Miss Jiang for dinner this evening, Shun Tianli remarked with a smile that was more enigmatic than sincere. At your service? Lin Zhe replied with a cheerful grin. Miss Jiang, we shall take our leave now. Lin Zhe will come to fetch you later. Very well, Jiang Qinghua responded, returning Lin Zhe's smile. Although she wished to keep him around, the impending visit from Su Qingxue compelled her to relent. After all, she was acutely aware that Lin Zhe was Su Qingxue's ex-husband, and his lingering affection for her would only deepen his sorrow should he remain. Lin Zhe also offered Jiang Qinghua a smile. See you tonight. Jiang Qinghua dutifully acknowledged. Chapter 23. Bold as brass, what is the nature of your relationship? As soon as they exited Jiang Qinghua's villa, Shun Tianli could no longer contain her curiosity. Lin Zhe, looking bewildered, replied, To be honest, I have no recollection of her. Nor do I remember ever assisting her. Shun Tianli was inclined to believe him. There was no reason for him to deceive himself. Let me ask you this. Upon learning of your acquaintance and observing the markedly different demeanor Jiang Qinghua exhibits towards you, did it not bring you a sense of delight? Of course, given her beauty, Lin Zhe admitted. So, do you wish to pursue her? Lin Zhe uttered in surprise. Did you actually perceive that? Shen Tianli was momentarily at a loss for words. What a rogue he was, wanting to seduce every woman he encountered. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she smirked. Even if you desire her, the opportunity has slipped away. Lindsay was taken aback. What do you mean? Is Jiang Qingyue in peril? Uffed. Shen Tianli burst into laughter. In your mind, does she only become unattainable if she were to perish? Naturally, I have no inclination to engage with the deceased. Lindsay retorted. Shen Tianli gazed at him, bemused. What an odd character he was. Is Jiang Qingyue truly in danger? Lindsay inquired. No. Someone has taken an interest in her. Who? The foremost young master of Haiqing, Bai Daolong. A name of such renown? He must be quite formidable. Indeed. He is the scion of the Bai family, the most illustrious among the 3 great clans of Haiqing. There were indeed 3 prominent families in Haiqing: the Su family, to which Su Qingxue belonged, the Shen family, associated with Shen Tianli, and lastly, the Bai family, whose influence surpassed that of both the Su and Shen families. Upon hearing Shen Tianli's words, Lindsay patted his chest. You gave me quite a scare. I thought Jiang Qingyue was facing death. Aren't you concerned about Bai Daolong? Lindsay countered. Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Shen Tianli could no longer contain her laughter. The Lin family in Haiqing is merely a first-tier family, not truly a prominent clan. Even during Lindsay's time within the Lin family, he lacked the resources to contend with the Bai family. Moreover, he has since been expelled from the Lin household. Thus, from where does he derive such formidable confidence? How dare he regard Bai Daolong with such disdain? Certainly, Bai Daolong does not possess extraordinary powers, yet his status and background are far from insignificant. Should Lindsay truly dare to covet Jiang Qingyue, Bai Daolong could effortlessly eliminate him. Believe me, it would be simpler for him to extinguish Lindsay than to crush an ant. Lindsay, with a trace of disdain, remarked, if he lacks extraordinary abilities, then I fear nothing. What does his background matter? If he irks me, I shall deal with him regardless. His career in launching had acquainted him with numerous elite second-generation heirs, both illustrious and notorious. Although he currently has no standing to confront Bai Daolong, he harbors no fear of him whatsoever. Shen Tianli, with her sparkling eyes, gazed at Lindsay for a moment before bursting into laughter. You truly possess audacity, she teased. Nonsense. I am actually the most timid person, Lindsay replied playfully. What then are you so bold about? Shen Tianli asked with a flirtatious smile. Lindsay, grinning, responded. You will know soon enough. In an instant, Shen Tianli comprehended his meaning. Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded, You rogue. As the two conversed, the roar of sports cars suddenly filled the air. Lindsay glanced over and noticed 2 luxurious vehicles approaching Jiang Qingyue's villa. Leading the convoy was none other than Su Qingxue, followed closely by the flamboyant Ji Zifeng. Upon seeing the pair, Shen Tianli remarked with a coy smile, Do you think Su Qingxue would be furious if she discovered you had already lured away Jiang Qingyue? I have no idea. She probably would. Lindsay chuckled in response. Haha, I eagerly anticipate her reaction. You are truly wicked, Lindsay laughed. Not as wicked as you. You rogue, she retorted lightly. Seems we are equally matched, he grinned. Before Su Qingxue had even exited her vehicle, she spotted Lindsay and Shen Tianli standing at the entrance of Jiang Qingyue's villa. Upon seeing them, her expression darkened. She understood that Shen Tianli had brought Lindsay to the villa for Jiang Qingyue's sake. However, her ire was not solely due to this. It was the sight of Lindsay and Shen Tianli together, laughing and chatting, that incensed her further. Ah, Su Qingxue, have you come to discuss the contract renewal with Jiang Qingyue? It seems you are late, Shen Tianli declared with satisfaction. What do you mean? Su Qingxue coldly inquired. Shen Tianli, increasingly pleased, continued, Jiang Qingyue has already agreed to sign with us. I advise you to return home before wasting any more time. Su Qingxue let out a cold laugh. Just 2 days prior, when she had contacted Jiang Qingyue, she had mentioned she would seriously consider the renewal of their agreement. Now, Shen Tianli reassured herself that Jiang Qingyue was about to agree to sign a contract with them. Wasn't he that absurd? Qingxue, let us go. Why waste time with them? Do they really think they can secure Jiang Qingyue? It's nothing short of a dream. Besides, with me around, there is no one I cannot win over. Ji Zifeng remarked, his tone indifferent. He no longer offered Shen Tianli the same courtesy as before, intending to put her in her place. Shen Tianli's decision to buy Win's child for Lindsay displeased him greatly. He wanted her to recognize her mistake and come crawling back. After all, during lunch, The way Shen Tianli looked at him confirmed his belief that she had feelings for him. Su Qingxue cast a cold glance at Lin Zhe before turning to walk towards Jiang Qingwe's villa. Watching the two depart, Shen Tianli smirked. Do you think we should wait for them? I would love to see Su Qingxue's frustrated expression. With this time, we might as well return home and have a chat in bed, Lin Zhe suggested. Shen Tianli playfully scolded. You rogue. Why must we lie in bed to chat? It's so cold outside, we can't chat without lying in bed. Ha ha ha. In this 40-degree weather, you dare say it's cold? I suspect you're just afraid that Su Qingxue will come after you once she finds out you've taken Jiang Qingwe from her, he retorted. Oh, you've seen through me. I'm not afraid of her retribution. I fear that she might suddenly realize how remarkable I am and regret our divorce. What if she clings to me then? Uft. You rogue, you truly say anything. If Su Qingxue were fond of you, would she have divorced you? Lin Zhe responded irritably. Damn it, Shen Tianli, must you rub salt in my wounds? Get that rear end up. Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed. You rogue, what do you want to do? 2. Shen Tianli's face instantly turned crimson. What a rogue he was. Chapter 24. Silence. When Ji Zifeng laid eyes on Jiang Qingwe, he was instantly taken aback. Upon his arrival, he had seen her photos online and found her stunning, resembling a celestial being. Yet, upon meeting her in person, he realized she was even more breathtaking. On par with the likes of Su Qingxue, a true beauty. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a source of national calamity. Qingwe, it's been a long time. Su Qingxue said softly. Although, in the face of capital, top-tier talents were often deemed insignificant, Su Qingxue's feelings for Jiang Qingwe were unique. Jiang Qingwe was her very first signed artist. At that time, Jiang Qingwe had already won a singing competition in the country. And thanks to her exquisite beauty and outstanding vocal talent, numerous prominent companies had extended offers to her. The company I have established is newly founded. Though it is not a mere small workshop, it is not far removed from that status. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingwe resolutely chose to sign a contract with me. Thus, over the years, Su Qingxue has always remembered Jiang Qingwe's kindness. Before this contract concludes, Su Qingxue offered a new agreement that far surpassed the previous one. Yet, Jiang Qingwe has refrained from signing it. Su Qingxue is perplexed by her hesitation, especially since her own company has flourished, endowing her with the capability to elevate Jiang Qingwe to greater heights. Qingxue, it has been a long time. Who is this? Jiang Qingwe inquired, her gaze resting upon Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng remained silent, his eyes fixated on Jiang Qingwe's visage, utterly captivated by her beauty. Su Qingxue's expression darkened, suppressing her internal discontent. She responded, This is Ji Zifeng, my assistant. Incidentally, he is also a student at High University, a year above you. Jiang Qingwe nodded. Qingxue, may I boldly inquire? Is this the white moonlight you yearn for yet cannot possess? Jiang Qingwe asked, causing Su Qingxue to freeze momentarily. How do you know? She replied, startled. Do you not recall? A week ago, we shared drinks, and you recounted many past events, Jiang Qingwe clarified. Only then did Su Qingxue remember that they had indeed celebrated together after she won the Golden Phoenix Award for Best Actress, one of the 3 prestigious awards in the country. To be frank, under Jiang Qingwe's curious gaze, Su Qingxue suddenly felt reluctant to admit the truth. As Ji Zifeng's behavior seemed rather embarrassing, it was as if he had never encountered a woman before. However, Su Qingxue was not one to weave falsehoods, and with a resigned nod, she affirmed, Yes, Miss Jiang, I am indeed Qingxue's white moonlight. He appeared somewhat smug as he said this. Su Qingxue's mood grew increasingly somber. Jiang Qingwe then inquired, Qingxue, did you leave your husband Lin Zhe for him? Su Qingxue was taken aback, never expecting Jiang Qingwe to be aware of her divorce from Lin Zhe. However, she recalled that she had indeed mentioned it during their drinking session. Before she could respond, Ji Zifeng boasted, Indeed, Qingxue left Lin Zhe for me. I must say, Qingxue has excellent taste. After all, Lin Zhe is merely a homemaker, unworthy of her. While I have studied abroad, Su Qingxue felt a surge of displeasure at that moment. She despised anyone who disparaged Lin Zhe. Yet, with Jiang Qingwe present, she refrained from expressing her anger. Jiang Qingwe cast a meaningful glance towards Su Qingxue, remaining silent. Although she spoke not a word, Su Qingxue sensed an undercurrent of mockery in Jiang Qingwe's gaze. Miss Jiang, I trust you are already well aware of our intentions. When you first joined the company as a newcomer, considerable resources were invested to elevate your status. Now that you have ascended to the pinnacle of popularity, I believe it is essential to remain grounded. Moreover, you are fully cognizant of the strength of Jinli Entertainment. Should you choose not to renew your contract, we may find it challenging to maintain even a friendship in the future, Ji Zifeng stated, his demeanor nonchalant. He had come prepared, fully aware that although Jiang Qingyue is now a top star, her status holds little weight in the face of capital. He was determined to exert influence over her. Upon hearing Ji Zifeng's words, Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened. Instead of responding, she directed her gaze towards Su Qingxue once more. Su Qingxue was incensed. The stunning beauty of her face was soon overshadowed by an icy demeanor. She regretted bringing Ji Zifeng to persuade Jiang Qingyue, having previously instructed him to adopt a courteous attitude. He had agreed, yet now he uttered such words. Had Jiang Qingyue not been present, and had this meeting not been intended to convince her to renew, Su Qingxue would have erupted. Suppressing her anger, Su Qingxue lowered her voice, saying, Qingyue. His expression may have been poorly articulated. What I mean is, if you decide to renew your contract, I am willing to make concessions on the profit sharing. Additionally, I will establish a studio exclusively for you, equipped with the most professional team, allowing you to select scripts at your discretion. Jinli Entertainment will continue to amplify our investment in you, and I assure you that our collaboration will elevate your career to new heights. Honestly, Jiang Qingyue was touched by Su Qingxue's offered terms, recognizing her sincerity. Even if she were to switch to another company, such conditions would be unparalleled. However, she remained unmoved. With a rare smile, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, Sister Qingxue. Ji Zifeng was utterly captivated by that rare smile, his spirit soaring. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He had not anticipated that Jiang Qingyue could look so enchanting when she smiled. However, Su Qingxue felt a sinking sensation in her heart, as her intuition warned her that Jiang Qingyue was unlikely to renew her contract. Qingyue, are you rejecting me? Su Qingxue asked, her voice trembling. To be honest, she felt a pang of sadness. Their relationship had been akin to that of sisters, and now, Jiang Qingyue was poised to leave her. This realization enveloped Su Qingxue in a profound sense of loneliness. Jiang Qingyue nodded. I'm sorry, Sister Qingxue, but it appears we will not be able to collaborate this time. Thank you sincerely for your goodwill. Ji Zifeng was incensed. Jiang Qingyue, what do you mean? Do you wish to be ungrateful? Su Qingxue could no longer contain her fury. She shouted angrily, Be silent. Chapter 25. Repayment of Gratitude. Su Qingxue was infuriated. She was truly enraged. She had expected that after Ji Zifeng returned from studying abroad and experienced a broader world, he would mature and become more composed, speaking with utmost courtesy. Yet, upon hearing his recent utterance, it was clear that only a fool could express such thoughts. Even a fool would refrain from saying something so absurd. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, but soon his bewilderment morphed into anger. He was incensed that he had extended a helping hand to Su Qingxue, only for her to demand that he silence himself. Was she truly so esteemed, merely a celebrity? Was it necessary to grovel before her? If she chose not to renew the contract, she could simply be blacklisted. Moreover, with the current strength of Jinli Entertainment, nurturing a top-tier star was exceedingly easy. What further fueled Ji Zifeng's ire was the realization that Su Qingxue had shown him no respect at all, chastising him so openly in front of Jiang Qingyue. How was he to entice Jiang Qingyue under such circumstances? Indeed, Ji Zifeng harbored intentions to attract Jiang Qingyue. It was unavoidable. Her beauty struck him from the very first glance, igniting a spark within him. His earlier derogatory remarks about Jiang Qingyue were merely strategies to capture her attention, to make her aware that he was the one who held the reins to her fate, thus leading her to curry favor with him, allowing him to win her over effortlessly. Yet now, all of this had been thwarted by Su Qingxue, leaving Ji Zifeng seething. He had intended to retort against Su Qingxue, but upon witnessing her formidable aura, he quickly relented, choosing silence instead. However, while Ji Zifeng remained mute, his mind began to plot how to entice Shen Tianli. He even envisioned a scenario where, after successfully captivating Shen Tianli, Su Qingxue would be left begging for his attention. Ideally, he imagined a rivalry emerging between the two, with these stunning beauties vying fiercely for his affection. The thought of these top-tier beauties clashing for him filled Ji Zifeng with immense satisfaction. Su Qingxue took a moment to compose herself and addressed Jiang Qingyue. Qingyue, I apologize for the embarrassment. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect it. However, even though we cannot collaborate, we will remain friends. Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement. Of course, Sister Qingxue. I am grateful for your support over these past 3 years. Not at all. Perhaps our fates only intertwine to this extent, but that is all right. We will have opportunities to collaborate in the future, Jiang Qingwei replied, nodding once more. Seeing that the earlier incident had not dampened Jiang Qingyue's spirits, Su Qingxue inquired, Qingwei, could you provide me with a reason for not wishing to renew our contract? Jiang Qingyue hesitated before responding, Sister Qingxue, do you know why I signed with you back then? Su Qingxue shook her head. She truly did not know. In fact, I had better options back then. A fact that you, Sister Qingxue, should be well aware of. I know, Su Qingxue replied in a low voice. The reason I chose to sign a contract with your company was that I wished to repay a debt of gratitude. Su Qingxue was taken aback. Repay a debt? It seemed she had not assisted Jiang Qingyue before signing the contract. Jiang Qingyue clarified, it is not your kindness I seek to repay, but Lin Zhe's. Since you married him, I wish to honor that debt. Boom. Su Qingxue's mind was suddenly engulfed in chaos upon receiving this revelation. Thus, Jiang Qingyue's willingness to sign with her was due to Lin Zhe? A troubling thought abruptly surfaced in Su Qingxue's mind. She quickly pressed, so? Your decision not to renew the contract with me is also because of Lin Zhe? Jiang Qingyue nodded. Yes, you are divorced now, and he invited me to another company. To which I agreed. Su Qingxue surmised that the other company Jiang Qingyue mentioned must be Shen Tianli's. However, she could not afford to dwell on that now. Su Qingxue inquired, does Lin Zhe know that you joined my company out of gratitude? Jiang Qingyue pondered for a moment before replying, I do not know, but I believe a person as intelligent as he is would likely deduce it. Su Qingxue was utterly shocked. Yet, an overwhelming sense of sorrow followed. Although losing a Jiang Qingyue would indeed be detrimental to the company, it was not enough to deeply sadden Su Qingxue. What troubled her was the realization that she had been completely oblivious to the extent of Lin Zhe's sacrifices for her. She felt sorrowful that throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had unconditionally enjoyed Lin Zhe's meticulous care while contributing nothing in return. Not only had she failed to do anything for him, but she had also heartlessly cast him aside upon Ji Zifeng's return, plunging him into a chasm of despair. Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt like a wretch. A wave of guilt surged within her heart, rapidly claiming dominion over her spirit. Ji Zifeng was thoroughly stunned. He could not have imagined that Jiang Qingyue would be entangled with that scoundrel Lin Zhe, nor that she would be so obedient to his whims. He longed to ask what Lin Zhe had done to elicit such gratitude from Jiang Qingyue. Su Qingxue voiced Ji Zifeng's unasked question. Lin Zhe, what? What has he done for you that makes you so grateful? Jiang Qingyue replied softly, when I first entered school, I lost my tuition. Sister Qingxue, you know my family's circumstances. Losing my tuition felt like the sky was collapsing. Just when I was at my most desperate, Lin Zhe appeared. He gave me 50,000 yuan, encouraged me to study diligently, and told me that my life was just beginning, with an incredibly bright future awaiting me. Su Qingxue fell into complete silence. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, for she understood that such actions were within Lin Zhe's capacity, given his inherent kindness. During their university days, he had extended his help to many, not just to Jiang Qingyue. She recalled a time when a classmate's mother fell gravely ill, and the exorbitant medical expenses of 200,000 nearly drove that student to despair. Upon learning of this, Lin Zhe directly provided the sum, assuring the student that repayment could be made when financially feasible. If not, it could simply be regarded as a contribution towards his future wedding. Numerous instances like this loomed in her memory. At this juncture, Su Qingxue was suddenly reminded that Lin Zhe had long been cast out from the Lin family. This indicated that, long ago, she had been his sole support, yet she had cruelly divorced him, stripping him of all reliance. It was no wonder that his songs resonated with such sorrow and pain. Su Qingxue felt tears welling in her eyes. What had she done? Qingxue, are you all right? I also helped many during university. Ji Zifeng hurriedly interjected, sensing her distress. His concern was palpable as he noticed her eyes turning red, particularly after hearing of Lin Zhe's situation. A woman shedding tears for another man stirred feelings of both admiration and heartache, neither of which Ji Zifeng wished to witness. Su Qingxue ignored him, inhaling deeply before addressing Jiang Qingyue. Thank you for sharing this with me. Turning to Ji Zifeng, she added, you should return to the hotel. I am not in a good place emotionally and need some solitude. Ji Zifeng was immediately displeased. How could Su Qingxue treat him, her loyal admirer, in such a manner? He resolved to contact Shen Tianli shortly, eager to see how she would attempt to win him back. With this determination, he scoffed inwardly. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue drove back to her villa, an urgent desire to see Lin Zhe overwhelming her. She opened her phone and sent him a message. "You rascal. I want to hear you sing." Chapter 26. Compensation. Lin Zhe was squatting in a horse stance when he received Su Qingxue's message. Shun Tianli had intended to take him to the company to draft a contract with Jiang Qingyue, but after receiving a phone call, she hurriedly left, leaving Lin Zhe alone and forlorn in her villa. Upon reading Su Qingxue's message, he smiled knowingly. He understood that her mention of singing was merely a pretext. Her true intention was to see him. As for the reasons behind her desire to meet, Lin Zhe was uncertain. It could stem from a need to confront him about Jiang Qingyue, or perhaps other grievances. Regardless of the reasons, Lin Zhe was determined to see her, perhaps hoping to share an intimate moment. After taking a shower and donning a fresh set of clothes, he exited the villa. Upon re-entering Su Qingxue's abode, Lin Zhe was struck by an overwhelming sense of disorientation. It had been less than 2 days since he last left, yet everything within the villa felt oddly unfamiliar. Su Qingxue was seated on the sofa, having changed her attire. An hour prior, when Lin Zhe last saw her, she had adorned a flowing white dress that exuded an ethereal charm. Now, she wore a form-fitting black gown, a color that Lin Zhe recalled was her favorite, as her wardrobe predominantly consisted of black garments. However, the salient detail was that the hem of her dress reached only a third of the way up her thigh, leaving much of her fair, alluring legs exposed to the air. A mere glance at her legs rendered Lin Zhe momentarily breathless. He found himself questioning whether it was the sheer allure of Su Qingxue's legs that captivated him, or if he was simply a pervert. Su Qingxue noticed Lin Zhe's gaze and recognized that he was unabashedly staring at her legs. Strangely, she did not resent it. Instead, a thrill of delight coursed through her. She was aware of Lin Zhe's admiration for her legs, as he had openly expressed his fondness for them just the night before. Yet, recalling the intimate moments they shared, her porcelain complexion flushed with a tantalizing hue, and her heart fluttered inexplicably. Lin Zhe plopped down beside Su Qingxue, their bodies nearly brushing against each other. Remarkably, she did not shy away. Rather, an unexpected desire for him to draw closer enveloped her, leaving her startled. Why was she harboring such thoughts? "What brings you here?" Lin Zhe inquired with a playful smile. Suppressing her emotions, Su Qingxue asked, "Why didn't you tell me about helping Jiang Qingyue?" "Primarily because I scarcely remember." Lin Zhe replied candidly. "Is it that you truly don't recall, or are you afraid that if I knew, I would feel guilty?" She probed. "Not significant. After all, it's all in the past," he chuckled. "Not significant?" A pang of sadness washed over Su Qingxue. Was he worried that revealing this would amplify her guilt? Lin Zhe was genuinely a good person. How could it not matter? "If you had informed me sooner, I wouldn't have treated you like this." "How would you have treated me, then? Would you not have divorced me? Or perhaps abandoned me?" Lin Zhe queried with a hint of a smile. Su Qingxue's heart sank. Indeed, even if Lin Zhe had confided in her, would it have changed her decision to leave him? Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, regardless of the circumstances, "You should have informed me. In that case, I could have offered you greater compensation." "Compensation? What kind of compensation? Money? Indeed, I am in need of funds." "But Su Qingxue, you are aware that my desires extend beyond mere monetary gains." Lin Zhe's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes upon her. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. He did not desire money. What, then, did he seek? Why was he looking at her with such fervor? Could it be that what he wanted was her? At this thought, Su Qingxue's heart began to race. She dared not meet Lin Zhe's penetrating gaze and, flustered, said, I do not know what you wish for. Perhaps I could offer you a house as compensation?" Lin Zhe felt a smile tugging at his lips. How astute Su Qingxue was. She could not possibly have overlooked her own words. Nevertheless, if she chose to feign ignorance, he was willing to indulge her in this charade. "Well, I certainly do need a house. As you know, since you cast me aside, I have had nowhere to stay and am currently residing at Shin Tianli's home. This life of relying on others is truly unbearable, yet I do not desire your gift of a house." In truth, Lin Zhe had no need for a house from Su Qingxue. After all, living with Shun Tianli was exceedingly enjoyable. Although thus far, their physical interactions had been limited to a few embraces, the atmosphere of ambiguity was intoxicating to Lin Zhe. Upon hearing Lin Zhe express a need for a house, Su Qingxue felt a profound sense of disappointment. Yet, when he mentioned being homeless and dependent on others, her heart swelled with compassion. "Why do you refuse my offer? You just gifted Jizafeng a car worth over 7 million. Giving me a house would entail a significant expenditure. Your wealth does not grow on trees. I know you are now financially independent, spending only what you earn. Even though we are divorced and you no longer want me, I still do not wish for you to struggle so. Lin Zhe felt like a beast, tormenting Su Qingshue's heart unnecessarily. Indeed, after hearing his words, Su Qingshue's heart was once again pierced. The most tormented individual was he, yet he still showed concern for her well-being. Su Qingxue felt tears welling up. Lin Zhe truly was a wonderful person. But what about her? What had she done? It's all right. A house does not cost a fortune. The neighboring villa district has exquisite properties, and if you fancy one, I could present you with a house. Su Qingxue resolved to compensate Lin Zhe. He had done so much for her. She ought to repay him. Lin Zhe found amusement in her determination. It appeared she was still performing for him. Realizing this, he decided it was time for a more forceful approach. With a pained expression, Lin Zhe said, Su Qingxue, I implore you, do not gift me a house. Why? Why not? I shall bestow upon you a splendid gift, one that undoubtedly surpasses that vehicle in value by countless multiples. Lin Zhe gazed at Su Qingxue with a despondent expression. However, Su Qingxue pondered, no matter how exquisite a house may be, without a beloved companion to share it with, it becomes, for me, merely a prison. Chapter 27. A physical examination. Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on Lin Zhe. Gradually, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She felt as though she had committed an exceedingly foolish act. Why, in good conscience, did she insist on gifting Lin Zhe a house? She no longer desired him, yet she would have him reside in the very house she bestowed upon him, constantly reminded of her, while she herself sought companionship elsewhere. How profoundly cruel this was for him. I'm sorry, I didn't consider the implications. I merely thought you currently have no home, Su Qingxue stammered. Lin Zhe interrupted her. It's all right. Do not blame yourself. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for our lack of fate. Su Qingxue, do you know? During those 3 years of marriage, I thanked the heavens daily for allowing me to marry you, for orchestrating our connection. Yet, I harbor a deeper resentment towards fate for endowing us with a bond while withholding our separation. Lin Zhe's voice resonated with a sense of grievance, frailty, and sorrow. His expression was one of utter desolation. Su Qingxue felt a sharp pang in her heart, a pain so profound it rendered her breathless. She was aware of Lin Zhe's affections for her, yet she had not anticipated that his love would deepen to the point of resenting the heavens. Observing Su Qingxue's anguished demeanor, Lin Zhe recognized that embracing her in this moment, feigning consolation, would not incite her ire. Rather, it would elicit her gratitude. At that juncture, he could seize the opportunity to kiss her, perhaps even carry her to bed, and she might not refuse, for she was ensnared in her own guilt. Yet Lin Zhe refrained from such actions. He was indeed a rogue, lacking morals and boundaries, but he wished to avoid coercion. More precisely, he longed for Su Qingxue to willingly ascend to his bed. He was confident that the day of her initiative was not far off. He possessed faith in himself. In this new life, if he lacked even this modicum of strategy, then his previous decades would have been in vain. Su Qingxue wept. I'm sorry. I truly did not anticipate the extent of the hurt I would cause you. Lin Zhe offered her a tissue. Do not cry. You know how much I dread seeing your tears, for it pains me deeply. He continued to express his sentiments, enhancing his words with a display of heartfelt concern. His gaze was filled with genuine compassion for Su Qingxue. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Su Qingxue suddenly threw herself into Lin Zhe's embrace, weeping openly. Lin Zhe smiled. You see, courting a woman is not difficult at all. He wrapped his arm around Su Qingxue's slender waist and pulled her onto his lap. As he caressed her alluring legs, he said, Be good, don't cry. I will take you out for a meal, all right? Su Qingxue's sobs intensified. Previously, when she felt wronged and cried in Lin Zhe's embrace, he would comfort her in the same manner, preparing a feast of her favorite dishes and sharing a drink, which always lifted her spirits significantly. As these memories surfaced, for the first time, a sense of regret regarding her divorce from Lin Zhe blossomed within her. After weeping for a while, Su Qingxue suddenly lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and asked Lin Zhe, Did you sleep with Xin Tianli? Goodness. Her thoughts were rather erratic. How could that be possible? You're lying. You both took a bath together, she accused, her voice laced with grievance. She was intentionally trying to provoke him. I don't believe it. Honestly, I have only ever been with you, Lin Zhe declared earnestly. This was no idle boast. Since his arrival in this realm, he indeed had only shared intimacy with Su Qingxue. Just yesterday morning, the mere thought of this would have been unbearable for her. Yet now, as Lin Zhe spoke, a strange sense of relief washed over her, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, the thought of Lin Zhe now living with Shun Tianli reignited her frustration, and she asked, "So, will you sleep together in the future?" "Certainly," Lin Zhe replied candidly. He certainly desired to be with Shun Tianli. After all, who wouldn't he want to be with such a stunning beauty? Su Qingxue fell silent in anger. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Lin Zhe feigned innocence. "Can't you just leave her? She is clearly with you just to provoke me," Su Qingxue said, her voice tinged with a mix of grievance and a hint of playful charm. "I'm sorry, I can't." Su Qingxue felt tears welling up again. It was evident that previously, regardless of her demands, this rogue would always acquiesce to her wishes. Yet now, merely a short time after their divorce, he was no longer compliant. Lin Zhe, however, pretended to be aggrieved, explaining, "Su Qingxue, my association with her is not to irritate you. It's simply that I am currently adrift, like a leaf in the wind. I must survive somehow, and Shun Tianli has been quite kind to me. She offered me 2 billion to perform in her play." Lin Zhe's hand had already ventured beneath Su Qingxue's short skirt. Goodness, her skin was truly youthful and tender, as if he were caressing exquisite jade. Lin Zhe felt euphoric. Su Qingxue was taken aback. Although 2 billion was not a significant sum for either her or Shun Tianli, it certainly was not trivial. Her astonishment was not merely at the fact that Shun Tianli had given Lin Zhe such an amount, but rather at the motives that lay behind this substantial gift. Did she genuinely wish for Lin Zhe to accompany her in acting to stimulate herself, or did she harbor ulterior motives towards him? After all, Lin Zhe was strikingly handsome. Though he was already 25, he remained youthful and brimming with vitality. As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable sense of crisis began to burgeon within Su Qingxue. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten that she was already divorced from Lin Zhe. "I'll give you 300 million if you leave her." Lin Zhe was taken aback, stunned by the proposition. His heart raced. 300 million. Though earning money from a woman seemed somewhat disreputable, Lin Zhe had little regard for moral boundaries. Noticing his silence, Su Qingxue assumed her offer had not satisfied him and was about to enhance her terms. However, she suddenly realized that Lin Zhe's hand was wandering indiscriminately across her thigh. Anger surged within her. This scoundrel, even in her discomfort, he dared to touch her. "You, don't touch me," Su Qingxue exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger coloring her words. Lin Zhe feigned seriousness. "Nonsense, I'm not touching you. I merely noticed you've lost weight these past few days, so I wanted to check your health." Su Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Had she misjudged Lin Zhe? "I'm sorry, I thought you were touching me." Reluctantly withdrawing his hand from her alluring legs, Lin Zhe magnanimously replied, "No worries. Didn't you want to hear me sing? Let me sing you a song." A thrill of joy surged through Su Qingxue as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. The moment of awakening. There was a guitar at home. One Lin Zhe had bought to pass the time. He hadn't taken it when he moved, and now it proved to be quite useful. Su Qingxue gazed at him with anticipation, genuinely looking forward to the song Lin Zhe would sing for her. After hearing him sing that morning, she realized that his vocal skills had grown far more enchanting since their school days. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about what song Lin Zhe would choose for her. "What song will you sing for me?" "I don't want to hear one you sang for Shun Tianli." Lin Zhe remained silent, pondering the selection of a song for Su Qingxue. It wasn't that he lacked options. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the multitude of choices, causing him to hesitate. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile broke across his face. "I will sing the moment of awakening for you. This song is dedicated to you and to me." Su Qingxue murmured, "The moment of awakening." This was a song she had never heard before. Could it be another one of Lin Zhe's original compositions? Did their marriage represent a dream for him? Now that they were divorced, had he awakened from that dream? As this realization washed over her, a pang of pain gripped Su Qingxue's heart. To be candid, Lin Zhe was being deliberate in his actions. He believed that after listening to the lyrics of this song, Su Qingxue would inevitably be shattered. Even if she did not break down, her heart would be tormented to the point of unbearable agony. At that moment, feigning comfort would surely compel her to willingly offer her body. No, her heart. As this thought crossed Lin Zhe's mind, he couldn't help but chastise himself. How beastly of me. With Su Qingxue's anticipation hanging in the air, Lin Zhe began to strum the strings of his instrument. The melodious sound resonated. and he commenced to sing. You say you loved someone you shouldn't have. Your heart is filled with scars. You say you made mistakes you shouldn't have, and your heart is full of regret. As Lin Zhe's magnetic voice sang these lines, a buzz echoed in Su Qingshue's mind. Her complexion turned pale as if drained of color, and her heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by another's hand. Pain, an overwhelming wave of pain, enveloped her entire being. Su Qingxue trembled. So, the you in the lyrics was, in essence, Lin Zhe himself? Was he revealing to himself that he regretted loving her? Was his heart truly filled with scars now? In that instant, Su Qingshue's eyes brimmed with tears. She longed to weep, truly yearned to cry. Lin Zhe was satisfied with her poignant reaction, continuing to sing in a sorrowful tone. You say you have tasted the bitterness of life, unable to find someone to trust. You say you feel utterly dejected, even beginning to question life itself. Su Qingshue's eyes grew even redder. She was acutely aware that her divorce had caused Lin Zhe immense suffering. Yet, she never anticipated it had escalated to the point of questioning life. How deeply did he love her? And yet, she had cast him aside for another man. She truly was a wretched being. Lin Zhe continued. Had I known that sorrow was always inevitable, why would you immerse yourself so deeply? For love is always difficult to part with. Why concern yourself with a mere touch of warmth? At last, Su Qingshuo could no longer contain her tears. She cried, large beads of sorrow cascading down her beautiful cheeks. Yet she paid no heed to her appearance. She had become utterly enraptured by the lyrics. From these lines, she discerned Lin Zhe's pain and despair. His anguish and hopelessness pierced her heart like a sword. She felt an unbearable torment. Lin Zhe continued, understand that sorrow is always unavoidable. In every moment of waking from dreams. Some questions need not be asked now. Some people you need not wait for eternally. A jolt of panic surged within Su Qingshuo. Her emotions shifted from intense pain to sheer terror. Yes, terror. She was terrified by the line Lin Zhe had just sung. Some people you need not wait for eternally. So, is he bidding farewell to himself? Is he deciding to forget who he is? No. Su Qingshue's heart cried out in desperation. At that moment, the sound of the guitar abruptly ceased, and with it, Lin Zhe's singing came to an end. It seemed as though he had just noticed Su Qingshuo was in tears. He hurriedly grabbed a few tissues and handed them to her. Why are you crying again? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. Su Qingshuo accepted the tissues and wiped her tears, but they only flowed more abundantly. She remained ensnared in the haunting melody of the song, unable to extricate herself. Each word of the lyrics pierced her heart like a dagger. With tears streaming down her face, Su Qingshuo said, Lin Zhe, I'm so sorry, I truly am. I never intended to hurt you, but I know I have caused you pain. Please, don't leave me. Lin Zhe smiled, a smile that resonated within his heart. Yet his expression bore a hint of helplessness as he said, but what about Jizifeng? Su Qingshuo was taken aback. Then she shook her head, sobbing, I don't know, I truly don't know. She could clearly feel a lingering attachment to Jizifeng in her heart. Yet she was uncertain whether it was affection or an obsession stemming from unrequited love. Lin Zhe offered a bittersweet smile and said, It's all right, Su Qingshuo, truly it is. I understand he is the one you have loved for 5 years. You choosing him is something I can comprehend. After all, his family background is quite impressive, and I. At this juncture, Lin Zhe deliberately paused, and his gaze suddenly turned profoundly despondent. He uttered like a whisper, and I have nothing now. His voice carried a blend of resignation, loss, fragmentation, and a hint of despair. Lin Zhe felt that in this life, he had certainly been reborn as a green tea girl. Otherwise, how could he play the role of a green tea man so convincingly? Su Qingshuo cried even harder. Lin Zhe, I want to make it up to you. Please, give me a chance to compensate you. Let it go. Lin Zhe shook his head. Su Qingshuo, in tears, asked why? Because I can't bear to put you in a difficult position, Lin Zhe replied, his eyes reddening. Moreover, what I desire, you cannot provide. Lin Zhe felt overwhelmed by his own performance. He resolved to reward himself with an award for Best Actor. His heart ached. For the first time, Su Qingshuo truly understood the meaning of that phrase. What do you want? Su Qingshuo cried as she pressed on. She swore that even if Lin Zhe asked for 10 billion, she would not hesitate to give it to him. Lin Zhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Su Qingshuo's slender waist, pulling her onto his lap. While caressing her alluring legs, he earnestly said, What I want is you. Chapter 29. Striving relentlessly, Su Qingshuo was taken aback, her heart racing unexpectedly, and a blush crept onto her delicate face. You desire my body? Lin Zhe sighed and replied, in truth, I yearn for your heart. Yet, if there is no place for me within it, how could you ever offer it to me? Thus, I am compelled to settle for second best. His words made Su Qingxue tremble. So he truly sought her heart. To spare her feelings. He had chosen to express a desire for her body instead. But could she truly surrender herself to him? Though she had already yielded 7 times, the circumstances were different. That occasion had arisen from their impending divorce, fueled by alcohol, leading her to succumb to his desires in a haze of confusion. Moreover, at that time, they were still married, and thus it seemed permissible. Now, however, they were divorced. If she were to allow him to possess her again, would that not brand her a wanton? What frightened her most was the possibility that, should they share intimacy again, he might wish to continue such encounters. Such affairs could easily become addictive. Indeed, even now, as she recalled that night when Lin Zhe had explored her every inch, an unbidden longing stirred within her. No, this must not happen. I can give you money. How about that? Su Qingxue gazed up at Lin Zhe, her eyes shimmering with a hint of desperation. Lin Zhe understood that matters would not unfold so smoothly. Had he been with an ordinary girl, she would have leapt upon him in that very moment. Yet, despite her profound sorrow and overwhelming guilt, her rationality remained intact. It appeared that his earlier performance had yet to fully captivate her. He needed to press on. With a melancholic gaze, Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue and said, no need for that. I never truly expected compensation from you. My earlier words were merely uttered in a moment of helplessness. You need not take them to heart. A strategy of retreat to advance. In the face of Su Qingxue's rejection, Lin Zhe's tactic not only alleviated their awkwardness, but also deepened her sense of guilt. Classmates, these are all valuable lessons. A shiver ran through Su Qingxue. So, he had only said that to avoid making her feel obligated. Guilt, akin to a heavy snowstorm, bore down upon her heart, leaving her feeling immensely pained. Very well, you should rest. I shall take my leave, Lin Zhe suddenly said. Yet another retreat to advance. Panic surged within Su Qingxue, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Zhe's waist. She did not wish for him to leave, nor did she want to confront the emptiness of the room alone. Please, don't go. I beg you, Su Qingxue cried, her voice laced with desperation. But if I stay, seeing you makes me want to kiss you. What shall I do? Su Qingxue anxiously exclaimed. Then, if I give you a kiss, will you stay? She was not devoid of reason. Yet she had found herself ensnared in the emotional trap woven by Lin Zhe. Thus, such words escaped her lips. Women, after all, often allow their emotions to outweigh their rationality. A kiss? Lin Zhe chuckled inwardly. Once that threshold was crossed, how far could they be from sharing a bed? Just as he was about to respond, Su Qingxue's crimson lips suddenly brushed against his, only to swiftly retreat. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe found himself electrified, his heart racing wildly. Can you stay? Su Qingxue pleaded, her cheeks flushed. No sooner had her words left her mouth than Lin Zhe's lips pressed fervently against her luscious ones. How could he settle for a mere fleeting touch when she had initiated? A soft, intoxicating moan escaped Su Qingxue's lips, and the sensation of being electrified coursed through both of them, rendering her mind momentarily blank. Lin Zhe's kiss was exceptionally fervent, and Su Qingxue felt as if the very air in her mouth was being drawn out by him. The unprecedented dizziness overwhelmed her, leaving her weak and warm. Her hands slipping around Lin Zhe's neck, as if she were suspended in midair. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, Lin Zhe finally pulled away from her lips. A wave of inexplicable emptiness washed over Su Qingxue, and instinctively, she leaned in to kiss him again. Lin Zhe smiled. See, igniting a girl's passion is not such a daunting task. As he reciprocated, he embraced her and settled onto the sofa. When they nearly gasped for breath again, Su Qingxue finally momentarily interrupted their passionate entanglement. She was breathless, her eyes glimmering seductively. Lin Zhe panted heavily, his eyes aflame. After exchanging a glance that spoke volumes, they instinctively fell into another fervent kiss. Su Qingxue felt herself sinking deeper, desire consuming her reason. Her rational mind warned her to halt this perilous game immediately. Yet, her desires compelled her body, wrapping around Lin Zhe like an octopus. Lin Zhe was in the process of unbuckling his belt, while Su Qingxue's short skirt had already been pushed up to her waist. They were tantalizingly close to crossing the final threshold. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone shattered the intimate atmosphere within the villa. Su Qingxue, as if awakening from a deep slumber, hastily pushed Lin Zhe away. The ringtone emanated from her own phone. Lin Zhe cursed inwardly, feeling frustrated. They were so close. Su Qingxue glanced at her phone. It was a call from Ji Zifeng. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions before answering the call. Qingxue, I have come to apologize to you. Ji Zifeng's voice was filled with remorse and guilt. Su Qingxue replied softly, there's no need. She understood the reason behind Ji Zifeng's apology. Ultimately, it stemmed from his blunder regarding Jiang Qingwei. Although Jiang Qingwei had decided from the outset not to renew her contract with Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng's words in front of her were indeed rather foolish. Nevertheless, the anger in her heart dissipated significantly due to Ji Zifeng's apology. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Ji Zifeng couldn't help but smirk. He was confident that Su Qingxue's fondness for him meant she could never truly blame him for his mistakes. No, I must apologize. You need not do so out of your magnanimity, but I cannot evade the consequences of my own errors. After returning, I reflected deeply and realized that I should not have spoken to Jiang Qingwei in such a manner. However, Qingxue, at that moment, I felt indignant on your behalf. After all, you had elevated her to stardom, yet she treated you so poorly, which compelled me to express those sentiments to her. Su Qingxue felt a warmth in her heart, so Ji Zifeng was standing up for her. It turned out he wasn't foolish. He simply had a moment of weakness. Just as she was about to respond, a strong hand suddenly grasped her delicate neck. Then, she felt Lin Zhe's scorching lips press against hers. Su Qingxue instinctively let out a sultry sound. Ji Zifeng heard it, and in an instant, his blood surged with excitement. Su Qingxue's enticing moan was utterly captivating. He had encountered many women, yet none had ever produced such an intoxicating sound. Trembling, Ji Zifeng asked, Qingxue, what is happening? Chapter 30. The green tea bitch Su Qingxue was nearly startled out of her wits by Lin Zhe's bold kiss. How audacious could he be? He knew she was on the phone, yet he insisted on kissing her forcefully. Su Qingxue felt she ought to be angry. Yet, for some reason, aside from feeling exhilarated, she found herself devoid of any other emotions. She pushed Lin Zhe away and feigned calmness, saying, it's nothing. I was just accidentally bitten by my little dog. With that, she shot Lin Zhe an annoyed glance, embarrassed and angry. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he pulled Su Qingxue into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. After struggling in vain, she resigned herself to the warmth of his hold. This scoundrel must have been possessed by someone else. How could he be so different now? Previously, he had been gentle and compliant, treating her with utmost respect, yet now he exuded a roguish charm that was utterly audacious. What? You were bitten by a dog? Is it serious? Give me your address. I'll come to see you right now. Ji Zifeng's voice revealed a hint of panic. In truth, he exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, he felt a sense of secret delight, for he had long desired to reside within Su Qingxue's home. Ji Zifeng was acutely aware that only by living in her abode could he swiftly win her over. Despite his repeated overt and covert hints, she had consistently withheld her address and denied him entry into her home. To his surprise, an opportunity had now arisen. No need, it merely nipped at my pant leg, and I had already resolved to shoo it away. Su Qingxue declined. Oh, I see. Qingxue, do you have time tonight? I would like to dine with you. As you know, I have just returned and am unfamiliar with this place. Eating alone would be rather pitiful. Having failed in one tactic, Ji Zifeng resorted to playing the sympathetic card. However, he inadvertently reminded Su Qingxue that Lin Zhe was also alone. Comparatively, she preferred to dine with Lin Zhe. She even yearned for the familiar routine of shopping for groceries together, followed by him cooking for her. I'm tired today, let's postpone, she replied. But if you let me know what you wish to eat, I can have it delivered. Ji Zifeng sighed, feeling aggrieved. Well, if you're not coming, I have no appetite for anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe felt a wave of nausea. Damn, what a total green tea. He scoffed. Then he realized that he, too, was akin to a green tea. A wry smile crossed his face at this thought. Fine, since we are both green teas, let us compete in our respective abilities. With this in mind, Lin Zhe suddenly spoke melancholically near Su Qingxue's ear. If he wishes to come, then I shall take my leave. Su Qingxue immediately panicked. Ji Zifeng, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up. Without granting him a chance to respond, she abruptly ended the call. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel amused. Su Qingxue's reaction was entirely unexpected. He genuinely wished to inquire if she truly harbored feelings for Jizafeng. What would you like to eat tonight? I will treat you. Su Qingxue suddenly proposed, yearning to dine with Lin Zhe. Regrettably, I am dining with Jiang Qingyue this evening, Lin Zhe replied with a hint of resignation. Su Qingxue was instantly taken aback. She had turned down Jizafeng's invitation solely to share a meal with him. Yet he casually informed her of his plans with another woman. Outraged, she struggled out of Lin Zhe's embrace and sulked on the nearby sofa in silence. Lin Zhe recognized her anger. All right, considering I have yet to win her over, I should soothe her a bit, he thought. What has upset you? Why must you seek out Jiang Qingyue? She has already informed me that she intends to sign with you. Su Qingxue retorted, her irritation resurfacing. It was infuriating. This scoundrel clearly harbored deep feelings for her, yet he was poaching her people for another woman. How vexing. The dinner was arranged by Jiang Qingyue, perhaps as a gesture of gratitude for my past support. Moreover, it is one of the stipulations of our contract. But why would you assist Shen Tianli in luring Jiang Qingyue away? Are you not aware that she is under my wing and holds significant importance to me? Is that so? Yet Shen Tianli informed me that Jiang Qingyue is unwilling to renew her contract with you, which prompted my actions. Prior to this, I had no inkling of her acquaintance with me, nor did I anticipate such ease in my endeavor. Su Qingxue seethed with anger, gritting her teeth. That wretched Shen Tianli deceived Lin Zhe into confronting me. How was I oblivious to her cunning nature before? The song you composed for Shen Tianli, is it the theme for her upcoming fantasy drama? Su Qingxue shifted the topic. Lin Zhe nodded in affirmation. They truly are arch-rivals, possessing an intimate understanding of each other's circumstances. Su Qingxue felt a wave of frustration. Whether Shen Tianli's fantasy drama would become a sensation was uncertain. Yet she was acutely aware that the theme song Lin Zhe crafted would undoubtedly achieve great success. Both in terms of lyrics and melody, it is indisputably a masterpiece. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Qingxue gazed at Lin Zhe with a complex expression. After 3 years of marriage, her concern for Lin Zhe had been woefully insufficient. She had not realized he possessed such extraordinary talent. Clearly, he had sacrificed much for her sake. A surge of guilt welled up within her. She suddenly inquired, Lin Zhe, have you ever considered becoming a star? Never crossed my mind, nor do I wish to pursue it. Damn it. After having interacted with so many celebrities in my past life, the mere thought of that profession made Lin Zhe feel like prey. He detested that sensation. Besides, although stardom appears glamorous, it pales in comparison to building capital. Once my company flourishes, what celebrity could I not have? I have never considered it. Nor do I wish to. Why not? You are so handsome, and your singing is delightful. Most importantly, you possess the gift of composition. If you were willing, I could sign you, and I assure you I would propel you to stardom, making you the brightest star. Has Jizafeng already joined your company? Su Qingxue was taken aback. She understood Lin Zhe's insinuation. Simply put, he did not want to encounter Jizafeng. I apologize. I did not think it through at the time. I merely believed he had returned from abroad with a broad perspective and considerable ability, and thought he could assist me. If you prefer not to see him, I could establish a new record label solely to promote you. Forget it. Managing one company already stretches you thin. If you were to start another, you would likely work yourself to the bone. In that case, it would be my heart that aches. Su Qingxue was so touched, she found herself at a loss for words. Her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at Lin Zhe. Meanwhile, regret surged once more within her heart at the thought of divorcing Lin Zhe. Chapter 31. I came to dine, not to be devoured. After accompanying Su Qingxue to finish her meal, Lin Zhe prepared to leave. The meal was prepared by Su Qingxue herself. During their 3 years of marriage, she had never cooked for him. Unexpectedly, after their divorce, she began to prepare meals for him. Sometimes, human nature can be quite perplexing. As Lin Zhe was about to depart, Su Qingxue felt a profound sense of reluctance. She was acutely aware that once he left, she would have to face the emptiness of the house alone. She despised this feeling. She longed to retain Lin Zhe, yet she could not utter a word, for she knew that even if she managed to keep him, she could not provide him with what he truly desired. It was better to remain silent than to speak falsely. When she escorted Lin Zhe to the door, Su Qingxue suddenly said, I want to change the password to the electronic lock. You can return whenever you wish. But what if you bring Jizafeng back with you? It would be awkward if I suddenly missed you and came back to see you. Lin Zhe feigned melancholy as he responded, I would be quite put out. I promise. I want to bring him back, Su Qingxue hastily assured him. Moreover, as if to prove her sincerity to Lin Zhe, she added, I'm not lying to you. My feelings for Jizafeng are quite muddled. I don't know if it's genuine affection or merely an obsession with what I cannot have. Lindsay felt a smile tug at his lips. She was already flustered after his mere attempt to engage her. If he pushed a little harder, would she not sever all ties with Jizafeng entirely? Yet, to be candid, even if she did distance herself from Jizafeng and wished to return to him, Lindsay would no longer accept her. The original owner of her heart might forgive her for the divorce, but Lindsay certainly would not. His current infatuation was merely with her physical form, nothing more. No worries, time will reveal everything. Next time, I shall return while you are asleep, he remarked. Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed. What do you mean? Nothing much, just that I fear you might not want to see me while awake. So I shall sneak back when you are asleep, he replied. Tears welled up in Su Qingshue's eyes once more. She had initially thought Lindsay intended to take advantage of her while she slumbered, but to her surprise, he was merely concerned that she would not wish to see him awake. At that moment, she felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. I want to see you. You can return whenever you wish. Lindsay smiled. At this rate, it seemed that it would not be long before they would share an intimate encounter. I truly am a beast, he mused, unabashedly squeezing Su Qingshue's delicate, fair cheek. All right, I understand. Next time, I shall return while you are asleep. You mustn't bully me when you sneak back, she protested. Su Qingshue's delicate face flushed even more vibrantly. Lindsay, with a smile in his eyes, remarked, You must remain vigilant. Who knows, perhaps I will sneak into your bed. What? This rascal intends to invade my personal space? Su Qingshue's heart began to race uncontrollably. Yet amidst the chaos of her emotions, an inexplicable sense of anticipation surged within her. She wished to voice her thoughts, but Lindsay had already turned to leave. As he approached the exit of the villa, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Su Qingxue found herself inexplicably captivated by his demeanor. However, upon returning to the now empty villa and gazing at the desolate surroundings, her heart felt achingly hollow. She realized that it was not the house that was empty, but rather her own heart, which felt profoundly vacant. On his way to Jiang Qingyue's residence, Lindsay took a moment to search for information about her online, ensuring he had a basic understanding of her background. It would be rather awkward to engage in conversation with someone he knew nothing about, and Lindsay was not one to put a beautiful woman in an uncomfortable position. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiang Qingyue's villa and pressing the doorbell, the grand door swung open promptly. There stood Jiang Qingyue, her face adorned with a warm smile, gazing at him. It must be said, Jiang Qingyue was indeed stunning. Her slender figure exuded an air of elegance as she stood at the threshold, capturing the attention of all who beheld her. With a smile, Lindsay approached her swiftly. Have you been waiting long? He inquired playfully as he stood before her. Jiang Qingyue quickly replied, Not at all. It's perfectly fine if you arrive a bit later. That's good to hear, he responded, entering the villa with an air of casual confidence. Jiang Qingyue immediately bent down to retrieve a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, even preparing to assist Lindsay in removing his shoes. Lindsay was taken aback. Isn't she a top-tier celebrity? When did she become so approachable? I can manage on my own, he said. Jiang Qingyue's cheeks flushed a shade of pink as she acquiesced. As he changed his shoes, Lindsay casually asked, What delectable dishes have you prepared? Originally, Jiang Qingyue had intended to take Lindsay to a restaurant, having already made reservations at the finest establishment in Haiqing. However, 2 hours prior, she had messaged him, inquiring about his availability. Lindsay mentioned he had prior commitments and suggested she prepare something simple at home. Consequently, Jiang Qingyue hastily instructed her assistant to deliver the ingredients, and she began cooking in her kitchen. Jiang Qingyue had learned to cook at a young age, having grown up in a modest household. While her parents worked in the fields, she would prepare meals for them, though she primarily cooked simple dishes at that time. It instilled in her a lasting love for the culinary arts. Later, once she had acquired wealth, Jiang Qingyue would often take the time to prepare her own meals whenever she had a moment of respite. Over time, her culinary skills had significantly improved. Oh, I made fish, beef, and some vegetables, Jiang Qingyue stammered, appearing somewhat anxious. Lindsay chuckled. Why do you sound a bit nervous? Jiang Qingyue's delicate face flushed even more deeply. Why yes, just a little. To be honest, she herself could not fathom why she felt this way in Lindsay's presence. After all, she was not easily intimidated, even in front of the most formidable tycoons. Could it be that her feelings for Lindsay were the cause? Indeed, Jiang Qingyue harbored affection for him. More accurately, she had a secret crush on Lindsay. during her most desperate and helpless times. The 50,000 yuan he had given her was not merely money, it was a lifeline. Yet she had never dared to reveal these feelings to anyone. Not even to Lin Zhe. It was not that she did not want to, but rather that she was too afraid. Poverty had instilled in her a heightened sensitivity and a sense of inferiority since childhood. In university, she had deliberately sought out encounters with Lin Zhe countless times, smiling to herself whenever they brushed past each other. She had witnessed Lin Zhe's heartache when his pursuits of Su Qingxue bore no fruit, his solitary drinking sessions, and even the moments when he shed silent tears. During those times, all she could do was feel a profound sense of sorrow, powerless to intervene. Yet she had silently vowed that if she ever had the chance to be with Lin Zhe, she would cherish him and ensure he would never shed tears. However, just as she began to cultivate her self-confidence and finally mustered the courage to confess her feelings, she received the devastating news of his impending marriage to Su Qingxue. On that day, Jiang Qingyue, who seldom drank, found herself utterly intoxicated. Subsequently, she participated in a singing competition and emerged victorious. When she learned that Su Qingxue was establishing an entertainment company and extending an olive branch to her, Jiang Qingyue signed the contract without hesitation. She wished to repay her gratitude and, more importantly, to draw closer to Lin Zhe. Just when she thought her life would unfold in this manner, she was suddenly informed of Su Qingxue's intention to divorce Lin Zhe. Jiang Qingyue's heart, which had seemed lifeless, began to beat anew. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to eat, not to eat you," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Jiang Qingyue burst into laughter, her smile reminiscent of a warm spring in March, vibrant and captivating. Chapter 32. I give you 3 minutes. After laughing, Jiang Qingyue felt her anxiety dissipate. She led Lin Zhe directly to the dining room, where an impressive array of dishes had been laid out on the expansive table. "Goodness, Jiang Qingyue, do you intend to fatten me up like a pig?" Lin Zhe exclaimed. "And no, I didn't," she quickly denied. Lin Zhe chuckled. "Then why prepare so many dishes? Just 2 or 3 would suffice for the 2 of us. You mustn't make so much next time." "Next time? Thus, will I still be able to dine with Lin Zhe in the future?" A surge of joy blossomed in Jiang Qingyue's heart. She obediently nodded in agreement. After they had settled into their seats, Jiang Qingyue transformed into a devoted little attendant, eagerly serving Lin Zhe a piece of fish. "Do take a taste and see how it is," she urged. Lin Zhe, ever gracious, took a bite. "Wow, this is exquisite. The flavor is truly delightful. Jiang Qingyue, I believe your culinary skills could win the hearts of many men." This was not mere flattery, it was a genuine compliment. But could it win your heart? Jiang Qingyue asked instinctively. As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. She was not typically impulsive. So how could she utter such ambiguous words? Even though she harbored feelings for Lin Zhe, she ought to maintain some decorum. What if she frightened him away? Is this top-tier talent flirting with me? Lin Zhe chuckled, replying, "To conquer my heart, one need not rely solely on culinary delights. Beauty suffices." Jiang Qingyue was not one to laugh easily. The hardships of life had conditioned her to conceal her emotions, and upon entering the entertainment industry, facing an even more complex environment, she had built walls around herself. She had not shared her heart with anyone and had no true friends. Yet, in this moment, confronted with Lin Zhe's playful banter, she smiled, a radiant smile that lit up her face. Her eyes sparkled as though they contained a sky full of stars. Jiang Qingyue felt that Lin Zhe was truly a captivating individual. Strictly speaking, this was only their second conversation in 6 years. Yet she felt as if she had known him for an eternity, with no hint of awkwardness between them. It was a wonderfully peculiar sensation. Jiang Qingyue recognized that Lin Zhe was being accommodating. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not have been so harmonious. After all, she was not adept at socializing. "What are your plans moving forward?" Lin Zhe inquired between bites. "I'll see how President Shen arranges things for me. If all goes well, I should be joining the cast for filming." Observing her apparent lack of enthusiasm for acting, Lin Zhe asked, "Aside from acting, is there anything else you wish to pursue?" Jiang Qingyue pondered for a moment before replying, "I want to sing. I genuinely love singing, but after signing with Su Qingxue's company, she believed I was more suited for acting. Given that I possess a decent appearance, I followed her advice and pursued acting, and it turns out, her judgment was indeed sound." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "If singing is your passion, I shall speak to Shun Tianli on your behalf, urging her to allow you to temporarily forego acting and instead focus on preparing your new album." Jiang Qingyue let out a soft sigh. Finding a truly remarkable song is a rare occurrence. Su Qingxue had considered producing an album for me, yet despite her efforts to engage numerous esteemed lyricists, the results were far from satisfactory. Of the demos I received, only 1 or 2 resonated with me. The rest were merely mediocre. This is a matter easily resolved, so leave it to me. After all, I will soon assume full responsibility for your work, starting with the production of your album. For Lindsay, creating a nationwide sensation with a record for Jiang Qingyue is an uncomplicated endeavor. His mind is brimming with timeless classics from the Blue Star, and those masterpieces could easily fill 10 albums for her. This is precisely why Lindsay speaks with such confidence. However, arranging music is not his forte. While he can perform and sing, true orchestration requires the expertise of top professionals. Jiang Qingyue was slightly taken aback. Senior, can you really find good songs? An album requires at least 10 tracks. It was not that she doubted Lindsay's abilities. Rather, she was acutely aware of her own discerning taste. She would not settle for anything less than perfection, rejecting even the slightest flaw. Lindsay reassured her with a smile. Rest assured. Just for the meal you treated me to today, I will ensure we create a sensational album. Jiang Qingyue felt a surge of excitement. She raised her glass and declared, Senior, I toast to you. If you can truly help me produce an album that makes waves across the nation, She paused, inhaling deeply as if summoning immense resolve, and continued, Senior, if you can deliver such an album, I would be willing to do anything you desire. As she finished her sentence, her fair and flawless cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Jiang Qingyue was not devoid of principles. Had she been, her wealth would have multiplied tenfold by now. After all, more than once, influential figures had expressed a desire for her to become their lover. She understood that with a mere nod, vast riches could be hers. Yet she had declined all such propositions. Furthermore, after over 2 years in the industry, she had never accepted any kissing scenes, nor had she engaged in any physical contact. This was her principle. She envisioned a future with Lindsay where she could stand unblemished. Thus, when she uttered those words to Lindsay, her true intention was to forge a deeper connection with him. Lindsay chuckled, replying, All right, I will remember your words. Their meal concluded with the utmost enjoyment for both host and guest. After dining, Lindsay offered to assist with the dishes, but Jiang Qingyue adamantly refused to let him help. With no choice left, Lindsay stood in the kitchen, watching her wash the dishes while inquiring about her preferred musical genre. Jiang Qingyue revealed that she favored singing lyrical pieces. Lindsay nodded, intending to revisit the songs sung by Jiang Qingyue to assess the quality of her vocal timbre. He contemplated which songs would be suitable for imitation. Just as he was engaging in idle conversation, his phone rang. It was a call from Shen Tianli. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Qingyue, Lindsay stepped into the living room to answer the call. Where are you? You rascal. Why aren't you home? Shen Tianli's alluring voice reached Lindsay's ears, though it bore an undertone of displeasure. Are you back? Where are you? She retorted. I'm at Jiang Qingyue's house. We just finished dinner. Despite the arrangement being made earlier that afternoon, Shen Tianli felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing Lindsay was with Jiang Qingyue. She was baffled by the sudden surge of emotions and even contemplated withdrawing her support for Jiang Qingyue. Suppressing her annoyance, Shen Tianli asked with a smile, When are you coming back? Missing me already? Yes, indeed, she replied playfully. Just how much do you miss me? Enough to feel an unbearable itch. Lindsay chuckled. Why don't you take a shower first? I'll be back shortly to soothe that itch. No need. I've already showered and am lounging in bed. Oh, and I'm not wearing anything, you naughty boy. You have 3 minutes. Don't keep me waiting. Little temptress, just wait. I shall attend to you shortly. Chapter 33. In times of loneliness, Lindsay ended the call, exchanging a brief farewell with Jiang Qingyue before preparing to leave. Upon hearing that he intended to depart, a wave of reluctance washed over her. She had hoped to share a glass of red wine, watch a movie, and engage in heartfelt conversation with him, nurturing their bond further. To her dismay, he was leaving so soon. Lindsay, may I message you in the future? Jiang Qingyue inquired cautiously. With a warm smile, Lindsay replied, Of course, feel free to text me anytime you feel lonely or can't sleep. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her heart swelled with joy. Lindsay waved goodbye and hurriedly made his way to Shen Tianli's villa. The thought of Shen Tianli's sultry figure ignited a fiery restlessness within him. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at her villa, only to feel a surge of annoyance upon seeing her sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Where's the trust between people? Lindsay lamented. Shen Tianli cast him a playful glance. What's wrong? Are you upset? Of course. I'm about to lose my temper. Well, let yourself be angry. After all, you currently have only 15 points here. You can come back to soothe that itch when you've accumulated 100. Lindsay was infuriated. Damn it. This afternoon you clearly told me that I had already accumulated 20 points. Adding the 5 points for signing Jiang Qinghua, shouldn't it be 25 now? Oh. Upon returning home, I discovered you were absent, so I deducted 10 points from you. Damn. Why didn't you just deduct them all? That wouldn't be right. One must leave you with a glimmer of hope, after all. Lindsay found this amusing. He couldn't help but tease. Shun Tianli, you truly excel in business. My father says the same, Shun Tianli replied with a hint of pride. Now call me daddy. Shun Tianli's charming visage flushed a deep crimson. She bashfully retorted. You rogue. Lindsay chuckled. By the way, what did you do this evening? Blind date, Shun Tianli replied. Lindsay instantly recalled the absurdity of what that fool had claimed yesterday, that he was going on a blind date with Shun Tianli today. He had thought it was mere boasting, but here it was, true. Are you cheating? Uffed. Shun Tianli erupted into laughter, nearly collapsing from amusement at Lindsay's words. After a while, her laughter subsided. Guess who I went on a blind date with? Don't tell me it's my half-brother? Lindsay inquired. Shun Tianli raised an eyebrow, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkling. How did you know? She asked, somewhat astonished. You made me guess. Which implies this person must be one I know, and among those I know, the only one whose identity can somewhat match yours is that worm. Lindsay had referred to the other as a worm because the original owner had saved that contact under such a derogatory name. You're really clever, Shun Tianli grinned. Since I'm so clever, can I be rewarded with a wet kiss? She teased. Your beauty. In fact, I initially didn't want to go on the blind date. But upon learning about the other party's identity, I decided to attend. If all goes well, your brother will soon be harassing me relentlessly. So, he has taken a liking to you? With my looks and figure, even you desire me, let alone that fool, Shun Tianli declared with pride. Lindsay chuckled. That's true. When he pursues me, I'll flirt with you right in front of him. Do you think he'll be furious? Shun Tianli giggled. Lindsay was surprised that Shun Tianli had such a cunning plan. However, it must be said, she played her cards quite well. If that worm truly fancied her while she flirted with him, it would likely infuriate him. No wonder you deserve to be with me, Shun Tianli playfully chided. Enough. Tell me, how do you plan to thank me? I'll dedicate myself to you, truly. Apart from that, I can think of no better way to express my gratitude. You rogue. I think you're not looking to thank me, but rather to get me into trouble. That's nonsense. I can barely manage 5 times in one night. How could that possibly kill you? Shun Tianli burst into laughter. She could hardly contain herself. This shameless rogue was simply too outrageous. She was hesitant to continue the conversation with Lindsay, fearing she might laugh herself to death. You scoundrel, I can't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Wait, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Jiang Qinghua wants to release a record, and I've agreed. That's fine. I'll have someone reach out to those top lyricists for songs. No need, leave it to me. Seeing Lindsay take such an interest in Jiang Qinghua, Shun Tianli felt a twinge of discomfort. You rogue, tell me honestly, do you have some feelings for Jiang Qinghua? Of course. She's stunningly beautiful. It would be odd if I didn't have any feelings. But don't worry, the person I most desire to be with right now is you. Shun Tianli couldn't help but laugh at Lindsay's words. His shamelessness was both infuriating and endearing. How could he deliver such audacious lines with such sincerity? Well, good luck then. Rest assured, I will strive diligently to achieve that goal as soon as possible. Shun Tianli threw him a flirtatious glance before heading upstairs. Once back in his room, Lindsay began to practice his stances. Although flirting with Shun Tianli was important, maintaining his physical form was paramount. After enduring for an hour and a half, he was utterly exhausted. This was even more tiring than the 5 times he had spent with Su Qingxue that previous night. Nevertheless, Lindsay felt it was all worthwhile. After all, every minute spent refining himself now would lead to greater pleasure in the future. The next morning, as Lindsay rose, he saw Shun Tianli enjoying breakfast. Today, she wore a pair of light-colored jeans that hugged her alluringly smooth legs. Shun Tianli, the heavens have gifted you with those exquisite legs for the purpose of displaying them to me. Yet here you are, covering them up completely. Please, change into a black silk miniskirt. Change your mind. Hurry up and eat. We still need to draft Jiang Qinghua's contract at the office. What is so difficult about that? Just have your legal team draft it. But I must review it first. And then I need to discuss it with Jiang Qinghua to see what conditions she has. All of that must be included in the contract. Lindsay nodded, about to respond when suddenly his phone buzzed with a message from Ji Zifeng. Lindsay, Qingxue is really something. Insisting on coming over to share a heartfelt breakfast with me. Are you free to join us? Lindsay felt somewhat speechless. Was he out of his mind? He had spent 7 nights with Su Qingxue and even kissed her the night before, yet he was not one to boast. What was there to brag about over breakfast? Moreover, the most crucial point is that he does not harbor any affection for Su Qingxue. His ostentation holds little impact on him. Understood. I wish you a pleasant meal, Lindsay replied. Upon seeing Lindsay's response, Ji Zifeng felt a surge of frustration. How could he respond so casually when he should have been enraged? I know it. That beast Lindsay must be feigning indifference. With this thought, Ji Zifeng couldn't help but smile triumphantly. He decided to capture a photograph of himself having breakfast with Su Qingxue and send it to Lindsay, convinced that it would infuriate him. After finishing his conversation with Ji Zifeng, Lindsay promptly sent a screenshot of their dialogue to Su Qingxue, adding a note. Could you please ask Ji Zifeng to refrain from sending me such messages? I truly feel heartbroken. How trivial, pretending to be a damsel in distress. Who cannot do that? The reason Lindsay did not forward Ji Zifeng's picture of the sports car to Su Qingxue last time was that he believed their relationship at that moment was such that even if he sent it, she might not react with anger. However, the circumstances had changed. Following the emotional upheaval from the previous night, Lindsay was acutely aware that Su Qingxue's feelings towards him had shifted. When Su Qingxue noticed Lindsay reaching out to her, she felt an inexplicable rush of excitement. Yet, her anger flared upon reading the message. Her exquisite face was etched with a frost that cut like ice, and her heart felt as though it were being stabbed repeatedly with a knife. It was excruciating. She had always believed that despite Ji Zifeng's changed appearance, he remained the gentle, pure-hearted person she once knew. But now it seemed she had been mistaken. Without further ado, Su Qingxue directly called Ji Zifeng. Qingxue, have you arrived? Ji Zifeng asked softly. Su Qingxue retorted furiously, be quiet. How dare you send such messages to Lindsay? Ji Zifeng was taken aback. Wait, that beast Lindsay actually forwarded the message to Su Qingxue? How dare he? However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. His immediate priority was to placate Su Qingxue. Ji Zifeng, feeling aggrieved, said, Qingxue, I genuinely invited him to breakfast out of kindness. You must believe me. I harbor no ill intentions. Silence. You know full well that Lindsay has loved me for 7 long years. My divorce has already caused him immense pain. Yet you dare to provoke him with your messages? How could you? Su Qingxue's voice was laced with wrath. Ji Zifeng panicked. He had never witnessed Su Qingxue in such a state of fury. Qingxue, I know Lindsay has loved you for many years, but I truly had no idea that your divorce caused him such suffering. I assumed it was a mutual agreement, and that parting ways was simple. I only invited him to breakfast out of respect for our shared past as classmates. At this juncture, Ji Zifeng was acutely aware that he could never admit to having provoked Lin Zifen by sending him a message. To do so would not only shatter the persona he had cultivated before Su Qingxue, but also expose him to the peril of losing her. Ji Zifeng, do not treat me as a fool. Speak plainly. Your credibility with me is plummeting at an alarming rate. Once it reaches a negative threshold, it will be your time to depart. Enjoy your breakfast alone, Su Qingxue declared, abruptly terminating the call. Fuming with rage, Ji Zifeng yearned to inquire of Su Qingxue who, in truth, was the object of her affections. She consistently professed her love for him, yet her recent words suggested that her true affection lay with Lin Zifen. However, he dared not ask. The final remark from Su Qingxue had set off alarm bells in his mind. He could not risk further provoking her, as he was genuinely fearful that his credibility might plummet into the negative. At that point, he would likely find himself bereft of even a place to lament his fate. After concluding her call with Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue hastily sent a message to Lin Zifen. She had initially contemplated a phone call, but feared hearing the sorrow in his voice. Please do not be upset. I will not be joining him for breakfast. Furthermore, I have admonished him to refrain from provoking you in the future. After sending the message, Su Qingxue anxiously awaited Lin Zifen's reply. However, after a prolonged wait, no response came, deepening her despondency. She surmised that Ji Zifeng's ostentation had profoundly wounded Lin Zifen's heart, leaving him in a state of acute sorrow. Otherwise, he would not have left her message unanswered. Regret washed over Su Qingxue as she pondered why she had acquiesced to Ji Zifeng's breakfast invitation. Had she refused, none of this turmoil would have transpired. At that moment, She recalled Ji Zifeng's message to Lin Zifan, and the anger she had managed to suppress surged forth once more. She even entertained the thought of delivering a few sharp blows to Ji Zifeng. Upon reading Su Qingshua's message, Lin Zifan smiled. Clearly, his performance the previous night had been commendable, eliciting a strong sense of guilt from Su Qingxua. Otherwise, she would not have felt compelled to explain everything to him and reprimand Ji Zifeng. What are you smiling about? Shen Tianli inquired suddenly. With a grin, Lin Zifan replied, Oh, it's nothing. Ji Zifeng sent me a provocative message, which I promptly forwarded to Su Qingxua. Speaking of which, that greasy fellow messaged me last night. Can you believe the audacity? Did he confess his feelings to you? Lin Zifen's expression was one of amused curiosity. It was far more repulsive. He sent me a photograph of himself, revealing his disgusting chest hair. What was most revolting was that he retracted it and innocently claimed it was a mistake. If I weren't tempted to tease this fool, I would have blocked him on the spot. It was utterly nauseating. Lindsay could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He knew that Ji Zifeng was a pretentious charmer, but he had not anticipated him to be such a fool. He pretended to be deeply affectionate in front of Su Qingxua, only to turn around and flirt with Shen Tianli. Unfortunately, Shen Tianli was not the sycophant that Su Qingxua was. I truly wish time could fast forward to the moment when Su Qingxua discovers the true nature of that greasy man. I can only imagine her reaction would be one of utter devastation, and just thinking about it brings me immense satisfaction, Shen Tianli remarked with a flirtatious smile. How satisfying is that? Lindsay asked with a grin. Shen Tianli shot him a glare, annoyed by his lewd insinuation. Just then, Lindsay's phone chimed with a notification from his younger brother. Big brother, congratulate me. Thanks to my mother's relentless efforts, Father has agreed to let me inherit the Lin family. And you, my dear brother, will be left with nothing. Aren't you devastated? Don't worry. As long as I am happy, that's all that matters. A surge of furious indignation erupted within Lindsay. Yes, this was his own emotion. Upon traversing to this realm and accessing the original owner's memories, Lindsay felt not only pity for him, but also deep sorrow for all he had endured. Now, this brother was provocatively challenging him. Lindsay was determined to retaliate. Just wait. Once I rise again, I will ensure the downfall of the Lin family. What's wrong? Why does your expression suddenly look so grim? Did that greasy man provoke you again? Shen Tianli asked with concern. Lindsay snapped back to reality. No, it's my pesky younger brother. What did he send you? Shen Tianli inquired with curiosity. Lindsay chuckled. Oh, nothing, just the usual provocations. You can still laugh? Should I be crying instead? Lindsay replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianli regarded Lindsay as quite the remarkable individual. Not only had he been expelled from his family, but now he was also being taunted by the son of a mistress. For an ordinary person, such circumstances would have likely driven them to the brink of despair. Yet Lindsay remained unfazed, even able to smile through it all. His composure and generosity were truly extraordinary. Don't be disheartened. Once you conquer me, I shall help you exact your revenge. How would you do that? Bring down the Lin family. Shen Tianli asked with a playful smile. Let us go. We should head to the bedroom now. Lindsay's suggestion elicited a fit of giggles from Shen Tianli. After finishing breakfast, Lindsay took Shen Tianli's car to her company. Shen Tianli was preoccupied with managing Jiang Qingyue's contract, while Lindsay made his way to the 9th floor, an office space Shen Tianli had graciously offered him. The entire 9th floor sprawled over 1,000 square meters, and as Shen Tianli had described, it was equipped with every necessary office facility. Particularly notable was the boss's office, which was tastefully adorned in understated luxury. Furthermore, the view was quite splendid, offering an unobstructed panorama of the river. Lindsay found himself quite pleased. Settled into the expansive office chair, he gazed out at the scenery while browsing various recruitment applications on his phone. Indeed, Lindsay was preparing to hire staff. He intended to venture into the food delivery business. Although he currently possessed a mere 100 million yuan, such a sum was hardly sufficient to establish a company. Nevertheless, it would suffice for the initial stages. Once the company was set up, he could pursue new financing. Lost in thought, Lindsay's phone suddenly chimed. The call was from someone saved in his contacts as Chen Qingshan. A quick search through his memories revealed that this individual was a college classmate, and their relationship seemed amicable. Lindsay answered the call. Zegu, what have you been busy with lately? Came a somewhat unfamiliar voice from the other end. Lindsay chuckled and replied, just keeping myself occupied. What prompted you to call? I need a favor, Zegu, the caller replied, sounding somewhat bashful. What is it? Could you help me find a job? I'm truly at my wit's end. What can you do? I can code, he said with a wry smile. Lin Zhe's interest peaked. This was precisely the assistance he required, as he was in dire need of programmers to develop the food delivery app. However, he refrained from immediately agreeing. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why don't you come to the 9th floor of Jean Gang Building A? All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Lin Zhe awaited his arrival. Half an hour later, a young man with thinning hair and a checkered shirt appeared before him. Lin Zhe studied him for a moment and finally recognized the familiar face. "Zegu, it's been a while," Chen Qingshan greeted with a smile. Lin Zhe nodded and asked, "I remember you had a full head of hair back in college. What happened? Don't mention it. 3 years as a programmer took its toll. But you, Zegu, remain as handsome as ever." Lin Zhe chuckled. "So what is your situation?" Chen Qingshan sighed, expressing his frustration. "Don't remind me. Do you remember Ji Buchang?" "Who?" "The Ji Buchang from our class, the one who was particularly close with Ji Zifeng." "Oh, I have a vague recollection," Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly, though he struggled to recall who Chen Qingshan was referring to. "After being dismissed by his previous company last year, that worthless individual begged me for quite some time to help him find a job. Out of a sense of camaraderie, I pleaded with my superior to give him a chance, but little did I know that I had invited a venomous snake into our midst." Lin Zhe's interest was piqued. What did he do? Upon entering, instead of diligently fulfilling his responsibilities, he spent his days flattering others. "Just a few days ago, our team worked tirelessly to complete the development of a new project, yet that scoundrel took all the credit for himself. My superior, blind and foolish, was utterly oblivious. I argued with him for a long time." Chen Qingshan continued, seething with anger. "Ultimately, it proved to be of little consequence, and he was dismissed. What infuriates me is that not only was I let go, but he also terminated the entire team. To add insult to injury, he leveraged his connections to completely blacklist us. I was truly at my wit's end, which is why I sought your assistance, Zeech. By the way, that scoundrel seems to be your younger brother, Lin Nan." Lin Zhe inquired with curiosity. Chen Qingshan nodded. "So, you've been working at his company all along?" "Yes." Lin Zhe felt a surge of joy, although Chen Qingshan's words did not resonate with him, for he had endured far worse betrayals. He was in need of personnel. As for Lin Nan, Lin Zhe paid him no mind. "How many people are in your team?" 11. Chen Qingshan. "I believe that Ji Buchao has done you a great service." Chen Qingshan looked at Lin Zhe in confusion. "Zeech, what do you mean by that?" "To put it simply, I am preparing to establish a company, and I am in dire need of talented individuals like you in software development." Chen Qingshan's heart leaped with joy. "Zeech, I have nothing else to say. I am willing to follow you. Not just you, but I would prefer to bring your entire team along." Chen Qingshan grew increasingly excited. He felt a pang of guilt for his team members who had been dismissed, although he was not responsible for their termination. Ji Buchao's presence in the company was ultimately his doing. The root of the issue lay with him. Now, Lin Zhe intended to recruit his entire team. How could Chen Qingshan not be thrilled? Moreover, he had formed a strong bond with his colleagues, and they had developed an exceptional synergy. The prospect of continuing to work together was immensely appealing. However, even more exhilarating news awaited him. "Chen Qingshan, what was your monthly salary at your last job?" 20,000. Chen Qingshan replied candidly. "Excellent. I will now offer you 50,000, and from this moment on, you shall be the head of our technical department. If you perform well, I will also grant you equity in the company." Boom. Chen Qingshan was taken aback by Lin Zhe's words, his heart racing. He was overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed and his eyes ablaze. "Zhe Gu, without further ado, from this moment onwards, you shall be my father," Lin Zhe jestingly exclaimed. "Get lost. I certainly do not have a son as unattractive as you," Chen Qingshan retorted with a smile, wiping away his tears. "Now, let me share my plan with you," Chen Qingshan said, nodding eagerly. "Speak, Zhe Gu," he urged. Chapter 36. Simply perfect. After half an hour, Lin Zhe conveyed his ideas to Chen Qingshan. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's business proposal, Chen Qingshan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. If, as Lin Zhe suggested, this software were to become universally applicable across the nation, its commercial value would reach a staggering figure. Although Chen Qingshan was grateful to Lin Zhe for agreeing to take him in and double his salary, he felt a twinge of apprehension about Lin Zhe's intentions. However, that unease had dissipated entirely. He now felt as though he was on the brink of witnessing the birth of a monumental enterprise. He was exhilarated, filled with nothing but excitement. So, Zegu, what do I need to do next? After recruiting those brothers, expedite the development of a delivery app for me. Not a problem, Zegu. This task is quite manageable. How long will it take? A month should suffice, Chen Qingshan replied with unwavering confidence. No, it must be quicker. Chen Qingshan gritted his teeth. Then we shall aim for half a month. We will work overtime. Only then did Lin Zhe nod in satisfaction. Subsequently, he outlined additional requirements and features that needed to be integrated into the software. Chen Qingshan diligently recorded everything on his phone. Once their discussion concluded, Lin Zhe spoke with a serious tone. Chen Qingshan, this endeavor holds significant meaning for both of us. I hope you can keep it confidential. Rest assured, Zegu. I shall not divulge a word. Lin Zhe nodded and added, when hiring, while the candidate's technical skills are crucial, their character must also be impeccable. Understood. All right. Get to work, Chen Qingshan affirmed with a firm nod. After departing from Jingguang Building, Chen Qingshan opened the Green Bubble app and sent a message in the group named Technology First. Half an hour later, meet at the usual place. I have momentous news to share. After bidding farewell to Chen Qingshan, Lin Zhe proceeded to Shun Tianli's company. Shun Tianli was immersed in music, specifically listening to the accompaniment of Xiao Yao Tan. Upon spotting Lin Zhe, she smiled charmingly and said, You arrived just in time. The arrangement is complete. Come listen. Finished so soon? Indeed. I instructed them to finalize it with utmost speed. As Lin Zhe approached her, Shun Tianli willingly offered her boss's chair for him to sit. She wanted him to listen attentively and assess where improvements were necessary. After all, this song was his creation, and he held the most authority to critique it. Lin Zhe, unceremoniously, took a seat in Shun Tianli's executive chair and clicked the play button. After listening, Lin Zhe felt generally satisfied. Although it did not reach the perfection of his previous life, it was still worthy of a score of 90. How is it? Shun Tianli asked, her expression slightly tense. It's quite good, Lin Zhe replied, nodding. Shun Tianli's heart leaped with joy, and she smiled, asking, Does this mean we can proceed to the recording? Indeed, Lin Zhe confirmed. Shun Tianli, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Then let's head to the recording studio. Her company possessed a recording studio, equipped with a plethora of professional devices. Exuding an air of expertise, the sound engineer, Sun Shiji, briefly communicated with Lin Zhe before they entered the recording room. Once he donned the headphones, Lin Zhe gestured an OK sign. Sun Shiji began to play the music, and as the melody filled the air, Lin Zhe commenced singing. Soon, the recording was complete. How was that, Teacher Sun? Shun Tianli inquired with a smile. Sun Shiji nodded repeatedly, visibly exhilarated. Miss Shun, it was excellent. Mr. Lin's skill is remarkable, rivaling that of professional singers. His vocal quality is exceptional and distinctive. I believe that if he were to pursue a singing career, his looks and vocal talents would surely lead him to great success. Shun Tianli's eyes sparkled with delight, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Hearing such praise for Lin Zhe filled her heart with immense joy. Do we need to record again? She asked with a smile. I believe it's unnecessary. It's already perfect. Sun Shiji replied. All right, please expedite the process. In the afternoon, have the publicity department prepare to promote the trailer for that fantasy drama in conjunction with this song online. Understood. As they conversed, Lin Zhe stepped out of the recording studio. How did it go? He asked curiously. Shun Tianli giggled. It was fantastic, simply perfect. It seems I truly am impressive. Impressive, indeed. Come, let me treat you to dinner, and allow me to help you vent a little. What do you mean? Shun Tianli said with pride. Your younger brother invited me to dinner. I initially intended to decline, but upon considering how he has mistreated you, I suddenly felt compelled to help you retaliate. Are you planning to flirt with me in front of him? Lin Zhe inquired with a smile. Yes. When I went on a blind date with him yesterday, the way he looked at me was utterly repulsive. He must have some feelings for me. If that's the case, then flirting in front of him would surely drive him mad. Lin Zhe chuckled. What a splendid idea. If we share a passionate kiss, he might just cry from anger. To be candid, Lin Zhe felt no thrill in seeking revenge in such a manner. For him, true satisfaction lay in witnessing the Lin family's downfall, leaving them destitute and broken. However, since Shun Tianli wished to assist him in this fashion, he certainly would not refuse. After all, who could resist a flirtation with a captivating beauty? Shun Tianli cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zhe, her laughter ringing out as she remarked, You certainly have a vivid imagination, suggesting a passionate kiss. Why not propose that we simply sleep right in front of him? She added, I wouldn't mind. but I fear you might feel embarrassed. Get lost, Shen Tianli retorted playfully. Lindsay grinned in response. Together, they exited the company and made their way toward the restaurant. As they strolled, Shen Tianli teased, "You cheeky rascal, have you ever considered becoming a celebrity?" "Why do you ask?" Lindsay responded, his curiosity piqued. "Has someone else inquired about it?" Shen Tianli questioned suspiciously. "Yes, Su Qingxue asked me about it yesterday," Lindsay confessed. Shen Tianli felt a sudden jolt in her heart. "You mischievous scoundrel, you didn't compose a song for her, did you?" Lindsay nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I created one for her as well." An uncomfortable sensation washed over Shen Tianli, akin to having something dear to her snatched away by another. This feeling left her disconcerted. "Why did you write for her?" "She divorced you for another man. Do you still have feelings for her?" Lindsay chuckled. "Which of your eyes perceive that I still favor her? I composed the song because I desire her." Chapter 37. You've seen through me. Shen Tianli felt both anger and amusement. This shameless rogue was utterly invincible, boldly uttering such audacious words. She yearned to retort, yet the reality of their relationship, which was merely that of friends, held her back. It seemed she had no right to admonish him. However, the urge to argue simmered within her, igniting a sense of displeasure. Hearing Lindsay express a desire for Su Qingxue stirred feelings of betrayal within her. "What is your current relationship with Su Qingxue?" Shen Tianli inquired, suppressing her discomfort. "It's just as it appears," Lindsay replied nonchalantly. "Then why create a song for her?" "That's your fault," he retorted. "After you sent her the song Carefree Sigh, she became displeased." Shen Tianli was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly felt a strong urge to chastise herself for provoking Su Qingxue unnecessarily. While she may not harbor feelings for Lindsay, her possessiveness was undeniable, especially since they were rivals. If Lindsay composed a song for her, it was inevitable that Su Qingxue would seek one from him as well. Shen Tianli was filled with regret. Clearly, not every action could be used to provoke Su Qingxue, otherwise, she would end up being the one provoked. "You scoundrel! You must not treat her so kindly in the future, do you hear me?" "Why not?" Lindsay inquired. "Because it would upset me, and if I am upset, you shan't have your way with me," she declared. Lindsay chuckled. "Shen Tianli, I am merely an actor you hired to play along with your charade. If that is the case, then who I choose to sleep with is of no concern to you. Or perhaps, you have become too engrossed in this act and developed feelings for me?" Puffed. Shen Tianli erupted in delightful laughter. She seemed to have heard an uproarious jest. "Lindsay, you truly are amusing. Do you believe I would develop feelings for a divorced man? I merely think that you are currently in my employ, and if you were to betray my trust, I would certainly be displeased." Lindsay patted his chest, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought you had developed feelings for me." Shen Tianli grew increasingly irked. What did this lecher mean? With his remarkable appearance, alluring physique, and impressive lineage, did he not long to be the object of her affection? Yet, why did he appear apprehensive about her liking him? At that moment, a thought suddenly emerged in Shen Tianli's mind. Could it be that Su Qingxue made some promise to this scoundrel? Otherwise, how could he not desire her affection? Was Su Qingxue attempting to imitate me, deliberately flirting with Lin Zhe to provoke my jealousy? As this notion took root, a wave of anxiety washed over Shen Tianli. No, she could not allow Su Qingxue to steal Lin Zhe away. Perhaps it was best to first give Lin Zhe a taste of sweetness. Resolute in her decision, Shen Tianli smiled and said, "After dinner, let us go to the hot springs." "Sounds good," Lin Zhe replied with a beaming smile. As they spoke, they arrived at the restaurant, Ipinxian. Lin Zhe realized he had become rather fond of this place. After 3 days of being transported here, he had dined here every day. No matter how delectable the cuisine, one could grow weary of it. "Shen Tianli, is there no other restaurant in Haicheng?" Lin Zhe asked, feeling somewhat vexed as they entered. "What? Are you tired of this place?" Shen Tianli teased. "Of course. 3 consecutive days here. No matter how exquisite the food, it becomes monotonous." Shen Tianli chuckled. "Then what would you like to eat?" "I crave hot pot." "All right. After we enjoy the hot springs this afternoon, we shall have hot pot for dinner." "Shen Tianli, you truly embody the essence of beauty and kindness. It is no wonder I am drawn to you," Lin Zhe remarked with a grin. Shen Tianli playfully retorted, "You are utterly shameless. Do you desire me solely because of my beauty and alluring figure?" "Alas, you have seen through my intentions," Shen Tianli laughed heartily. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the private room. Shen Tianli boldly pushed the door open, with Lin Zhe closely following behind. Inside the spacious room sat only one individual. Though not particularly handsome, His extravagant attire screamed wealth, as if he were desperate for others to recognize his affluence. Upon seeing him, Lin Zhe felt a surge of exasperation. This was none other than his younger half-brother, Lin Nan. Upon spotting Shen Tianli, Lin Nan's heart raced with excitement. It was inevitable, for Shen Tianli's provocative appearance and sultry figure stirred thoughts of intimacy within him. The moment he beheld her the day before, Lin Nan vowed to have her in his bed. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Nan was about to greet Shen Tianli, but before he could utter a word, he noticed Lin Zhe standing behind her. Lin Nan was taken aback. How could this worthless Lin Zhe possibly appear alongside Shen Tianli? Instinctively, he wished for Lin Zhe to leave. What right did he have to dine with him? However, out of respect for Shen Tianli's presence, Lin Nan restrained his anger. Not only did he refrain from expressing his displeasure, but he also smiled radiantly and said, "Brother, it's been a while." Lin Zhe seemed to ignore him entirely, taking a seat directly across from him. Lin Nan's irritation surged. How dare this cast-off from the family disregard him? Truly an oblivious fool. "Brother, you still have such a unique personality. Pair, order whatever you like," Lin Nan remarked with a grin. "What would you like to eat, Lin Zhe?" Shen Tianli, seemingly oblivious to Lin Nan's words, smiled sweetly at Lin Zhe. "Anything's fine. Shall I take charge then?" Lin Zhe nodded. Lin Nan's composure shattered. Why was this allowed? He was the sole heir of the Lin Corporation, while this wastrel had long been cast out. Why was Shen Tianli being so kind to him? Was it possible that Lin Zhe was still parading under the Lin family name? Otherwise, why would Shen Tianli treat him so well? No, he needed to expose this fraud. "Brother, are you still blaming our father for expelling you from the Lin family?" Lin Nan believed that by stating this so clearly, Shen Tianli would no longer pay any attention to Lin Zhe. Predictably, upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe in shock. "You were expelled from the Lin family?" Lin Zhe shot him a disdainful glance, as if he was surprised she didn't already know. "What? Pair? You were unaware of this?" Lin Nan feigned astonishment. "I didn't know. If I had known." Before Shen Tianli could finish, Lin Nan eagerly interjected, "Pair, if you had known, what would you do?" "I would certainly cherish him even more. Come here, Lin Zhe darling, let me embrace you." Lin Zhe smiled, unreservedly pulling Shen Tianli's delicate waist into his embrace. Shen Tianli shivered slightly, leaning in to whisper in Lin Zhe's ear, a mix of shyness and anger in her tone, "You naughty rogue, don't touch me so recklessly." Chapter 38. Come, stand before me and speak. Lin Nan was seething with rage. He had initially thought Shen Tianli was deceived by Lin Zhe, hence her kindness towards him. But to his utter disbelief, even now that she knew the truth, she treated Lin Zhe with even more affection. She had even permitted him to hold her. Watching Lin Zhe embrace Shen Tianli's alluring figure, Lin Nan could no longer contain himself. He was absolutely furious. Why was this happening? Why should Shen Tianli allow this worthless individual to embrace her? His fists clenched in anger. Yet Lin Zhe seemed oblivious, indulging in an overly intimate embrace with Shen Tianli. It was only when her delicate hand pinched her waist for the 9th time that he reluctantly released her. Shen Tianli shot Lin Zhe an indignant glare, infuriated by this brazen rogue who had dared to touch her in front of Lin Nan. "Hey, Lin Nan, why does your face look so grim? As if you've just consumed something foul?" Lin Zhe remarked with a smirk. Lin Nan's fists tightened further. He yearned to land a solid punch on Lin Zhe's face, hoping to ruin that smug visage and thwart any future attempts to charm Shen Tianli. However, Lin Nan refrained from acting, fearing the wrath of Shen Tianli. From her demeanor towards Lin Zhe, it was evident their relationship ran deeper than mere friendship. Should he truly provoke her, the Lin family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Brother, you jest," Lin Nan forced a smile, though his gritted teeth betrayed his true feelings. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Lin Zhe teased, a smirk dancing on his lips. No, I know you and Tianli are just good friends. A brief hug is nothing." Lin Zhe chuckled, turning to Shen Tianli. "What do you think, my dear sister? My brother claims we're merely friends. Should we clarify our relationship to him?" Boom. Lin Nan was sharply jolted by these words. What did this imply? Could it be that this scoundrel's connection with Shen Tianli surpassed mere friendship? Were they possibly a couple? No, that was inconceivable. This scoundrel was a disgrace. Cast out from his family, how could Shen Tianli possibly hold him in esteem? He must be deliberately provoking Lin Nan. Yes, that was it. "Brother, stop joking. How could Tianli ever be drawn to you?" Lin Nan's gaze dripped with disdain. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Tianli unexpectedly leaned in, and planted a kiss on Lin Zay's cheek. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was her first kiss with a male. Though it was merely a peck on Lin Zay's cheek, her heart raced uncontrollably. She hadn't intended to kiss him. But Lin Nan's contemptuous expression irritated her. Lin Zay was taken aback. Shen Tianli's performance seemed excessive. Lin Nan could no longer contain himself, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly ready to explode. Indeed, he had never expected Shen Tianli to initiate a kiss with Lin Zay, this worthless creature. Why should he be favored by her? Lin Nan was indignant, utterly unwilling to accept this. Lin Zay observed with a disdainful smile. Is that all it takes to rattle you? This is merely the beginning. In the depths of Lin Nan's furious gaze, Lin Zay unexpectedly wrapped his arm around Shen Tianli's slender waist, lifting her onto his lap. Lin Nan's eyes widened in shock, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Yet, alongside his astonishment, an overwhelming fury erupted within him. You beast, let her go, Lin Nan roared. Lin Zay let out a cold chuckle and suddenly pressed his lips against Shen Tianli's fiery red ones. No, Lin Nan's heart screamed in protest. He was collapsing, entirely undone. Shen Tianli was his goddess, and now she was being forcefully kissed by Lin Zay. That scoundrel even dared to slip his tongue into her mouth. Shen Tianli was even more distraught. Her first kiss. How could it be stolen by this rogue? Moreover, this rogue had invaded her mouth with his tongue. How dare he? Shen Tianli was momentarily paralyzed. She felt as if she were enveloped in an electric sensation, her entire being tingling in an unfamiliar yet exhilarating way. Lin Zay, on the other hand, was not in despair. He felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that Shen Tianli's lips would be so soft, or that the kiss would be so intoxicating. It was an entirely different experience compared to kissing Su Qingxue. Lin Zay had initially aimed to provoke Lin Nan, but now those thoughts had vanished from his mind. All he desired at that moment was to savor the air within Shen Tianli's mouth. Time seemed to blur as they kissed, until Lin Zay felt he was on the verge of suffocation. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist, snapping him back to reality. He released Shen Tianli, only to find her gazing at him with teary eyes. At that moment, she appeared so aggrieved, so enchanting. Lin Zay's heart sank. This was bad. He had gone too far. Just as he was about to apologize, Shen Tianli abruptly stood up and said, I need to use the restroom. With that, she hurriedly left the private room. Once Shen Tianli was gone, Lin Nan ceased to feign indifference. He shouted angrily, damn it. Lin Zay, you're nothing but a discarded child of a wealthy family, a useless waste. How dare you claim Shen Tianli for yourself? I'll give you a chance to leave her alone, or I swear I will end you. Lin Zay merely smiled disdainfully, lighting a cigarette. He exhaled smoke and took out his phone, sending a message to Shen Tianli's green bubble. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. If you're angry, just kiss me once later, and we'll call it even. Shen Tianli, still seething, nearly smashed her phone upon reading Lin Zay's message. This rogue had forcefully kissed her and now pretended to be innocent. What infuriated her the most was his audacity to suggest that a kiss would settle the score. Shen Tianli had long been aware that Lin Zay was a beast, a scoundrel devoid of shame. However, she never anticipated that he would prove to be a brazen and audacious creature. This situation could not be allowed to end so easily. She needed to devise a plan to teach this rogue a lesson. Resolute in her decision, Shen Tianli began to strategize swiftly. Inside the private room, Lin Nan observed Lin Zay, who appeared indifferent to his presence, exuding an air of nonchalance. This infuriated Lin Nan even further. What had emboldened this wretch so? In the past, whenever Lin Nan berated him, Lin Zay would grovel and offer explanations. But now, he seemed utterly dismissive. Could it be that Shen Tianli had given him such confidence? No, Lin Nan could not allow this rubbish to remain close to Shen Tianli. Should he manage to entangle himself with her, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for both himself and the Lin family. Moreover, why should someone like him be worthy of Shen Tianli's affection? With this thought in mind, Lin Nan suddenly bellowed, Hey, did you hear what I said? No, my hearing isn't great. Come stand in front of me and speak, Lin Zay replied nonchalantly. Fuming, Lin Nan approached Lin Zay. I said, Get the hell away. Before he could finish, Lin Zay delivered a swift blow, silencing him. Chapter 39. What, are you jealous? In this wretched place. Had they been on Blue Star, this piece of trash would have regretted raising his voice against him long ago. Lin Nan felt as though his head might explode from the pain of the blow. Ignoring the excruciating ache, he stood ready to charge at Lin Zay. Yet, He was paralyzed by Lin Zhe's piercing gaze. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, ruthless, sharp, dangerous, terrifying. He felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, with the imminent threat of being torn to shreds. He cowered. He truly cowered. He had never seen Lin Zhe in such a frightening light. Leave, Lin Zhe commanded coldly. In an instant, Lin Nin bolted from the private room as if fleeing for his life, not daring to utter another word. Observing this, Lin Zhe let out a slight scoff and resumed smoking. When Shun Tianli returned to the room and found only Lin Zhe present, she inquired curiously, "Where is Lin Nan?" "He left." "What do you mean?" "That garbage provoked me, claiming you belonged to him, and ordered me to leave you." "Damn it, I haven't even been with you. So how dare he say such things? Therefore I hit him." Shun Tianli had become immune to Lin Zhe's shamelessness. "Let him hit you, if he dares to seek revenge. I will handle it for you." Lin Zhe cast a surprised glance at Shun Tianli. To his astonishment, he felt a flicker of gratitude. "Shun Tianli, you are truly wonderful. Come, let me embrace you." "Get lost. I haven't yet settled the score for your earlier forceful kiss," Shun Tianli retorted with irritation. Lin Zhe chuckled, unabashedly holding Shun Tianli's hand, and suggested, "How about you kiss me back once, and we shall consider it even?" To be fair, her hand felt remarkably soft, akin to the touch of exquisite jade. Just as Shun Tianli was about to scold Lin Zhe for his brazen behavior, she suddenly realized this rascal was caressing her hand. Shun Tianli felt her defenses crumble. She forcefully withdrew her hand from Lin Zhe's grasp. "Humph, you insufferable rogue, your audacity grows by the day." Lin Zhe smiled, pinching her chin and exhaling a puff of smoke towards her. When the mist enveloped Shun Tianli's alluring visage, her heart inexplicably raced. "Do you see? This is true audacity," he declared, releasing Shun Tianli from his hold. Shun Tianli was momentarily bewildered by his actions. She believed she should be furious and contemplated striking this scoundrel with the ashtray before her. After all, in her life, she had never been so brazenly teased. Yet, why was it that instead of anger, she found his recent demeanor rather dashing? Especially when their eyes had locked, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. What on earth was happening? Just as Shun Tianli was lost in thought, Lin Zhe had already extinguished his cigarette. "When will the dishes arrive? I'm starting to feel a bit hungry." "I'll go check," she said instinctively. However, as she exited the private room, she suddenly realized, wait, she was the esteemed young lady of the Shin family. Shouldn't that insufferable rogue be attending to her? Why was she so compliant to his whims? Oh well, considering this rascal had recorded the theme song for her, she decided to reluctantly forgive him this once. Resolute in her decision, Shun Tianli called for the waiter to expedite their order. After their meal, Shun Tianli drove Lin Zhe towards the company. Originally, they had intended to visit the hot springs, but the contract for Jiang Qinghua had come through. After reviewing it with the other party, they expressed no issues and were ready to sign. At this moment, Jiang Qinghua was already at the company, awaiting Shun Tianli's return to finalize the agreement. "Play me a few of Jiang Qinghua's songs," Lin Zhe requested. Shun Tianli frowned. "Why does this insufferable rogue insist on listening to her music? Why do you want to hear her songs?" "Well, I promised to write her a song. I should at least listen to determine what style suits her," he replied. "So, it's not just because you want to hear her songs?" Lin Zhe inquired with a grin. "What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous?" Shun Tianli shot him an exasperated glance and began to play Jiang Qinghua's songs. Jiang Qinghua's voice carried a cool, ethereal quality that perfectly matched her demeanor. After listening to a few of her songs, Lin Zhe formed a rough impression of her. Soon, they returned to the office, where Jiang Qinghua was already waiting for them in Shun Tianli's office. Today, she donned a flowing white dress, and her slightly aloof aura gave her an otherworldly appearance, as if she had stepped out from a classical painting, graceful yet extraordinary. However, her air of detachment vanished the moment she laid eyes on Lin Zhe, replaced by a shy smile directed at him. Shun Tianli observed this interaction with a growing discomfort in her heart, increasingly regretting her decision to sign Jiang Qinghua. Although the contract brought her certain advantages, she realized she did not particularly need the money. What she truly desired was happiness, yet she found herself feeling anything but. Nevertheless, there was no turning back, and Shun Tianli resolved to endure her discontent. She greeted Jiang Qinghua with a smile, which Jiang Qinghua returned with a nod. Just as Shun Tianli was about to speak, she noticed Jiang Qinghua gazing at Lin Zhe with deep affection. This sight sent a jolt through Shun Tianli's heart. She couldn't help but think, could it be that Jiang Qinghua harbored feelings for this scoundrel? It is said that girls often develop affections for those who have once rescued them. Was Jiang Qingyue truly drawn to Lin Zhe because he had once given her 50,000 yuan? This thought only intensified Shun Tianli's annoyance. With a flirtatious smile directed at Lin Zhe, she playfully inquired, "Darling, would you like to review the contract between the company and Qingyue?" Shun Tianli's intentions were deliberate. She sought to convey to Jiang Qingyue that Lin Zhe was hers and not to be coveted. Upon hearing Shun Tianli refer to Lin Zhe as darling, Jiang Qingyue's complexion drained of color and her body trembled slightly. She felt a profound sense of discomfort. Shun Tianli's endearment struck her like a dagger. Lin Zhe had only recently divorced Su Qingxue. How could he already belong to Shun Tianli? When had they even become involved? Regret washed over Jiang Qingyue. She lamented not confessing her feelings to Lin Zhe the previous night. Had she done so, perhaps Shun Tianli would have been irrelevant. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe was displeased, feeling that Shun Tianli was deliberately using him to provoke Jiang Qingyue. How could this be allowed? If Jiang Qingyue believed he was with Shun Tianli, how could he continue to pursue her? Lin Zhe certainly desired to embrace the alluring Shun Tianli, yet he was equally drawn to the captivating Jiang Qingyue. Thus, he would never permit Shun Tianli to employ such tactics to provoke Jiang Qingyue, should she inadvertently lead Jiang into another's embrace. The one left in sorrow would undoubtedly be himself. Casting a sidelong glance at Shun Tianli, Lin Zhe chuckled, "Shun Tianli, cease your antics. Jiang Qingyue is not Su Qingxue. There is no need for pretense." Jiang Qingyue, upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, was taken aback. So, Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli had not yet become an item? Was Shun Tianli's earlier affectionate address aimed at provoking her? A wave of immense delight washed over her, transforming her previous melancholy into exhilaration. And even her pallid complexion bloomed with a vibrant radiance. She felt as though a precious treasure, once lost, had miraculously returned to her. In contrast to Jiang Qingyue's elation, Shun Tianli found herself somewhat disheartened. She had not anticipated that Lin Zhe, the insufferable rogue, would unveil her deceit. How utterly vexing. With a glare directed at Lin Zhe, Shun Tianli feigned a smile as she remarked, "Qingyue, my apologies. I momentarily forgot you are not Su Qingxue. President Shun, it's perfectly fine. Shall we proceed with the contract signing now?" Jiang Qingyue inquired with a smile. Shun Tianli nodded in agreement. Once the contract was duly executed, Jiang Qingyue extended her hand, saying, "President Shun, I look forward to our collaboration." Shun Tianli replied with a reassuring smile, "Rest assured, your exclusive studio is already in the works. You can take this time to rest well." Jiang Qingyue nodded appreciatively, then shyly turned to Lin Zhe, saying, "Lin Zhe, may I invite you for a cup of coffee? Is there something on your mind?" Lin Zhe asked with a grin. Jiang Qingyue responded affirmatively, "I would like to discuss matters regarding the album." Shun Tianli felt a twinge of annoyance. She suspected that Jiang Qingyue was seeking ways to get closer to Lin Zhe. What did she mean by discussing the album? Shun Tianli believed this was merely a pretext for Jiang Qingyue to approach Lin Zhe. Frankly, Shun Tianli was correct. This indeed served as a guise for Jiang Qingyue's intentions. There were certain matters Jiang Qingyue had intended to take slowly, such as pursuing Lin Zhe. However, Shun Tianli's earlier affectionate address had jolted her into awareness, making her realize that such matters could not be delayed. If she did not take action soon, Lin Zhe might very well be drawn away by Shun Tianli, whose beauty and sultry figure were undeniably captivating. It was not only men who were enchanted. Even Jiang Qingyue, a woman herself, felt a stirring admiration. Just as Lin Zhe was about to respond to Jiang Qingyue, who could resist the company of such a beautiful girl? Even if merely to gaze upon her was a delight, Shun Tianli interjected with a smile, "Qingyue, I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to with Lin Zhe this afternoon. If you are willing, perhaps you could discuss your album with him tomorrow." Jiang Qingyue remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Zhe, awaiting his response. Lin Zhe glanced at Shun Tianli, only to find her eyes brimming with a palpable threat, as if she would sever ties with him should he acquiesce to Jiang Qingyue's words. Lin Zhe was unwilling to witness such an outcome, especially since he had yet to experience intimacy with her. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Indeed, there are some matters to attend to, which were arranged long ago. However, Qingyue, if you are amenable, I could visit your home this evening." Naturally, Lin Zhe was not inclined to forego the opportunity to engage with Jiang Qingyue, and visiting her home would prove considerably more convenient. Initially somewhat disheartened, Jiang Qingyue's spirits brightened upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, and she responded with a joyful smile. Then I shall await your arrival tonight. Lin Zhe nodded with a cheerful expression. Shen Tianli felt a surge of dissatisfaction within her, yet she remained silent. Having resolved to entangle Lin Zhe that evening, ensuring he would go nowhere else. As Jiang Qinghua departed, Lin Zhe accompanied Shen Tianli downstairs. Qinghua, shortly the company will announce your contract on social media. I hope you can also share a post in support, Shen Tianli instructed. No problem, Miss Shen. Once the company makes the announcement, just give me a nudge, and I will retweet it, Jiang Qinghua assured. Shen Tianli smiled. Very well. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Jiang Qinghua agreed. After bidding farewell to Jiang Qinghua, Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe towards the hot spring resort. You rascal, do you intend to seduce Jiang Qinghua? Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, exhaling wisps of smoke as he grinned, and replied, Indeed. Beast, how could you possibly sleep with me? Shen Tianli retorted playfully. Lin Zhe chuckled. Damn it, as if you were offering yourself to me. You think I don't see through your scoring system? It's merely a ploy to keep me on my toes, compelling me to be ever so accommodating, like your devoted follower. Shen Tianli was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Zhe's astuteness. Her intention behind scoring him was indeed to manipulate, to make him her loyal admirer, and to provoke Su Qingxue. She had assumed that with such bait, coupled with her striking looks and alluring figure, she would ensnare Lin Zhe, rendering him a compliant companion. Yet, she was astonished to discover that he had already discerned her scheme. However, Shen Tianli could never admit this. To acknowledge it would likely cause Lin Zhe to lose all expectation of her, potentially turning his affections toward Jiang Qinghua or even Su Qingxue. In that event, she would become the subject of ridicule. This simply could not be allowed to transpire. With this in mind, Shen Tianli smiled seductively and said, What nonsense you speak. I clearly wish for you to be with me. The scores were intended to foster mutual understanding, and when the time is right, I shall allow you to be with me. Lin Zhe regarded Shen Tianli with a bemused expression. Do you believe me or not? Truly, every word I utter is sincere. Shen Tianli declared, as if swearing an oath. Let us make a deal. If you kiss me, I shall trust that your intentions are genuine and not merely to toy with my affections. Shen Tianli found herself at a loss for words. Initially, her aim was to dissuade this rogue from pursuing Jiang Qinghua, yet somehow, the conversation had twisted into a scenario where she felt compelled to prove her own earnest desire to be with him. What a convoluted situation. However, the crux of the matter remained. Must she truly kiss this scoundrel? Foregoing the kiss might lead him to doubt her sincerity, and she also feared inciting his ire. Yet, if she were to kiss him, it felt like a loss in some way. You see, Shen Tianli, I was merely pretending to test you, and you've revealed your hand. In light of this, I shall park the car. I need to find Jiang Qinghua, Lin Zhe interjected, striking at her vulnerability with impeccable timing. Shen Tianli felt a sharp pang of irritation. Fine, a kiss it shall be. After all, he has already stolen my first kiss, so what difference does one more make? Resolute, she pulled over to the side of the road and cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Zhe. You rascal, no sticking out your tongue. Chapter 41. Close your eyes. Lin Zhe chuckled. See, coaxing a girl into a kiss is hardly a challenge. What do you mean, no sticking out your tongue? Once their lips met, would Lin Zhe even need to use his tongue? Very well, I won tea, he replied with a grin. Now close your eyes. Goodness. Once my eyes are closed, how will I know what you're doing? I want to see you kiss me, she protested, her charming face tinged with a captivating blush. All right then, let me kiss you, but you must close your eyes. How naive you are, Shen Tianli teased. If she allowed this rogue to kiss her, who knew how he would proceed? She dared not give him such an opportunity. Will we kiss or not? Lin Zhe asked, growing impatient. Taking a deep breath, Shen Tianli slowly leaned toward him, and Lin Zhe mirrored her movement. Soon, the distance between them dwindled to mere centimeters, and they could feel each other's warm breath grazing their faces, thickening the atmosphere with an unmistakable tension. Shen Tianli's heart raced. Just as her luscious lips were about to brush against Lin Zhe's, he suddenly grasped her head and fiercely pressed his lips against hers. The unexpected kiss elicited a sound from Shen Tianli that resonated deeply, almost intoxicatingly, in Lin Zhe's ears, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Zhe's heart raced in tandem, and he instinctively extended his tongue, eager to explore further. However, Shen Tianli bit her delicate lips, preventing Lin Zhe's tongue from entering. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Zhe grew somewhat anxious. He grasped Shen Tianli's slender waist and swiftly pulled her from the driver's seat, positioning her alluring form upon his lap. their bodies pressed closely together in an instant. As she found herself enveloped in Lin Zhe's embrace, Shun Tianli regained her senses and attempted to struggle. Yet Lin Zhe's kisses intensified with fervor. A sensation akin to electricity coursed through her, mingling with a delightful tingling that enveloped her entire being. Her lips involuntarily swelled, allowing Lin Zhe's agile tongue to slip into her mouth, teasing her own. The more he kissed her, the more Shun Tianli felt a rush of ecstasy. She sensed her rationality being consumed by desire, sinking deeper into this intoxicating feeling. She adored the passionate and forceful kisses from Lin Zhe. Time seemed to stretch until they could barely breathe before momentarily parting. Lin Zhe panted heavily, while Shun Tianli gazed at him with sultry eyes, her breath soft and labored. She leaned against him, her body pliant like a heap of fragrant clay. "What to do? I want to sleep with you." Lin Zhe's voice was slightly hoarse. "Humph, not letting you sleep." Shun Tianli replied with a soft, playful tone, almost as if she were teasing him. Lin Zhe's heart fluttered, yearning to kiss her again. Goodness, she truly knows how to entice. Moreover, her lips are incredibly soft, and her tongue, equally so. Kissing her felt entirely different from kissing Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe found himself becoming somewhat addicted. He pressed his lips fiercely against Shun Tianli's tender red lips once more. Yet, to his surprise, she summoned an unexpected strength and pushed him away. "You rogue, no more kissing," she panted. "Why not?" Lin Zhe inquired, also breathless. "If you kiss me again, I fear I truly might want you to sleep with me. Isn't that perfect?" "No, when you score 100, then I'll consider it." Lin Zhe was at a loss for words. Even at this moment, she could still hold back. It seemed his previous kisses had not been sufficient. He leaned in again. Yet Shun Tianli abruptly opened the passenger door and jumped out of the car. Damn it. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe chose not to press the matter further. After all, that was not his style. Besides, they were headed to the hot springs. He would employ some tactics later, confident that he could win her over today. Before long, they arrived at their destination. "This is a hot spring resort developed by our family, exclusively for members, ensuring a high level of privacy," Shun Tianli said with a smile. "Will we be sharing a pool later?" Shun Tianli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she nodded, recalling the moments Lin Zhe had kissed her in the car. Lin Zhe chuckled. "How wonderful, Shun Tianli. You truly are a kind-hearted individual." "Humph, you rogue. I'm merely accompanying you to the hot springs. You mustn't engage in any peculiar activities with me. Am I such a person? If not you, then who?" Lin Zhe replied with a sly grin. "Well, it seems you have a keen eye for character." "Uft," Shun Tianli giggled. The two alighted from the vehicle, poised to enter, when an exceedingly vexatious voice reached Lin Zhe's ears. "Lin Zhe, Miss Shun, what a coincidence. Damn, how is it that Jizifeng, that insufferable green tea, is everywhere?" Indeed, the speaker was none other than Jizifeng. Lin Zhe turned around and beheld this insipid figure, flanked by Su Qingxue and another girl sporting sunglasses. Upon spotting Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue initially felt a surge of joy, but her spirits plummeted upon seeing Shun Tianli beside him. She understood that it was undoubtedly Shun Tianli who had brought Lin Zhe to such a place. Otherwise, he would never have ventured here. Lin Zhe nodded, forcing a smile that barely concealed his disdain. Quite the coincidence, indeed. "Are you here for the hot springs?" Jizifeng eagerly inquired. The question was directed at Lin Zhe, yet his gaze lingered on Shun Tianli. Though clad merely in a pair of jeans, they hugged her alluring legs in a manner that was particularly enticing. Lin Zhe regarded him with incredulity, retorting, "What else could it be? Are you here for a meal instead? Why not join us?" Jizifeng suggested with a grin. "Forget it. I shan't impose on your enjoyment," Lin Zhe replied, his tone laced with disappointment as he deliberately cast a dim gaze at Su Qingxue. A pang of hurt shot through Su Qingxue. She longed to clarify her presence with Jizifeng. She had not come to indulge, but to accompany a singer under her management for relaxation. Ever since Jiang Qingyue's departure, this singer had become the company's most prominent artist, and Su Qingxue intended to discuss her upcoming album during their hot spring visit. Moreover, she had no intention of sharing a pool with Jizifeng. Yet, Su Qingxue found herself at a loss for words, fearing ridicule from Shun Tianli and dreading the possibility of revealing her lingering feelings for Lin Zhe, which would only embolden Shun Tianli to provoke her further. "Darling, let us depart." Shun Tianli suddenly coiled her arm around Lin Zhe's, flashing a flirtatious smile. Lin Zhe nodded, watching the pair as they walked away, his fists clenched in frustration. Jizifeng expressed his regret. "Qingxue, let us also enter." His disappointment was genuine. He had sincerely invited Lin Zhe to join them, as he wished not only to share the pool with Su Qingxue, but also to bask in the company of Shen Tianli. Do not go in, just wait outside, Su Qingxue said coldly. The mere thought of him inviting Lin Zhe to join him in the hot springs infuriated her. In Su Qingxue's eyes, Ji Zifeng's actions were merely a ploy to provoke Lin Zhe, using her as bait. How dare he? With that remark, Su Qingxue led the artist into the hot spring facility, leaving Ji Zifeng stunned. Chapter 42. Don't move. Lin Zhe had a penchant for soaking in hot springs, particularly when accompanied by beautiful women. Coincidentally, before him stood Shen Tianli, a stunning beauty, and a remarkably alluring one at that. Although she was dressed modestly, the glimpse of her creamy white legs and her slender waist left Lin Zhe yearning. However, she maintained a considerable distance from him, clearly wary of his intentions. Shen Tianli, what do you mean by keeping such a distance? Lin Zhe inquired. With a coy smile, Shen Tianli replied, isn't it simply to avoid you getting any ideas? Lin Zhe feigned innocence. Shen Tianli, I, Lin Zhe, am as pure as snow. How could you utter such words? Huh, you still dare to say that? Who was it earlier in the car that shamelessly kissed me and even dared to slip his tongue into my mouth? She retorted. Well then, if that is the case, I shall seek out Su Qingxue. I believe she would not keep such distance from me, Lin Zhe declared. Shen Tianli instantly became agitated. She had spent an exorbitant amount to entice Lin Zhe into this charade, only to have him now pursue Su Qingxue. You scoundrel, how dare you? She exclaimed. Lin Zhe shrugged. Why wouldn't I? We are merely collaborators. There's no rule preventing me from approaching her. With that, he stood up, appearing ready to leave. In a panic, Shen Tianli quickly rose and rushed to Lin Zhe, grasping his arm. It was a jest. But if Su Qingxue learned that she had spent a fortune to have Lin Zhe act in a way to provoke her, only for him to now seek her out, she would undoubtedly ridicule Shen Tianli. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to her. Lin Zhe chuckled, knowing she would try to retain him. Since that morning, he had noticed that Shen Tianli's possessiveness rivaled that of Su Qingxue, although it felt somewhat unethical to exploit her jealousy. One might argue that Lin Zhe himself was hardly a paragon of virtue. Lin Zhe settled back into the pool, causing Shen Tianli to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to distance herself from him. Yet, Lin Zhe tugged at her arm gently, pulling her into his embrace. Their eyes locked. Shen Tianli could clearly see the desire reflected in Lin Zhe's gaze. You, let go of me, she stammered, the tremor in her voice revealing her nervousness. Lin Zhe smiled, leaning closer to her ear and exhaling softly. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver through Shen Tianli's heart. Her face instantly flushed with an alluring crimson hue, and even her ears burned with fervor. No, she must swiftly distance herself from this insufferable rogue. If he continued to tease her, Shen Tianli genuinely feared she might inadvertently succumb to his advances. After all, during their kiss in the car, she had distinctly felt her reason begin to wane. Just as Shen Tianli was about to resist, Lin Zhe suddenly whispered, "Do not move. Su Qingxue is watching us." Shen Tianli froze momentarily. Casually glancing sideways, she indeed spotted Su Qingxue and not far away, her eyes blazing with fury as she scrutinized Shen Tianli and Lin Zhe. Though each hot spring pool was private, the surrounding foam mountains were designed to enhance the outdoor ambience, yet they were not particularly high, allowing glimpses into neighboring pools. No longer resisting, Shen Tianli even playfully draped her arm around Lin Zhe's neck, deliberately positioning her lips tantalizingly close to his. From a distance, it appeared as though they were engaged in a kiss. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qingxue felt as if she might explode with rage. Her lungs seemed ready to burst. How dare Shen Tianli presume to kiss Lin Zhe? What right did she have? And why wouldn't that scoundrel Lin Zhe pull away? Couldn't he find someone else to kiss? At that moment, Shen Tianli abruptly released Lin Zhe and, as if to provoke, cast a defiant glance at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was seething with fury, knowing full well that Shen Tianli had kissed Lin Zhe deliberately. Yet, that was beside the point. The pressing matter was that Su Qingxue could no longer tolerate the provocation. She resolved that today, by any means necessary, she would separate Lin Zhe from that vixen. With determination, Su Qingxue climbed over the foam mountain and positioned herself before Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli. "Oh, Su Qingxue, do you wish to join us?" Shen Tianli asked, leaning against Lin Zhe with a coy smile. Su Qingxue shot her a fierce glare, suppressing her anger as she addressed Lin Zhe. "Come with me." "Su Qingxue, you've divorced Lin Zhe. What gives you the right to take him away?" Shen Tianli interjected. "Silence. I am not speaking to you, you wretched creature. Su Qingxue retorted angrily. Despite being insulted, Shun Tianli's satisfaction only grew. She understood that her earlier actions with Lin Zhe had thoroughly driven Su Qingxue to the brink of insanity. Otherwise, with her upbringing, how could she utter such insults? This was precisely the spectacle Shun Tianli had yearned to witness. With a flirtatious smile, Shun Tianli declared, "Indeed, I am a wretched being. Not only that, but I am also quite promiscuous. I intend to kiss Lin Zhe and share his bed. After all, he belongs to me now." A blatant challenge. A brazen provocation. Su Qingxue could no longer contain herself. She forcefully dragged Lin Zhe out of the hot spring. Of course, Lin Zhe discreetly cooperated, for otherwise, even 10 Su Kingsus would struggle to move him. The reason Lin Zhe complied was that he was curious to discover what she wished to convey to him. Upon seeing Lin Zhe being pulled out, Shun Tianli became anxious. She was about to ascend from the water, but Su Qingxue had already taken Lin Zhe away from the hot spring. By the time Shun Tianli reached the shore and pursued them, Lin Zhe had already been taken to the adjacent lounge by Su Qingxue. Shun Tianli hurried after them and pushed the door, only to find it locked. Frustrated, she contemplated smashing the door. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Lin Zhe with Su Qingxue filled Shun Tianli with displeasure. As Lin Zhe observed Su Qingxue locking the door, he casually inquired, "Qingxue, why are you locking the door?" Su Qingxue let out a cold snort and suddenly extended her delicate finger to wipe Lin Zhe's lips with considerable force, causing him slight discomfort. Pushing her away, Lin Zhe questioned irritably, "Su Qingxue, what are you doing? Shut up. When she kissed you just now, why didn't you pull back? Why did you allow her to kiss you?" "Oh, that matter," Lin Zhe replied, casting a meaningful glance at Su Qingxue, yet feigned a pitiful tone. "I would have liked to kiss you, but you wouldn't allow it." Su Qingxue was enraged. "You idiot. Who said I wouldn't let you kiss me?" Chapter 43. I have a method. What is going on? Has Su Qingxue gone mad from Shun Tianli's provocations? Then why not just kiss? Such a splendid opportunity. Lin Zhe certainly could not let it slip away. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed. "If you leave Shun Tianli, I will let you kiss me." "What? There are conditions?" Lin Zhe instantly felt displeased. "Damn it, when I kissed Shun Tianli, she didn't impose so many conditions. Why is it different with you?" "Fine then," Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly. He was currently entangled with Shun Tianli, and with a bit more effort, he believed he could take their relationship further. At this moment, to abandon Shun Tianli was nothing short of a jest. Lin Zhe certainly desired to kiss Su Qingxue. Not only that, but he also yearned for her entirely. After all, he was genuinely captivated by her figure, especially those two alluringly fair and seductive legs that lingered in his thoughts. However, to relinquish Shun Tianli for the chance to be with Su Qingxue was akin to courting disaster. Su Qingxue, feeling a wave of dissatisfaction, had clearly stated that should he leave Shun Tianli, she would permit him to kiss her. Yet, he refused to depart from Shun Tianli. Was it that Shun Tianli's lips were softer and more pleasurable to kiss? Or had he genuinely developed feelings for Shun Tianli? As the thought briefly flickered through her mind, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within Su Qingxue, her heart feeling as though it were being mercilessly wrenched. Do you have feelings for her?" Su Qingxue asked, her voice trembling. "Not yet," Lin Zhe replied candidly. A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Qingxue's heart. She was certain that this scoundrel could not have developed feelings for Shun Tianli so swiftly. After all, he had cherished her for 7 long years. How could such a profound affection be so easily cast aside? Just as Su Qingxue was about to speak, Lin Zhe added, "However, if this continues, who can say what might happen?" The joy that had blossomed within Su Qingxue dissipated in an instant, replaced by a tide of dread. Truth be told, she was acutely aware that if Lin Zhe were to remain in Shun Tianli's company, the likelihood of such an occurrence was overwhelmingly high. Shun Tianli's alluring beauty and voluptuous figure were enough to captivate even a woman, let alone Lin Zhe, this rogue. "When will you finally leave Shun Tianli?" Su Qingxue asked, her expression fraught with anxiety. The mere thought of Lin Zhe developing feelings for Shun Tianli twisted her heart in agony. If such a reality were to unfold, she could scarcely fathom the depths of her despair. She was determined to prevent such a scenario from materializing. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and, amidst the swirling smoke, remarked, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of leaving her." Su Qingxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She felt profoundly wronged. This scoundrel, who clearly harbored feelings for her, was now choosing to remain with another woman. "You know you like me. You're aware she is only with you to provoke me. Yet you still refuse to part ways with her. Su Qingxue choked out, tears streaming down her cheeks, her beauty rendered all the more poignant by her sorrow. Why did seeing Su Qingxue cry ignite such excitement within Lin Zhe? And why did he feel an inexplicable urge to embrace her? Am I some sort of pervert? He silently berated himself, even as his hands instinctively encircled Su Qingxue's delicate waist, drawing her into his embrace. All right, stop crying, he said. I'll cry, after all. You don't care for my feelings, Su Qingxue retorted, her voice still tinged with tears, yet laced with an undertone of playful affection. Why did you bring Jizafeng here? Lin Zhe deftly shifted the conversation. As anticipated, Su Qingxue's attention was diverted, and she momentarily forgot her tears. I didn't bring him here. I brought an artist, and Jizafeng just happened to tag along. I never intended to share a pool with him. I don't believe you. I'm not lying. I haven't had any physical contact with him, not even allowing him to hold my hand. Several times he tried, but I managed to evade him. As she spoke, almost fearing that Lin Zhe would not believe her, Su Qingxue continued to explain anxiously. I have given you my hand. My first kiss, and even my first time. I never intended for him to touch me. Lin Zhe felt an urge to laugh. He could only imagine how devastated Jizafeng would be upon hearing such words. My dear brother, you see, one should never dote excessively on a woman. The more one indulges her, the more insistent she becomes. The original owner had adored Su Qingxue for 7 years, lavishing her with affection. Yet what had he received in return? Before Jizafeng even returned to the country, she had hastily kicked the original owner aside. Lin Zhe, having ceased his indulgence, now found Su Qingxue seemingly devoted to him like a love-stricken admirer. Moreover, I didn't even let him in. He is still waiting outside, Su Qingxue added. Lin Zhe nodded in approval. Well done. Though not a vain person, Su Qingxue felt a rush of sweetness upon receiving Lin Zhe's praise, akin to tasting honey. Why aren't you wearing stockings today? Lin Zhe suddenly inquired, his hand brazenly slipping into the slit of Su Qingxue's skirt, caressing her smooth, alluring legs. Only then did Su Qingxue realize what he was doing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded. You rascal, stop touching me. What is wrong with a little touch? Lin Zhe retorted. Su Qingxue huffed, countering. Do you enjoy seeing me in stockings? Of course. Su Qingxue's exquisite visage deepened in color. Then tonight when you return home, I shall wear them for you. May I touch? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue, feeling bashful, replied, Humph, no. Then never mind. You pig. Su Qingxue exclaimed in irritation. Lin Zhe chuckled. Tonight is not feasible. Why not? Su Qingxue's mood soured. She had already agreed to wear stockings for him. Yet he was refusing her. I have to discuss her album with Jiang Qinghua tonight. Su Qingxue froze. Jiang Qinghua is releasing an album? Is she no longer acting? For now, she isn't. She loves singing, and I promised to help her with an album. A pang of jealousy surged within Su Qingxue. You are writing songs for Jiang Qinghua? Yes. Su Qingxue wished fervently that Lin Zhe would not write songs for any woman other than herself. Not out of fear of Jiang Qinghua's potential success, but rather from a desire to keep Lin Zhe's affection solely for her. Yet, she realized she had no standing to voice such sentiments. Wait a moment. Wasn't her intention in bringing Lin Zhe to this room to persuade him to distance himself from Shen Tianli? How had she ended up being embraced and caressed by this rogue? Su Qingxue recalled how last night had unfolded similarly. Her initial goal had been to dissuade him from Shen Tianli, yet in the end, she was the one being embraced and kissed. Rascal, I ask you again, will you leave Shen Tianli or not? Su Qingxue exclaimed indignantly. You just said you wouldn't leave, but I swear. My staying with her is certainly not to provoke you. Yet, I can hardly bear it. Seeing her kiss you drives me mad. Lin Zhe chuckled softly. Actually, I have a way for you to vent your frustration. What kind of way? You could make her jealous. Then you would have the opportunity to truly express your feelings. Chapter 44. You must decide for me. Su Qingxue was taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Zhe replied with a smile. It's quite simple. As of now, I am considered hers. If you were to sleep with me, wouldn't that essentially be betraying her? When she discovers the truth, she'll be furious. Humph. I see you're just trying to seduce me, using this as an excuse. Damn it. When did she become so clever? You've misunderstood me, Qingxue. My intention is to help you vent your frustrations. If you truly wish to aid me, wouldn't it be simpler to keep your distance from her? Yet, if I were to distance myself from her, wouldn't all the grievances you've endured be in vain? Would you be content with that? Su Qingxue fell silent. Of course, she was unwilling to accept that. As Shun Tianli's archrival, she had always prided herself on overshadowing her. But now, having been pushed to such a state, she had faltered multiple times. How could she bear this? She longed to witness Shun Tianli infuriated to the point of spitting blood. However, the thought of having to sleep with Lin Zhe to provoke her left her feeling hesitant. Lin Zhe discerned Su Qingshua's uncertainty and said with urgency, "Qingxue, how can you still hesitate at a time like this? If you continue to waver, you will only be left watching her provoke you further. Humph. We can engage in some intimate actions. I believe that could also provoke her without the necessity of sleeping together." Lin Zhe felt a pang of disappointment. When will she finally think things through? But I'm afraid that mere intimacy won't be enough to provoke her. Upon hearing this, Su Qingshua's shimmering eyes fixated on Lin Zhe. "You scoundrel, tell me honestly, do you truly wish to sleep with me?" Indeed, Lin Zhe affirmed resolutely. In his view, desiring Su Qingxue was nothing to be ashamed of. The shame lay in wanting someone, yet failing to admit it. Fortunately, Lin Zhe was thick-skinned enough to own up to his feelings. Su Qingxue gazed at him with a mix of resentment and allure. "I knew you wanted me." Lin Zhe pinched her exquisite cheek. "You're so beautiful and alluring. Wouldn't it be natural for me to desire you? It would be abnormal if I didn't. I won't let you have your way. After what you did that night, I still feel a bit sore. Where does it hurt? Shall I massage it for you?" Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Su Qingxue delivered a playful punch to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe felt a stir in his heart as he gazed at her luscious crimson lips and leaned in to kiss her. However, Su Qingxue swiftly covered his mouth with her delicate hand. "Be good. Remove your hand and let me have a taste," she teased. Observing Lin Zhe's urgent demeanor, Su Qingxue couldn't help but find him amusing. She chuckled, an expression rarely seen on her face, yet when it appeared, it resembled the thawing of ice and snow. Utterly enchanting. "You scoundrel, after 3 years of marriage, I never knew you could be so shameless," Su Qingxue chided playfully. Lin Zhe, with a pitiful expression, replied, "What good is dignity without a wife?" A heaviness settled within Su Qingxue's heart. She understood the profound hurt that divorce had inflicted on Lin Zhe. "I'm sorry." Su Qingxue began, but Lin Zhe placed a finger gently on her fiery lips. "Do not ever apologize to me. You have nothing to be sorry for. After all, everyone has the right to pursue true love." Su Qingxue's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Lin Zhe was truly a remarkable person. Despite the pain she had caused him, he now sought to comfort her. As they conversed, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open, revealing Shun Tianli at the entrance. Su Qingxue felt a surge of panic, realizing she was still seated on Lin Zhe's lap. As she prepared to rise, upon witnessing the fiery glare in Shun Tianli's eyes, she changed her mind. So, it seemed that her closeness with Lin Zhe could provoke a reaction from Shun Tianli? A mocking smile curled on Su Qingxue's lips as she mimicked Shun Tianli's earlier demeanor in the hot spring. Wrapping her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and casting a defiant look at Shun Tianli was infuriated. Logically, she had never married Lin Zhe nor harbored feelings for him, so she shouldn't be experiencing such emotions. Yet, she found herself consumed by rage. A visceral anger that made her want to slap Su Qingxue. It felt as if a treasured possession of hers had been snatched away, a sensation she utterly despised. With no time for pleasantries, Shun Tianli strode toward the pair with a darkened expression, shoving Su Qingxue aside. "Su Qingxue, you are truly shameless. Even after the divorce. How dare you sit on Lin Zhe's lap? What business is it of yours?" Su Qingxue retorted disdainfully. "Shameless," Shun Tianli scoffed as she seized Lin Zhe's arm. Attempting to leave, Su Qingxue promptly blocked their path. "Lin Zhe is not yours. What right do you have to take him away?" "Because I won't divorce him for someone else," Shun Tianli replied with contempt. In that moment, Su Qingxue felt her confidence wane. Indeed, she had forsaken Lin Zhe for another man. What right did she have to stop them now? A wave of helplessness washed over her, and her expression turned profoundly despondent. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Shun Tianli let out a triumphant hum, taking Lin Zhe's hand as they exited the lounge. Although Shun Tianli had intended to continue enjoying the hot springs with Lin Zhe, the earlier scene of Su Qingxue seated on Lin Zhe's lap ignited a fierce anger within her, extinguishing her desire for relaxation. Once outside the lounge, Shun Tianli grasped Lin Zhe's hand and headed toward the exit. As they emerged from the hot spring resort, Lin Zhe spotted Jizefeng, who was leaning against his sports car, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Zhe and Shun Tianli, Jizefeng grinned and remarked, Lindsay, why does your face look so grim? Surely, you haven't been scolded by Qingxue? Get lost, Lindsay retorted. Upon hearing this, Ji Zifeng became even more convinced that Lindsay had indeed been reprimanded by Su Qingxue. Otherwise, he would not be so enraged. With an air of arrogance, Ji Zifeng declared, Lindsay, let me tell you, Qingxue is not someone you can covet. She has feelings for me. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance. Otherwise, you'll be the one embarrassed. I'm only advising you out of consideration for our past as classmates. Lindsay, in a fit of rage, smiled mockingly. Come, stand before me and repeat what you just said. Without hesitation, Ji Zifeng positioned himself in front of Lindsay, seizing the splendid opportunity to humiliate him. Lindsay, let me tell you, slap. Lindsay delivered a resounding blow. What the hell is wrong with you? Just a piece of trash, repeatedly pushing his luck. Do you really think I have no temper? Previously, Lindsay had refrained from dealing with Ji Zifeng, considering such filth beneath him, unworthy of tarnishing his hands. Yet, Ji Zifeng's audacity had only escalated. Given the circumstances, Lindsay could no longer tolerate him. After all, his life motto was, if you inconvenience me, I shall make you suffer doubly. Ji Zifeng was left dazed by the sudden assault, clutching his stinging cheek, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lindsay. Just as he was about to retaliate, Ji Zifeng caught sight of Su Qingxue. Instantly, he altered his plan, deciding instead to have Su Qingxue deal with Lindsay on his behalf. He was confident she would not disappoint him. The thought of Lindsay's affection for Su Qingxue, combined with the image of her confronting him, filled Ji Zifeng with excitement. Resolute, Ji Zifeng pitifully called out to Su Qingxue, Qingxue, Lindsay hit me. You must stand up for me. Chapter 45. No heartstrings allowed. Su Qingxue's expression darkened. A thin veil of frost enveloped her stunning visage. Observing this, Ji Zifeng felt a surge of satisfaction. He was certain that Su Qingxue, the devoted admirer, would fiercely reprimand Lindsay on his behalf. At that moment, Su Qingxue coldly commanded, apologize. Ji Zifeng feigned magnanimity as he replied, Qingxue, perhaps we should let this go. Lindsay acted out of jealousy towards me, and in the spirit of our camaraderie as classmates, let us spare him. His intention was not genuine generosity, but rather to leave a favorable impression on both Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli. Particularly with Shen Tianli, Ji Zifeng felt a surge of excitement each time he laid eyes on her. He dreamt of enticing her into his bed. Regrettably, after sending her several messages without a reply, he hoped that by making a good impression, she might eventually respond. All he needed was a little seduction to ignite her interest. However, before Ji Zifeng could finish his sentence, Su Qingxue interrupted him. Silence. I demand an apology. Her voice was as frigid as ice. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, feeling a sense of despair. What was happening? Wasn't Su Qingxue supposed to be his devoted admirer? Why was he being asked to apologize to that scoundrel, Lindsay? Why should I apologize? He protested, irritation creeping into his tone. Su Qingxue's gaze was devoid of warmth as she looked at Ji Zifeng. How could Lindsay, such a kind-hearted individual, strike you if it weren't for your provocation? Ji Zifeng was utterly disarmed. He could hardly believe Su Qingxue would utter such words. Wasn't she supposed to have feelings for him? Why did she now defend that beast, Lindsay? If he had not returned, Su Qingxue would have eagerly divorced Lindsay, and had it not been for his return, she wouldn't have gifted him that luxurious sports car. Ji Zifeng began to question whether her affections truly lay with Lindsay. Shen Tianli was somewhat taken aback by Su Qingxue's words. She was aware that Su Qingxue harbored some feelings for Lindsay. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so fiercely when provoked. However, Shen Tianli had always believed that Su Qingxue's affections belonged to Ji Zifeng, and thus, she thought Su Qingxue would unconditionally support him in this moment of need. To her astonishment, Su Qingxue had sided with Lindsay. Did this mean that her feelings for Lindsay surpassed those for Ji Zifeng? The thought caused an uncomfortable stir within Shen Tianli. Lindsay, on the other hand, was not surprised by Su Qingxue's declaration. After all, her recent behavior had made it clear that her feelings for Ji Zifeng were not as strong as he had presumed. Otherwise, why would she show unwavering loyalty and subtle hints towards him? What are you standing there for? Apologize. Su Qingxue's voice suddenly escalated. Ji Zifeng was truly at his breaking point. Being compelled by his own admirer to apologize to another man was an embarrassment he had never experienced before. Yet, he dared not refuse. He had yet to win over Su Qingxue, yet he was relying on her to rescue his family's company. Filled with resentment and frustration, Ji Zifeng spoke to Lindsay in a stiff tone. Lindsay, I apologize. Well, I forgive you. After all, I am magnanimous, unlike you, who complains about trivial matters. Lindsay replied with an air of grandiosity. Ji Zifeng's eyes blazed with fury. How dare this scoundrel utter such shameless words? It was he who had struck Ji Zifeng, yet it now seemed as if Ji Zifeng had assaulted him. Observing Lin Zay's smug expression, Ji Zifeng vowed once more to win over both Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli. And at that moment, he would make Lin Zay kneel and bark like a dog. As for Su Qingxue, that wretched woman, when he claimed her, she too would be made to kneel and mimic a dog. The thought brought him a sense of satisfaction. Darling, shall we depart? Shen Tianli said, entwining her arm with Lin Zay's and smiling sweetly. Lin Zay nodded. Watching Lin Zay leave, Su Qingxue's gaze dimmed instantly, her heart aching. Qingxue, I was wrong earlier. But I truly did not provoke him, Ji Zifeng explained, his tone pitiful. What is past is past. There is no point in revisiting it. You should return to the company. I need to discuss the album with Ji Shanshan. For some reason, Su Qingxue could not bear to see Ji Zifeng for even a second. His presence irritated her. Ji Shanshan was the female artist she had brought along, currently the most prominent talent in Su Qingxue's company. Qingxue, I can actually assist with this matter. You see, during my time abroad, I met several top producers, all of whom work with the leading singers in Europe and America, Ji Zifeng continued. Su Qingxue's eyes brightened. Ji Shanshan had mentioned wanting her new album to have an international flair. Su Qingxue had been contemplating inviting top producers from abroad to create her new album, and she was pleasantly surprised to learn that Ji Zifeng knew such individuals, which alleviated a significant burden. With this thought, her expression softened considerably. Come with me, she said softly. Ji Zifeng's heart leapt with joy. The mere thought of soaking in the hot spring with Su Qingxue and enjoying the sight of her alluring figure filled him with elation. As long as they could share a hot spring, he would whisper sweet nothings, convinced that this infatuated woman would not deny him a kiss. With this in mind, he hurriedly followed Su Qingxue into the hot spring facility. After Shen Tianli drove Lin Zay away from the hot spring, she eagerly inquired, You rogue, what did Su Qingxue say to you in the lounge? And why was she sitting on your lap? She asked me to leave you, Lin Zay chuckled. Humph, I knew she would utter such words. Surely, you wouldn't heed her, would you? My heart raced at her words, claiming that should I leave you, I could sleep with her. Lin Zay was merely spouting nonsense. Yet, Shen Tianli believed her fervently, for she considered such statements to be within Su Qingxue's realm of possibility. After all, she had been thoroughly provoked into a state of irrationality. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Lin Zay, the rogue, had become infatuated. A wave of urgency washed over Shen Tianli. She hastily declared, Rogue, you must not be swayed. Darn it, Su Qingxue is so exquisitely beautiful, her figure undeniably alluring. If I were to leave you, I could easily be with her. Unlike you, who not only grades me, but also deducts points. Surely, even a fool would know whom to choose. Shen Tianli grew increasingly anxious. Rogue, I will no longer deduct your points. I shall add to them. Chapter 46. I will listen to you. Lin Zay's heart soared with joy. And how much can you add? 35, no, 40. I will add it to 40 points. Lin Zay, crestfallen, replied, Only 40 points? That's still 60 points shy of 100. Forget it. I might as well leave you. For once I do, Su Qingxue will be mine. Shen Tianli felt a crack in her composure. This rogue had done nothing, yet had already received 40 points. She was astonished he was still unsatisfied. However, upon recalling the conditions Su Qingxue had proposed to Lin Zay, she quickly realized that 40 points did seem rather meager. After a moment of silence, Shen Tianli gritted her teeth and said, Rogue, 50 points, no more. Lin Zay chuckled. Having reached 50 points, am I not closer to 100? Fine. 50 points it is, but you mustn't deduct any in the future. Seeing Lin Zay acquiesce, Shen Tianli inexplicably felt relieved. With a flirtatious smile, she remarked, No deductions. Hurry and earn 100 points, and I shall be yours. Just as Lin Zay was about to respond, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed his father's name. Lin Zay's good mood evaporated instantly, and a frown creased his brow. Upon traversing into this world, Lin Zay had absorbed the original owner's sentiments regarding his parents. Alongside an overwhelming hatred, there were no other emotions to be found. Though he had never met the original owner's father nor interacted with him, the original's emotions had nonetheless affected him. Thus, when he saw the incoming call, his expression soured. Nevertheless, Lin Zay answered the call. After all, It was inevitable that he would one day dismantle the Lin family. Gaining a basic understanding of the original owner's father could hardly be deemed a negative development. How dare you touch Xiaonan? The moment the call connected, a booming voice erupted from the other end. The volume was so intense that Lin Zhe felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. It turned out he was merely venting for his adopted son. Lin Zhe had thought he was experiencing a moment of conscience and was reaching out to inquire about his biological son. It is no wonder that the original owner harbored such intense hatred towards them. Who would not despise a father like that? What about yours? Lin Zhe inquired deliberately. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a cold voice responded, "Beast. Do you think pretending not to know me will absolve you of the wrongs you committed against Xiaonan? I warn you. Return immediately and kneel to apologize to Xiaonan." Instantly, a sharp pain surged through Lin Zhe's heart. He recognized it as the original owner's emotions haunting him. Lin Zhe smiled, though his expression grew increasingly frigid. Lin Xiaotian, first, I have severed all ties with your Lin family, rendering your words nothing more than the stench of waste in my ears. They hold no sway over me. Second, you better protect that trash, or I will confront him each time I see him. Third, relish your final moments, for it will not be long before I bring your Lin family to ruin. Upon uttering the last word, Lin Zhe hung up and blocked the number. To him, severing ties meant treating them as strangers, and he had no desire to squander time on irrelevant individuals. Do you need assistance? Shen Tianli suddenly asked. Lin Zhe chuckled softly. I do not need it. My brother does. Your brother? Shen Tianli questioned, bewildered. I mean my brother, he clarified. Shen Tianli appeared even more perplexed. She scrutinized Lin Zhe for a moment and, noticing a hint of ambiguity in his smile, finally grasped the implication. With a playful smirk, she chided, You truly are a rogue. Lin Zhe chuckled, but said nothing further. He turned his gaze to the world outside the car window. Although he was not the original owner and felt no connection to Lin Xiaotian or the Lin family, occupying the original owner's body meant inheriting all that belonged to him, including his emotions, experiences, and fate. The three statements he made to Lin Xiaotian on the phone were not made in jest, particularly the third, which resonated as Lin Zhe's deepest desire. He genuinely intended to bankrupt the Lin family in the future, allowing them a taste of despair. Noticing Lin Zhe's silence, Shen Tianli glanced at him, but his back was turned, obscuring his expression from her view. Yet, his solitary demeanor in the car evoked a sense of profound loneliness in Shen Tianli, a feeling of not belonging to this world. It was a curious sensation, and she found herself inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Did your father's words just now upset you? Shen Tianli asked. Lin Zhe smiled lightly and replied, Not at all. He is merely a stranger. Nothing to be saddened about. Then why are you so quiet? Lin Zhe turned to glance at Shen Tianli, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, I fear I might not be able to resist teasing you. Your words suggest you've never played the rogue with me. Shen Tianli jested with a laugh. Lin Zhe chuckled in return and inquired, Where are we headed? Where do you wish to go? Home, she replied. I intend to compose a song for Jiang Qingyue. Oh, have you found your muse? Lin Zhe laughed. Isn't it sufficient to have hands? Really? I shall take a moment to appreciate it thoroughly. Very well. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Zhe asked Shen Tianli to fetch a guitar. Once the filming equipment was set up, he embraced the guitar, prepared to sing. Suddenly, Shen Tianli's phone rang. After a brief conversation, she hurriedly departed. Lin Zhe chose not to inquire about her destination. His primary focus was to compose a song. After all, what would he use to charm Jiang Qingyue if he didn't have a melody to offer her? Lin Zhe performed Obsessive and Unrepentant, a song by the renowned diva Fei Jie. Once the song concluded, he wrapped up the recording. Frankly speaking, Lin Zhe could complete the songs for Jiang Qingyue's album within an hour, for his mind was a treasure trove of classic melodies. However, if he unveiled all his songs at once, how could he evoke her emotions? He needed to make her believe the endeavor was arduous. Only then would she be touched and inclined to reciprocate his affections. After the recording, Lin Zhe called Jiang Qingyue to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon learning she was at home, he promptly made his way to her residence with the recorded video in hand. Indeed, Jiang Qingyue was at home, and due to her relaxed surroundings, she was dressed quite lightly. She wore a white t-shirt that barely covered her, and her slender, alabaster legs appeared even more radiant beneath the fabric. The whiteness was luminous, sensual, and left Lin Zhe momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated her legs to possess such allure, as they were as slender and straight as Su Qingxue's. With a bashful smile, Jiang Qinghua swiftly welcomed Lin Zhe inside. I've composed a song and recorded a version. Would you care to listen? He asked. Jiang Qinghua's heart leaped with joy. Really? I would love to hear it. Lin Zhe activated the recording device and pressed play. As the guitar strummed, a voice rich with magnetism filled Jiang Qinghua's ears. This time, I face my obsession, indulgently entranced. I do not care whether it's right or wrong. Even if I am deeply ensnared, I disregard all. As these 6 lines of lyrics emerged, Jiang Qinghua trembled. Goosebumps cascaded across her body, and she felt as though her soul had been touched. The lyrics resonated deeply with her, articulating her feelings for Lin Zhe with uncanny precision. Particularly the line, "I do not care whether it's right or wrong," echoed her innermost thoughts. From the moment she learned of Lin Zhe's divorce, Jiang Qinghua vowed to win his heart. Regardless of the consequences, she yearned to warm Lin Zhe's wounded heart with her own. Lin Zhe's melodious voice persisted. Whose heart should I use to genuinely perceive my surroundings? Even if it brings pain, even if it brings tears, they belong to my own sorrow. Whose heart can I employ to truly experience my surroundings? Even if I am weary, even if I am exhausted, I can only persist in my obsession without regret. Upon hearing these poignant lyrics, Jiang Qinghua felt a sharp pain, akin to a needle prick in her heart. Thus, Lin Zhe had woven his feelings for Su Qingxue into his song. These years of loving Su Qingxue had rendered him weary and tormented. Jiang Qinghua's mood soured instantly, enveloping her in sadness. With her eyes red-rimmed, she gazed at Lin Zhe, feeling a profound ache for him in that moment. She longed to embrace him and reassure him that the worst was behind them. Yet, Jiang Qinghua hesitated, fearing she might startle him. Having just emerged from a tumultuous marriage, Lin Zhe likely wasn't prepared to step into another relationship. If she were to rashly hold him, it would surely frighten him. She did not want to alarm him. She cherished him too much. As the song concluded, Lin Zhe smiled and inquired, "What do you think?" "Wait, why are you crying?" Jiang Qinghua wiped her tears and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. Just found it incredibly beautiful. If you think it's good, should we go big?" "What do you mean? You haven't sung in years. Your fans may have forgotten you debuted as a singer. Since you're releasing an album, let us start with this song. Later, sing it again, record it, and post it on your social media. Use this song to rekindle your fans' anticipation." Jiang Qinghua's eyes sparkled. She believed Lin Zhe's marketing strategy was sheer genius. Once such a captivating song graced her social media, given her current fanbase, it would undoubtedly create a sensation and stir their excitement. When their anticipation peaked, they could seamlessly launch the new album. As long as the album's quality was commendable, it would surely achieve great success. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qinghua suppressed her excitement, beamed sweetly, and playfully said, "All right, I'll follow your lead." Chapter 47. She desired more. It must be said that Jiang Qinghua possessed an innate talent for singing. More accurately, she was born to sing, a natural vocalist. The lyrics of this song were plentiful and relatively challenging. However, after listening to it just 2 or 3 times and acquiring the lyrics from Lin Zhe, she fetched a guitar and requested his accompaniment, launching into song. The moment the first line emerged, Lin Zhe was struck by a tingling sensation at the back of his head. My goodness, how could she sing so beautifully? Her voice was so enchanting that it made Lin Zhe question the quality of his own singing. It is widely acknowledged that Lin Zhe is an exceedingly narcissistic and shameless individual. Typically, he harbors an unwavering belief that he is the supreme being of the world. However, in the presence of Jiang Qinghua as she sings, he finds himself engulfed in self-doubt. Her melodious voice resonates so profoundly that Lin Zhe perceives the song as if it were crafted solely for her existence. As the final note fades, Jiang Qinghua, slightly anxious, gazes at Lin Zhe and inquires, "What do you think?" Lin Zhe raises his thumb in approval. "It's enchanting, captivating to the extent that it feels as though this song was tailor-made for you." Jiang Qinghua beams with joy, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to indulging in honey. To receive praise from someone she admires is an exhilarating experience. Eager for more, she smiles, her eyes shining brightly, and responds, "It's not that remarkable. On the contrary, it is indeed splendid. You have penned it beautifully, and the melody is equally exquisite," Lin Zhe replies with a grin. "Let us refrain from mutual flattery and hasten to share this on your social media. I suspect your fans are eagerly awaiting it." Jiang Qinghua obediently nods. "I shall sing it once more, and then you can assist me in recording it." "No need. I recorded it while you were singing earlier." "Really?" Could the first version be flawed? Trust me, it is already quite perfect. Do not flatter me further. If you do, I shall become conceited. I grant you permission to be proud, Lin Zhe chuckles. Jiang Qinghua bursts into a fit of laughter. For a long time, she has perceived Lin Zhe as somewhat melancholic, an impression that has lingered since their university days. Back then, every time she encountered him, he appeared sullen and despondent. Over time, Jiang Qinghua concluded that Lin Zhe was indeed a brooding figure. However, after their interactions yesterday, she discovered his delightful sense of humor. What a dilemma! Her fondness for him has only deepened. The sparkle in her eyes as she gazes at Lin Zhe could almost be likened to twinkling stars. After a brief editing of the video, Jiang Qinghua opened her social media account, a platform reminiscent of Twitter. Lin Zhe glanced at her profile, taken aback by the overwhelming number of 999 notifications, and most astonishingly, her follower count exceeded 90 million. He was utterly stunned. Is this the terrifying influence of a top-tier female celebrity? Jiang Qinghua's latest post, shared in the afternoon, announced her contract with Shun Tianli's company. In just a few hours, the comments had skyrocketed to a staggering 7 million, with over 3 million shares, and the likes surpassing 10 million. Lin Zhe was astounded. He felt an urge to question Jiang Qinghua, wondering if she had purchased this data, for such figures seemed unfathomable. Swiftly, Jiang Qinghua crafted her message. Hello everyone. This is my new song. I hope you all enjoy it. After finalizing the content, Jiang Qinghua uploaded the video and clicked send. Within less than a second, the sound of incessant notifications filled the air. Jiang Qinghua refreshed the data and noticed that Lin Zhe had already liked her latest post, which had garnered over 70,000 likes. Astonished, Lin Zhe began to reassess his desire to pursue Jiang Qinghua. Goodness, her fan base was formidable. Would he be targeted by her admirers if he were to engage with her? This was no trivial matter. During his time on Blue Star, he had heard tales of extreme fans who resorted to drastic actions when their idols entered into romantic relationships. The notifications continued to echo in his ears. Jiang Qinghua playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Zhe, her cuteness undeniably alluring. He wondered if her lips would be equally soft. Lin Zhe, what would you like to eat tonight? My treat. Hot pot, please. Lin Zhe genuinely craved hot pot after 3 days in this desolate place. He was yearning for a spicy meal to invigorate his taste buds. Let's eat out. Better at home. Given her current popularity, if they dined out and were recognized, it would undoubtedly trend on social media, possibly causing chaos. Eating at home was a safer option. Moreover, it would provide them privacy, allowing for a bit of playful mischief. All right, I'll have the ingredients delivered, Jiang Qinghua said with a smile. Sharing a meal with Lin Zhe brought her immense joy. She cherished the moments spent in his company. Meanwhile, having concluded their spa outing, Su Qingxue was on her way to dinner with Ji Shanshan and Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng was driving, while Su Qingxue and Ji Shanshan occupied the back seat. During the afternoon at the spa, Su Qingxue had a delightful conversation with Ji Shanshan, largely facilitated by Ji Zifeng's efforts. He had directly contacted a top international producer in front of Ji Shanshan, and although Su Qingxue had not heard of him, his expertise was evident. After an afternoon of discussion, the producer agreed to meet in the country in a few days. Observing this mature side of Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue's impression of him had improved. Thus, she decided to bring him along for dinner. Qingxue, will Jiang Qinghua continue filming? Ji Shanshan suddenly inquired. Su Qingxue recalled Lin Zhe's words from earlier and shook her head, replying, she should be releasing an album. She's releasing an album? Can she sing? Ji Zifeng, the driver, interjected, slightly irritating Su Qingxue. In the afternoon, as this fellow incessantly urged her to visit the hot springs, Su Qingxue found herself somewhat exasperated by him. Were it not for his facilitation of the renowned foreign producer to assist Ji Shanshan in crafting her new album, Su Qingxue would have preferred not to see him at all. She could distinctly sense her admiration for Ji Zifeng gradually waning. Jiang Qinghua, who debuted as the champion of a singing competition, possessed commendable vocal abilities. Su Qingxue calmly elucidated that, should all go as anticipated, her new album would be produced by Lin Zhe, who would also be responsible for songwriting and composition. Huh, Ji Zifeng chuckled. Qingxue, it's not that I look down on Lin Zhe, but can he truly write songs? Can he produce an album? Su Qingxue's expression darkened. She harbored a deep disdain for anyone who disparaged Lin Zhe. Moreover, she had witnessed his talent firsthand. On what grounds could Ji Zifeng belittle him? Just as Su Qingxue was about to retort, Ji Shanshan suddenly exclaimed, Jiang Qinghua has released a new song. Shanshan, how did you know? Su Qingxue inquired hastily. She posted it on social media, and it has already garnered over 2 million likes and more than 1 million comments. I just checked the feedback, and it's overwhelmingly positive. Su Qingxue's heart fluttered. Her intuition told her that Jiang Qinghua's new song must have been crafted by Lin Zhe. She yearned to hear it, to discover what song Lin Zhe had composed this time. Shanshan, please play it. Chapter 48. Then you should return home early this time. I resolutely confront my desires, intoxicated by my own whims. I am indifferent to whether this is right or wrong. Even if I am deeply entangled, I will disregard everything. Even if I am obsessed, I remain unrepentant. As the cool, melodious voice resonated within the $1 million MPV, Su Qingxue felt a jolt in her heart. She swiftly glanced at Ji Shanshan, who in turn looked back at her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both women discerned a hint of astonishment in each other's gaze. Neither spoke, allowing the music to continue. Yet at that moment, Ji Zifeng interjected nonchalantly. What is this song about, love and romance? It's quite unpleasant and lacks any international flair. His remarks were deliberately provoked. In his view, since Jiang Qinghua had severed ties with Su Qingxue and now signed with her bitter rival as company, Su Qingxue must harbor a profound hatred for Jiang Qinghua. Hence, he believed that by deriding Jiang Qinghua, Su Qingxue would be pleased. However, to his astonishment, the moment his words fell, Su Qingxue suddenly snapped, "Shut up." Ji Zifeng instantly felt disgruntled. Damn it. He had aided her immensely that afternoon, yet she wouldn't even grant him the opportunity to accompany her to the hot springs, let alone permit him to speak. If this continued, how would they ever be together without her riding roughshod over him? No, he resolved to continue pursuing Shen Tianli. As long as she can be seduced, Su Qingxue will undoubtedly feel a sense of crisis. Once that sense of urgency arises, the initiative will return to her grasp. At that moment, it will be entirely up to her how to manipulate the situation. With this determination, Ji Zifeng resolved to send Shen Tianli some provocative photographs that evening. He was confident that his impressive physique would surely captivate her. As this thought crossed his mind, Ji Zifeng cast a disdainful glance at Su Qingxue through the rearview mirror. The melody came to an end, and the car was enveloped in a silence so profound that the faintest sound could be heard. After an indeterminate period, Ji Shanshan suddenly remarked, "It's beautiful, and it will undoubtedly be a sensation." As a professional singer, Ji Shanshan held great confidence in her judgment. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, the lyrics were exceptional, and the melody was of the highest caliber. There was no reason it should not succeed. However, her tone betrayed a hint of bitterness, as she was acutely aware that this song was surely penned by Lin Zhe for Jiang Qinghua. Yet that was not the crux of her distress. Rather, it was the emotions conveyed in the lyrics that left Su Qingxue feeling profoundly sorrowful. In the song, she discerned a relentless dedication to love and a steadfast commitment, even when aware that such devotion might yield no reward. It reminded her of her own marriage to Lin Zhe. When they wed, she had explicitly informed him that it was a marriage of convenience, and that she would divorce him once Ji Zifeng returned to seek her out. This union had been unjust to Lin Zhe from the very beginning, yet he had consented, fully aware of the uncertain outcome, simply because of his affection for her. For 3 years, he had devoted himself to her without a hint of regret. Su Qingxue recalled how he had kept vigil by her side during her illness, sleepless nights spent in her company. She remembered how he would don a clown's guise to lift her spirits when she felt downcast. She recalled Lin Zhe's earnest pilgrimage to the temple, where he prayed for her safety. Most painfully, she remembered the look in his eyes, bloodshot and filled with anguish, when she informed him of Ji Zifeng's impending return and her decision to divorce him. There were countless such memories, so numerous that they now assaulted Su Qingxue with a profound sense of guilt. He had loved her so deeply, to the point of sacrificing his dignity. Yet what had she done? She had eagerly kicked him aside even before Ji Zifeng's return. In that moment of reflection, Su Qingxue felt as though her heart was being brutally grasped by an unseen hand. The pain was suffocating, nearly rendering her breathless. Her palm had unconsciously clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious to it. "Qingxue, are you all right?" Ji Shanshan suddenly inquired. Concern etched across her face. Su Qingxue shook her head. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice faint and fragile. Ji Shanshan gazed at her with palpable worry. Her complexion was so pallid, yet she insisted she was fine. "However, Your pale countenance might simply be a sign of hunger. Su Qingxue casually concocted an excuse, not wishing for her employees to perceive her anguish. Ji Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Qingxue, do you know who wrote the song for Jiang Qingwe? Su Qingxue nodded affirmatively, convinced without a shred of doubt that Lin Zhe was the composer. Is it that renowned lyricist and composer from our country? Ji Shanshan inquired further. Hearing such high praise for Lin Zhe from Ji Shanshan elicited an unexpected smile from Su Qingxue. She could not quite articulate why, but she relished the compliments directed at Lin Zhe. Although he had yet to achieve significant fame, his talent was undeniable. As she spoke, the image of Lin Zhe's handsome face flitted through her mind. And it seems I have seen Lin Zhe. Who is he? Su Qingxue candidly replied. He is the Lin Zhe I mentioned earlier, the young man you saw with Shun Tianli at the entrance of the hot spring today. That exceptionally handsome and charming young man. Ji Shanshan exclaimed, astonished. Ji Zifeng was equally taken aback. What? The song Jiang Qingwe just sang was actually penned by that rascal Lin Zhe? Although Ji Zifeng had previously disparaged Jiang Qingyue's singing for Su Qingxue's sake, he had to concede, after listening to the entire song, that it was indeed exquisite. As Su Qingxue had asserted, both the lyrics and the melody were of the highest caliber. Yet, he never anticipated that it was crafted by Lin Zhe. When did he become so extraordinary? Yes, that is indeed him, Su Qingxue replied with a slight smile, relishing the compliments directed toward Lin Zhe's looks. I had assumed he was merely a newcomer recently signed by President Shun, for he is so striking and possesses an undeniable charm. He truly is handsome and exudes charisma. Su Qingxue agreed with a smile. Qingxue, I suddenly no longer wish to pursue an international style. Could you persuade Lin Zhe to write a song for me? Having just listened to the entire piece, Ji Shanshan felt this was the music she had long desired. What international style? To hell with it. I shall inquire with him. Su Qingxue replied, already retrieving her phone to message Lin Zhe. Can you return home tonight? I need to discuss something with you. After sending the message, Su Qingxue pondered for a moment before sending another. What color stockings do you like? I could wear them for you. Lin Zhe's reply arrived swiftly. White shirt, black bodycon skirt, nude stockings, and stiletto heels. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Wasn't he that the outfit she had worn on the day she proposed their divorce? No wonder he had been so adamant about her not shedding her clothes then, and why he had been so fervent. Remembering that moment, Su Qingxue felt her face burn with intensity and her heart race uncontrollably. She took a deep breath and replied to Lin Zhe, then returned home early. Chapter 49. When did love become an obsession? Ji Zifeng was on the brink of despair. His frustration did not stem merely from the revelation that the song Jiang Qingwe had just sung was penned by Lin Zhe, but rather from Ji Shanshan's declaration that she no longer desired an international style. It was essential to recognize that Ji Zifeng had intended to capitalize on this situation for financial gain. The Ji family was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, and having grown up in comfort, Ji Zifeng had long adopted a lavish lifestyle. Yet, after several days back in the country, he had earned not a single penny. With less than 200 yuan in his pocket, the experience of financial deprivation was akin to a living hell. Were it not for Su Qingxue's hotel reservation and the provision of meals at the hotel, Ji Zifeng might very well be wandering the streets and facing starvation. He had originally planned to profit handsomely from producing an album for Ji Shanshan, leveraging his connection with Su Qingxue, but unexpectedly, Ji Shanshan had altered her course of action. His animosity towards Lin Zhe intensified. It was all that scoundrel's fault. Had Lin Zhe not written songs for Jiang Qingwe, would Ji Shanshan have changed her mind? The more Ji Zifeng pondered, the more furious he became. He wished fervently for Lin Zhe to appear before him so that he could accelerate his car and run him down. This matter could not be left unresolved. Ji Shanshan's vision for her album mattered not to him. He simply could not afford to miss such a lucrative opportunity. Qingxue, what shall we do about David? Ji Zifeng feigned difficulty in asking. David was the producer in question. Frankly speaking, he was far from a top-tier music producer. In colloquial terms, he was merely a hustler, lacking real talent, but possessing a knack for bluster. Ji Zifeng had become acquainted with him while indulging in frivolities abroad. Upon learning this afternoon that Ji Shanshan's new album would adopt an international style, Ji Zifeng had formulated a plan and contacted David to discuss it. Initially, the collaboration was progressing smoothly, aligning with Ji Zifeng's expectations. He had even envisioned how he would revel in luxury once the money came through. However, Lin Zhe's unexpected interference changed everything. Let us cancel the collaboration, Su Qingxue stated calmly. To be candid, she had never supported Ji Shanshan's pursuit of an international music style. Her brand had always been that of a sorrowful ballad singer, with fans predominantly from the Chinese-speaking world. Abruptly shifting her musical direction would most likely lead to failure, as there were ample examples within the industry to illustrate this. Nonetheless, since Ji Shanshan was the most prominent artist in her company, Su Qingxue conceded to allow her to experiment. Ji Zifeng's dissatisfaction grew. Not only was he displeased, but he was also increasingly anxious. He unwillingly remarked, "Of course, Qingxue can cancel the collaboration, but what concerns me is that if we abruptly terminate it, it would be akin to leaving the other party in the lurch. David is a man of great integrity, and if Lin Zhe fails to finalize Shanshan's album, and we need to approach them again later, they certainly will not oblige." "That's impossible. Lin Zhe will manage it," Su Qingxue stated bluntly. "Moreover, our engagement with them is merely a cooperative intention and hardly qualifies as a genuine partnership." Ji Zifeng was in despair, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, veins protruding. Damn it! How can Lin Zhe be so persistently haunting? Su Qingxue had divorced him, yet she still held such faith in Lin Zhe. He could not fathom whether Su Qingxue's affections lay with him or with that scoundrel Lin Zhe. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that his plans for making money had been completely derailed. Ji Zifeng, overwhelmed, fell silent. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Upon receiving a message from Su Qingxue, he smiled. It seemed that tonight, his brothers and his vitality would be put to the test. The mere thought of Su Qingxue in her white shirt, form-fitting skirt, sheer stockings, and stilettos filled him with excitement. He was utterly captivated by her alluring ensemble. Lin Zhe resolved to indulge in a hearty meal of beef and lamb to fortify himself. The ingredients arrived swiftly, delivered by Jiang Qingyue's manager. This manager, Zhao Tailan, was a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a notably unassuming face. When Zhao Tailan laid eyes on Lin Zhe, she appeared somewhat taken aback. For after 2 years of working with Jiang Qingyue, it was her first encounter with a male in Jiang Qingyue's residence. Moreover, given the way Jiang Qingyue displayed her feminine charm, it was clear that this man held significant importance to her. Seizing a moment while Lin Zhe prepared the ingredients, Zhao Tailan quietly inquired, "You, please don't tell me he is the one you have adored for so many years?" Although Zhao Tailan was Jiang Qingyue's employee, their relationship had evolved over 2 years into something quite exceptional. Jiang Qingyue regarded Zhao Tailan as an older sister, confiding in her about everything, including her long-standing affection for Lin Zhe, though Zhao Tailan was unaware of the identity of Jiang Qingyue's beloved. Upon hearing Zhao Tailan's words, Jiang Qingyue shyly nodded. "He is incredibly handsome and quite charming," Zhao Tailan remarked with a smile. "Sister Lan, do you think I could win his heart? Come now, you are Jiang Qingyue, the most sought-after female star in the country, beautiful and alluring. Any man would be eager to worship you if you so desired," Zhao Tailan replied. "I lack confidence. And besides, if I were to win him over, I would be willing to adore him too." Zhao Tailan chided playfully. "You, when did you develop such a romantic mindset? I have always been a romantic at heart. Otherwise, how could I have cherished Lin Zhe for 6 years? Sister Lan, what do you suggest I do to pursue him?" "It is quite simple. Treat him well, shower him with gifts, and endeavor to win his affection. However, there is one thing you must not do." "What is it?" "Never surrender your body. Doing so would render you rather cheap." Jiang Qingyue blushed deeply. "Sister Lan, what are you saying? How could I possibly give myself away so soon?" Zhao Tailan chuckled and replied, "That cannot be entirely ruled out, considering you are such a romantic." "Impossible. The most I would do is hold his hand or share a kiss. I would never go to bed with him," Jiang Qingyue declared earnestly. Zhao Tailan sighed in relief. "That is good. Just do not rush into giving yourself away, or you may find yourself regretting it." "Understood, Sister Lan. You may leave now. Do not interrupt my pursuit of men." Zhao Tailan smiled. "Very well. I wish you success in winning his heart soon." After departing from Jiang Qingyue's villa, Zhao Tailan entered her car and began dialing a number. Soon, the call connected. "Bai Xiao, it is I, Qingyue's manager. There is something I wish to report to you. Qingyue's love interest has emerged. His name is Lin Zhe." Chapter 50. I must charge you after seeing Zhao Tailan off. Jiang Qingyue skipped joyfully into the kitchen. "Lin Zhe, what do you need me to do?" "Just eat. But I do not wish to be a mere glutton." "Very well, then you may cook, and I will rest." Jiang Qingyue chuckled at his words, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "All right, but could you at least keep me company while I cook?" Certainly. Though I must charge you for my company. All right, I will pay you. How much do you want? Jiang Qinghua laughed. Never mind. Discussing money is rather unromantic. Let us settle for something more intimate. Jiang Qinghua's cheeks flushed crimson. She truly adored Lin Zhe's humor. It was slightly mischievous, yet utterly charming. The ingredients were soon prepared. Lin Zhe reclined like a lord, enjoying Jiang Qinghua's attentive service. She, like a dutiful wife, eagerly placed the freshly cooked beef into Lin Zhe's bowl. She had initially considered feeding him with her own chopsticks, but hesitated, fearing it might be too intimate and frighten him. Try the beef and see if you like it, she urged. Lin Zhe smiled, saying, given that you personally served it, how could it possibly taste bad? Hurry, give it a try, Jiang Qinghua playfully chided. If her fans were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. The usually proud Jiang Qinghua was displaying such endearing charm. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Zhe had already taken a piece of beef from his bowl and placed it in his mouth. It is a bit overcooked. You should shorten the cooking time. Also, I do not eat vegetables. Tonight, I only wish to savor meat. Understood, Jiang Qinghua smiled, continuing to serve Lin Zhe. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lin Zhe devoured 2 pounds of beef and 1 pound of lamb, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. At this moment, everything was in readiness, awaiting only the arrival of Su Qingxue, the proverbial eastern wind. During a brief interlude, a video call unexpectedly came through for Jiang Qinghua, prompting her to rise and retreat to her room to answer it. Lin Zhe contemplated making his exit, but was suddenly interrupted by a message from Shun Tianli. Rascal, what are you up to? She inquired. Just hanging out. Lin Zhe excitedly replied. How annoying. Be serious. I'm asking what you're doing. Curse it, if you don't articulate your thoughts clearly. You leave me in a state of unnecessary excitement. You owe me a compensation for this, at least a dozen sweet kisses. Shun Tianli was rendered speechless. Although it was not her first encounter with Lin Zhe's shamelessness, she still found herself taken aback by his audacity. How could one person possess such a lack of shame? Compensation? What are you doing? I just finished dinner with Jiang Qinghua. Oh, the things you didn't accompany me for, she did. Upon reading Lin Zhe's message, Shun Tianli was immediately vexed. What did he mean by saying she accompanied him for things he hadn't done with her? Wasn't it merely a meal of hot pot? He made it sound as if he were a heartless scoundrel. Humph, I can accompany you for hot pot tomorrow as well. I no longer desire it. At the moment I craved it most, you did not provide it, and now that you wish to give it, I regret to say, it is too late. Shun Tianli chuckled softly. This rascal had a knack for uttering the most absurdly flirtatious remarks. What did he mean by claiming that at the moment he desired it most? She had not provided it, and now that she wished to, it was too late? It was, after all, just a meal of hot pot. Yet he spoke of it so suggestively. Truly, he was a rogue. Rascal, could you be a bit more serious? I am quite troubled at the moment. What troubles you? Share it with me. It might lighten your spirits. Ugh, it's about my best friend. Your best friend, the underground queen of Haicheng? Yes. What is the matter? She is suffering from severe menstrual cramps, to the point of hospitalization, which is why I couldn't accompany you for hot pot. Lin Zhe, having never been a woman, nonetheless understood that some women could endure excruciating pain during such times. Is it that severe? Indeed, very serious. The hospital cannot treat it? It's ineffective. It's a condition of cold in the uterus that requires nurturing. Then allow me to provide her with some treatment. Lin Zhe was not merely speaking whimsically. During his 3 years of confinement in Blue Star, he had learned a bit of medical knowledge from an elder to pass the time. Treating a cold uterus was quite straightforward. Rascal, don't jest. My best friend is very beautiful, but her background is complicated. If you dare to act inappropriately, she could easily dispose of you. What? Beautiful? Then I must treat her. It is everyone's duty to rescue a beauty, Lin Zhe replied with fervor. Shun Tianli couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She quickly exited the hospital room and sent Lin Zhe a video. As the video call connected, Shun Tianli's alluring and captivating visage appeared on the screen. It must be said, she possessed an exceptionally striking beauty, particularly those mesmerizing eyes that seemed to emanate electricity when they locked onto yours, exuding an irresistible charm. Come, let us admire your legs, Lin Zhe initiated. Shun Tianli playfully retorted, You lecher, are you out of your mind? Lin Zhe chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. In all honesty, I possess some medical knowledge. I could potentially remedy your cold womb. Shun Tianli's smile faded. Are you serious? Lin Zhe nodded affirmatively. But how was I unaware of your medical skills? There is much you remain oblivious to. Remember, my looks are merely my least impressive attribute. Shen Tianli burst into laughter, her mirth radiating with a captivating allure that left Lin Zhe yearning for her. You scoundrel, don't jest. My best friend is not someone to be trifled with. If you mess things up, she could very well deal with you. Rest assured, I haven't reached the point of pursuing you. I wouldn't dare to court disaster. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at him. Humph, did you enjoy your hot pot dinner with Jiang Qingwei? Indeed, with a beauty by my side, how could one not enjoy? Lin Zhe replied with a grin. A pang of jealousy struck Shen Tianli's heart. Fine, revel in your happiness. I'm hanging up. Wait, let me see your legs. Get lost. She laughed, scolding him lightly. Lin Zhe, still smiling, inquired, by the way, have you listened to Jiang Qingyue's new song? The moment those words left his mouth, Shen Tianli's mood soured. Of course, she had heard the song. It had even trended on social media. Yet, it was precisely because she had listened that she felt discontent. Such a melodious piece, and that scoundrel had given it to Jiang Qingyue. Yes, Shen Tianli was envious. You rogue, I don't care. You must write me another song. You're not a celebrity. What would I write for you? It would be a waste of my energy. I don't care. All right, a 10-minute kiss in exchange for a song, Lin Zhe proposed with a mischievous smile. A kiss it shall be. Lin Zhe felt a surge of excitement. When will you return? Tomorrow, Shen Tianli replied curtly. All right, I'm hanging up. With that, Lin Zhe indeed ended the call. Shen Tianli was left speechless. Lin Zhe hadn't genuinely intended to hang up. Rather, he was distracted by a message from Su Qingxue. I'm back. When will you come over? Putting his phone away, he noticed Jiang Qingyue was still on video call, speaking in her dialect, likely with family. Lin Zhe signaled to her that he was leaving, and Jiang Qingyue nodded with a smile. After exiting Jiang Qingyue's villa, Lin Zhe hurriedly made his way to Su Qingxue's residence. Chapter 51. Previously embarrassed upon entering the villa after inputting the password, Lin Zhe immediately spotted Su Qingxue seated on the sofa. Gone were the white blouse, form-fitting skirt, and sheer stockings complemented by stilettos. She still donned the long dress from the afternoon. Lin Zhe turned to leave, thinking to himself how this was merely a waste of his time. However, adhering to the principle of having come this far, he chose to sit beside Su Qingxue. After all, how difficult could it be to ask her to change her attire? Even requesting her to disrobe would likely pose no challenge. How was your time soaking in the hot springs with Jizifeng this afternoon? Lin Zhe inquired with a smile. I didn't tea soak with him. I didn't even get in the water, Su Qingxue hurriedly clarified. Then how about we go to the hot springs together next time? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she gently nodded in agreement. By the way, what did you wish to discuss? Lin Zhe asked, smiling. He felt it prudent to address these trivial matters before delving into the topic regarding Su Qingxue. Was the immensely popular song by Jiang Qingyue one that you composed? Yes. I was the one who created it. Though she had anticipated this outcome, hearing Lin Zhe affirm it still stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within Su Qingxue. Could you assist my company's artist in producing an album? Money is not an issue. Certainly, I can write the songs and perform them once. But you will need to delegate the rest to others, Lin Zhe replied with a nod. A flicker of joy illuminated Su Qingxue's heart. Her intention was solely to have Lin Zhe compose songs for her. She had thought that since they were divorced, and she had caused him considerable hurt, he would surely refuse to assist her. Yet, to her surprise, he agreed so readily. Lin Zhe was, of course, agreeable. He bore no animosity towards Su Qingxue, and given her assurance that money was not a concern, he had no quarrel with it either. Most significantly, Lin Zhe was genuinely eager to be with her. His desire for her was palpable. Are you not deceiving me? Su Qingxue asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. Lin Zhe grasped her slender waist and lifted her soft form onto his lap. Now, look into my eyes and tell me, what do you see? He asked earnestly. Initially feeling shy and uncomfortable under Lin Zhe's gaze, Su Qingxue momentarily set aside her embarrassment and began to earnestly observe the depths of his eyes. However, upon making eye contact, her cheeks flushed a tempting shade of red. She bashfully turned her head to the side. Lin Zhe's gaze was too intense, making her feel as if her heart was aflame. I see sincerity, she stammered. Indeed, sincerity. Given that, do you believe I was deceiving you just now? Lin Zhe had intended to express that no, his eyes held only her. However, he deemed such a statement excessively cheesy and distasteful. Deceiving someone for a fleeting encounter should not be executed in such a distasteful manner. While he was indeed engaging in such deceit, It was still unacceptable to be so utterly disdainful. Su Qingxue hastily shook her head. I genuinely did not doubt your words. I merely found it hard to believe that you would so readily acquiesce. Do you understand why I agreed so willingly? Lin Zhe asked, his heart racing. Why? Su Qingxue inquired, her pulse quickening. Because I desire you. I thought that by doing this, you would undoubtedly be moved and willingly offer yourself to me. Lin Zhe was astonishingly candid. There was no way around it. He was devoid of morals, boundaries, and shamelessness. Su Qingxue felt both embarrassed and frustrated. She was embarrassed because Lin Zhe's boldness and directness were shocking. Yet, she was frustrated because she had believed that his willingness to assist her stemmed from his enduring love, only to discover that his intentions were rather carnal. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's desire, Su Qingxue was immediately transported to that night when they had been entwined in passion. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Will you allow me to? Lin Zhe asked playfully, gazing at Su Qingxue with a smile. No, she replied, her cheeks flushed, her voice tinged with a hint of playful defiance. Then no intimacy for now. Go change your clothes first. I want to see you in a white shirt and a fitted skirt with sheer stockings and high heels, Lin Zhe remarked with a grin. Such matters could not be rushed. They required a gradual approach. Moreover, Lin Zhe relished the process of teasing her. He was convinced that under his shameless advances, he would eventually win her over. Su Qingxue shot him a disapproving glance. Do you really enjoy me dressed that way? More than you can imagine. It nearly drives me to distraction. A sense of inexplicable pride swelled within Su Qingxue. Humph, when I used to dress like that regularly, I never noticed your admiration. I used to be more reserved. Su Qingxue chuckled at this remark, her laughter a delightful sight that stirred emotions within him. You seem rather shameless now. I could change. But I haven't had dinner yet. Could you cook me some noodles? Her tone held an unintentional hint of playfulness. You haven't had dinner? No wonder I noticed you felt lighter when I held you, Lin Zhe remarked. Su Qingxue felt a pang of grievance, almost on the verge of tears. Although she had gone to a restaurant that evening, Ji Zifeng had been incessantly discussing matters concerning foreign producers, subtly suggesting that she should compensate them. This left her feeling quite upset. She understood that Ji Zifeng's intentions were to avoid offending anyone, especially since future collaboration might be at stake. It was not that she was unwilling to part with the money, but she had never heard of having to pay when a collaboration fell through. Consequently, she had barely eaten and, preoccupied with her plans for the evening with Lin Zhe, rushed home. Observing Su Qingxue's woeful expression, Lin Zhe said, Go change your clothes. I will prepare some noodles for you. Su Qingxue nodded eagerly. Upon returning to her bedroom, Su Qingxue gazed at the large bed and recalled the events of that night when Lin Zhe had passionately indulged her 7 times. Her face flushed with embarrassment. In truth, during the past few days, every time she lay upon that bed, her thoughts invariably drifted back to that evening. Entering her wardrobe, Su Qingxue selected the attire and stockings that Lin Zhe had specifically requested her to wear. As she delicately slipped her slender, white legs into the sheer stockings, she admired her alluring figure in the mirror, her cheeks glowing with a deeper shade of crimson. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, Su Qingxue, why do you so obediently heed that scoundrel's words? Do you truly wish for him to take you to bed? Yet, despite her words, she found herself eagerly anticipating Lin Zhe's reaction upon seeing her in this enchanting ensemble. Surely, she would captivate that rogue. As the noodles neared completion, Su Qingxue descended the stairs. The moment Lin Zhe laid eyes on her, his breath became slightly uneven. Clad in a white shirt, a fitted skirt, sheer stockings, and elegant high heels, she embodied the quintessential office attire. Yet, inexplicably, whenever Su Qingxue donned such an outfit, Lin Zhe's heart raced with fervor. It was uncertain whether it was a peculiar preference of his or simply that Su Qingxue appeared irresistibly alluring in that attire. When she caught sight of the intense gaze Lin Zhe directed at her, her heart skipped a beat, and before she could revel in her triumph, her pulse quickened erratically. As their eyes met in that charged moment, Su Qingxue bashfully turned her head away, igniting an even greater sense of yearning within Lin Zhe. Damn it. Tonight he must have her. Chapter 52. Allow me to massage you. As she once again savored the noodles prepared by Lin Zhe, a myriad of emotions surged within Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe's culinary skills had significantly improved, a testament to the 3 years of their marriage. She vividly remembered that when they first wed, Lin Zhe struggled even to fry an egg. Yet, for her sake, he diligently honed his cooking abilities. and each dish he prepared became increasingly delectable. Initially, she seldom dined at home, but over time, she came to eagerly anticipate returning home to enjoy Lin Zhe's cooking. More accurately, she cherished the moments spent dining with Lin Zhe. Before their divorce, Su Qingxue had relished countless meals prepared by Lin Zhe. To her, his cooking was merely delicious. It seemed to lack any particular significance. However, now, as she indulged in his cooking once more, tears welled in her eyes. She understood that her tears were not solely for the joy of tasting Lin Zhe's food again, but rather because each bite transported her back to the time before their separation. Indeed, she found herself yearning for the days when she had not divorced Lin Zhe. "Why aren't you eating? Are you waiting for me to feed you?" Lin Zhe suddenly inquired with a smile, causing Su Qingxue's cheeks to flush with warmth. 3 years into marriage, I have not been without the tender care of Lin Zhe. I recall one winter when I was struck by a cold, feeling utterly weak as I lay in bed. Lin Zhe prepared a fragrant porridge of millet and pumpkin for me. The aroma wafted through the air, and although I longed to eat, my strength failed me. Eventually, I leaned against Lin Zhe's chest as he gently fed me spoonful by spoonful, cautious not to burn me. Each bite was carefully blown upon until it reached a suitable temperature before being offered to my lips. I had thought that with the passage of time, these memories would fade. Yet, unexpectedly, they resurfaced, and I found myself resenting my own vivid recollections. The beautiful moments of the past now felt like coarse sandpaper, incessantly grinding against my heart, inflicting pain akin to a knife's edge. "I don't want you to feed me," I said, my cheeks flushed. As I began to eat, Lin Zhe casually inquired, "By the way, which of your colleagues should I write a song for?" He intended to first understand her musical style to craft something similarly resonant. "Ji Shanshan, you met her at the entrance of the hot spring resort this afternoon. All right, you eat first. I will listen to her music style." I acquiesced. Lin Zhe opened his phone and searched for Ji Shanshan. This sister appeared quite unremarkable, which explained my lack of recollection. However, I must admit, her singing was commendable. She did not perform with a heart-wrenching intensity, but rather followed a path of poignant sorrow. Her voice struck deep within the soul. After listening for a while, Lin Zhe turned off his phone, having conceived of what song to emulate. "Can you write it?" I asked, curiosity piqued. "Of course," he replied with a smile. "But you should ideally align it with her musical direction. Writing sorrowful songs is not an easy feat, I understand. To be honest, I am already feeling inspired." A wave of joy surged within me. I had not anticipated Lin Zhe's talent for creation. In hindsight, I had been blind to his potential, relegating such a remarkable individual to the role of a mere house husband, a true squandering of talent. "Then hurry and compose for her. The entire album consists of 10 songs, and I will offer you 5 million. How does that sound?" Admittedly, this price was quite substantial, but I believed Lin Zhe deserved it. After all, I had witnessed his brilliance firsthand. "You still owe me 10 million, Lin Zhe chuckled. I recognized that this sum referred to the promise I made during our divorce. I can transfer it to you all at once. No hurry, just eat your noodles first." I nodded in agreement. "By the way, are your feet tired? If so, I can give you a massage." My cheeks turned crimson. "You scoundrel, you're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Was I that obvious?" Uffed. Su Qingxue was amused. She had never realized how lewd the fellow could be. However, she indeed wished for Lin Zhe's assistance for a while. With a smile, she extended her foot, adorned in slender high heels, from beneath the table towards Lin Zhe. He glanced down and was captivated by her foot, elegantly encased in sheer stockings, radiating an undeniable allure. Lin Zhe grasped her ankle and removed her high heel. The moment his hand touched her delicate foot, a shiver coursed through his body. Her fair complexion instantly flushed a deep crimson. It was unavoidable. Lin Zhe's palm was exceedingly warm, setting her heart racing in an erratic rhythm. She lost her appetite for the noodles. In a playful manner, Lin Zhe teased her by tickling the sole of her foot. Su Qingxue's body trembled even more violently. She pouted, saying, "Don't tickle, it tickles." Lin Zhe looked at her, noticing her pristine teeth nibbling on her luscious red lips. Her gaze filled with a particular longing. Goodness, who taught her to nibble her lips like that? It was almost lethal. Lin Zhe's heart raced at her gesture. Noticing that Zhenghe wasn't eating anymore, he took a deep breath and asked, "Still want to eat?" She shook her head, expressing her disinterest. "Then shall we move to the sofa for a massage?" Zhenghe's eyes sparkled as she teasingly remarked, "Humph, do you genuinely wish to massage me, or are you merely seeking an opportunity to touch me?" "Both," he replied playfully. How annoying. Then I shan't let you massage me. Really not going to let me? Lin Zhe asked, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Zhengxia. She fell silent, truthfully feeling a bit tempted. Before their divorce, Lin Zhe would often massage her, and each time, she would feel all her fatigue dissipate. Yet, she feared that this rascal would take liberties while massaging her. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingxi suddenly said, "Put my shoes back on for me. Are you really not going to let me massage you?" Lin Zhe asked, reluctant to release her. Damn, he hadn't had enough of her yet. Humph. How can I go to the sofa without my shoes? Am I supposed to let you carry me? Happy to oblige. After all, she wasn't heavy. And her body was soft and fragrant, which Lin Zhe certainly desired to embrace. Then carry me, Su Qingxi said, opening her arms. Lin Zhe released her foot, walked to her side, and swiftly clasped her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly. His movements were a bit abrupt, causing Su Qingxi to exclaim in surprise. Instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, their bodies pressed closely together, and as their eyes met, Xing's face flushed a vibrant red. The color was so striking it stirred Lin Zhe's emotions. Feeling the softness of Su Qingxi's body and inhaling her alluring fragrance, Lin Zhe was enraptured. He, with a parched throat and a hoarse voice, uttered, "Su Qingxi, I suddenly no longer wish to give you a massage." Initially intending to proceed gradually, Lin Zhe found himself unable to contain his emotions any longer. Gazing into Lin Zhe's fervent eyes, Su Qingxi's heart raced as she inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Chapter 53. You are becoming increasingly audacious. In her alluring short skirt, long legs, and captivating figure, Su Qingxi presented Lin Zhe with an immediate impression of irresistible beauty. She seemed akin to the most delectable delicacy in the world, igniting a fervor within Lin Zhe, who yearned to devour her whole. Struggling against his tumultuous feelings, Lin Zhe managed to utter, "I desire." Su Qingxi was no naive child. She comprehended the weight of his words. It was as if a colossal hammer struck her heart, quickening her pulse. Consequently, her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, and a subtle allure shimmered in her glistening eyes, enticing in every sense. "Rascal, you are becoming increasingly audacious," she huffed. "Last time on the couch, you almost succeeded. Quickly put me down. I wish to walk on my own." Lin Zhe, stirred by her words, was reluctant to release her. "Su Qingxi, I wish to kiss you," he declared, disregarding her plea. Su Qingxi's face blushed even more intensely. "Humph, I shall not grant you this, you rogue," she playfully retorted. Yet, deep down, she longed for his kiss, desiring to maintain an air of modesty. Damn it! What did she consume to grow into such a captivating being? Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was exceptional, and her words were equally enticing. Though her response was one of refusal, Lin Zhe found himself utterly captivated. He could no longer withstand the temptation and rushed in for a kiss. To be candid, Lin Zhe was not a man lacking self-control. It was simply that she was far too alluring. The moment their lips met, a tingling sensation surged through both of them. Su Qingxi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind blank, as the world around her faded into a haze. Just as their kiss approached the brink of suffocation, Lin Zhe momentarily released her. Glancing at Su Qingxi beneath him, he noticed her once fair face now flushed with an enticing glow, and her lustrous eyes were entirely consumed by desire. Before Lin Zhe could continue, Su Qingxi wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated another kiss, her eagerness surpassing his own. Yes, she had been thoroughly ignited by Lin Zhe's kiss. Lin Zhe was overwhelmed. Those who have tasted the sweetness of a kiss understand that kissing someone else and being kissed by another are entirely different experiences. Lin Zhe was completely ignited. His blood surging with fervor, his desires fully awakened. He no longer wished to waste time. He began his advance. Su Qingxi's voice was irresistibly seductive. The moment was abruptly interrupted by a loud series of knocks on the door, echoing as if it intended to demolish the entrance of the villa. Lin Zhe was startled by the sudden noise, nearly succumbing to shock. Frustration welled within him. After finally indulging in a rare feast, was this disruption truly necessary? Initially, he had no intention of responding to the incessant knocking, confident that the sturdy door would keep intruders at bay. His immediate priority was to savor his meal. Yet Su Qingxi insisted otherwise, her voice trembling with urgency. "You, go answer the door. Do not mind him, we shall continue." Lin Zhe was reluctant to comply. He cursed under his breath, contemplating the implications of such an interruption, should he be thwarted in his endeavors. the prospect of future indulgences would likely be diminished. What if it were his parents? The thought rendered him speechless. Fine, I will check, but even if your parents are at the door, they shall not deter us. You go upstairs and wait for me. With that, he hastily resumed his previous activity, reluctantly parting from Su Qingxue. Her cheeks flushed, Su Qingxue hurriedly ascended the stairs. After donning his trousers, Lindsay ambled toward the door, opening it to reveal an unexpected visitor. Regret flooded over him instantly. He wished he had not answered. You shameless rogue. You are indeed here in Su Qingxue's home. May I inquire why you took so long to open the door? Before him stood Shen Tianli, her expression one of displeasure, her eyes glistening with barely contained fury. Naturally, we were in the midst of an intimate moment. Do you expect me to rush to the door without first dressing? Lindsay retorted, irritation tinging his voice. Shen Tianli, initially seething, found herself smiling at his audacity. You truly have no shame. If Su Qingxue were inclined to such intimacy with you, would she still be divorcing you? Shen Tianli mused, half convinced that Lindsay had succumbed to some form of delusion. Despite her disdain for Su Qingxue, she recognized that she was not the type to be frivolous. After 3 years of marriage, Su Qingxue had never permitted Lindsay such liberties. Now, post-divorce, would she suddenly acquiesce? It was absurd. Lindsay shot her a glare. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? What brings you back? Shen Tianli returned the glare with equal intensity. You rogue. Is it not because you claim to possess some medical knowledge? What do you mean? You expect me to treat your friend in the middle of the night? Exactly. This was, of course, a jest. The truth was that after Lindsay concluded his call, Shen Tianli contacted Jiang Qinghua. Upon learning that Lindsay had departed her home, she reviewed the surveillance footage in her villa and realized he had not returned. Understanding that he was likely with Su Qingxue, she initially hesitated to return. Yet, the thought of Lindsay spending time with Su Qingxue ignited her fury, compelling her to abandon her friend and rush back in haste. As for treating her friend's illness, she originally planned to take Lindsay to see her friend tomorrow. Without hesitation, Lindsay refused, stating, "It's not possible today. Let's go early tomorrow. You can leave first. I have some matters to attend to with Su Qingxue. I don't care. You must accompany me today." To Shen Tianli, Lindsay was merely a tool to provoke Su Qingxue. However, this tool had unexpectedly defied her command, and worse, it was in favor of Su Qingxue. Moreover, if he were to remain in Su Qingxue's villa, what if he were swayed by her and used against Shen Tianli? She certainly did not wish for such a scenario to unfold. Are you deaf? I told you. I have matters to discuss with Su Qingxue, Lindsay replied irritably. Humph. Discuss what? It's none of your business. You shameless fool. Are you out of your mind? She's already discarded you for another man. Yet you still rush to ingratiate yourself with her. Is that amusing? Shen Tianli retorted angrily. Lindsay let out a cold laugh, secretly thinking, what do you know? I couldn't care less about her feelings. My own satisfaction comes first. However, he would never voice this to Shen Tianli. What happens between Su Qingxue and me is my affair, and it does not concern you. Humph, shameless rogue. I'll ask you one last time. Will you come with me or not? I will not. Chapter 54. Then watch closely. It was ridiculous. This was his most crucial moment. And the soft and fragrant Su Qingxue was waiting for him in bed. Lindsay had no intention of leaving with her. Furthermore, if he were to leave at this juncture, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation for Su Qingxue. Although he did not harbor feelings for her, he certainly desired her. Angering Su Qingxue would jeopardize any chance of intimacy in the future. Thus, Lindsay was determined not to let such a situation arise. What business do you have with Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli interrogated. Lindsay casually replied, of course, it's about Ji Shanshan's album. Shen Tianli's eyes darkened. Are you going to write songs for Ji Shanshan? Is that not permitted? No, I forbid you from writing songs for any artist from Su Qingxue's company. Shen Tianli declared with authority. To be frank, she was not a petty person. She feared that if Lindsay showcased too much talent, Su Qingxue might regret divorcing him. Given her personality, she would undoubtedly pursue Lindsay again, abandoning the darkness. Shen Tianli wanted to prevent such an occurrence. If Su Qingxue were an ordinary person, Shen Tianli would not be so concerned. However, the crux was that she was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed a remarkable figure. Lindsay was known for his lustful tendencies, and it was possible that with a mere beckoning from Su Qingxue, he could be ensnared. Damn it, we are merely collaborators. What right do you have to impede my earnings? Lindsay retorted, displeased. If you wish to maintain any intimacy with me, you are forbidden to write. Lin Zhe was infuriated, yet he couldn't help but laugh. Very well, if you wish for me to sleep now, I shall concede to your request. Shun Tianli chided playfully. You scoundrel, have you lost your mind? I have already elevated your score to 50. Do not press your luck further. Press my luck? Spare me the nonsense. Just leave. I was in the midst of a crucial discussion with Su Qingxue, and your interruption has left me utterly vexed. Humph, I refuse to depart. With that, Shun Tianli strode into Su Qingxue's villa. When Lin Zhe had moved, Shun Tianli had not set foot in Su Qingxue's residence, declaring that it was a place unworthy of even a dog. Yet now, not only had she entered, but she audaciously settled herself on the sofa. Lin Zhe was about to urge her to leave when, at that moment, Su Qingxue descended the staircase, clad in a flowing black gown. The gown enveloped her graceful figure entirely, revealing naught but her face and arms, obscuring any glimpse of skin. Yet Lin Zhe found himself stirred. Why does she look so alluring in anything she wears? This is my home. I would appreciate your departure, Su Qingxue stated coldly. Shun Tianli defiantly retorted. I shall not leave. If you dare, call the police. Su Qingxue scoffed lightly. Do you think I lack the courage? With that, she produced her phone and began dialing for the authorities. Shun Tianli was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Qingxue would genuinely follow through. Although the police could not do much to her, the embarrassment of such an incident becoming public was daunting. Fine, let us leave, you scoundrel. We shall return home for a kiss, Shun Tianli proclaimed, linking her arm with Lin Zhe's in a display of triumph, deliberately provoking Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's expression darkened, and her gaze toward Shun Tianli was as cold as ice. In truth, when Shun Tianli had banged on the door earlier, Su Qingxue's desire had been momentarily quelled, and after splashing her face with cold water upstairs, she had regained her composure. If Lin Zhe wished to leave, then so be it. However, witnessing Shun Tianli's brazen demeanor as she sought to take Lin Zhe away and kiss him stirred an uncontainable fury within Su Qingxue. She had divorced Lin Zhe, yet he was now free. He could choose to kiss whomever he wished. Su Qingxue understood this, but she could not suppress the wrath simmering within her. She would not permit anyone to kiss Lin Zhe. Even the sight of Shun Tianli linking arms with him ignited her fury. Release Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue commanded. Why should I obey you? You are divorced. Lin Zhe is mine now, Shun Tianli said triumphantly, relishing in Su Qingxue's evident distress. Seeing Shun Tianli not only refuse to relent, but also taunt her further fueled Su Qingxue's anger. She fixed Lin Zhe with a determined look and said, Lin Zhe, let her go. We shall resume our previous discussion. Lin Zhe felt a surge of joy within him. He was genuinely concerned that Shun Tianli's arrival might diminish Su Qingxue's interest, but to his astonishment, she proactively uttered such words. Shun Tianli, you may leave. We have serious matters to discuss, Lin Zhe stated bluntly. While he certainly desired to be with Shun Tianli, this biological father had always used grades as leverage against him. The prospect of being with her remained an uncertain dream. However, Su Qingxue was readily available, and even a fool could discern the wiser choice. Seeing Lin Zhe so obediently heed Su Qingxue's words, Shun Tianli felt a sudden breach in her defenses. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that Su Qingxue's suggestion to continue their previous conversation was not aligned with what Lin Zhe had conveyed to her. If it were merely about writing a song for Ji Shanshan, Su Qingxue would likely not use this matter to entice Lin Zhe. Furthermore, the allure of this topic was minimal, far from compelling enough to make Lin Zhe abandon his desire to remain with her. This indicated that their previous discussion certainly did not revolve around composing a song for Ji Shanshan, as Lin Zhe had claimed. Could it be that, as Lin Zhe suggested, they were indeed engaged in a more intimate exchange? Yet, Shun Tianli swiftly dismissed this notion. It was known that Su Qingxue had divorced Lin Zhe for the sake of her infatuation with her so-called Black Moonlight. Clearly, the person she cherished was that foolish Black Moonlight. Thus, how could she possibly be intimate with Lin Zhe? But what could possibly hold such immense allure for Lin Zhe? Regardless, the priority was to remove Lin Zhe from the equation. If he were to stay, how could she ever use him to provoke Su Qingxue in the future? With this thought in mind, Shun Tianli suddenly smiled seductively and said, You rogue, am I not still indebted to you for 10 wet kisses? Come with me now, and upon our return home, I shall grant you your wish. Lin Zhe felt a stir of desire. His intrigue was not solely about the 10 kisses, but rather the implication that once they began, the situation would be entirely in his control. Yet before he could voice his intentions, Su Qingxue interjected with a cold laugh. Shen Tianli, do you think you can provoke me with such a ludicrous lie? Do you believe I am as foolish as you? Shen Tianli proudly lifted her chin and smiled charmingly. Thank you for the compliment. Moreover, you think I speak falsehoods? Very well, just watch. With that, Shen Tianli suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Zai's neck and pulled his head down. In the next moment, her alluring crimson lips pressed against Lin Zai's. Chapter 55. The tool. Lin Zai felt a surge of emotions as Su Qingshue's fury escalated. She never anticipated that Shen Tianli could be so brazen as to kiss Lin Zai right in front of her. Although this wasn't the first time she had witnessed Shen Tianli kissing him, it was indeed the first time at such a close range. You wretched girl! Who gave you the right to kiss Lin Zai? Su Qingxue nearly roared. With a triumphant expression, Shen Tianli replied, I wish to, and if you are not satisfied, then you kiss him too. She was fully aware that Su Qingxue would never dare to kiss Lin Zai with the same abandon she exhibited. After all, in Su Qingshue's heart, there was only room for her white moonlight. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Qingxue swiftly stepped forward, forcefully pushing Shen Tianli aside. In the midst of Lin Zai's bewildered gaze, she wrapped her arms around his neck and, on tiptoe, planted a fervent kiss on him. Her kiss was wild and unrestrained. Shen Tianli stood there, utterly stunned. She could hardly believe that Su Qingxue had actually kissed Lin Zai, and so passionately, even using her tongue. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts, a surge of inexplicable rage erupted from the depths of her heart. Shen Tianli was furious, not only consumed by anger, but also deeply hurt. It felt as though her heart had been mercilessly stabbed by a knife. Her complexion had turned pale, and she felt unsteady on her feet. The sensation of having her cherished possession snatched away ignited an overwhelming impulse within her to harm Su Qingxue. Regret washed over Shen Tianli. She lamented her decision to kiss Lin Zai in front of Su Qingxue. Had she refrained from such an act, she would not have provoked herself into losing her composure. She wished she could slap herself for her impulsiveness. Just as she felt close to suffocating, Su Qingxue released Lin Zai and cast a defiant glance at Shen Tianli, who was now glaring with fiery eyes, her face ashen, visibly rattled by the provocation. Su Qingxue felt a rush of exhilaration. The kiss had indeed been a reaction to Shen Tianli's earlier provocations. Yet now, seeing Shen Tianli so utterly shaken brought to mind Lin Zai's words from their time at the hot springs, suggesting that she should green Shen Tianli. At the time, Su Qingxue had thought Lin Zai was merely trying to take advantage of her, but now his words seemed remarkably insightful. Truth be told, she had never anticipated that her actions would provoke Shen Tianli to such an extent. However, that was of little consequence now. What mattered was that she had discovered a means to counter Shen Tianli. Su Qingxue, how shameless you are, having divorced Lin Zai, yet you still dare to kiss him. So Lin Zai married you? Su Qingxue retorted with a cold smile, her words further unraveling Shen Tianli. It was not merely a matter of being rattled. She was on the verge of exploding with rage. How dare Su Qingxue utter such words? Shen Tianli thought, you are truly shameless. Su Qingxue, however, was beaming with delight, her smile radiant. Observing Shen Tianli's disarray brought her immense joy, a feeling she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, Lin Zai stood there, perplexed. Were these two treating him as a pawn in their rivalry? Yet, he thought to himself, well done. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined such a scene unfolding. What had he done to deserve this? He stifled a laugh, struggling to maintain his composure. Observing the triumphant demeanor of Su Qingxue, the flustered Shen Tianli suddenly grasped Lin Zai's arm and strode towards the exit. Su Qingxue made no effort to impede their departure. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart as she watched Lin Zai leave, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Wait a moment, Lin Zai hastily interjected. Shen Tianli grew increasingly irate. You rogue, what do you mean? Don't you wish to leave? No, I merely wish to speak with Su Qingxue before departing, he replied. Humph, then be quick about it. Rest assured, it will be swift. You go outside and await my return, he urged. Shen Tianli was just as eager to avoid Su Qingxue. The sight of her smug expression only reminded Shen Tianli of the moment she had kissed Lin Zai, which pierced her heart like a dagger. As Shen Tianli exited the villa and the door closed behind her, Lin Zai swiftly enveloped the fragrant, soft form of Su Qingxue in his embrace. Startled, Su Qingxue thought, how audacious of this scoundrel. He dares to embrace me without fear of Shen Tianli barging in. Yet, amidst this thought, an unexpected anticipation surged within her, wishing for Shun Tianli to intrude. That way, she could provoke her thoroughly. Despite these internal musings, Su Qingxue feigned anger and exclaimed, "Let go of me, you scoundrel." Lin Zhe retorted, "Damn it, when you were using me to provoke Shin Tianli, why didn't you let go? Now that she has been stirred, you're satisfied and wish to sever ties? Who provoked me first? True, she was in the wrong, but that matter is behind us. Don't stay up too late tonight. Wait for me." Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed. She lifted her chin to gaze at Lin Zhe and inquired, "What do you mean, scoundrel?" "Why, of course, I mean to sleep with you," he declared unabashedly. Not a chance," Su Qingxue retorted, both embarrassed and incensed. "Don't be like that. I'm about to explode," he lamented. "Serves you right." Lin Zhe, exasperated, gave her a playful slap on her pert backside. Su Qingxue emitted a soft yelp, gazing at him with a look of feigned grievance. "You scoundrel, you hit me. In 3 years of marriage, you've never done so." "Apologies, it was not my intention. I see you've purposely done this," she teased. Lin Zhe chuckled at her words. "Ah, you've caught me." With a glance imbued with longing, Su Qingxue asked, "Scoundrel, tell me, do you intend to be with Shin Tianli?" "Impossible." "Then why do you seem so close to her?" "There's a reason, but I could never be with her." "I don't believe you. Why would I deceive you?" Su Qingxue felt a wave of joy. Lin Zhe smiled. "See, you should smile more. You look lovely when you do." "I look good even without a smile." "Indeed, you are beautiful regardless." "Of course." Su Qingxue pouted her soft red lips and playfully said, "Damn, how is she so alluring?" Lin Zhe felt himself faltering. He initially intended to finish his conversation with Su Qingxue and take his leave, but now he found it increasingly difficult to do so. In a moment of urgency, he leaned in and kissed her. Su Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise, her entire body melting against Lin Zhe's embrace. After a lingering kiss, when he finally released her, Su Qingxue's gaze was enchanting, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "You scoundrel, you're becoming more audacious," she remarked. Lin Zhe, panting heavily, retorted, "Damn it, it's you who is becoming more irresistible. Wait for me tonight, do you hear?" A flutter stirred within Su Qingxue. What was happening to her? Why did a mere compliment from this scoundrel bring her such joy? I don't want to wait until tonight. I want it now," Su Qingxue pouted. "Damn it." Chapter 56. Please don't be angry. Lin Zhe felt provoked. He truly desired to act on his impulses now. However, the thought of Shin Tianli sticking to him like a stubborn adhesive dissuaded him. If they were interrupted midway, Lin Zhe would undoubtedly lose his composure. "Let us wait until tonight. Shin Tianli is like a persistent shadow. Wherever I go, she follows. If I try to stay behind, she will definitely provoke you. I'll come to find you once she falls asleep. Then I'll lock the door and not let you in. Fear not. I can always climb through the window." "No, that would make it seem like we're having an affair. Isn't that more thrilling?" Lin Zhe said with a mischievous smile. Su Qingxue shot him a glare. Just as she was about to respond, they heard Shin Tianli's voice from outside. "You two haven't finished talking yet?" Lin Zhe quickly pressed his lips against Su Qingxue's alluring red ones and said, "Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." With that, he slipped out of the villa. Upon seeing Lin Zhe emerge, Shin Tianli stepped forward, linking her arm with his. "What were you discussing with Su Qingxue for so long?" "Just some kissing." If Lin Zhe had said something like this in the past, Shin Tianli would have never believed it. However, after witnessing Su Qingxue passionately kiss him, she now hesitated to jump to conclusions. "You scoundrel. You're not allowed to see Su Qingxue anymore, do you hear?" "On what grounds?" "I refuse. Who do you think you are to dictate my actions?" Lin Zhe replied, feeling disgruntled. Damn it, their relationship was merely professional. Why so much fuss? Shin Tianli was infuriated to the point of feeling nauseous. This scoundrel actually dared to disregard her words. "I don't care. If you want to be with me in the future, keep your distance from Su Qingxue." "Fine. Then I won't pursue you anymore. You can leave." Always dangling that over him. Did she truly think he was a fish? Shin Tianli grew frantic. "Scoundrel. What do you mean? Are you planning to seek out Su Qingxue? I'll go where I please. Why do you care so much? If we can collaborate, great. If not, then so be it." Lin Zhe harbored desires for her, but only under the condition that there were no further complications. Shin Tianli felt increasingly exasperated, nearly to the point of bloodshed. She had initially believed she could easily manage this insufferable rogue, yet it now appeared that she had overestimated her influence. It seemed necessary to offer him a bit more sweetness. Otherwise, if he were to return to Su Qingxue, she would surely be driven to despair. resolute in her decision. Shin Tianli flashed a charming smile and said, "Please don't be upset. I was wrong and shouldn't have scolded you." As she spoke, she playfully swayed Lin Zhe's arm. He found himself momentarily entranced by her antics. While her gentle movements were tolerable, the insinuation of her proximity was puzzling. "Curse it, I am quite angry. What do you propose we do? Should I give you a kiss?" Shin Tianli suggested with a flirtatious grin. She was determined to test whether a kiss would alleviate his ire. "Come, let us return home to eat." Upon arriving at Shin Tianli's villa, before she could utter a word, Lin Zhe had already ensnared her slender waist and sat her down on the sofa. By the time Shin Tianli realized what was happening, Lin Zhe's lips had already descended upon her luscious red ones. The electrifying sensation sent her heart racing uncontrollably. She couldn't help but recall their previous kiss in the car. But soon her thoughts faded as Lin Zhe's kiss left her feeling dizzy, akin to intoxication. However, unlike the discomfort that often accompanies drunkenness, this sensation was thrilling and delightful. Shin Tianli found herself becoming somewhat addicted to the experience. She wrapped her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and began to kiss him back, their tongues intertwining. Just as the air became stifling, Lin Zhe reluctantly released her. Shin Tianli gasped for breath, her eyes sparkling with a seductive glint. Lin Zhe was equally affected, panting heavily. His gaze ablaze. "Is kissing me more enjoyable than kissing Su Qingxue?" Shin Tianli asked breathlessly. "Oh dear, I kissed you too hastily and didn't fully appreciate it. Perhaps we should try again, so I can discern who truly offers the better kiss." With a mix of irritation and amusement, she regarded Lin Zhe, bemused by his shameless attempts to deceive her for a kiss. "Dream on. This evening concludes here. I must take a bath and retire for the night." Just as Lin Zhe was savoring the kiss, Shin Tianli announced her withdrawal. He had intended to continue. But then he recalled that Su Qingxue was waiting for him at home. The thought of her graceful form swayed his decision, and he resolved to momentarily relinquish Shin Tianli. After all, with her, he could only share fleeting kisses, whereas with Su Qingxue, he could indulge in far more. After watching Shin Tianli depart, Lin Zhe turned and returned to his room. Once he had cleansed himself, he lay quietly on the bed, patiently awaiting Shin Tianli to drift off to sleep. He was not afraid that Shin Tianli would discover his rendezvous with Su Qingxue. Rather, he feared she would come to disrupt it. Damn it. Lin Zhe genuinely wished not to be interrupted midway through. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already deep into the night. Lin Zhe turned over, got out of bed, and left the room, stealthily making his way upstairs. Standing at the door of Shin Tianli's room, he listened intently. It was eerily quiet inside. She must have fallen asleep. Lin Zhe turned and descended the stairs, swiftly exiting the villa. Su Qingxue's residence was shrouded in darkness. Presumably, she had already retired for the night. However, Lin Zhe paid no heed to this. He quickly entered Su Qingxue's villa, heading straight for her bedroom. Su Qingxue was indeed asleep. After bidding Lin Zhe farewell, she had taken a shower and laid down on her bed. Although Lin Zhe had asked her to wait, Su Qingxue knew all too well that he was unlikely to return. After all, Shin Tianli would keep a close watch on him. With her expectations dashed, sleep came swiftly, and it wasn't long before Su Qingxue slipped into slumber. Lin Zhe stood at the edge of her bed, watching her sleep, feeling quite speechless. He had told her to wait, yet here she was, fast asleep. Nevertheless, even in slumber, Lin Zhe decided he would awaken her. After all, his brother was already protesting. Without further ado, he swiftly shed his clothes and climbed into bed, burrowing under the covers beside Su Qingxue, as he felt her warm skin beneath his wandering hands. Su Qingxue jolted awake. In the next moment, she was about to scream, believing a stranger had entered her home with ill intentions. But just then, his fiery lips pressed against her soft, supple ones, a familiar sensation washing over her. Upon realizing it was Lin Zhe, an overwhelming wave of joy surged within her. She attempted to speak, yet Lin Zhe's lips were firmly planted on hers, his tongue fervently exploring her mouth. Su Qingxue was left dazed from the kiss. Just as she felt she might suffocate, Lin Zhe released her. Breathless, Su Qingxue exclaimed, "I thought you scoundrel wouldn't come back. Take off your clothes." Lin Zhe had no desire for idle chatter. "Humph, you do it," she retorted coyly, her voice dripping with seduction. There was no escaping the allure of Lin Zhe's kiss. Lin Zhe felt weak in the knees as he swiftly took action. In a matter of moments, Su Qingxue was as eager as Lin Zhe. He lunged toward her fragrant, soft body, excitement coursing through him. Chapter 57. Of course, you can give me. Zhe was beside himself with excitement, although they had only indulged a few days prior. Such pleasures could never be deemed excessive. Moreover, the intoxicating sensations he experienced felt insatiable, as if he could never have enough. After their encounter, he lay on the bed with Su Qingxue and nestled in his embrace. She appeared somewhat frail. To be frank, had he not feared for her endurance, Zhe would have desired to continue. She was simply too alluring. "Are you tired?" he inquired. Su Qingxue let out a delicate huff, responding, "You tell me, you scoundrel." Zhe chuckled softly. "Do you wish to continue?" A fleeting expression of alarm crossed Su Qingxue's enchanting face. "Scoundrel, will you never cease?" "I do not wish to. But you have no idea how delectable you are," Zhe remarked, caressing her exquisite visage. "Humph, I won't let you. You scoundrel, sleep with me again." "What? Did I not attend to you properly just now?" Zhe teased. Blushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Su Qingxue delivered a playful punch to Zhe. Yet, having just concluded their passionate encounter, she was evidently weak and feeble. Her strike bore the semblance of a mere tickle. Zhe smiled as he pulled her soft, fragrant form into his arms. Su Qingxue was startled, fearing he would resume their earlier activities. "Scoundrel, spare me." Anxiety gripped her, while the experience was undeniably pleasurable. Her body truly could not withstand such intensity repeatedly. Particularly given the duration of his stamina, she found herself bewildered by his resilience. "Rest assured, I shall not torment you any further," Zhe declared, lighting a post-encounter cigarette. "Humph, I do not believe your words." Zhe replied with a grin. "Truly, I lack the strength. If we were to continue, I fear I would be unable to walk during the day." "Scoundrel, do you think I would trust your fabrications? That night, you claimed the same, yet you ended up with me 7 times. Do you have any idea how sore I was for 2 days afterward? Requiring medication to recover? I apologize, that was my fault. Allow me to give you a massage." Su Qingxue felt a mix of urgency and embarrassment. "Scoundrel, do not be reckless." Zhe chuckled. "Look at you, frightened. I was merely teasing." Su Qingxue shot him an annoyed glare. "That scoundrel. By the way, you should buy a few flight attendant uniforms." "I am not a flight attendant. Why would I buy such clothing?" As the words left her lips, Su Qingxue suddenly realized. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Zhe. "Scoundrel, you must be dreaming. I would never buy such attire for you. Oh, come now, with your enticing figure. You would undoubtedly be captivating in it." "As if. Besides, what I wear is always alluring." Zhe laughed. "Indeed, you are enchanting in any attire. But if you refuse to purchase it, perhaps I shall ask Shen Tianli to acquire it. I suspect she would be quite eager." Su Qingxue's mood shifted instantly. She mounted Zhe with a frown, demanding, "Scoundrel, what do you mean bringing her up right after we just finished? I did not wish to mention her." "But you simply would not buy it for me," Zhe lamented. Su Qingxue was at a loss for words. He had clearly made an audacious suggestion. However, he now dares to come here feeling wronged. Truly shameless. "Su Qingxue, are you going to buy it or not? Give me a clear answer." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue, in her anger, seized Zhe's arm and bit him fiercely. Zhe winced in pain. "Su Qingxue, are you a dog?" he retorted. "Humph. Who told you to provoke me, you scoundrel? Damn it. I've seen you without clothes. What's wrong with wearing a flight attendant's uniform?" Su Qingxue felt both embarrassed and furious. "Fine. If you leave Shen Tianli, I will buy it. By then, don't say it's just a flight attendant's uniform. I'll even buy sexy lingerie to show you. You like stockings and high heels, right? I can get plenty of those and wear them just for you. How about that?" Wow. Is she starting to use her charms on me? I must say, she knows how to stir one's emotions. Fortunately, Zhe is a scoundrel, otherwise, he might find it hard to resist her allure. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Su Qingxue's defenses crumbled instantly. She had gone so far just to please him. This scoundrel actually rejected her? Didn't he like her? Why? Why would he turn her down? Su Qingxue could no longer hold back. She suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over her. "Scoundrel, do you really like Shen Tianli?" Su Qingxue asked Zhe. Her eyes read. "No, ever since our divorce, I vowed to lock my heart away. I probably won't fall for anyone again. The only reason I haven't left her is that she is useful to me." Zhe spoke sincerely. This afternoon, he had unexpectedly learned that Shen Tianli's family held 7% of Green Bubble's shares. Zhe wasn't particularly interested in the shares themselves, but his soon-to-launch delivery app would require Green Bubble for transactions, given that he lacked a payment license. If he were to part ways with her now, what would happen to his app? Additionally, there was another reason. He hadn't yet been with Shen Tianli. How could Lin Zhe let go? When Su Qingxue heard Lin Zhe's declaration of locking his heart away, her heart began to ache profoundly. She realized that she had hurt him too deeply. Otherwise, why would he lock his heart away? Su Qingxue yearned to express her apologies, yet the damage was already done. What good would saying sorry do? Lin Zhe noticed her self-reproach and said, "You need not blame yourself. This is not entirely your fault. After all, you are free and have the right to pursue true love." Comforted by Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue could no longer hold back her tears. She leaned into Lin Zhe's embrace and wept softly. After a while, she suddenly choked on her tears and asked, "What use does Shen Tianli have for you? Why does her mind leap so dramatically? Shouldn't she be pleading with herself to indulge in sleep once more? I am preparing to establish a company and require the connections of the Shen family. The Shen family is formidable, but does the Su family merely stand idly by? You wish to leverage connections. Are you implying I cannot assist you?" Su Qingxue felt increasingly aggrieved. Lin Zhe chuckled, drawing her softly fragrant and delicate form closer. "Of course you can help me, and tonight you have already aided me significantly. You scoundrel, all you do is deceive me. That night you tricked me into believing you were distressed about divorce, and then you took my innocence. Now, in pursuit of Shen Tianli, you have resumed your deceit." Su Qingxue choked out. How does she know that I desire Shen Tianli? He thought. Could it be that his intentions were too transparent? I truly did not deceive you. The company I am establishing requires funds from the Green Bubble Company for transactions, Lin Zhe stated earnestly. Su Qingxue paused. What sort of company are you planning to create? That's a secret, but when the time comes for the grand opening, I shall inform you. May I invest? Chapter 58. Viewing women as heirs, something feels amiss. Su Qingxue sensed an overwhelming unease. Why would she wish to invest in him? Why? Lin Zhe questioned, perplexed. Su Qingxue shook her head. There is no reason. I simply wish to assist you. After all, we are married, and you have been cast out from the Lin family, left without support. Are you feeling pity for me? Lin Zhe inquired, smiling. Su Qingxue fell silent. Indeed, a part of her felt sympathy for Lin Zhe, particularly for his solitude. Lin Zhe pinched her cheek with a grin. Su Qingxue, feeling sorry for a man is the harbinger of misfortune. I am not afraid. Very well, should I require investment in the future, I shall reach out to you. Su Qingxue nodded earnestly. As long as you ask, regardless of the amount, I shall provide it. Lin Zhe was taken aback. This was a perilous signal. Past experiences had taught him that when a woman is willing to spend money on a man, especially unconditionally, she is either a fool in love or a fool in love. Clearly, Su Qingxue was no fool. Does this mean she has developed feelings for me? Or is she still oblivious to her own affections? Regardless, this was a troubling sign. Lin Zhe may be a rogue, but he only toyed with physical intimacy, never with emotions or finances. I cannot remain in her company any longer. If she were to see through to my true feelings, it would be disastrous. Lin Zhe smiled. All right, I will remember this. It is getting late. You should rest. I must take my leave. What? You are leaving? Su Qingxue exclaimed, alarmed. She was not keen on facing the vastness of the house alone. Primarily, she feared that Shen Tianli would discover this and confront you again. If this were to get out, it would tarnish your reputation. Furthermore, you are quite alluring, and if I stayed, I might struggle to keep my brother in check. Yet, I do not wish to confront the enormity of this house by myself, Su Qingxue lamented. How about this? I will leave once you have fallen asleep. Very well. Lin Zhe replied, turning off the bedside lamp. Su Qingxue nestled in Lin Zhe's embrace, relishing the rare tranquility of the moment. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of happiness blossomed within her, a peculiar sensation that she found endearing, steadfast, serene, and comfortable. Perhaps worn out from Lin Zhe's relentless antics, she soon drifted into slumber. Once Lin Zhe confirmed she was sound asleep, he quietly slipped out of bed and vanished into the night. The night passed in silence. Shen Tianli awoke early. After rising, she donned yoga pants and practiced for a while in the villa's living room. Shen Tianli's body was remarkably supple, effortlessly executing various challenging poses. The yoga pants hugged her skin closely, accentuating her form in a particularly enticing manner. By the time the servants prepared breakfast, Shen Tianli had showered and changed. She wore a black thigh-slit gown, sand stockings, allowing her long, fair thighs to subtly reveal themselves with each step, proving even more seductive than if she had worn tights. Lin Zhe had yet to rise. Perhaps she relished having Lin Zhe accompany her for breakfast, now, without his presence. Shen Tianli felt a strange sense of unease. She resolved to rouse him from slumber. As she pushed open the door, she caught sight of Lin Zhe, deep in sleep. His peaceful demeanor struck her as oddly endearing. His fair skin, long eyelashes, and well-defined nose were captivating, not overly large but perfectly proportioned. Suddenly, an old saying crossed her mind. Men with prominent noses are said to possess other notable attributes. Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her gaze then fell upon Lin Zhe's lips, which appeared neither thin nor thick, but undeniably soft. The memory of being kissed by Lin Zhe the previous night rushed back to her, deepening her embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Zhe abruptly spoke. "Have you finished looking?" He had sensed Shen Tianli's presence the moment she entered his room. Although he had traversed time, he felt that his perceptive abilities from Blue Star had accompanied him. He feigned sleep to discern Shen Tianli's intentions. "Ah!" Shen Tianli gasped, startled. "You rogue, you nearly frightened me to death." Lin Zhe smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he regarded her. "Should I remain silent? If I do, will you kiss me?" Shen Tianli's delicate face blushed even deeper. Lin Zhe's words rang true. When she had been gazing at his lips moments ago, she had indeed felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. However, how could Shen Tianli ever confess to such feelings? "You rogue, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and get up for breakfast, then accompany me to my friend's house." With that, Shen Tianli attempted to make her exit. Yet, Lin Zhe suddenly reached out, tugging her gently but firmly, causing her to fall onto his bed. Shen Tianli was momentarily taken aback. Was this brazen rogue truly bold enough to pull her onto his bed? The thought of being bullied by him made Shen Tianli anxious, and she quickly struggled to rise. Lin Zhe chuckled. "Fear not. I am currently in sage mode, disinterested in women, merely wishing to hold you." "What do you mean by sage mode?" Shen Tianli inquired. "You may interpret it as having one's desires fulfilled, thus viewing women as mere air." "Desires fulfilled? What does that mean? Have your desires been satisfied?" "Indeed, last night I spent time with Su Qingxue. We shared several intimate moments. Otherwise, I wouldn't he still be in bed now?" Shen Tianli burst into laughter. If Lin Zhe claimed he merely kissed Su Qingxue, she might reluctantly believe him. However, the notion that he had slept with her was utterly implausible. Despite being rivals, Shen Tianli knew well that Su Qingxue was not the type to be frivolous. Moreover, while Su Qingxue had been distracted by the dark moonlight, Shen Tianli had seized the opportunity to inquire about their relationship. Although the oily man insisted he had only held hands with Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli suspected that it was more likely Su Qingxue had rebuffed his advances. "You truly dare to say such things?" Shen Tianli teased. "If you don't believe me, then let me hold you for a moment. Rest assured, it is merely a simple embrace, nothing more." Shen Tianli initially intended to refuse. However, the memory of Su Qingxue forcefully kissing Lin Zhe from the previous night loomed in her mind, instilling a sense of danger. Perhaps it would be wise to indulge this rogue a little. 3 minutes. I'll allow you to hold me for a maximum of 3 minutes. Agreed. Lin Zhe wrapped her in his arms. Neither spoke, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Shen Tianli, both flustered and annoyed, exclaimed, "You rogue, you deceived me. Did you not claim to be in sage mode?" Chapter 59. I am someone who turns red just speaking to a girl. Lin Zhe felt utterly embarrassed. He had thought himself to be in sage mode, yet his body betrayed him. "Shen Tianli, I believe this cannot be blamed on me," Lin Zhe shamelessly declared. Shen Tianli was amused by anger. "You scoundrel, I can't blame you. Should I blame myself instead?" "Indeed, blame yourself for your beauty, blame yourself for your allure," Lin Zhe retorted with a grin. Shen Tianli scoffed. "A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Release me." Lin Zhe chuckled as he let her go. It was not out of fear of her ire, but rather concerned that if he held on any longer, his body might betray his mind and lead him to commit acts his kidneys would not withstand. Lin Zhe had no desire for his youthful vigor to falter prematurely. After all, there were numerous beauties in the world awaiting his consolation. To Shen Tianli's surprise, Lin Zhe was so obedient. She teased, "You scoundrel. I've never seen you so compliant." "I can't help it. I fear for my kidneys," Lin Zhe replied, his face clouded with frustration. "If it weren't for last night's exhausting escapades, and if my constitution weren't so frail, preventing me from mastering the technique that old man taught in prison, I would have certainly shown you who's boss. Nevertheless, once my constitution improves and I've learned the technique, I would fearlessly embrace the night, regardless of whether it be 4 or even 9 times. Shen Tianli shot him a glare. "Enough chatter, rise and let us eat." May I at least receive a kiss first? After all, you still owe me 9 wet kisses, he quipped. Shen Tianli was taken aback. Scoundrel, when did I owe you 9 wet kisses? Remember last night at Junction US? You received my call, and we agreed that 10 wet kisses would exchange for a song. After returning from Su Qingshue's, we shared 1 kiss. Thus, you still owe me 9, and I am not mistaken. Shen Tianli was rendered speechless. She had thought it was merely jest, yet this scoundrel took it seriously. Noticing her silence, Lin Zhe continued, You're so stunning. You wouldn't dare to evade your debt, would you? If you wish to avoid it, I shall seek out Su Qingxue to settle your account. What? That rascal is going to find Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli felt a surge of urgency. In the past, she would have been indifferent. But last night, she had witnessed Su Qingxue forcefully kiss Lin Zhe. This meant if Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, approached Su Qingxue, he might actually be kissed again. The image of Su Qingxue kissing Lin Zhe ignited a storm of fury within Shen Tianli. Her fists clenched tightly. No, she could not allow this scoundrel to seek out Su Qingxue again. Scoundrel, did I ever say I would evade my debt? Lin Zhe chuckled, knowing he had effortlessly seized control of the situation. Very well, I am ready. Feel free to ravage me without mercy. And don't pity me just because I am a man. Shen Tianli could no longer contain her laughter, rolling on the ground in mirth. Once her laughter subsided, she declared, Scoundrel, you truly have no shame. I may owe you, but I never specified when I would repay. She was determined not to let him kiss her forcefully. Lin Zhe smiled and said, It's quite all right. Feel free to owe me. After all, those 9 kisses will accrue interest. Today there are 9, tomorrow there will be 10. And the day after, 20. However, if you bestow upon me a morning kiss each day, there will be no interest. Shen Tianli found it difficult to smile. She was utterly exasperated with this rogue. It was the first time in her life she had heard of kisses accruing interest. Humph, once you have treated my best friend, I shall repay you. Shen Tianli dared not settle her debt with Lin Zhe at that moment, for they were still in bed. What if this scoundrel were to elicit feelings with a kiss? That would be disastrous. Very well, Lin Zhe said with a grin. After finishing breakfast, Shen Tianli led Lin Zhe out of the villa. As they were about to get into the car, the door of the neighboring villa suddenly creaked open, revealing Su Qingxue, who emerged with an oddly peculiar gait. Upon seeing Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli immediately linked her arm with Lin Zhe's and shot a provocative glance at Su Qingxue. If Su Qingxue had witnessed this scene previously, she would have been furious. Yet today, she felt no anger. Not only was she unperturbed, but a sense of satisfaction welled up within her, and she cast a disdainful look at Shen Tianli. In her eyes, Shen Tianli could only manage to cling to Lin Zhe's arm, while she had engaged in a genuine exchange with him the previous night. In comparison, linking arms was child's play, so she felt no ire. However, upon spotting Lin Zhe, her demeanor shifted to one of deep resentment. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, would her gait be so awkward? Lin Zhe deciphered the meaning behind Su Qingshue's gaze and forced a smile to mask his own discomfort. Once they had entered their respective vehicles, Shen Tianli quickly drove away. Lin Zhe sent Su Qingxue a message. Next time, I won't be so ruthless. Su Qingshue's reply came swiftly. Rogue, do you expect there to be a next time? I do. Your body is fragrant and delicate. I have not had enough rest, Lin Zhe responded. Upon receiving this message, Su Qingshue's cheeks flushed. This rogue was becoming increasingly audacious. Humph, I shall not allow you to sleep with me. Though Lin Zhe could not see Su Qingshue's expression at that moment, her message conveyed a tone of playful affection. Then you shall sleep with me. Dream on. You are not as beautiful as I am. Su Qingxue felt a surge of pride. Humph, rogue, do not let Shen Tianli kiss you. Not my concern, Lin Zhe replied grumpily. What does it matter? It's only a few nights together. Besides, I haven't interfered with her situation with Jizefeng. Is it not acceptable to be a pair of indifferent lovers? Su Qingxue was too incensed to respond to Lin Zhe any further. After a brief moment, unable to contain her frustration, she sent Lin Zhe a message in return. You scoundrel, if you dare let her touch you, I shall never allow you to touch me again. Then I shall refrain from doing so. Su Qingshue's composure shattered in anger. That scoundrel, who had just spent the night with her, now turned his back as if they were strangers. Truly a beast in human guise. While Su Qingxue was engrossed in her messages, Shen Tianli suddenly remarked, You lecher, when you meet my best friend later, I advise you to temper your demeanor. Although she may appear as an innocent flower, she possesses a heart as ruthless as a blade. Do not dare to tease her, or she might very well deal with you. and not even a deity could save you then. Shen Tianli, how can you say such things? I, who blushes at the mere thought of speaking to a girl, would never dare to tease anyone. Shen Tianli laughed and retorted, you truly have no shame. What do you mean by that? From head to toe, you lack all semblance of modesty. Slander. Shen Tianli, this is defamation, and I shall take legal action. Shen Tianli's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, then go ahead and sue. Damn it, you are indeed formidable. Just wait until you find yourself beneath me in the future. Then we shall see how I handle you. Shen Tianli's cheeks flushed. That scoundrel. Chapter 60. Controlling the situation as Su Qingxue arrived at the entrance of the company. She spotted Ji Zifeng, who seemed to have just alighted from a bus. Upon seeing him, Su Qingxue frowned slightly, reluctant to encounter him amidst her current vexation. Lin Zhe's last 2 messages had left her in a state of lingering discontent. However, Ji Zifeng felt a surge of joy upon seeing her. Qingxue, why were you limping just now? Are you hurt? Let me take you to the hospital. Seeing you like this pains me. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed, and she replied softly. No need, I'm fine. How could she not feel embarrassed? Ji Zifeng's words reminded her of the torment inflicted by that scoundrel Lin Zhe the previous night. Yet, Ji Zifeng misinterpreted her blush as a reaction to his concern, and he inquired with increasing affection, are you truly all right? Su Qingxue's mood, already irritable, worsened with his inquiry. Did he possess no sense of perception? She had already stated she was fine. Why persist in asking? Did he wish to exacerbate her discomfort? With a cold tone, Su Qingxue questioned, why did you take the bus to work? Oh, it's for the sake of low-carbon travel, Ji Zifeng replied, somewhat sheepishly. He simply could not afford the fuel expenses. This confession prompted Su Qingxue to regard him with newfound respect. She had not anticipated his environmental consciousness. Low-carbon travel is commendable, she remarked softly as she prepared to enter the company. Ji Zifeng hastily interjected, Qingxue, please wait a moment. What is it? Do you need something? Ji Zifeng nodded. Regarding the situation with David, I had a conversation with him last night. He was particularly enraged and even threatened to collaborate with several renowned producers abroad to boycott our company. Ji Zifeng is determined to extort a significant sum of money from Su Qingxue regarding this matter. He finds himself in a dire predicament. After failing to secure funds from Su Qingxue last night, Ji Zifeng returned to his hotel and called home, hoping for some financial support from his parents. However, his mother tearfully informed him that they were utterly destitute, and the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, with numerous suppliers demanding payment. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow in concern. She never anticipated that a mere intention of collaboration could provoke such relentless hostility from the other party. If they truly allied with other producers to boycott her company, it would indeed present a significant dilemma. Su Qingxue was not particularly afraid of the boycott, if necessary. They could simply refrain from collaborating, as there were plenty of outstanding producers domestically. However, she was apprehensive that if the situation escalated and made headlines, it would tarnish her company's reputation, which she could not allow to happen. Very well, let us resolve this with money. How much will it take to settle this matter? Su Qingxue inquired coldly. 5 Ji Zifeng's words were abruptly interrupted by Su Qingxue. 500,000. Fine. You may advance that from the finance department and transfer it to them, she ordered. Ji Zifeng was instantly overwhelmed with joy. He had initially intended to ask for 50,000, but feared that if he asked for more, Su Qingxue might refuse. He never anticipated that she would propose 500,000. Damn, she truly possesses considerable wealth. This only strengthened Ji Zifeng's resolve to win her over. Qingxue, rest assured, I will handle this matter, Ji Zifeng proclaimed. However, Su Qingxue felt a twinge of annoyance. It was she who had spent 500,000 to resolve the issue. Yet he claimed he would handle it. If he were capable of managing it, he would not have needed to request 500,000 from her. Nevertheless, she was disinclined to engage in further trivial conversation with Ji Zifeng. All she desired was some consolation from that scoundrel Lin Zhe. By the way, Qingxue, there's one more thing. What is it? Shen Tianli has been messaging me incessantly these past few days, seemingly trying to provoke me. Ji Zifeng feigned a look of distress. Indeed, he was exploiting Shen Tianli to incite Su Qingxue's possessiveness over him. He was confident that Su Qingxue would not confront Shen Tianli about this matter. Moreover, he believed that Su Qingxue would be infuriated upon hearing this, considering she had previously stated that they were sworn enemies, while he was the one she favored. Understood. With that terse response, Su Qingxue turned and entered the company. Ji Zifeng was left speechless. Shouldn't she have been furious upon hearing about his supposed entanglement with Shin Tianli? Why was her reaction so remarkably composed? A profound tranquility enveloped her, rendering her almost a stranger to herself. Why did Shin Tianli's provocations involving Lin Zhe incite such fury within her? Could it be that Su Qingxue harbored feelings for that scoundrel, Lin Zhe? As this thought flitted through Ji Zifeng's mind, a pang of anxiety struck him. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Su Qingxue's affections belonged to him, and she had divorced that brute Lin Zhe for his sake. She simply had yet to realize it. Once she did, her wrath would undoubtedly be unleashed. Yes, it must be so. Comforted by this rationale, Ji Zifeng hastened into the company, making a beeline for the finance department. Upon entering her office, Su Qingxue was promptly presented with a steaming cup of coffee by her secretary. As she savored the aromatic brew, she glanced at her phone, only to find that the wretched Lin Zhe had not responded to her messages. When her cup neared its end, she instructed her secretary to fetch another. As she awaited the arrival of her second cup, impatience overtook her, prompting her to send Lin Zhe yet another message. Scoundrel, I hurt. Surely, with the depth of his affection for her, he would respond swiftly with words of comfort. Yet, when her second cup was finally emptied, Lin Zhe still had not replied. Su Qingxue felt utterly despondent. She resolved to ignore that scoundrel from now on. However, after a brief interval without a message from him, a sudden impulse seized her. She lifted her long skirt, revealing her alluring legs clad in black stockings. Deliberately angling for a particularly provocative shot, she captured a photograph and sent it to Lin Zhe. She was confident he would respond this time. Moments after dispatching the message, her phone chimed with a reply from Lin Zhe. A triumphant smile graced her lips. Scoundrel, I will not be thwarted. Quickly, she opened his message. Hurt? Do you need me to massage it for you? Also, what was that you sent earlier? The image was so blurry. Please resend it, this time from a more seductive angle, ideally including your high heels. A peal of laughter escaped Su Qingxue. This scoundrel was truly incorrigible. Chapter 61. Would you believe I am healing you? The vehicle came to a halt before an extraordinarily opulent villa. Before even alighting, Lin Zhe observed a contingent of stern-faced men clad in black, standing by the entrance. Each bore an expression that conveyed an unmistakable air of intimidation, as if to say, do not attempt to impress me. Any pretense will be met with dire consequences. As Shin Tianli exited the car, the two ambled leisurely toward the villa's courtyard, which was lavishly adorned with pavilions, rockeries, and flowing water, a sight of extraordinary magnificence. A dozen servants were bustling about in the courtyard. Upon entering the living room, one of the servants cheerfully announced, Miss Shun has arrived. Shin Tianli nodded and inquired, where is Yining? The young lady is upstairs, came the reply. How is she feeling today? Shin Tianli asked. The servant shook her head and replied, not well. I shall go and see her, Shin Tianli decided. The servant quickly interjected. Miss Shun, it would be best if you did not go up. The young lady is in a particularly foul mood today and has instructed that she does not wish to see anyone. After all, tomorrow marks the anniversary of her father's passing. It would be wise for you to return. Let us forget this matter. Very well, please inform Yining that I came by. Shin Tianli said. The servant nodded in agreement. Come on, you rascal, Shin Tianli called out to Lin Zhe. Now that I am here, I shall not leave without seeing her. Shin Tianli's dear friend was a formidable figure in the underworld of Haiqing, and given her extraordinary connections, Lin Zhe was reluctant to miss this opportunity. Shin Tianli grew anxious. You scoundrel, do not jest. Yining's father passed away unexpectedly 2 years ago. He raised her single-handedly. This loss has been utterly devastating for her. Every year on the anniversary of his death, she isolates herself. If you provoke her during this time, not even a deity could save you. Lin Zhe felt a shiver run through him as he thought of his own father. He too had been raised solely by his father, who was known to be ruthless yet had cherished him deeply. Thus, when his father met with an untimely demise, it had been equally shattering for him. It was astonishing that Shin Tianli's friend's experience mirrored his own so closely. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, a servant suddenly rushed down the stairs, her face a mask of panic. Oh no, the young lady has fainted, she exclaimed. Shin Tianli spoke in a calm tone. Do not panic. Yining has fainted before due to menstrual pain. I will go check on her. As she spoke, she swiftly ascended the stairs with Lin Zhe in tow. Upon pushing open the door, a girl in her 20s came into Lin Zhe's view. She lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut and her face pallid, resembling a delicate flower on the verge of wilting, evoking a sense of profound pity. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful young woman was the reigning queen of Haiching's underworld. Had Lindsay not known her identity beforehand, he might have mistaken her for a campus belle. Lindsay refrained from lingering on her beauty, quickly seizing the girl's pulse to begin his diagnosis. Observing Lindsay as he expertly checked her pulse, Shen Tianli was taken aback. Wait, can this rascal truly heal? When did he acquire such medical knowledge? I have investigated his background, yet found no trace of this skill. Indeed, Lindsay was proficient in pulse diagnosis. Certainly. This occurred during the 3 years of confinement on Blue Star, where he learned from that old man. The old man possessed extraordinary medical skills. Yet Lindsay did not acquire much knowledge. At most, he grasped about 30% of his expertise. Nevertheless, the elder had once remarked that Lindsay had commendable talent. Were he to study under him for a decade, he would undoubtedly evolve into a renowned physician. Alas, fate did not grant him such time. After a thorough diagnosis, Lindsay released his grip. What do you think? The pulse is steady, yet there is insufficient vitality, compounded by excessive liver fire, likely due to emotional distress, exacerbated by menstrual pain leading to fainting. Can you treat her? Of course. After all, besides being handsome, my medical skills are quite adequate. This remark elicited laughter from Shen Tianli. Then please hurry and treat her. All right, you should step outside. Why must I leave? Less chatter. If I say go out, then out you go, Lindsay replied curtly. You mischievous rogue, you wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of my friend, would you? Indeed. If you don't leave, how can I proceed? Shen Tianli was left speechless. Fine, just go quickly. Although I am a rogue, I would never exploit someone's vulnerability. Shen Tianli shot Lindsay a disapproving glance before turning and exiting the room. Lindsay retrieved an acupuncture kit from his pocket, purchased on his way here. Once opened, he began to remove the woman's skirt. To treat her cold uterus, needles must be applied simultaneously at 3 acupuncture points: Shimin, Guanyuan, and Zhongji. These points were located approximately 5 inches beneath the navel. This was precisely why Lindsay insisted Shen Tianli leave. Had she remained, she would undoubtedly have misconstrued his intentions as lewd. To be frank, this was not Lindsay's first experience with disrobing a girl. Although he was merely removing a portion of clothing, revealing no private areas, his hands trembled slightly. Not only did his hands shake, but his breath grew erratic, and his heart raced as if it were on a rocket. Soon, the 3 acupuncture points were exposed. Gazing upon her smooth abdomen, akin to mutton-fat jade, Lindsay's heart pounded even more fervently. Cursing himself for his lack of composure, he hastily commenced the treatment, knowing he must act swiftly, for she could awaken at any moment. Should she regain consciousness and witness this scene, there would be no absolution for him, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. With no superfluous words, Lindsay swiftly grasped 3 silver needles in his hand and promptly inserted them into the designated points. As the needles pierced her flesh, her delicate body shivered slightly. Lindsay fervently prayed for her not to awaken. However, as fate would have it, just as he was praying, her eyes suddenly fluttered open. In the fleeting moment of their gazes locking, a formidable aura surged forth from her eyes, strikingly powerful. Although Lindsay had once held the title of a leader, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation. You are awake, he asked, his voice tinged with unease. Who are you? Why are you in my room? The other party's voice carried an imposing authority that demanded respect. Just as Lindsay was about to offer an explanation, she caught sight of her skirt bunched at her hips, and an even more terrifying intensity radiated from her gaze. Well, I was just trying to treat you. Do you believe me? The silence from her was deafening. Lindsay, momentarily relieved, assumed she had accepted his words. Yet, suddenly, she barked, Come here. Lindsay, startled, quickly covered her mouth. With your mouth. As their lips collided, Lindsay found himself utterly bewildered. How could this be happening? Shouldn't it have been hands? Despite the undeniable allure and softness of her lips, he felt it inappropriate to engage so directly. He could still rationalize the earlier incident with her skirt, but now, with their lips touching, his explanation crumbled to dust. In a panic, he withdrew. Song Nanin's eyes widened, astonished, resembling green plums in their clarity. She had never imagined that as the formidable leader of the underworld in Haiching, she would one day be kissed against her will. This was her first kiss. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. What perplexed her was the electric sensation coursing through her, accompanied by a delightful tingling that enveloped her body, even clouding her mind. As the unfamiliar man's lips released hers, the electrifying thrill dissipated almost immediately, and clarity began to seep back into Song Nannin's consciousness. So, she had just been forcefully kissed? A surge of fury erupted from deep within her. If she did not make this scoundrel pay today, she would no longer be worthy of the surname Song. She commanded once more, "Come here." But as the words escaped her lips, Lindsay leaned in to kiss her again. What the hell? He thought, bewildered. His treacherous mouth seemed to act independently of his brain. Why was he kissing her? If it had been Su Qingxue or Shun Tianli, perhaps it might have been excusable. But this woman, the formidable sister of Haiqing's underworld, could end his life in an instant. While Lindsay was not intimidated by her, he could not deny her lethal prowess. Most importantly, this was not Blue Star, where she could extinguish his life with the ease of crushing an ant. The electric sensation surged once more, and Song Nannin's eyes sparkled with the same astonishment as before. The sensation of tingling made her heart inexplicably race. Lindsay hastily withdrew. Song Nannin felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. This feeling abruptly jolted her into awareness. No. How could she experience such a repulsive sensation? Her anger intensified, and even her striking eyes seemed to blaze with fury. How dare he have the audacity to force a kiss upon her twice? Very well, the 2 Tibetan mastiffs tethered in the yard would soon be fed. Observing the terrifying glare from Song Nannin and sensing her formidable aura, Lindsay realized she was utterly enraged. He quickly explained, "My lady, I am here to treat your ailment, and the treatment requires the insertion of silver needles into the acupoints of your lower abdomen, which is why I removed your skirt. You see, you still have the needles embedded in you." Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Song Nannin glanced at her abdomen, where indeed 3 silver needles remained. "All right, even if you claim to be treating me, I can overlook the removal of my skirt. But what about the kisses? Was that also necessary for the treatment?" Song Nannin retorted incisively. "Consider the kiss as part of the consultation fee. If I am to perish, so be it. After all, the deed is done now." Song Nannin couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief at this audacious individual. "What is your name?" "Lindsay. So, you are the one that Shun Tianli spoke of? The one capable of alleviating my dysmenorrhea?" Last night, after a video call with Lindsay, Shun Tianli had informed Song Nannin about his ability to treat her condition. "Indeed. Where is Shun Tianli?" "Outside the door. Have her come in." "I'm afraid that isn't possible." "What do you mean? You are still in the midst of treatment. You should wait until it concludes." "Remove the needles," Song Nannin commanded. She could believe that this audacious fellow was attempting to heal her. But the pain in her lower abdomen persisted without any relief. This indicated he was a fraud. "Not yet." "What do you mean? The treatment has only just begun. If the silver needles are withdrawn now, there will be no effect." His words suggested that continuing would yield results. "Of course there will be. Just wait 10 more minutes. If you still feel this pain, I will leave you to decide my fate." Lindsay held confidence in his medical skills, having validated them on the Blue Star. Previously, he had treated a female prison officer suffering from dysmenorrhea with remarkable results. Song Nannin scoffed lightly. She certainly did not trust Lindsay's claims. So many doctors had attempted to treat her dysmenorrhea, and she had consumed countless remedies, yet none had proven effective. Did he believe that 3 silver needles could resolve the issue? Wasn't he that absurd? Just then, however, a wave of warmth surged within her abdomen. This warmth enveloped her, granting her a sensation akin to being immersed in a hot spring. It was a truly extraordinary feeling. Moreover, what is truly astonishing is that Song Nannin can distinctly feel the excruciating pain in her lower abdomen gradually dissipating. A wave of disbelief washes over her. It is hard to accept that this is reality. For the past 7 or 8 years, since the onset of her menstrual cycle, she has consulted countless doctors and consumed innumerable medications, all to no avail. The notion that this audacious individual could remedy her chronic ailment with merely 3 silver needles seems implausible. Yet the evidence lies before her, compelling her to reconsider. The warmth in her lower abdomen intensifies, enveloping her in a sensation akin to being nestled in a furnace. An overwhelming sense of comfort washes over her as the pain recedes further, ultimately vanishing entirely. The sharpness in her gaze directed at Lindsay softens, replaced by sheer astonishment. "You truly possess medical prowess?" She cannot help but inquire. "Did you not already perceive it?" Lindsay responds, recognizing through her expression that his treatment has borne fruit. Silence falls upon Song Nannin. Soon, the treatment concludes, and Lindsay withdraws the silver needles. "All right, rise and assess whether you still feel any discomfort." Adorning herself in her dress, Song Nannin gracefully descends from the bed. Standing upon the ground, she realizes, indeed, there is not a trace of pain left in her abdomen. Excellent. Since the pain has subsided, it is time to address the matter of the 2 audacious kisses she had received from this brazen individual. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Song Nanin's gaze sharpens as she regards Lin Zhe. Having been kissed twice without consent, he brazenly suggests that such an act could serve as payment, hoping to evade her wrath. What a delusion! Does he truly believe that the moniker of Song Yama was bestowed upon him without cause? Damn it! She knew this affair would not conclude easily. Observing the seething hatred emanating from her eyes, Lin Zhe hastily declared, "You do not think I have cured you with a single treatment, do you?" "What do you mean?" she inquires, perplexed. "It is quite simple. Given the severity of your condition, it will require a considerable period of treatment for a gradual recovery. Moreover, should the treatment be interrupted, the repercussions could be even more severe. In other words, if you wish to continue enduring pain worse than death in the future, then by all means, in my life now." Song Nanin bristles with displeasure. How could she, the formidable ruler of the underworld in Haiqing, be so deftly manipulated by this audacious man who had dared to kiss her twice? Chapter 63. Observing your conduct. Although Lin Zhe has successfully maneuvered Song Nanin into a corner, he feels an unsettling discontent within himself. Damn it! If this were in Blue Star, there would be no need for such unrefined tactics to dominate a woman. Of course, in Blue Star, few women would dare speak to him in such a manner. It appears imperative to swiftly expand his influence. The experience of being subservient is profoundly unsatisfactory. However, his company has just been established, and it will take time to ascend to the ranks of the powerful. Forget it. I might as well seduce her, ensuring her complete submission to my will. This approach seems far easier than striving through sheer effort. After all, a remarkably talented author once proclaimed that the stomach is the pathway to a man's heart, while the body serves as the gateway to a woman's soul. Once I have access to her body, how could I possibly fail to reach her heart? Though such actions may lack decorum, it is fortunate that Lin Zhe is inherently shameless. Resolute in his decision, Lin Zhe smiled and said, "My dear, please do not be upset. I acknowledge my fault in kissing you. I sincerely apologize. However, it was not my intention. We were so close, and your lips are exceptionally tempting and soft. I simply could not resist the allure in that moment." Song Nanin felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. What did he mean by referring to her lips as so sensual and soft? Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to address her without the utmost respect, let alone utter an inappropriate comment or jest. Yet, this brazen individual had the audacity to speak so boldly. "Be quiet. Tell me, how many treatments will it take to completely cure me?" To be frank, Song Nanin was quite displeased. She longed to obliterate this audacious man who had dared to kiss her forcibly. However, she desired to alleviate her menstrual pain even more. This issue had severely disrupted her life, and each month, the agony was excruciating, rendering her existence almost unbearable. The situation was unpredictable. Some individuals required only one treatment, while others needed 10. Yet how could one determine when the treatment was complete? Naturally, it would be deemed cured once the pain ceased. But I am not in pain right now. Trust me, your current relief is merely due to my recent treatment. If follow-up care is not promptly administered in 3 days, you will experience even greater discomfort. Lin Zhe continued to persuade her. Song Nanin, feeling frustrated, chose to remain silent. She scrutinized Lin Zhe, seemingly searching for some flaw in his demeanor. "What? You doubt my words? How could I deceive someone as beautiful as you? Besides, your prowess intimidates me from even attempting to mislead you." "Humph, I doubt you would dare. Starting tomorrow, come treat me every morning until I am fully healed. If you succeed, I may spare you. If you fail to remedy my condition within a month, I will not hesitate to feed you to the 2 Tibetan mastiffs in the yard." This woman, clearly seasoned in the ways of the world, spoke with such ferocity. "However, a month should suffice for me to win her over completely, right? Very well. You may leave now. Wait a moment. Speak your mind, or let it be known. When you come to treat me tomorrow, it would be best if you wear a short white skirt." Song Nanin fixed a sharp gaze upon Lin Zhe. "What does that have to do with my treatment? It matters little, yet I find pleasure in watching." With that remark, Lin Zhe departed. Song Nanin's gaze sliced through the air like a blade as she observed Lin Zhe's retreating figure. She felt somewhat humiliated. After all, she was a prominent figure in the underworld of Haiqing, yet now she found herself powerless against a scoundrel who had forcefully kissed her twice. Should word of this leak, Where would she hide her face? How could she continue to command respect among her subordinates? Yet, ironically, this wretch was capable of alleviating her dysmenorrhea. As soon as she exited the room, she spotted Shen Tianli, who was anxiously pacing back and forth. To be frank, she was deeply concerned for Lin Zhe's well-being. Her worry was not that Lin Zhe would fail to cure her friend's ailment, but rather that the lecherous Lin Zhe might take advantage of her friend's vulnerability, leading to a potentially fatal consequence. If he failed in his medical prowess, it could be excused, but if he were to exploit her friend, it would spell disaster. After all, Shen Tianli had witnessed her friend's ruthless nature firsthand. Previously, one of her former subordinates had merely pointed at her during a conversation, and she had ordered his hand to be severed. What if Lin Zhe, entranced by her friend's beauty, seized the opportunity to take advantage? Even divine intervention would be insufficient to save him. As her worries mounted, Lin Zhe emerged unscathed, allowing Shen Tianli's anxious heart to finally settle. She hurried towards him. "You rogue, are you all right?" Lin Zhe laughed. "I'm quite formidable, of course I'm fine. How is my friend?" "She has awakened," Shen Tianli replied, a spark of joy igniting within her. "Did you cure her?" "Not so swiftly. Treatment will take some time. However, she is no longer in pain. And you may go see her now." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Shen Tianli became increasingly elated. She truly hadn't expected Lin Zhe to genuinely be able to heal her friend's affliction. Although more time was needed, it was certainly preferable to failure. "Wait for me a moment." With that, Shen Tianli dashed into Song Nanin's room. Feeling idle, Lin Zhe sent a message to Su Qingxue. "Where are you?" Su Qingxue was currently receiving a report from Ji Zifeng. He had just withdrawn 500,000 from the finance department and transferred it to David. Now he was updating her on the matter. After listening to Ji Zifeng's report, Su Qingxue replied calmly, "All right, I understand. You may carry on. Qingxue, I would like to treat you to lunch today. I apologize for last night's dinner, and I wish to make amends." With money in his pocket, Ji Zifeng's tone had taken on a newfound assertiveness. "There's no need. I have an appointment with an advertiser at noon to discuss a spokesperson deal for Ji Shanshan. May I accompany you? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I fear they may take the opportunity to ply you with alcohol. If I am present, I can shield you from that." Su Qingxue pondered for a moment, conceding that Ji Zifeng's words held merit. After all, he was currently her assistant, and it was within his duties to shield her from excessive drinking. Just as she was about to acquiesce, her phone suddenly chimed with a message from Lin Zhe. A surge of joy coursed through her, and she hastily opened the message. Upon reading Lin Zhe's words, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. That mischievous rogue. Taking a deep breath, she quelled her racing heart and calmly addressed Ji Zifeng, saying, "No need, you can attend to your own matters." Ji Zifeng appeared somewhat displeased, but had no recourse. "Very well, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call." Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. Once Ji Zifeng exited her office, she eagerly began to reply to Lin Zhe's message. "You rascal, accompany me to a luncheon today, and I shall reveal my legs to you. I may even allow you to touch them." Lin Zhe's response arrived swiftly, causing her cheeks to redden even further. She replied, "Humph, let us see how you perform." Chapter 64. I am pure and untainted. When Lin Zhe received Su Qingxue's message, he was exhilarated. It was impossible to suppress his excitement at the thought of Su Qingxue's alluring legs encased in black stockings. "Send me the address," he requested. "Yiping Xian," she replied. Lin Zhe sighed in exasperation. "Must it be Yiping Xian again? Can't we choose another venue?" "Why not?" Su Qingxue shot back. "I'm tired of it." "Then where would you like to dine?" "I don't know. You pick the place. I just don't want to go to Yiping Xian." "All right. I will select a venue and inform you afterward." "Sounds good." With their conversation concluded, Lin Zhe made his way downstairs. The opulent decor of Song Nanin's villa was strikingly luxurious, yet it exuded a somber atmosphere that Lin Zhe found unappealing. Rising from his seat, he exited the villa. While awaiting Shen Tianli, Lin Zhe, feeling somewhat aimless, composed a song for Ji Shanshan. The lyrics were inspired by the poignant ballad Tu Rond from Blue Star. A fitting choice for Ji Shanshan. Lin Zhe felt immense gratitude for those years spent forming a band on Blue Star, during which he diligently studied melancholic love songs to impress the ladies. The lyrics were transcribed swiftly, and before long, he had completed his work. Initially, he intended to present the song to Ji Shanshan, but reconsidered and decided it would be better suited for Jiang Qingwei, as it had gained greater popularity on Blue Star. Moreover, Lin Zhe himself found it more melodious than Tu Rond. Nonetheless, He believed that Tu Rong would elevate Ji Shanshan's reputation significantly. After finishing the transcription of Tu Rong, and with Shun Tianli still absent, Lin Zhe proceeded to copy Jiang Qingyue's song. Just as he completed it, he received a message from Su Qingxue containing an address. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. He called Shun Tianli, who answered in an instant. "Oh dear, you rascal. I completely forgot you were at Yinin's villa. I sincerely apologize. Yinin is a bit downcast at the moment. Perhaps you should head back. I'll keep her company." "All right then," he replied. "I'll call you later." "Sounds good." After they hung up, Lin Zhe drove towards the address sent by Su Qingxue. It was a private dining establishment. Upon arrival, he spotted Su Qingxue standing at the entrance, her exquisite features and alluring figure drawing the gaze of many passers-by. A few attempted to engage her in conversation, but she remained unmoved, her expression icy. Lin Zhe parked and strode over to her. Upon seeing him, a smile crept onto Su Qingxue's lips. She was unaware of why her mood lifted so effortlessly in his presence. She simply desired to see him. "Have you been waiting long?" Lin Zhe asked with a cheerful grin. "Not at all. I just arrived a short while ago." "Well then, shall we go inside?" Su Qingxue replied obediently. "What's the occasion for today's meal?" "We're discussing a potential endorsement for Ji Shanshan with a cosmetics brand. Must you, as the owner, personally handle such matters? Being a boss doesn't merely entail counting money in the office," Su Qingxue retorted with a smile. "I presume that a beautiful girl like you would attract numerous suitors eager to collaborate." You think it's that easy?" "Su Qingxue, that is a personal attack. Be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation." At this, Su Qingxue halted, her sparkling eyes locking onto Lin Zhe's as she playfully exclaimed, "How am I defaming you? Aren't you the one with a penchant for older women? If you weren't, why would you have treated me so poorly last night?" Lin Zhe felt a stir within him. How had he never realized how flirtatious Su Qingxue could be? What seemed like a benign statement transformed into something tantalizing when she uttered it with such a soft, melodious tone. It ignited within him an impulse to engage in mischief. "Su Qingxue, what should I do? I find myself wanting to sleep with you again." Her cheeks flushed crimson. After glancing around and confirming the absence of onlookers, she bashfully retorted, "Rascal, must you be so shameless? Haven't you had enough sleep from last night? Are you questioning my capabilities? I won't converse with such a rogue." As they spoke, Su Qingxue quickened her pace. Lin Zhe, still smiling, followed closely. The private room was empty, indicating that the clients had yet to arrive. "Why are they still not here?" Lin Zhe inquired as they took their seats, positioning himself beside Su Qingxue. The meeting was set for noon. It's only 11:40 now. They certainly want to arrive early, considering they're the clients. "Is negotiating business tiring?" Lin Zhe casually asked. Su Qingxue felt a surge of joy. Was this rogue actually concerned about her? After claiming to have liked her for 7 years. How could he possibly let go so quickly? It was exhausting. In the past, he would massage her when she returned home, but now, he no longer offered her that comfort. Su Qingxue pouted playfully. "You used to give me massages, but now you don't." "That's nonsense. Did I not massage your feet last night?" Lin Zhe retorted. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "You scoundrel, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. That was merely an excuse to touch my feet. Look at you, falsely accusing me. While I won't deny that your feet are indeed alluring, especially when clad in sheer stockings, I am a person of pure character. How could I possibly engage in such lewd behavior? Pure character? How could he muster the audacity to utter such words?" Su Qingxue found herself giggling at his antics. She genuinely believed that Lin Zhe had transformed completely from the person he once was. Previously, he spoke with gentleness and possessed a soft-spoken nature. Now, however, his demeanor lacked that tenderness. Yet, inexplicably, she found him far more intriguing than before, and she preferred his current self. Have you not committed your share of indecent acts? Don't think I don't know you have a fondness for my feet. On the night we discussed divorce, you were up to no good with them." As she reached the end of her sentence, Su Qingxue's cheeks were flushed to the point of almost glistening with embarrassment. "Hey now, Su Qingxue, no bringing up the past," Lin Zhe exclaimed, visibly perturbed by her words. Su Qingxue, exhilarated by his reaction, playfully stuck out her tongue and teased. "I will bring it up, indeed. Goodness, why is it that even a simple gesture like sticking out her tongue can be so tantalizing?" Lin Zhe's heart raced, and he found his breath coming in shallow gasps. "Su Qingxue, while we await the arrival of the client, why don't we indulge in a little kiss?" Su Qingxue's face was flushed with warmth as she shot him a skeptical glance. "You rascal, Must you be so shameless? What if the client unexpectedly walks in? She wasn't truly rejecting him. Rather, she was concerned about the potential interruption. A spark of excitement ignited within Lin Zhe. Wait for me to lock the door. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and secured the door to their private room. He hurried back to Su Qingxue, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her onto his lap, urgently leaning in towards her luscious red lips. Chapter 65. Just as his lips were about to meet Su Qingxue's, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. Lin Zhe's lips brushed against her delicate skin instead. The moment their heated lips made contact, Su Qingxue's body shivered. Remove your hand, Lin Zhe urged, exasperated. Just when he was craving her kiss, she obstructed him. Was she trying to drive him to madness? Observing Lin Zhe's anxious demeanor, Su Qingxue's glistening eyes sparkled with a hint of smugness as she gazed at him. What if this rogue were to kiss her and evoke feelings she couldn't handle? On her way here, she had noticed a 5-star hotel. Perhaps she should book a room in advance? Lin Zhe chuckled in response. Su Qingxue was taken aback. She knew that this scoundrel was capable of such antics. Hastily, she pleaded in a soft tone, "You rogue, could we wait a few more days? I truly am in some discomfort." Hearing her gentle voice stirred something within Lin Zhe. How could someone grow up to be so enchanting? Just a single phrase could send ripples through his heart. He longed to press her against the dining table. Yet he restrained himself. Although he was eager, he was not one to lose control over his emotions. Moreover, if he were to force the issue, it could leave her with lasting scars, which would be a regrettable outcome. Very well, we shall discuss it further once you feel better, he conceded. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed, and she nodded in agreement. Rogue, could you please let me go? She inquired. Damn it, if I can't be kissed, can I at least be embraced? Gazing at Lin Zhe's pitiful expression, Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. When did this rascal become so endearing? Her radiant smile rendered Lin Zhe breathless. He quickly interjected. Stop laughing. Your smile makes me want to kiss you again. With a playful glint in her eyes, Su Qingxue teased. What? Do I tempt you when I smile? Lin Zhe grinned and replied. There is a single word that encapsulates it perfectly. What word? Su Qingxue asked, curiosity sparkling in her gaze. Lin Zhe leaned in and whispered the word into her ear. Her cheeks turned crimson, and she playfully punched him twice, exclaiming, You rogue, it's you who is shameless. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Zhe exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled. Indeed, I am rather shameless. Humph, I won't discuss this any longer. The clients are arriving soon, and I must go greet them. I'll take care of it. I need to use the restroom anyway, Lin Zhe replied. In truth, he didn't actually need to use the facilities. He was merely trying to alleviate the reaction he had experienced while holding the sweet and soft Su Qingxue. He felt a wave of heat enveloping him, and desperately needed to cool his ardor with a splash of cold water. Upon opening the door to the private room, Lin Zhe hastily made his way to the restroom. After extinguishing his cigarette, he splashed cold water on his face for a while, managing to quell the heat within him. He vowed to himself that he must refrain from touching Su Qingxue until he was certain it was appropriate. This was a recipe for self-inflicted turmoil. Emerging from the restroom, Lin Zhe returned to the private room, where the clients had already arrived. Inside the spacious suite, there were 5 or 6 people aside from Su Qingxue. Upon seeing them, Lin Zhe's expression turned to one of cold amusement, for among this group, he had spotted a familiar face, Lin Nan. As Su Qingxue spoke of cosmetics, Lin Zhe felt an unsettling premonition. After all, the Lin family was deeply entrenched in the daily chemical industry, boasting several successful brands. To his astonishment, she was indeed collaborating with the Lin family. Lin Nan also spotted Lin Zhe, and upon seeing him, a surge of fury welled up within Lin Nan. He was immediately reminded of the moment Lin Zhe had audaciously kissed his goddess, Xin Tianli, right before his eyes. Not to mention the memory of Lin Zhe inflicting a severe humiliation upon him. Thus, Lin Nan's anger intensified. With a sneer, he remarked, Oh, isn't this my elder brother, the one cast out of our home? What brings you here, serving others now? At these words, Su Qingxue was taken aback. As the owner, she was well aware that the collaboration was with a cosmetics brand under the Lin family. In fact, the discussions had commenced before her divorce from Lin Zhe. However, she had forgotten that Lin Zhe was also a member of the Lin family, albeit one who had been expelled. During the negotiations for this project, she had been deeply engrossed in her dealings with Jizefeng, completely overlooking Lin Zhe. The Lin family's harsh treatment of Lin Zhe made her current partnership with them all the more poignant, and she could only imagine the extent of his distress. Cursing herself for her foolishness, Su Qingxue chided herself for such a grave error. Cautiously, she glanced at Lin Zhe, only to find his face adorned with an inscrutable smile. A wave of panic washed over her. She understood Lin Zhe all too well. She knew he was furious. Just as Su Qingxue was about to speak, Lin Nan brazenly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my elder brother, the eldest son of the Lin family, who was sold to human traffickers by our servants as a child. He was retrieved by our parents at 16, but due to his abysmal character, he was soon cast out once more." This statement elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Lin Nan's pride swelled further as he continued, "Brother, just look at your pitiful state. You're bringing shame to the Lin family. How about this? If you kneel and apologize for the last incident, perhaps I'll be generous enough to grant you a few tens of thousands, which is certainly better than serving others here." At this, someone chimed in, "President Lin, you are truly benevolent. Hey, you there, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel to apologize to President Lin. He is handsome and kind-hearted. If I had a brother like that, I wouldn't be able to show my face in this world." Lin Zhe seemed oblivious to the derisive remarks, striding directly towards Su Qingxue. "Do you know the collaboration is with the Lin family?" Lin Zhe asked, his tone indifferent. Su Qingxue grew increasingly flustered. She wanted to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. After all, Lin Zhe was correct. She had indeed known that the partnership was with the Lin family. She couldn't very well admit to him that she had forgotten he was also a part of it. Such harm is indeed more profound. Lin Zhe smiled faintly. In an instant, Su Qingxue felt a sharp pain in her heart. She wished to weep, to apologize to Lin Zhe, to convey that she had never intended to hurt him. Yet Lin Zhe did not grant her the opportunity to speak. He strode directly to Lin Nan. Seizing the ashtray from the table, "Here's your chance. Kneel and apologize to me, or I won't hesitate to make your head bloom." Lin Zhe stated with an impassive expression. Lin Nan was instantly consumed by rage. "Dare to strike me, and let us see what happens." A discarded scion of a family, repeatedly provoking him. Did he truly believe he was invulnerable? Moreover, he was there to discuss a partnership with Su Qingxue, the esteemed daughter of the Su family. If Lin Zhe had the audacity to strike him today, not only would he not let it slide, but the Su family would also likely not spare him, considering the collaboration at stake. "Very well," Lin Zhe replied with a cold smirk. In that moment, he swung the ashtray violently, striking Lin Nan's head. Chapter 66. I am not angry. Crash. The ashtray shattered against Lin Nan's skull, the glass exploding into fragments, scattering everywhere. Lin Nan cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from his head. The atmosphere in the private room became unbearably tense. Those who had mocked Lin Zhe moments ago fell silent in shock at the scene. This man was far too ruthless. Lin Zhe appeared unfazed, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke. "Now, those who just spoke up for Lin Nan, kneel and slap yourselves 30 times. One less, and this worm will be your fate." Lin Zhe's voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Faced with Lin Zhe's terrifying gaze, none dared utter another word. They hastily knelt and began to strike themselves. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the room. After the 30 slaps concluded, Lin Zhe extinguished his cigarette, looking down at Lin Nan with a disdainful gaze, as if regarding a mere maggot. "Go back and tell that old fool Lin," shouted he on. "If he wants revenge, let him come at me." With that, Lin Zhe turned to leave, not even sparing a glance at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was anxious. She stood up and, addressing the howling Lin Nan, said coldly, "Lin Nan, I have noted the humiliation you inflicted upon Lin Zhe today. I will seek retribution for him." Had she not been eager to explain herself to Lin Zhe, she would have relished the opportunity to deal with these individuals herself. She had forgotten that Lin Zhe was also a member of the Lin family, as her original intention was to seek collaboration, not to allow Lin Nan to brazenly humiliate Lin Zhe. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that Su Qingxue would utter such a statement. Watching her retreating figure, a sense of unease suddenly welled up within him. The project in collaboration with Su Qingxue was a key initiative for the Lin family this year. Although it was not a lucrative endeavor, the family's plan was to establish a connection with the Su family through this project. What troubled Lin Nan the most was that this project had initially been discussed by others, but his father had chosen to involve him to enhance his own standing, ensuring that his entry into the board of directors would be more legitimate. Now, it seemed he had jeopardized that opportunity. As Su Qingxue rushed out of the restaurant, Lindsay had already gotten into his car. Seeing him about to leave only heightened her anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Lin Zay's vehicle. Her eyes were red with emotion. Lindsay, I am truly sorry. I did not intend to collaborate with the Lin family. This project was initiated before our divorce. I admit that when I heard news of Ji Zifeng's return, I lost my composure and completely forgot your connection to the Lin family. I apologize. I truly see my mistake. Please rest assured. I will no longer collaborate with the Lin family. I will seek justice for the humiliation you suffered today. Lindsay remained unfazed. He rolled down the car window and leaned out slightly, even smiling as he replied, All right, Miss Su, I understand. Could you please step aside? Miss Su. Again. He addressed her as such. When she had first appeared before him with Ji Zifeng after their divorce, he had referred to her in the same manner, polite yet distant. These past few days, he had finally begun to call her by her full name. Furthermore, Su Qingxue could sense that their relationship had softened considerably. Yet now, due to her foolishness, they had regressed to the awkwardness of their recent divorce. Su Qingxue's heart ached further. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Lin Zay and implored, Lin Zay, I truly realize my mistake. Please don't be angry. I beg you. Miss Su, I swear, I am not angry. Could you please move aside? Lin Zay's words were sincere. He genuinely felt no anger. He merely found Su Qingxue's collaboration with the Lin family somewhat distasteful. Unable to contain her tears any longer, Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zay with a heart-wrenching expression, filled with her earnest pleas. Lin Zay stepped out of the car. He approached Su Qingxue, speaking deliberately. Miss Su, I shall reiterate once more, I am truly not angry. Whom you choose to collaborate with is your prerogative and your right. Much like your decision to divorce me for Ji Zifeng, I respect your choices and decisions, so may I kindly ask you to step aside? A tremor coursed through Su Qingxue's heart, and she could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks like large beads. Through her sobs, she implored, No. Lin Zay, I was wrong. I truly erred in collaborating with the Lin family. I realize my mistake. Miss Su, I ask you one final time. Can you please move aside? Lin Zay was unwilling to waste any more time. Su Qingxue shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Lin Zay uttered no further words. He turned and entered his vehicle, pressing the accelerator, causing the car to careen off the curb. The rear of Shen Tianli's luxurious sedan collided violently with the pavement, producing a jarring sound. Seeing this, Su Qingxue was utterly alarmed. She had thought that by blocking Lin Zay's path and sincerely apologizing, the matter would be resolved. After all, he cherished her deeply and feared her tears. But witnessing Lin Zay's willingness to crash the car to leave, she understood that she might forever lose him. It felt as though her heart was being shredded, and she lacked the strength to stand, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. Qingxue, what's wrong? A panicked voice suddenly pierced the air, Ji Zifeng's voice. Su Qingxue lifted her gaze, and indeed, it was Ji Zifeng. Observing her heart-wrenching state, he approached with concern. Qingxue, what has happened? He reached out to embrace her. Though Ji Zifeng knew not the cause of her distress, it was clear she was in dire need of comfort. However, as he opened his arms, Su Qingxue sharply retorted, Don't touch me. Ji Zifeng was instantly displeased. What the hell, didn't you say you liked me? What's wrong with a simple hug? Yet, he dared not voice his irritation, fearing to offend Su Qingxue. In that moment, he silently vowed that when he finally won her over, he would make her regret her pretense of innocence. Why are you here? Su Qingxue coldly inquired. I came to take you home. I was worried you might overindulge and encounter some mishap, Ji Zifeng replied earnestly. Wiping her tears, Su Qingxue stood up. Since you're here, I believe it is time we clarify certain matters. Chapter 67. I no longer like you. Ji Zifeng felt a surge of joy in his heart, for he realized that Su Qingxue was finally about to confess her feelings to him. She was finally ready to be with him. Ji Zifeng was so exhilarated that he had already resolved to savor Su Qingxue's alluring crimson lips after they were together. As he envisioned kissing her passionately, he contemplated whisking her away to a hotel for an indulgent rendezvous. He had long been captivated by Su Qingxue's enchanting physique. The mere thought that Su Qingxue was in a contractual marriage with Lin Zay, and that she was likely still untouched, made Ji Zifeng's breath quicken with excitement. He envisioned capturing numerous photographs and videos to send to that brute Lin Zay, allowing him to behold the scene of Su Qingxue reveling beneath him, a sight that he believed would torment Lin Zay to no end. The more he fantasized, the more exhilarated he became. Su Qingxue gazed at Ji Zifeng with her glistening eyes, reflecting on the man she had once cherished for so long. Though he appeared just as she remembered, the flutter of her heart had long since faded. Indeed, Su Qingxue had finally come to the realization that her feelings for him had dissipated. This epiphany had struck her only the previous night, awakened by the insights of her close friend. After Lin Zhe had departed, she found herself unable to sleep, consumed by thoughts of him, reminiscing about the events of their 3 years together and the intimate moments they had shared. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. At around 5 in the morning, Su Qingxue dialed her friend. Her friend, once innocent, had transformed into a heartbreaker after witnessing her first love entangled with another woman during university. Now, freshly emerged from a nightclub, she was indulging in street food. Su Qingxue cautiously broached the subject, inquiring about the feelings that arise when one finds themselves inexplicably fixated on another person, experiencing joy upon seeing them, desolation when apart, and agony at the sight of them in close proximity to another woman. She confessed her desire to wholly possess this individual, yearning for them to belong exclusively to her. In the end, Su Qingxue posed the question to her friend, what could all of this signify? Her friend chuckled and replied, it is undoubtedly because you like him deeply. Her words resonated like thunder in Su Qingxue's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. When her consciousness returned to her, the call had already ended, but she paid it no mind, as her thoughts were consumed with the realization that she had developed feelings for Lin Zhe. Initially, this revelation filled her with secret joy, but it was swiftly overshadowed by the painful reminder that she had divorced Lin Zhe for another man. In that instant, a wave of despair washed over her, as she recognized the hurt she had inflicted upon him, an injury that ran deep. Upon realizing her feelings for Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue contemplated directly calling him to confess her affection. However, she recalled that just a few hours earlier, Lin Zhe had declared his intention to lock his heart away, vowing never to love anyone again. In that moment, Su Qingxue was overwhelmed with regret, questioning why she had chosen to divorce Lin Zhe, why she had caused him pain, and why it was only now that she recognized her feelings for him. Subsequently, she reached out to her close friend, divulging the entire story. She sought her friend's guidance in navigating this emotional turmoil. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's account, particularly the part about her divorce from Lin Zhe for another man, her friend, a seasoned seductress, couldn't help but critique her choices. Tearfully, Su Qingxue implored her friend for advice on her next steps. Her friend urged her to pursue Lin Zhe once more, suggesting that perhaps her sincere actions could win him back. As they concluded their call, her friend imparted a heartfelt warning. If one truly loves another, they should not waver between two affections, nor should they toy with emotions. For those who play with feelings will ultimately be ensnared by them. Thus, Su Qingxue resolved to confront Jizifeng, intending to express her gratitude for his presence during her youth, yet clarifying that her affections had shifted. As Jizifeng awaited her words, he mistakenly interpreted her silence as shyness, beaming as he reached for her hand. However, upon witnessing his outstretched hand, Su Qingxue recoiled in shock. "Do not touch me," she exclaimed urgently. Lin Zhe had expressed his discomfort with physical contact, even something as simple as holding hands. In hindsight, this was one of the few aspects Su Qingxue felt fortunate about. She was relieved that she had not rushed into a relationship with Jizifeng or allowed him to touch her, even in the slightest. Seeing Su Qingxue retreat as if from a plague, Jizifeng felt his composure cracking. Suppressing his mounting anger, he smiled and said, "Qingxue, we are meant to be together. Why won't you let me hold your hand?" Su Qingxue paused, taken aback. "Together? Who said I wanted to be with you? You just mentioned needing to clarify something with me. Were you not intending to confess your feelings?" Her expression darkened, her exquisite features betraying her astonishment. In a low, icy tone, she replied, "I'm sorry, but I never considered confessing to you." What? What do you mean?" Jizifeng stammered, a troubling thought creeping into his mind. "Jizifeng, do you know why I liked you back then?" Su Qingxue countered. Hearing her words, Jizifeng sighed in relief, mistakenly believing she was about to confess her affection for Lin Zhe, the very person he deemed unworthy. "Honestly, I don't know," he chuckled nervously. He had no idea why Su Qingxue would develop feelings for him. Moreover, Jizifeng was not inclined to engage in such trivial conversations with her. His sole desire was to solidify their relationship and then fervently kiss her. Su Qingxue gazed intently into his eyes and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, "Enough of this. What significance does it hold now?" "Jizifeng, I always believed I was in love with you. Therefore, when you went abroad, I was tormented, to the point of selfishly wondering if being with your rival would make you glance back at me. During our university days, I was aware of your rivalry with Lin Zhe, who surpassed you in every aspect. I knew you were envious of him, so I chose him, marrying him in hopes that you would turn to look at me when you learned of it. I shared the news of my marriage with Lin Zhe on my social media, visible only to you, but alas, it seems I was mistaken. At this juncture, Su Qingxue paused. Ji Zifeng, filled with deep remorse, responded, Qingxue, I am truly sorry. I realized my feelings too late, but fortunately, we are still young, and there is ample time ahead. Su Qingxue shook her head. I must tell you, Ji Zifeng, the reign of our youth has long since cleared due to Lin Zhe's presence, and thus, Ji Zifeng, I no longer harbor feelings for you. Chapter 68, Work hard, and next year I shall find you a sister-in-law. Shock, bewilderment, fear, countless emotions surged within Ji Zifeng at that moment. His body began to tremble, his breath quickened, and his eyes were reddened, not from sorrow, but from fear. Su Qingxue had become his only lifeline, yet she now declared her disinterest in him. This outcome was unbearable for Ji Zifeng. Qingxue, you must be joking, right? His voice trembled excessively. Ji Zifeng, you know I am not one to jest with emotions. Panic intensified within him. Qingxue, you cannot treat me this way. I sacrificed my career abroad for you. If you no longer want me, I will be left with nothing. Of course, this was utter nonsense. Ji Zifeng had a lackluster career abroad. After leaving with his childhood friend, he merely indulged in a life of extravagance, funded by his family. His words were merely an attempt to provoke a sense of guilt in Su Qingxue. However, he was mistaken. Su Qingxue had never been one to be swayed by sentimentality. Throughout her life, only Lin Zhe had the power to influence her emotions. No one else could sway her heart. Ji Zifeng, if you think this approach will instill guilt within me, you are sorely mistaken. I do feel remorse, but not towards you. Rather, my heart aches for Lin Zhe. He has cherished me so dearly, yet I failed to recognize my own feelings, ultimately causing him pain. You are right. We are still young, and I will have countless opportunities in the future to make amends with him. Ji Zifeng was utterly shattered. He had reached a breaking point, consumed by despair. Ever since university began, he had always fallen short in comparison to Lin Zhe. He once believed that Su Qingxue was his sole triumph over Lin Zhe, but now, even she had developed feelings for him. Ji Zifeng found this intolerable. He could not bear it. Qingxue, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I implore you, grant me another chance. I genuinely care for you now, Ji Zifeng pleaded, nearly on his knees before Su Qingxue. Yet, she remained unmoved, even feeling a tinge of annoyance. Ji Zifeng, when it comes to matters of the heart, you understand better than I do. You should know that such feelings cannot be forced. Out of respect for our time as classmates, I will refrain from saying anything harsh. Thus, if you wish, you may continue working at my company, but there is absolutely no possibility for us. After uttering these words, Su Qingxue turned and entered her vehicle. Watching her depart, Ji Zifeng completely crumbled. In a fit of rage, he kicked a nearby tree, but the force was so great that he cried out in pain. Ji Zifeng spiraled further into despair. Lin Zhe, just wait. One day, I will have you beneath my feet. And you, Su Qingxue, you wretched creature. You will kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhe, these events had transpired between Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng. At that moment, he was savoring street food from a roadside stall, a guilty pleasure he had long enjoyed. During his time at Blue Star, he often indulged in nighttime street food, especially when he first took over his father's legacy, overwhelmed by the pressure that accompanied it. He sought an outlet. He had tried racing and climbing. Yet nothing compared to the solace of late-night snacks amidst the bustling crowd, relishing the enchanting sights of human life. In this moment, Lin Zhe was thoroughly enjoying himself. Though the flavors of the street food paled in comparison to fine dining, he ate with genuine delight. After finishing his meal, Lin Zhe left 200 yuan on the table and drove to his company. Upon entering, he spotted Chen Qingshan walking in with 2 bags brimming with takeout. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Chen Qingshan cheerfully inquired, Zergu, have you eaten yet? I ordered some boxed meals. Would you like to join me? I've already eaten. Why are you only just having lunch? Chen Qingshan smiled and remarked, there's no helping it. Zij, your responsibilities are heavy. We commenced our work last night, and in order to meet the deadline for the task you assigned us, we have already taken up residence at the company. Lin Zhe patted Chen Qingshan on the shoulder. Work diligently, and next year, I shall arrange for you to marry a wife. Thank you, Zeej, Chen Qingshan replied with excitement. For finding a girlfriend was his greatest aspiration at present. Lindsay chuckled. Hurry and have your meal. After you eat, gather everyone in the conference room for a brief meeting. Nodding, Chen Qingshan entered the company with his lunchbox, but suddenly realized, marry a wife? What does that have to do with me? Upon this realization, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Zeej, as humorous as he was during college, hadn't changed a bit. After waiting for half an hour in the conference room, 11 individuals, including Chen Qingshan, entered. Lindsay's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the attendees. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Lindsay, a classmate of Chen Qingshan from university. This company is one I have invested in, and from this moment forth, you are all under my employ. First, let us sign the confidentiality agreement concerning the software we are developing. Although I trust you all, I prefer to adhere to a policy of courtesy before action. Lindsay tossed a stack of documents to Chen Qingshan. The confidentiality agreement had been drafted with the assistance of the legal department at Shen Tianli's company. Please distribute these. Chen Qingshan nodded. Once everyone had signed the agreement, Chen Qingshan organized the signed documents and handed them to Lindsay. Holding the confidentiality agreement, Lindsay declared, I am straightforward and dislike unnecessary chatter. Ladies and gentlemen, let us embark on this journey to wealth together. You may think I am merely painting a rosy picture, but time will validate all that I have said today. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Chen Qingshan, please stay behind. The others rose and exited the conference room. Zeej, do you have any instructions? Lindsay responded, from now on, all your meals and refreshments during work hours will be on me. Just keep the receipts and feel free to claim reimbursements anytime. Chen Qingshan felt a surge of joy and nodded vigorously. Zeej is as generous as ever. Working under such a boss is simply delightful. By the way, Zeej, if I come across any talented individuals with strong technical skills, may I continue to recruit? Of course, you may. You are the head of the technical department. All decisions regarding it are in your hands. In fact, you have the liberty to hire talent as you see fit and determine their salaries. Chen Qingshan became increasingly exhilarated. If there is nothing else, I shall return to work. Go ahead. After dismissing Chen Qingshan, Lindsay also rose to leave. Just as he exited the building, a police car screeched to a halt in front of him. 3 uniformed officers stepped out, and the leading man coldly inquired, Are you Lindsay? Yes, he replied. Chapter 69. What does it matter if he is my biological brother? Hospital. Lin Nan had just finished his bandaging, his head wrapped like a rice dumpling. Lin Xiaotian and Jin Shui Lian gazed at their son with deep concern. Does it hurt, my son? Jin Shui Lian asked, her voice laced with worry. Lin Nan replied pitifully, It hurts terribly. Jin Shui Lian's fury ignited instantly. Lin Xiaotian, I tell you, we must make that scoundrel Lin Zhe pay dearly for what he has done to our son. Just look at the state he has left him in. Do not worry. I have already contacted the police. That scoundrel is likely already at the station. The injury report for our son is out. It was initially minor, but I urged the doctor to classify it as a concussion. Let him prepare to rot in prison, Lin Xiaotian said, his expression darkening. Lin Nin felt a surge of joy within him. So what if Lin Zhe was his biological brother? So what if he was merely an adopted son? At this moment, his parents were still on his side. Mom, Dad, perhaps we should let it go. After all, he is my older brother. If he were to be imprisoned, it would still tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Lin Nan feigned magnanimity. Jin Shui Lian, with a pained expression, looked at Lin Nan and said, My dear son, your kindness has allowed that scoundrel to take advantage of you. Besides, he has already been expelled from the Lin family. Even if he goes to prison, it will not reflect poorly on us. Indeed, that scoundrel has been cast out from our family. Even if he were to perish, it would no longer concern us. Moreover, I have made arrangements. Once he enters, he will face dire consequences. Lin Nin could barely contain his excitement. He pinched his thigh tightly to suppress a scream. Mom, Dad, do you think my brother will be killed? What does it matter? If he dies, he dies, Jin Shui Lian replied with disdain. Can I visit him later? After all, he is my brother, Lin Nin asked. Oh, my dear, you are too kind. What is there to see in such a worthless creature? Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open abruptly. A middle-aged man in his 30s strode in confidently. Who is Lin Xiaotian? He asked, his expression impassive. I am. Who might you be? Lin Xiaotian replied. I am Fan Wenbing, and my boss is Bai Dao Long, the man stated coldly. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback. Bai Dao Long was the most notorious ruffian in Haicheng, a connection the Lin family could only dream of. To his astonishment, this man had come seeking them. Could it be that he wished to collaborate with the Lin family? Lin Xiaotian's heart soared with hope. He respectfully inquired, "Mr. Fan, I am Lin Xiaotian. What instructions does the young master Bai have for us?" "Young master Bai has instructed that you withdraw the charges against Lin Zhe," Fan Wenbing replied, his voice devoid of warmth. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback. Jin Suilian was also stunned. Lin Nin was filled with astonishment. What on earth is happening? When did that wretch become acquainted with such a formidable figure as Bai Daolong? "Did you hear that?" Fan Wenbing's cold voice pierced through the air. "Yes, we heard. You have 5 minutes. Bai Xiao is waiting at the police station entrance. If Lin Zhe is not there in 5 minutes, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." With that, Fan Wenbing turned and left. The 3 individuals in the hospital room were utterly bewildered. "Father, what on earth is going on? How could that wretch, my elder brother, possibly know Bai Daolong?" Lin Nin asked, trembling with fear. How could one not tremble? Just a few days ago, that scoundrel had kissed Shin Tianli in front of him. Earlier today, Su Qingxue had threatened to seek justice for Lin Zhe. And now, another formidable figure, Bai Daolong, has appeared. The 3 most prominent families in Haiqing had converged. It was not merely a matter of them joining forces. Any one of them could eliminate him with ease, far simpler than squashing an ant. Lin Xiaotian wore a grim expression. On the surface, his emotions seemed unperturbed, yet inside, a tempest was raging. Indeed, Lin Xiaotian was even more astonished than Lin Nan that Lin Zhe, that wretch, had managed to align himself with such a powerful ally as Bai Daolong. At that moment, Jin Suilian suddenly spoke. "Lin Xiaotian, do you think that scoundrel will seize this opportunity to retaliate against us?" "He wouldn't dare," Lin Xiaotian replied dismissively. "When we forced him out, he knelt in the rain pleading with us not to cast him away, which shows his deep yearning for family. As long as I offer him a morsel of kindness, even if he has climbed the tree of Bai Daolong, what does it matter? He will still be begging us to let him return home." Jin Suilian felt a twinge of panic, for she vividly recalled the many times she had scolded and beaten Lin Zhe. However, upon hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, her earlier anxiety vanished without a trace. With a sense of triumph, she said, "You should call the police station and have that scoundrel come out. Then call him and tell him to come home for dinner." Upon hearing that Lin Zhe was to be summoned home for a meal, Lin Nin immediately felt discontent. If Lin Xiaotian and Jin Suilian were to discover the deeds he had committed over the years, they might very well end his life. "Father, mother, if my elder brother returns home, should I leave first? I fear he will beat me again," Lin Nin said, his voice filled with grievance. Jin Suilian, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of sympathy. She quickly replied, "Don't worry, Xiaonan. Here is the plan. Lin Xiaotian, you first call to have that scoundrel come out, then later, seek him out and offer him some kindness. It would be best to probe into his relationship with Bai Daolong. If their bond is indeed strong, then pretend to agree to let him return home and have him connect us with the Bai family." Lin Xiaotian found Jin Suilian's suggestion quite astute and nodded in agreement, proceeding to make the call to the police station. After hanging up, Lin Xiaotian began to contemplate when he would approach Lin Zhe to facilitate an introduction to the Bai family. "Parents," Lin Nin suddenly interjected. "Do you think that elder brother might take advantage of his favorable relationship with the Bai family, deliberately refusing to come out and forcing us to apologize to him?" Lin Xiaotian scoffed. "Humph, he must be dreaming. The only reason he is even considering coming out is out of respect for young Master Bai. Otherwise, he might as well prepare to rot in prison. Indeed, a discarded waste from the family dares to impose on us. What is he, after all?" Jin Chui Lian concurred. Just then, Lin Xiaotian's phone rang. It was a call from the police department. Lin Xiaotian answered. "Old Lu, what's going on?" The caller was the deputy chief of the police department. "Lin, do you have a moment?" "What is it?" "It would be best if you came in person." "What is the matter?" Lin Xiaotian questioned irritably. "Lin Zhe said that unless you kneel and apologize today, he will not be leaving the police station." Chapter 70. What are you worth? Lin Zhe was in the interrogation room, smoking a cigarette. The cigarette was provided by Deputy Chief Lu, who had lit it for him. Unfortunately, upon entering, all of Lin Zhe's belongings had been temporarily confiscated. Initially, when he heard he could leave, Lin Zhe felt relieved. It seemed that either Su Qingxue or Shin Tianli had come to his aid. However, after questioning Deputy Chief Lu, he discovered it was Lin Xiaotian who had called to have him released. Lin Zhe was acutely aware that Lin Xiaotian would never willingly let him go. This indicated that someone had intervened with Lin Xiaotian, or more accurately, Someone had compelled him to act. In the vast city of Haicheng, the only families capable of making Lin Xiaotian compromise were the Su, Shun, and Bai families. Although he was still uncertain who had orchestrated this, Lin Zhe understood that Lin Xiaotian was currently in a position of weakness. This was why he had Deputy Chief Lu call Lin Xiaotian to insist he come and kneel to apologize. Lin Zhe was confident he would arrive. Regardless of whether it was Shun Tian Li or Su Qing Shui who had intervened, it was clear that they were individuals Lin Xiaotian could not afford to offend. As he finished his cigarette, the door to the interrogation room suddenly swung open. It was not a police officer who entered, but rather a young man of distinguished appearance and attire. Upon seeing him, Deputy Chief Lu immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect. "Young Master Bai, what are your instructions?" The mere utterance of his name transformed the atmosphere, although it was not his full name. The respect commanded by this individual indicated that in the grand city of Haicheng, there was only one person deserving such reverence, Bai Daolong. "You may leave. I wish to speak with Lin Zhe." Lu nodded promptly and exited. "Why not depart?" Lin Zhe chuckled. "I'm waiting for Lin Xiaotian to come and kneel to apologize. You certainly harbor a vengeful spirit, but isn't Lin Xiaotian your father? He doesn't regard me as a son, so why should I acknowledge him as a father? Are you the one who compelled Lin Xiaotian to release me?" Bai Daolong nodded. "Indeed. Do you wish to discuss Jiang Qinghua?" Lin Zhe inquired further. Bai Daolong paused momentarily, then chuckled, saying, "You are more astute than I anticipated. Now, can you deduce why I chose to save you? There are two possibilities. Either you desire my assistance in pursuing Jiang Qinghua, or you wish for me to distance myself from her. Personally, I lean towards the former. If your intention were to have me keep my distance, given your background, you need not have placed yourself in my debt." Bai Daolong began to applaud. He remarked, "You are even more clever than I had imagined." Lin Zhe, however, ignored his flattery and continued, "If I am correct, it was Jiang Qinghua's agent who informed you of my existence." Bai Daolong's smile faltered. Lin Zhe's intelligence had once again exceeded his expectations. It was apparent that during his investigation, he had concluded Lin Zhe to be nothing more than a wastrel. Thus, his intention to save him was to ensure a significant favor owed to him for future use. At Bai Daolong's level, employing threats felt beneath him. He considered himself to be of superior stature. Moreover, rather than threatening Lin Zhe to withdraw from Jiang Qinghua, it would be more advantageous to have him as an ally. Yet, Bai Daolong did not anticipate that Lin Zhe's cunning would astonish him, revealing that this young man was difficult to manipulate. Not smiling anymore. That indicates I have guessed correctly. It seems I shall need to find Jiang Qinghua a new agent, Lin Zhe said nonchalantly. No need for a change, as regardless of who it is, they will ultimately heed my words. True enough. Well, since you are aware of my intentions, I shall be direct. I have taken a liking to Jiang Qinghua, but after 2 years of pursuit, I have made little progress. She seems to regard you favorably, and I believe you could assist me. Lin Zhe smiled. But Bai Daolong, what of me? I too wish to be with Jiang Qinghua. Bai Daolong's expression darkened, a menacing aura radiating from his eyes, causing the temperature in the interrogation room to plummet. Lin Zhe, do not court death. Jiang Qinghua is solely mine. Bai Daolong, your behavior is beneath you. You are the most esteemed heir of Haicheng, yet here you are threatening me. Are you lacking in confidence? Damn it. In an instant, Lin Zhe had Bai Daolong restrained. Truth be told, Bai Daolong had no desire to resort to threats. However, having learned from Jiang Qinghua's agent that Lin Zhe was the object of her affections for many years, the revelation that Lin Zhe also wished to be with Jiang Qinghua provoked a sense of urgency. Given Jiang Qinghua's feelings for Lin Zhe, it would not take much for them to be together. Thus, Bai Daolong was in a state of alarm, fully aware that he had numerous methods to deal with Lin Zhe. However, what he sought was Jiang Qinghua's heart. Even if he were to eliminate Lin Zhe, what purpose would it serve if he could not obtain her affection? Care for a smoke? Bai Daolong inquired suddenly. Just extinguished one, Lin Zhe replied. Bai Daolong lit a cigarette for himself and began to smoke leisurely. Yet, after only a few puffs, he discarded the cigarette but onto the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. Rising to his feet, he declared, "Give me 3 months. Within this period, do not pursue her. If, after 3 months, I have not won her over, I shall withdraw." Very well, Lin Zhe chuckled in response. He agreed, as Bai Daolong had indeed assisted him once, and he felt it was only fair to grant him this favor. However, while he acquiesced to Bai Daolong's request to refrain from courting Jiang Qinghua, he made no promise to abstain from kissing her. Bai Daolong nodded and departed swiftly. leaving Lin Zhe lost in contemplation. He had initially perceived High City's foremost young master as a mere scion of privilege. Yet he discovered that he was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Shortly after Bai Daolong's exit, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more. Lin Zhe then observed Deputy Director Liu accompanying an irate middle-aged man into the room. The visitor was none other than Lin Zhe's estranged father, Lin Xiaotian. However, upon seeing him, Lin Zhe was struck by how much he resembled Lin Nanchong, particularly in those piercing eyes, as if they had been carved from the same mold. As Lin Zhe scrutinized him, Lin Xiaotian was glaring at Lin Zhe with palpable fury. "Wretch, kneel before me," he commanded. Initially, Lin Xiaotian had felt apprehensive about this encounter, contemplating whether to appeal to Lin Zhe's emotions in hopes of leniency, especially with Bai Daolong still present at the police station. Yet upon learning that Bai Daolong had departed, he felt emboldened. Lin Zhe found amusement in this shift, recognizing that Lin Xiaotian's newfound bravado stemmed from the absence of Bai Daolong. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air from the entrance of the interrogation room. "Lin Xiaotian, what gives you the audacity to demand Lin Zhe kneel?" Chapter 71. I knew you were feigning. Lin Xiaotian was incensed. How dare anyone question his authority, especially a woman? Had she lost her senses? "Who are you to challenge me, Lin Xiaotian?" he retorted disdainfully, swiftly turning to confront the source of the insolence. Yet, in the next instant, the fury etched on his face drained away, replaced by a pallor of fear. "Miss Shun, I apologize. I did not realize it was you," Lin Xiaotian stammered. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smirk. He turned his gaze and spotted a striking figure standing confidently at the doorway. Her charming visage was strikingly cold, with even her doe-like eyes shrouded in an unsettling frost. The entire demeanor exuded an extraordinary sharpness, starkly contrasting her usual enchanting self. Who else could it be but Shin Tianli? "What brings you here?" Lin Zhe inquired. Shin Tianli replied with a coy smile. "I called you, and a police officer answered, informing me of your predicament, so I rushed over." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian's heart quivered. From the exchange between Lin Zhe and Shin Tianli, he discerned that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but cast a glance at Lin Zhe, pondering how this scoundrel had forged connections with so many influential figures. Not only had he established ties with Bai Daolong, but he also seemed to have an impressive rapport with the young lady of the Shin family. Yet, Lin Xiaotian felt no fear regarding Lin Zhe's associations. Instead, he felt a surge of delight. He believed that if he sweetened Lin Zhe's disposition, the latter would facilitate connections between him and the Bai and Shin families. Once the Lin family allied with these two illustrious clans, prosperity would surely follow. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaotian hastily proclaimed, "Lin Zhe, I acknowledge my wrongdoing today. I've caused you distress. My intention was to foster harmony among you brothers and avoid further discord, which is why I thought to teach you a lesson. I even informed the police to release you after a brief detention." Lin Zhe chuckled. The ordeal he endured, from being taken from the company entrance to the police station and then into the interrogation room, was far from a mere brief confinement. Had it not been for Bai Daolong's timely intervention, several officers might have resorted to more sinister means against him. Seeing Lin Zhe laugh, Lin Xiaotian mistakenly believed his words had struck a chord. Inwardly, he reveled in his perceived cleverness, thinking, he remains as naive as ever, a few flattering words, and he is utterly disarmed. However, as Lin Xiaotian's thoughts flitted through his mind, Lin Zhe's smile vanished. His expression transformed, his gaze sharpening into a piercing glare directed at Lin Xiaotian. In that instant of eye contact, Lin Xiaotian was overwhelmed by a palpable sense of oppressive terror emanating from Lin Zhe. How could he feel fear towards this scoundrel? It must be the presence of the young lady from the Shin family that unnerved him. With that realization, Lin Xiaotian breathed a silent sigh of relief. Shin Tianli too sensed the formidable aura radiating from Lin Zhe. A shiver ran down her spine. This rogue had previously lived in a state of subservience within the Lin household, and it was rumored he feared Lin Xiaotian. Yet now, his gaze was strikingly formidable. Could it be that the torment he endured at the hands of the Lin family had birthed a deep-seated resentment? It must be so. It seems I ought to treat this rogue with greater kindness in the future. At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly chuckled coldly and said, "Lin Xiaotian, do you think I am still as foolish as I once was? Do you believe that a few flattering words from you would move me to the point of offering my life?" Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lin Xiaotian silently cursed, "Beast, If it weren't for the fear of provoking the young lady of the Shin family, do you think I would waste my breath on you? However, despite his inner thoughts, Lin Xiaotian forced a smile and replied, Son, how could you say such a thing? I truly recognize my errors. Lin Zhe, with a cold smile, retorted, What? Are you trying to play the emotional card? Lin Xiaotian, what are you even worth? Either kneel and apologize, or get lost. It is already 5:47. If I am still here at 6 o'clock, Lin Xiaotian, the piece of land your Lin family has been eyeing will be seized by the Shin family. Shun Tianli echoed, her words laced with a palpable threat. It must be said, Shun Tianli had a knack for manipulation. Lin Xiaotian's heart trembled. He had never anticipated that Shun Tianli would support Lin Zhe to such an extent. The piece of land she referred to was a crucial project for the Lin family in the latter half of the year. If developed properly, it could yield profits in the hundreds of millions. Should the Shun family indeed pursue it, the Lin family would not dare to contest and would willingly withdraw. Silently cursing Lin Zhe with various derogatory terms, Lin Xiaotian initially intended to relent. However, upon observing Lin Zhe's arrogant demeanor, an overwhelming fury surged within him. A beast, whom he had cast out of the family, now dared to assert dominance over him. Truth be told, at that moment, Lin Xiaotian harbored a strong desire to eliminate Lin Zhe. Yet he restrained himself, for he could not afford to offend the young lady of the Shin family. Suppressing his anger and humiliation, Lin Xiaotian knelt down. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lin Zhe, I am sorry, I was wrong in today's matter. And I hope you can forgive me. Forgive? For what? Dream on. No need to rush, just wait. There will come a day when the Lin family will face utter ruin, Lin Zhe replied expressionlessly. Lin Xiaotian cast a resentful glance at Lin Zhe before exiting the interrogation room. As he left, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, becoming considerably lighter. Lin Zhe, who had just moments ago exuded an intimidating aura, now appeared pitiful as he looked at Shin Tianli. Come, let me give you a hug, Shin Tianli said with a flirtatious smile. You little rogue, you truly excel at theatrics. Just a moment ago, you were so formidable. How is it that you now look so pitiful? Acting. I am merely feeling wronged. It was clearly Lin Nan who provoked me first, and I only retaliated. Yet, as our father, Lin Xiaotian indiscriminately allowed the police to apprehend me. As he spoke, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly turned red. Shin Tianli felt a stirring in her heart. She had just doubted that Lin Zhe was merely seeking to deceive her with an embrace, but upon hearing his words, especially when she noticed the redness in his eyes, Shin Tianli realized that he was genuinely aggrieved. Upon reflection, it was understandable. How could anyone feel at ease when their own father showed such favoritism towards an adopted son? At this moment, he must not only feel wronged, but also deeply saddened. Perhaps, by offering him a hug, she could truly soothe his wounded heart. Shin Tianli took a few steps forward and embraced Lin Zhe. He enveloped her alluring figure tightly in his arms, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Shin Tianli, you truly are a captivating soul. Her heart lightened at his words, but just as she was about to respond, a sudden shiver ran through her, and her enchanting visage flushed with a tempting hue. Embarrassed and irritated, she retorted, You rogue, I knew you were feigning it. Remove your hands from my backside. Chapter 72. I have a plan. I won't relinquish what I have earned through my own efforts, Lin Zhe declared with conviction. Shin Tianli was momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she gazed at him, a smile blooming like a flower. You shameless creature. If you dare touch my backside again, you'll be spending the night here, she warned. Damn, what a fierce little lady, he teased, delivering a playful slap to her sweet derriere. A sultry sound escaped Shin Tianli's lips, sending a thrill through Lin Zhe. With a grin, he asked, When will you fulfill the promise you made to me today? What promise? Shin Tianli replied coyly, feigning ignorance, though she was well aware of her earlier commitment. Lin Zhe, holding her soft and fragrant form, reminded her, This morning, you said that once I treated your friend, I could have my reward. Is that so? I don't recall. She replied, shaking her head playfully. Stop shaking. I'm getting dizzy, he said, and she burst into laughter. However, her laughter was short-lived as Lin Zhe leaned in to kiss her. His lips were irresistibly soft and intoxicating. Shin Tianli felt an urge to push him away. Yet the electric sensation was simply too enthralling. Her heart raced, and she found the thrill exhilarating. Perhaps she had become somewhat addicted to his kisses. As she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and began to kiss him back, Time slipped away as they indulged in their embrace until an unexpected knock on the door jolted them back to reality. Shun Tianli's cheeks flushed as she pushed Lindsay away. He glanced at her face ablaze, her eyes shimmering with allure, truly captivating. The visitor at the door was a police officer. "What brings you here?" Lindsay inquired, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Damn it. After much effort to steal a kiss from Shun Tianli, I am now interrupted. A young lady with the surname Su is looking for you." The other party spoke in a low voice. "Su? Could it be Su Qingxue? Why has she come?" "Understood." Lindsay dismissed the person. He yearned to kiss Shun Tianli once more. After all, he had not yet had his fill, and during the kiss, he could also engage in other pursuits. Shun Tianli escaped from Lindsay's embrace, well aware that she could not allow him to kiss her again. Should it continue, complications would undoubtedly arise. After all, when Lindsay had kissed her earlier, she distinctly felt a burgeoning desire within her, a craving that was voraciously consuming her rationality. If Lindsay were to kiss her again, it would certainly lead to trouble. Shun Tianli had no intention of relinquishing her purity to this rogue so soon. "You rogue. We agreed that we could only kiss once a day, and you've already had your turn," Shun Tianli protested. Lindsay chuckled. "Then let me advance tomorrow's kiss." "We won't kiss again tomorrow." Shun Tianli looked at Lindsay in exasperation. This rogue was truly shameless. It was the first time she had heard of prepaying a kiss. With a playful scold, she retorted, "You think too highly of yourself. First, go deal with Su Qingxue, and based on your performance, I'll decide whether to permit another kiss." Agreed. Once Lindsay reclaimed his belongings, the two exited the police station together. Su Qingxue stood before her luxurious car, undeniably stunning. Even in a simple dress, her beauty was captivating, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Upon spotting Lindsay, she appeared somewhat agitated. Half an hour ago, she had called Lindsay, hoping for a heartfelt conversation, but it was a police officer who answered. Only then did she learn that Lindsay had been brought to the police station due to his altercation with Lin Nan, instigated by Lin Xiaotian. Panicking, Su Qingxue rushed over, fearing Lindsay might be wronged, even contacting some high-ranking officials in law enforcement. In her haste to arrive, she had disregarded numerous traffic signals. Although she had never visited such a place, she knew Lin Xiaotian would not easily forgive Lindsay, especially since he had expelled Lindsay from his home for the sake of that adopted son. She resolved that once she saw Lindsay, she would spare no effort to rescue him, followed by a comforting embrace. However, her excitement dissipated almost instantly upon seeing Shun Tianli. A chilling wave washed over her, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. From head to toe, she felt an overwhelming coldness. An unprecedented sorrow enveloped Su Qingxue, as if her heart were being mercilessly pierced by a blade. The pain rendered her almost unable to stand. "Su Qingxue, you arrived late. Lindsay has been rescued by me," Shun Tianli said with a sly smile, her words layered with double meanings, a clear declaration of triumph. Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming sadness engulf her. She wanted to cry, for there were so many things she yearned to express to Lindsay. Yet, in that moment, words eluded her. With a forced smile, she managed to say, "It's good that you're out." As she spoke, Su Qingxue turned and got into her car. Once she left the police station, her tears could no longer be restrained. She wept bitterly as she drove, the haunting lyrics of a song echoing in her mind. "You say you love someone you shouldn't." The song, a gift from Lindsay, had been transformed into her ringtone. When her phone rang, it was her notorious friend calling. With tears streaming down her face, Su Qingxue answered. "Where are you? What is going on?" Her friend inquired. "Qianqian, where are you?" Su Qingxue sobbed. Her friend, Zhao Qianqian, was one of the few who knew about her marriage to Lindsay and the reasons behind it. Upon hearing that Su Qingxue had collaborated with the Lin family, Qianqian felt a surge of frustration. Her friend had a knack for stepping on Lindsay's landmines. "I truly didn't mean to. During that time, I had just reconnected with Ji Zifeng, and my thoughts were consumed by him." Neglecting Lindsay's feelings, Su Qingxue explained through her tears. "Darling, your explanations are futile. The damage to Lindsay has already been done, regardless of the reasons," Qianqian replied. "Do you think I'm really going to lose Lindsay?" Su Qingxue cried. "It's hard to say. You first divorced Lindsay for Ji Zifeng, which was already a blow to him. Now, collaborating with the Lin family has made things worse. Even I am unwilling to associate with you," Qianqian responded. Su Qingxue wept even more fiercely. "Stop crying for a moment. Tell me, do you genuinely want to win Lindsay back?" Su Qingxue nodded vigorously. "This is no easy task. Is there something about you that Lindsay particularly cherishes? Through her sobs, Su Qingxue managed to say, he wants to be intimate with me, and he really likes my legs. Qianqian couldn't help but laugh at this revelation. Lindsay appears so refined. I never imagined he would be so daring. But with your looks and figure, even I, as a woman, would be tempted. Let alone a man. Su Qingxue burst into tears once more. Qianqian, I am feeling quite despondent. Could you please be a bit more serious? Stop crying. I have a way for you to win Lindsay back. Su Qingxue was taken aback. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Zhao Qianqian and promptly inquired, what method? Chapter 73. He is indeed skilled at seduction. Zhao Qianqian succinctly replied. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned. Seduce him? Indeed. Does he not have a penchant for your legs and a desire to share a bed with you? Then, you should utilize your strengths, exuding your charm to make his heart ache with longing. But he currently shows no interest in me, Su Qingxue said, her expression dim. Foolish girl. His indifference stems from your previous shortcomings, which have wounded his heart. However, that does not negate his attraction to your legs and his desire for you. Trust me. I understand men exceedingly well. Will it truly work? Su Qingxue asked, doubtful. Are you questioning my abilities, my dear? Would you like me to demonstrate? Su Qingxue was left speechless. But how would you demonstrate? Zhao Qianqian had already picked up her phone. After searching through her contacts, she pointed to a profile picture showcasing a chiseled abdomen and said, this fitness coach has always looked down on me. Every time I work out, he scrutinizes me as if I were an eyesore. Today, I shall show him the prowess of a top-notch seductress. As she spoke, Zhao Qianqian clicked on the coach's profile. Clearing her throat, she adopted a particularly coy tone that sent shivers down Su Qingxue's spine, exclaiming, Geizhai, what should I do? I want to roll on your abs. Qianqian, you are revolting. Zhao Qianqian chuckled. Indeed, it is quite distasteful, yet strangely, men fall for this. No sooner had she spoken than her phone chimed with a message notification from the fitness coach. How are you rolling? Zhao Qianqian showed the message to Su Qingxue. Well, did you see? It worked. Su Qingxue looked at Zhao Qianqian, bewildered. Is this really how it works? Doubt it. Just wait and see. Unless something goes awry, he will soon begin bombarding me with messages. As she spoke, another message arrived. You can't be serious. Did you lose a game of truth or dare? Qianqian, don't mess with me. Reply to him. If you don't respond, I'll come find you right now. Zhao Qianqian turned off her phone, unimpressed. See, men are just like this. But Lindsay is not that kind of person, Su Qingxue countered. Zhao Qianqian laughed. Lindsay may not be like that, but your beauty and alluring figure are undeniable. If you learn to leverage your advantages, he would eventually be so enchanted that he would be willing to give you everything. What do you suggest I do to seduce him? Su Qingxue blurted out. Zhao Qianqian paused, taken aback by the question. The once aloof and dignified friend unexpectedly posed this question, revealing her genuine desire to be with Lindsay. Do you truly wish to be with him? Su Qingxue. Her eyes reddened, nodded affirmatively. Before my divorce, I believed I was in love with Ji Zifeng. As you know, he has always been my white moonlight. However, after the divorce, seeing Lindsay grow close to other girls drove me to despair, while Ji Zifeng's proximity to other girls elicited no emotion in me whatsoever. This morning, when I inquired about your feelings, I realized I might have developed feelings for Lindsay, albeit I was hesitant to confirm it. It seems Lindsay has indeed devoted himself to you over these past 3 years, Zhao Qianqian remarked with a hint of admiration. Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. He has treated me remarkably well. I recall once when I fell ill, he was more distressed than I was, spending nights by my side to care for me. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down Su Qingxue's cheeks once more. In that moment, she had not fully appreciated Lindsay's care. But it was only upon losing him that she recognized the significance of those seemingly trivial acts, which had now become her deepest desires. Listening to Su Qingxue's recount, Zhao Qianqian's eyes glimmered with envy. Qingxue, do you remember that time your car broke down in the middle of the night? Lindsay couldn't reach you and called me instead. You had no idea how frantic he was, as if he had lost his most cherished treasure. At that moment, I truly envied you, envious of having a boy who was wholly devoted to you. Su Qingxue's tears flowed more freely. How could she forget? She remembered clearly that when Lindsay finally found her waiting for a tow on the roadside, he took off his down jacket and insistently draped it over her shoulders, silently embracing her. In that cold winter night, she distinctly felt his body tremble, a testament to his fear. It was then that Su Qingxue first heard the palpable rhythm of her own heartbeat. Her vision blurred completely. Some memories are best left untouched. For the more one dwells on them, the more painful they become. Tell me, did Ji Zifeng ever touch you? Zhao Qianqian suddenly inquired. Su Qingxue hastily wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, No, I have never allowed any man other than Lin Zhe to touch me, not even a finger. Oh, what do you mean? Have you allowed Lin Zhe to touch you? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. Zhao Qianqian's question startled her, momentarily distracting her from her tears. Yet, she did not wish to conceal the truth from her dear friend. Yes, I have let him touch me, she replied, her voice laced with shyness. Zhao Qianqian was instantly invigorated. Come, share the details. Did you hold hands? Or kiss? Or perhaps something more intimate? Su Qingxue felt her embarrassment deepen. She was not a shy person, yet the questions posed by her best friend were undeniably provocative. Su Qingxue's voice was as soft as a whisper. Zhao Qianqian grew increasingly excited. Lin Zhe is quite impressive, isn't he? Without making a sound, he managed to have you. Tell me, when did he take you? The day I proposed divorce. We had already come to an agreement, but after he sat on the ground and cried, when he got up, it was as if he transformed into a different person, clinging to me. I was so dazed by his kisses that I ended up sleeping with him. As she recounted these events, Su Qingxue felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground. Yet, the memories of that day continually resurfaced in her mind. Ha. Lin Zhe is quite the character, Zhao Qianqian remarked. Come on, stop with the teasing and tell me how I should seduce him. Zhao Qianqian chuckled. I've already told you what to do. Doesn't he have a thing for your legs? So show them off. Wear stockings, in all kinds of colors and styles, to entice him. But what if he wants to sleep with me? Should I let him? Are you hoping he would? Zhao Qianqian teased. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed, leaving her speechless. However, silence can often imply consent. Zhao Qianqian was taken aback. You really want him to? Are you addicted to being with him? He certainly knows how to please. Su Qingxue murmured softly. Chapter 74. Afraid of getting drunk, Zhao Qianqian looked at Su Qingxue with a knowing gaze. How good is he? Su Qingxue suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, what am I saying? Her cheeks were as red as the evening sky. Qianqian, stop it. I'm feeling quite overwhelmed. Zhao Qianqian, with a smile, said, You've already been intimate, so what is there to feel overwhelmed about? Listen to me, starting tonight. Wear some sexy stockings and send him a picture. But what if he doesn't? He reply. Why so lacking in confidence? You truly don't realize how alluring you are. Su Qingxue's face reddened further. She knew well how attractive her figure was, especially when adorned in stockings and high heels. After all, Lin Zhe had already proven this through his actions. Qianqian, do you think this tactic might be a bit too much? Too provocative? Su Qingxue nodded, blushing deeply. Zhao Qianqian laughed. Being provocative with someone you like is called passion. Trust me, the phrase love grows over time is more than just a saying. Understanding her friend's meaning. Su Qingxue's face flushed with an enticing hue. By the way, my dear sister, aside from marrying Ji Zifeng and collaborating with the Lin family, you haven't done anything to harm Lin Zhe, have you? I hope there's nothing I don't know about, because if Lin Zhe ignores you, I don't want to hear you crying to me. Zhao Qianqian inquired curiously. Su Qingxue fell silent, suddenly reminded of the sports car she had once gifted to Ji Zifeng. To be honest, she now wishes she could return to that day when she gifted Ji Zifeng a sports car and deliver herself a resounding slap. Why was she in such a hurry to present him with a car? Could she not have waited until they were certain of each other's feelings before doing so? Why the silence? Could it be that you have committed other transgressions against Lin Zhe? Zhao Qianqian inquired. Su Qingxue, feeling dejected, replied, after Ji Zifeng returned. I gave him a sports car. Zhao Qianqian gasped in surprise. Does Lin Zhe know about this? Su Qingxue nodded, her heart heavy. He knows. Zhao Qianqian looked at Su Qingxue with an expression of disbelief. Sister, what were you thinking? I know you are wealthy, and a sports car is nothing to you. But you have been married to Lin Zhe for 3 years and have never given him such a gift. It's no wonder Lin Zhe doesn't want to engage with you anymore. If I were him, I wouldn't want to either. Su Qingxue felt tears welling up. Qianqian, I truly didn't mean to. At that time, I thought I liked Ji Zifeng, so I bought the car in advance. But when I actually presented it to him, I immediately regretted it. Zhao Qianqian sighed in exasperation. You have truly plunged a knife into Lin Zhe's heart. If Ji Zifeng were just anyone, it might be forgivable, but he is Lin Zhe's archrival, and one who is utterly inferior to Lin Zhe. Consequently, you have delivered a resounding slap to Lin Zhe on behalf of Ji Zifeng. Although Zhao Qianqian and Su Qingxue attended different universities, they were close friends. And Su Qingxue had confided in her about these matters. Su Qingxue's tears flowed like a torrential flood. She was already feeling despondent. But her friend's words pierced her heart like daggers. Su Qingxue understood that this was not her friend's fault. It was simply the consequence of her own poor choices. Observing Su Qingxue in such distress, Zhao Qianqian spoke softly, "Do not cry. Although you have acted in such an outrageous manner, at least your body remains unblemished. And you have only allowed Lindsay to touch you. This is a small mercy amidst your misfortune. Listen to me, from this moment on. Sever all ties with Jizifeng. No man would appreciate his partner being too close to another man. I have already made it clear to Jizifeng that there is no possibility of a relationship." Su Qingxue wept. "Well, merely clarifying is not enough. You should also retrieve the gifts you gave him." Su Qingxue nodded through her tears. Even without her friend's urging, she would have reclaimed them, although it seemed rather uncouth. She did not want to cause Lindsay any further discontent. "Besides the gifts, what else have you done for Jizifeng?" "I booked him a presidential suite at our hotel since he had nowhere to stay." Zhao Qianqian was astonished. "You have been quite kind to him. Have you visited his room?" Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. "You did not bring Jizifeng to your home with Lindsay, did you?" "No, he wanted to. But I didn't allow him." Zhao Qianqian sighed in relief. "Very well. You have not committed any fundamental errors that cannot be rectified. Now, stop crying and listen to me." Su Qingxue quickly wiped away her tears. "From this moment forward, gather your emotions and use your beauty to entice him. He will surely take the bait." Su Qingxue nodded in agreement. At the same time, after Lindsay finished dining with Shun Tianli, they returned to Shun Tianli's villa. Fearing that Lindsay might continue to kiss her, Shun Tianli retreated to her room early. Lindsay had his own matters to attend to and did not disturb her. Once in his room, Lindsay first recorded a rendition of Tu Ronde, performing it himself. Although he had fallen out with Su Qingxue, he was determined to earn his keep. Lindsay, being an adult, would not abandon his financial pursuits over such trivial matters. After completing the recording, Lindsay did not send it to Su Qingxue immediately. Instead, he planned to have someone deliver it to Ji Shanshan later. Once he dealt with Ji Shanshan's affairs, Lindsay recorded another performance before sending the video to Jiang Qingwei. Jiang Qingwei had just hung up from a call with Bai Daolong, feeling somewhat vexed. Indeed, Bai Daolong had once again professed his feelings for her over the phone, and this time, it was more direct than ever. Yet, Jiang Qingwei rejected him once more, informing him that she had someone she liked. She did not disclose to Bai Daolong that her affections were for Lin Zhe, not out of reluctance, but from a desire to spare Lin Zhe any unnecessary trouble. She was acutely aware of Bai Daolong's prestigious family background, which allowed him to wield considerable influence in Haiqing. As she was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Qingwei received a short video from Lin Zhe. She quickly opened it. When Lin Zhe's enchanting voice filled the air, Jiang Qingwei momentarily forgot all her troubles and began to listen intently. However, by the time she finished the song, her face was already streaked with tears. She felt an overwhelming sadness. Her heart ached not for herself, but for Lin Zhe. How deeply must he have been wounded to compose such poignant lyrics? She wished to comfort him. Thus, she replied to Lin Zhe, "Do you want a drink?" "I do, but I fear getting drunk," he quickly responded. Jiang Qingwei, puzzled, replied, "What's there to be afraid of in getting drunk?" "Mainly, I fear that if I get drunk, I might want to kiss you." Jiang Qingwei's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. With trembling fingers, she replied to Lin Zhe, "Perhaps if I get drunk, I might want to kiss you too." "Wow, is that a possibility?" Lin Zhe, who was preparing to practice his stance, suddenly felt invigorated. He swiftly got up and dashed toward Jiang Qingwei's villa. As the door to the villa swung open, Lin Zhe was instantly captivated by Jiang Qingwei's attire. Draped in a delicate cream silk nightgown, she enveloped herself completely. However, the fabric clung to her alluring figure, exquisitely accentuating her sensual curves. The contours were captivating. Lin Zhe was aware of Jiang Qingwei's exceptional physique, yet he was astonished by its remarkable allure, rivaling even that of Su Qingxue. Particularly striking was her slender waist, which was undeniably enticing, igniting a desire within Lin Zhe to touch it and experience its softness. Yet, what captivated Lin Zhe most were Jiang Qingwei's lips. Their shape was exquisite, adorned with a luscious sheen. Her crimson lips, vividly vibrant, created a striking contrast against her fair cheeks, especially when she spoke. The casual glide of her pink tongue along her lips was utterly mesmerizing. Strangely, despite her seemingly innocent appearance, she exuded a beguiling aura of purity intertwined with desire. Lindsay had not consumed any alcohol, yet he felt a delightful dizziness enveloping him. Upon noticing Lindsay, Jiang Qingyue smiled shyly. In the presence of others, she always maintained an air of aloofness, akin to the radiant moon in the sky, evoking reverence and restraint. However, when facing Lindsay, particularly during their eye contact, she displayed a charming shyness. She wished it were different. The mere thought of the last message she sent to Lindsay sent her heart racing. Lindsay chuckled and remarked, "Jiang Qingyue, you are a bit excessive." Jiang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat as she cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by excessive?" "Simply too beautiful," Lindsay responded with a playful compliment. Jiang Qingyue's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. The weighty allure of her presence seemed to quiver with her coyness. It was utterly intoxicating. Lindsay swallowed hard. Entering the living room, Jiang Qingyue suggested, "Lindsay, the wine is in the cellar on the lower floor. There's a place to enjoy cigars and music. Shall we go there?" "That sounds delightful," Lindsay replied with a cheerful grin. As they descended to the lower level, Lindsay was immediately enamored by the space. It boasted a gym, a cinema, a wine cellar, and an array of amenities. The wine cellar was expansive, housing an impressive collection of various wines. "What would you like to drink?" Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile. "What do you enjoy?" "I prefer red wine, though my tolerance is rather limited," Lindsay admitted. "That's just perfect." Jiang Qingyue tilted her head, her expression reflecting confusion at Lindsay's response. Her subtle gestures were surprisingly endearing. Lindsay, grinning, explained, "If you don't get drunk, how will I ever kiss you?" Jiang Qingyue's delicate face instantly flushed a vibrant crimson, her heartbeat quickening. She feigned ignorance of Lindsay's remarks, turning instead to fetch a bottle of red wine. "Allow me to open it," Lindsay offered. In her flustered state, Jiang Qingyue hastily handed him the wine. As Lindsay took the bottle, his fingers brushed against hers, causing her cheeks to redden even more. She quickly withdrew her hand. Noticing her reaction, Lindsay chuckled. "Why are you so tense? It's as if I were about to devour you." "And no, you're not going to devour me," Jiang Qingyue stammered. She longed to convey to Lindsay that her anxiety stemmed from the rapid beating of her heart whenever she laid eyes on him, yet the words eluded her. "Then why the nervousness? Or is it that you wish to consume me?" With a giggle, Jiang Qingyue laughed heartily at his jest, finding him quite amusing. After the wine was uncorked, Lindsay accompanied her to the adjacent cigar lounge, which boasted an impressive collection of cigars. "Do you smoke cigars, Jiang Qingyue?" he casually inquired. Jiang Qingyue panicked momentarily, hastily explaining, No, I don't smoke. I once endorsed a cigar brand, and they gifted me a plethora of cigars. Since I have no male friends, I simply kept them." She was keen to avoid leaving Lindsay with any negative impressions. That brand was quite remarkable. Typically, cigar endorsers are male, yet they chose a female to leverage the contrast for marketing. Likely a brilliant strategy. Jiang Qingyue nodded. "Their sales are quite impressive. Would you like to try one?" She eagerly sprang to her feet, resembling a devoted and graceful wife, and promptly retrieved a cigar for Lindsay, then knelt down to serve it to him. In that position, her silk nightgown tightened alluringly, accentuating her seductive figure. Lindsay stole a few glances before diverting his gaze elsewhere. It wasn't that he didn't wish to admire her. Rather, Jiang Qingyue's allure was overwhelming. He feared that if he continued to look, he might lose his self-control. If she were Su Qingxue or Shen Tianli, he would have been more unabashed. But Jiang Qingyue was different. Their relationship had not yet reached a level that afforded him such liberties. Primarily, Lindsay wished to avoid any possibility of her accusing him of harassment. The cigar was soon lit. Lindsay reclined comfortably on the plush sofa, legs crossed, sipping his red wine and taking a drag from the cigar, feeling at ease. Jiang Qingyue had witnessed many individuals smoking cigars, yet none had ever struck her as so effortlessly elegant and handsome as Lindsay. "By the way, have you listened to the new song?" Lindsay casually asked. Jiang Qingyue nodded. "It's beautiful, though listening to mine brings a touch of melancholy." Lindsay's heart skipped a beat. "What's the matter? Have you been in love?" No, I've never mentioned it. I simply believe your lyrics are exquisite," Jiang Qingyue hastily clarified. Lindsay exhaled in relief. He had no desire for women who had been touched by others. "I see. Come, let us drink," Lindsay said with a smile. Jiang Qingyue promptly raised her glass. As the wine slipped down her throat, Her charming face flushed a rosy hue, and her gaze began to take on a dreamy quality. Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. Yet, in her slightly dazed state, she appeared tantalizingly alluring, particularly captivating. As their eyes met, Jiang Qinghua suddenly smiled seductively. Lindsay, you truly are handsome. Oh dear, she was definitely tipsy. Such bold words would never escape her lips otherwise. Lindsay chuckled. I am aware, but you are equally beautiful. Then tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Su Qingxue? How to say? Each possesses their own beauty. This was not mere flattery. Lindsay genuinely felt that both women had their unique allure. If Su Qingxue was a resplendent rose, then Jiang Qinghua was a pure snow lotus. However, this snow lotus was currently exuding a hint of seduction. Jiang Qinghua, clearly dissatisfied with Lindsay's response, hooked her arm around his and swayed. If you say I'm beautiful, then I shall grant you a kiss. Chapter 76. I can still drink. Lindsay felt a surge of excitement. He certainly wished to kiss Jiang Qinghua. He had longed for it ever since he beheld her luscious red lips at the door. Thus, he smiled, tonight. You are even more enchanting than she. Jiang Qinghua was pleased. With a playful laugh, she stood and, somewhat unsteadily, approached Lindsay. Be careful, Lindsay cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qinghua tumbled into his embrace. The moment her delicate form nestled against him, Lindsay was immediately enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance that stirred his heart. Yet, even more provocative was the soft, supple nature of Jiang Qinghua's body. Goodness! It was utterly irresistible. How could she be so tender? Lindsay recalled a saying, women are made of water. Jiang Qinghua wrapped her arms around Lindsay's neck, laughing. Since I am more beautiful, and you are now divorced from her, would you consider being with me? I promise, not only can I grant you kisses, but I can offer you much more. Just between us, my figure rivals that of Su Qingxue. Lindsay inquired with a smile, what does being together mean? To be my boyfriend, of course. If our feelings deepen, we can marry. Rest assured, I want to be like Su Qingxue, who, even after marriage, pines for others. I will cherish you for a lifetime. Lindsay could no longer smile. His heart sank considerably. As a scoundrel, devoid of moral principles, Lindsay had always adhered to the tenet of not initiating, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. However, now Jiang Qinghua unexpectedly desired to be with him, and furthermore, to marry him in the future. How could Lindsay possibly agree to such a proposition? It was not that Jiang Qinghua was unworthy of being with him or marrying him, but Lindsay was acutely aware that once married, he would have to relinquish an entire forest. This was, quite evidently, an unbearable thought for him. With a faint smile, Lindsay suggested, Jiang Qinghua, you've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you upstairs for some rest. No, you must promise me, Jiang Qinghua protested, swaying her alluring figure playfully. Let us discuss it when you're sober, Lindsay replied, maintaining a chilling composure. Jiang Qinghua, displeased, pouted her enticing red lips and gazed at him with a look of innocent reproach. Do you still have feelings for Su Qingxue? Not at all, Lindsay admitted candidly. Then why won't you be with me? Because I'm a scoundrel, Lindsay chuckled lightly. A scoundrel without responsibility. In that case, be a scoundrel with me. And I want to require you to take responsibility. Lindsay was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. Yet, he understood that her inebriation was the catalyst for such audacious words. Although he acknowledged his own shortcomings, he had no desire to exploit her vulnerability. He preferred a mutual affection, for such moments were most pleasurable when both parties were willing. Jiang Qinghua, you've had too much to drink. I haven't tea. I can still drink more, she declared, as she seized Lindsay's glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Lindsay felt a rush of exhilaration. The effects of the alcohol hit swiftly, and Jiang Qinghua curled up in his embrace, as docile as a kitten. Lindsay, my heart feels heavy. Could you soothe it for me? She grasped his hand, attempting to place it over her heart. Lindsay was profoundly taken aback, hastily retracting his hand from her grasp. If I were to do that, he thought, I would undoubtedly succumb to temptation tonight. Jiang Qinghua, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you upstairs. No, I don't want assistance. I want to be carried. Carry me upstairs. Very well, Lindsay conceded, lifting her effortlessly and ascending the stairs. With her arms wrapped around his neck, Jiang Qinghua beamed at him. Lindsay, you are truly handsome. May I steal a kiss? Don't be foolish. Lindsay hurriedly replied. Yet, Jiang Qinghua was undeterred. She leaned in and placed a kiss on his Adam's apple. Lindsay was overwhelmed by her boldness, his heart racing as he quickened his pace. After laying Jiang Qingwei on the bed, he retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. This was utterly exasperating. Did she not realize that a man's Adam's apple should not be treated so lightly? After lingering in the restroom for quite some time and unwittingly wasting an immeasurable amount of cold water, Lindsay finally managed to subdue the illicit fire within him. Upon exiting the restroom, he cast a glance at Jiang Qingwei, who had surprisingly fallen asleep. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated his attention was the sight of her silk nightgown, which had provocatively risen to her thighs. Her two snow-white legs lay exposed, unabashedly in Lindsay's line of sight. Damn it! The illicit fire that Lindsay had so painstakingly quelled began to stir once more. Unable to remain any longer, he hurriedly made his exit. Little did he know that shortly after he departed, the seemingly slumbering Jiang Qingwei suddenly opened her eyes. Despite having been inebriated earlier, her eyes now sparkled with clarity, devoid of any trace of drunkenness. Staring at the ceiling in a daze for a moment, she let out a soft sigh, murmuring to herself, "It appears that Lindsay still has feelings for Su Qingxue. Winning him over will not be an easy feat upon returning to Shun Tianli's villa." Lindsay's heart finally found tranquility. He began to practice his stances, a nightly ritual he deemed essential. Driven by the desire to enhance his physique, he also aimed to refine the techniques imparted to him by the old man. After enduring over an hour of strenuous practice, Lindsay collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. After a brief respite, he entered the bathroom, drenched in sweat. Once he had showered and lay on his bed, his mind wandered back to Jiang Qingyue's words from earlier that evening. To be honest, her behavior instilled in him a sense of danger. Having traversed into this world, he only wished to engage physically, not emotionally. However, Jiang Qingyue's intentions appeared to lean towards the latter. For Lindsay, that was an impossibility. It seemed prudent to maintain a degree of distance from her moving forward. Though Jiang Qingyue was undeniably beautiful and her figure alluring, Lindsay indeed harbored desires for her. Yet, if a deeper emotional connection was a prerequisite, he would willingly forego the physical aspect. After all, the consequences of such an entanglement would likely bind him to her, a sacrifice he was unwilling to make for the sake of one tree amidst a forest. Having resolved this, Lindsay began to feel drowsy. As he drifted in and out of sleep, his phone suddenly beeped. It was the notification sound from Green Bubble, jolting him awake. He opened the app to find a message from Su Qingxue, seemingly accompanied by an image. Upon tapping on her profile, Lindsay's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? Chapter 77. I am here to wake you up. It was a cheongsam. A cheongsam with a high slit. A cheongsam that revealed her thighs, elegantly adorned in white silk stockings. The delicate edge of the white stockings clung tightly to her thighs. Lindsay recalled a saying, "The white stockings constrict the flesh. Even celestial beings cannot save one." Yet, that was not the most striking aspect. What truly captivated him was her choice of slender high heels, perched precariously on her toes, as if they might fall off at any moment. The allure was almost excessive. In the photograph, Su Qingxue's face was obscured, but Lindsay recognized her instantly through the familiar backdrop. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and his breaths quickened. Regret washed over him. Why had he allowed himself to be angry with Su Qingxue? If she wished to collaborate with the Lin family, why not? It was none of his concern. She could pursue her endeavors, and he could focus on his own. It would be mutually beneficial. Otherwise, why was he now gazing at her picture, lost in thought? He longed to message her. Despite his usual boldness, sending a message now would reveal his intentions too transparently, perhaps even repelling her. He decided to wait until tomorrow to respond. Resolute, Lindsay rose and headed to the bathroom. No need for wild thoughts. He was merely going to shower. He held no interest in anything untoward. Half an hour later, he emerged from the bathroom, feeling rather uninspired. Meanwhile, after Lindsay had entered the restroom, Su Qingxue anxiously stared at their conversation thread, yearning for a message from him that never came. The anticipation that had once filled her with hope faded into disappointment. She lay on her bed, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Regret consumed her. She lamented her foolish decision to divorce Lindsay, and her equally foolish choice to collaborate with the Lin family. Had she not severed their bond or sought partnership with the Lin family, she would not be enduring this heartache. The subsequent emotions gnawed at her like sandpaper, intensifying her sorrow. In a moment of despair, Su Qingxue messaged Zhao Qianqian. Lindsay hasn't replied to me. Zhao Qianqian, engrossed in the nightlife with male models, felt at a loss upon reading her friend's message. With such beauty, an alluring figure, and a distinguished background, Su Qingxue should be the object of countless admirers. Instead, she found herself in a state of unrequited affection. Moreover, a love marked by uncertainty. Zhao Qianqian replied with exasperation. That only indicates you've wounded him deeply. But don't lose hope. Send him another photo tomorrow night. One that's even more daring. Upon receiving her friend's message, Su Qingxue found her advice sound. She wiped away her tears and responded, I will. As soon as the message was sent, Su Qingxue received a text from Jizifeng. The mere sight of his name made her feel utterly repulsed. She loathed Jizifeng. But even more so, she despised herself. Qingxue, I've had too much to drink. I feel so awful. Could you come keep me company? If you don't, I might just jump from the balcony. Upon reading the message, Su Qingxue's irritation intensified. He had the audacity to threaten her. Jizifeng, first and foremost. Check out tomorrow morning. I will no longer provide you with lodging. Secondly, bring the sports car to the office tomorrow. You needn't drive it anymore. As for your suicidal thoughts, do as you wish. When Jizifeng received Su Qingxue's response, an overwhelming wave of euphoria washed over him. He was convinced that she still harbored feelings for him and wouldn't stand idly by while he took such drastic measures. Jizifeng was resolute. Should Su Qingxue dare to come to his residence, he would seize her by force, recording the encounter to show Lin Zhe, that scoundrel. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he excitedly opened her message. However, in the next moment, Jizifeng was utterly shattered. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone. Damn it, Su Qingxue, you brought this upon yourself. One day, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. He bellowed. A night of silence followed. The next morning, while Lin Zhe was still ensconced in slumber, he felt someone enter his room. He quickly opened his eyes to behold a young woman clad in light pink yoga pants. It was none other than Shen Tianli. The yoga pants clung to her skin, perfectly accentuating her slender, elongated legs. Lin Zhe licked his lips and chuckled. Shen Tianli, have you come to deliver a wake-up kiss? Shen Tianli, with a flirtatious smile, replied. You wish. I'm here to rouse you. What time is it? It's past 8. Lin Zhe felt somewhat exasperated. What's the rush? Let me sleep a little longer. Have you forgotten? You still need to treat my best friend today. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's mind instantly conjured the exquisite visage of Song Nanin. Not only did he recall her stunning face, but also her smooth, flat abdomen. Sleep abandoned him. He smiled and said, Come here, give me a kiss. And I'll get up. With a teasing smile, Shen Tianli retorted, Are you out of your mind? All you think about is kissing. You're only at 60%. Let us talk about it when you reach 100. Yesterday, while in the interrogation room, Shen Tianli had clearly felt her rationality wavering as Lin Zhe kissed her. She couldn't tell if it was his exceptional kissing skills or her own enjoyment of it. Regardless of the reason, it was an alarming signal. Shen Tianli feared that if she continued to let him kiss her, she would lose control of her heart and fall completely into the grasp of this rogue. Shen Tianli, do grant me a score, and when the day arrives that you come to cherish me, I shall bestow upon you a rating in return. Only when you attain 1,000 points shall I consider acquiescing to your wishes. Humph. It seems that Shen Tianli has heard the grandest of jokes. Bursting into a fit of laughter, her body trembling in delight. You rogue, pray tell, how do you intend to rate me? Lin Zhe replied with a cheerful grin. Fear not, I'm not as cruel as you might think. A kiss earns you 1 point, while a night together merits 2. Shen Tianli was left speechless. This scoundrel had just proclaimed that should she develop feelings for him and desire to be together, she must first accumulate 10,000 points. If, as he suggested, a kiss amounts to a single point and a night together to 2, the prospect of ever reaching 10,000 was utterly bleak. With this thought, Shen Tianli felt a wave of irritation. You scoundrel, rest assured, I shall never come to like you, hence you will have no opportunity to rate me. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke with a sly smile. Remember this moment and your words. We shall see what the future holds. Very well, let us see, she retorted. Chapter 78. Is it my handsomeness that lacks? After finishing breakfast, Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe towards Song Nanin's villa. You rogue, after you left yesterday. My friend inquired about you for quite some time. Did you offend her? Shen Tianli suddenly asked. Lin Zhe chuckled. Could it not be that she found me strikingly handsome and desired to know more about me? Shen Tianli erupted into a melodic laughter. This audacious scoundrel had no shame in uttering such words. What are you laughing about? Is it that I am not alluring enough, or not handsome enough? She responded with laughter that made her tremble. Indeed, You are quite the charmer and undeniably handsome, she admitted, nodding vigorously. So what did she wish to know about me? Shen Tianli inquired with a smile. Your family background and all pertinent information, he replied. Did you disclose everything to her? Of course I did. Are you foolish? What if she truly develops feelings for me and attempts to steal me away from you? You would regret it immensely. Shen Tianli's heart skipped a beat. This bounder was not only handsome, but also witty and skilled in medicine. With such qualities, what girl could resist? The mere thought of her friend whisking Lin Zhe away filled Shen Tianli with discontent. Yet, she reassured herself, her friend had exceptionally high standards. Even if Lin Zhe was charming and humorous and possessed medical knowledge, it was unlikely she would fall for him. With this thought, Shen Tianli breathed a sigh of relief. Scoundrel, you are overthinking this. My best friend could never possibly be interested in you. Then why is she inquiring about my information? Lin Zhe continued to tease Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli's smile faded completely. Indeed, what could be the reason for Song Nanin to seek information about Lin Zhe? Noticing the change in Shen Tianli's expression, Lin Zhe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He continued, when a woman, a beautiful woman, begins to take an interest in a man, a handsome man, what do you think that signifies? Shen Tianli's expression grew serious. Yes, when a woman becomes curious about a man, it implies something significant. Although Shen Tianli had never been in a romantic relationship, she understood that this meant the woman at least harbored some affection for the man. Otherwise, she would never seek out such information. Lin Zhe found it increasingly amusing. Shen Tianli was clearly no fool, yet she had fallen for his words so easily. He recognized that her possessiveness was at play. She had begun to view him as her own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sway her so effortlessly. Ironically, while she frequently claimed that Su Qingxue was exceedingly possessive, it seemed her own possessiveness was not far behind. Lin Zhe relished this realization. Before long, they arrived at Song Nanin's villa. Scoundrel, I warn you, do not flirt with Song Nanin. She is not someone you can provoke. After her treatment, make sure to leave promptly, do you understand? What if she wants me to stay for lunch? Lin Zhe pressed on, knowing her background was formidable, and he would not dare to provoke her. Shen Tianli grew increasingly agitated. Had she anticipated such an outcome, she would not have brought Lin Zhe to treat Song Nanin the previous day. Now, it was too late for regrets. Humph, I will come to pick you up once I am done. If it weren't for matters at the company requiring my attention, I truly wouldn't want to leave. In truth, despite her irritation, Shen Tianli felt a twinge of attraction towards the stunning Song Nanin. If you were to ask me for a kiss right now, perhaps I wouldn't feel this way, Lin Zhe said with a grin. Shen Tianli playfully rebuked him. Scoundrel, you are utterly shameless. After all this talk, are you trying to trick me into kissing you? Fine, consider it a ruse. Now go on with your business. I shall find Song Nanin. As Lin Zhe prepared to exit the car, Shen Tianli grew anxious. She grasped his arm tightly, genuinely worried that this scoundrel might flirt with her best friend. He was so handsome and charming. He might truly win her over. Scoundrel, I might allow you a kiss. But you must promise me to have no contact with Song Nanin beyond her treatment, and definitely no flirting. Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh. My dear brother, you see, winning a woman's heart is truly not as difficult as it seems. It all hinges on your performance. Shen Tianli let out a delicate huff and inquired, will you kiss me? The moment those words escaped her lips, Lin Zhe promptly encircled her slender waist, lifting her from the driver's seat into his embrace. Shen Tianli, taken by surprise, found herself kissed by Lin Zhe. The sensation was electrifying, overwhelming her senses. She could distinctly feel her rationality fading away, and the intoxicating thrill compelled her to wrap her arms around Lin Zhe's neck, responding with fervor. Time seemed to slip away as they kissed, only parting reluctantly when they were both on the brink of breathlessness. Shen Tianli melted into Lin Zhe's arms, her body soft as a fragrant puddle. With sultry eyes, she gazed at him, teasingly saying, you rascal, you've kissed me now, don't forget what you promised. Lin Zhe playfully pinched her cheek and replied, all right. You go on inside, and be careful on your way. Truth be told, he yearned to continue kissing her, yet he knew well that no matter how much they indulged, Shen Tianli would never allow him to sleep with her. Moreover, he understood that persisting would lead to his own discomfort. Shen Tianli obediently acknowledged him, and after watching Lin Zhe depart, she took some time to compose herself, suppressing the tempest within her heart. Instead of heading directly to the office, she decided to return to her villa first to change her attire. Song Nanin was engaged in a martial arts practice, clad in black sharkskin leggings paired with a white t-shirt. Upon seeing her, Lin Zhe was taken aback. Goodness, how astonishingly she had developed in just one night. Where she needed to be ample, she was breathtakingly so. Where she needed to be slender, she was tantalizingly so. And where she needed to be curvaceous, she was irresistibly so. Lin Zhe's gaze swiftly shifted to her face, which was exquisitely shaped like a delicate melon, with a perfectly sculpted nose tinged with a hint of pink and soft, luscious lips that promised sweetness. However, what captivated him most were her eyes. As beautiful as blooming peach blossoms. Yesterday, she had been striking, yet her pallor resembled that of a wilting flower, far less enchanting than the vibrant glow she exuded today. What to do? He found himself longing for her. Morning, Lin Zhe greeted with a smile. Song Nanin, however, chose to ignore him entirely. To be frank, she did not wish to see Lin Zhe. His very presence reminded her of the indignity she had suffered the previous day when he not only tore her skirt, but had also forcefully kissed her. Were it not for her need for his assistance, she would have relished the thought of eliminating him. Noticing her indifference, Lin Zhe remained unfazed. With a playful smile, he asked, Song Nanin, might I inquire if we shall proceed with the treatment today? What a ridiculous question. What else would bring you here? She retorted, clearly displeased. Very well then, please remove your clothing. Chapter 79. Follow me. Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe, her fury palpable, her eyes ablaze with an ominous intensity. What did you say? She inquired, each word dripping with menace, as though Lin Zhe's slightest misstep would provoke her wrath. Lin Zhe, unfazed, retorted, if you do not disrobe, where am I to insert the needle? Song Nanin shot him a scornful look. This insolent man insisted on wrapping his words in ambiguity. Lying on the bed, she first draped a thin blanket over her lower half before reluctantly sliding down her sharkskin shorts. Lin Zhe felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to admire her legs clad in the sleek material, but now all was obscured. With a sigh, he produced a silver needle and deftly inserted it into her acupoint. Song Nanin expected today as treatment to mirror the intense warmth she experienced yesterday in her lower abdomen. Yet after some time, there was no sensation at all. Why isn't my abdomen as warm as it was yesterday? She inquired softly. Naturally. Yesterday was when your pain peaked, hence the most effective results. Now that your discomfort has lessened, the response will be correspondingly muted, Lin Zhe replied casually. She shot him an exasperated glance, choosing silence. He chuckled. Would you like to expedite your recovery? What do you mean? The optimal treatment involves acupuncture while I massage your legs. You dog. If you want to touch my legs, just say so. Song Nanin retorted sharply. Oh, you are rather astute. Lin Zhe feigned seriousness. In truth, my leg massage targets acupoints. Your dysmenorrhea stems from cold in the uterus. While it might seem unrelated to your legs, one could argue that addressing the legs enhances blood circulation, thereby amplifying the effects of acupuncture. Song Nanin scoffed. You can forget it. I will never allow you to touch any part of my body. Her skepticism was not rooted in disbelief, but rather in the fact that aside from her first kiss being stolen by this insufferable man, she had never engaged in any physical contact with the opposite sex. How difficult you are to persuade, Lin Zhe lamented with feigned regret. Very well, if you prefer not to hasten your recovery, we shall proceed with acupuncture. After a brief silence, Song Nanin suddenly asked, where did you learn your medical skills? Yesterday. She had assumed Lin Zhe was a disciple of some esteemed traditional Chinese medicine master, only to later learn from Shun Tianli that he was a family outcast, recently divorced from Su Qingxue. I was sold by my family to a village at a young age, where an elderly veterinarian, impressed by my good looks and character, decided to pass on his knowledge to me, Lin Zhe replied, struggling to suppress his urge to laugh. What? A veterinarian? Song Nanin's composure crumbled in an instant. After a prolonged struggle, she found herself being treated by a veterinarian. You rascal, remove that needle at once. Song Yuan exclaimed, her anger palpable. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Zhe couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She truly was an innocent young woman. Feigning annoyance, Lin Zhe inquired, what, do you look down upon us veterinarians? Song Nanin was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't that she disdained veterinarians. Rather, she found it peculiar to have one treat her. Lin Zhe continued with unwavering confidence. Besides, what's wrong with veterinarians? If I can treat you, that's what matters. Tell me, has my treatment yielded any results? Song Nanin found herself increasingly speechless. Apologize, give me an apology, she demanded. After a brief silence, she stiffly uttered, I'm sorry. I'll tell you, Song Nanin. It's only because of your beauty that this matter isn't going to escalate further, Lin Zhe retorted smoothly. You're quite the silver-tongued charmer, Song Nanin remarked, displeased. Lin Zhe chuckled. Song Nanin, being a big sister must be quite exhausting for you. What business is it of yours? She shot back. You truly are blind to good fortune. Humph. What do you mean by that? She snapped, fury flashing in her eyes. This impertinent fellow had the audacity to call her ungrateful. Did I misspeak? As your treating physician, is it so wrong for me to express concern for your well-being? No need for that, she replied tersely. He thought to himself, goodness, her defenses are quite formidable. How am I to win her over? He had initially planned to leverage her identity to evoke some emotions and bridge the gap between them. But her lack of cooperation was unexpected. Song Nanin, I suggest you cooperate with me. After all, I've noticed that besides your cold condition, you seem to be under immense mental strain. Right now, you resemble a tightly wound spring, and who knows when it might snap. That would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, a flicker of pain crossed Song Nanin's eyes. Lin Zhe had struck a nerve. Ever since her father had passed, she had been forced to take over the vast organization. Though the leaders appeared to respect her, they were, in reality, all duplicitous. Some even acted under her banner, committing atrocious deeds. Song Nanin did not wish to eliminate these scoundrels, but these individuals were united, and when she had previously tested their resolve, she had only faced their collective resistance. This situation had left her under tremendous pressure, robbing her of sleep night after night. Seeing Song Nanin's reaction, Lin Zhe felt a surge of satisfaction, not from her pain, but from finally resonating with her frequency. Now that he had attuned to her wavelength, things would be much easier. How's the management of the organization treating you? Lin Zhe asked, adopting the demeanor of someone with experience. Song Nanin merely scoffed in response. Your words suggest you've been a leader before, Lin Zhe remarked with a chuckle. Whether I was or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you cannot continue down this path. Tell me, do you rely on sleeping pills every night to find rest? Lin Zhe's insight was not a matter of extraordinary perception. Rather, it stemmed from the sleeping pills conspicuously displayed on Song Nanin's bedside. And if I do, what of it? She retorted. In truth, I possess a method to alleviate your stress, enabling you to sleep without the aid of medication. What method? Song Nanin instinctively inquired. Her greatest torment, aside from menstrual pain, was her inability to sleep. It was not that she did not wish to slumber. Rather, the overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon her, rendering sleep elusive. Often, her eyelids would grow heavy with fatigue, yet she remained wide awake. The consequences of her insomnia left her agitated and her health deteriorating. Lin Zhe gently removed the silver needles from her body and smiled. Come with me. I shall take you for a thrilling ride. Chapter 80. Enough chit-chat. Get in the car. You refer to a thrilling ride as a motorcycle excursion? Song Nanin gazed at Lin Zhe with disappointment. Initially, when he promised a delightful experience, she had felt a flicker of anticipation, for he had assured her it would be exhilarating and that she would certainly sleep well afterward. Yet, upon arrival, she realized that the promised thrill merely entailed riding a motorcycle. Disappointment consumed her. All she felt was disappointment. Since the onset of her insomnia, she had attempted various exhilarating activities such as driving, bungee jumping, and even roller coasters, yet none had proven effective. Lin Zhe grinned. Indeed, get on the bike. If it's merely a motorcycle ride, then I apologize, you can ride alone. Enough with the chatter, just get in, he insisted. I've made it clear that I have no desire to ride a motorcycle, especially not with you, Song Nanin replied firmly. Her lack of interest in motorcycles was compounded by the cramped seating, which felt suffocating for one person, let alone two. The thought of being pressed against Lin Zhe was unappealing, especially in the sweltering summer heat with minimal clothing. Song Nanin, are you afraid of riding a motorcycle? Stop trying to provoke me. I am not swayed by such tactics. Then perhaps you should embrace them, Lin Zhe teased. Song Nanin shot him an exasperated glare, suspecting he was attempting to take advantage of the situation. Yet, without any proof, she could only fume. Fine, get in. If you refuse, I may just have to carry you aboard. How audacious. Go ahead and try to carry me, she retorted, her anger palpable. Lin Zhe smiled and executed a swift maneuver, bringing his motorcycle right before Song Nanin. Before she could comprehend the situation, a strong hand encircled her slender waist, and in an instant, she was lifted off the ground. When Song Nanin regained her senses, she found herself seated upon the motorcycle, her long legs clad in sharkskin trousers pressed closely against Lin Zhe's. Moreover, her body was firmly against his back. A surge of anger consumed her. How audacious could he be to embrace her so brazenly? Just as she was about to express her indignation, Lindsay suddenly accelerated, and the motorcycle shot forth like an arrow towards the mountainside. Ah! Song Nanine could not suppress a scream. The abrupt inertia propelled her body forcefully against Lindsay's back. Embarrassed and furious, she delivered a light punch to him. Lindsay called out, "You better hold on tight, for I intend to speed up." "Dream on," she retorted. Lindsay chuckled and suddenly surged forward. Initially, she clutched the motorcycle's rear handle, making an effort to maintain some distance between their bodies. However, as the speed intensified and the mountain path steepened, her heartbeat quickened. The narrow road bordered a precipice. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disastrous fall. Song Nanine was acutely aware of the peril they faced, and this knowledge only heightened her heart's tempo. Unable to bear the thrill any longer, she leaned against Lindsay's back, her arms tightly encircling his waist. "Slow down, you reckless fool," she shouted. Yet Lindsay paid her no heed. Instead of decelerating, he continued to accelerate. The motorcycle raced like an arrow along the treacherously winding mountain path. As the wind howled past her ears, Song Nanine distinctly heard her own heartbeat, a sound she had long forgotten. In that moment, she realized why previous escapades, be it racing or bungee jumping, had felt mundane. They had all transpired within the confines of safety. Racing on a track assured her that even a crash wouldn't spell her demise, and bungee jumping was cushioned by safety harnesses. But now, the steep mountain road loomed dangerously close to a cliff. A crash would be fatal. There was no second chance. A thrill, unlike any she had ever experienced, enveloped Song Nanine. Her heart raced, her breath quickened, yet her beautiful, peach blossom-like eyes sparkled with clarity. Yes, she was beginning to relish this exhilarating sensation, for it vividly reminded her of her own vitality. "Speed up even more," she exclaimed with excitement. Lindsay's lips curled into a smile. He had anticipated her delight. The vehicle surged forward at an exhilarating speed, not merely the speed of the car, but the motorcycle danced precariously along the edge of the cliff. Should Lindsay mismanage the steering, they would plummet into the abyss in an instant. Song Nanine felt an intoxicating thrill, her heart racing wildly. With her eyes tightly shut, she clung to Lindsay even more fervently, their bodies completely pressed against one another. Yet, oblivious to this intimacy, or perhaps more accurately, indifferent, she found herself yearning to unleash her pent-up emotions. Indeed, she was venting. This exhilarating experience allowed her to distinctly feel the burdensome emotions of frustration and anxiety being cast aside, replaced by a wave of excitement, exhilaration, and vibrancy. Just as Song Nanine became entranced by the thrill, Lindsay abruptly halted the motorcycle midway up the mountain. "Why have we stopped?" she questioned, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Lindsay turned, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Would you like to feel even more exhilarated?" "What do you mean? You drive, and I'll sit behind you." A jolt of surprise coursed through Song Nanine. She possessed none of the extraordinary driving skills that he had. "Don't worry, I'll guide you. Just press the accelerator to the floor." However, before she could finish her protest, Lindsay had already wrapped his arm around her slender waist, lifting her from the back seat to the front. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, she felt exceptionally petite in Lindsay's embrace, who towered at 1.88 meters. As she felt the solidness of his chest, an unexpected flush crept across her cheeks. "What are you dawdling for? Step on it," Lindsay urged playfully, his warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her fair complexion to redden even more. Cursing under her breath, she took a deep breath and began to twist the throttle. Initially, she intended to accelerate gradually, but Lindsay, oblivious to her intent, seized her delicate hand, suddenly pushing the speed higher. The tires hovered perilously close to the edge of the fog-enshrouded cliff, less than 30 centimeters from the precipice, yet the speed was akin to that of a cannonball. The rush of adrenaline compelled Song Nanine to scream in exhilaration. Though not one to shy away from challenges, the intensity of the moment was overwhelming. Lindsay leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Song Nanine, you can scream even louder." Upon reaching the summit, Song Nanine was drenched in sweat. Her legs weak, yet her exquisite face bore a look of ease, her enchanting eyes sparkling like blossoms in spring. "Enjoyed yourself?" Lindsay inquired with a smile as he lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Song Nanine shot him a glance, disdainful of the indecent undertones that always seemed to accompany his words. Yet, she could not deny the thrill she had experienced. It was an unprecedented exhilaration, a delightful sensation that permeated both body and soul. She lay carefree on the grass, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, relishing the moments that had just transpired. Lindsay reclined beside her, their proximity palpable, yet Song Nanine made no attempt to distance herself. In fact, she turned her head to glance at Lindsay and inquired, "Your driving skills are impressive. Did you acquire them from veterinary studies as well?" Lindsay chuckled softly. "Not quite. My driving prowess was honed after being cast out by the Lin family, a means of releasing my inner turmoil." Of course, this was a jest. He certainly could not divulge that he had perfected his skills on a distant planet. Back then, like Song Nanine now, he suffered from sleepless nights, burdened by immense stress. To alleviate this pressure, he learned to ride motorcycles, but not casually. He deliberately chose treacherous terrains. This was precisely why he had brought Song Nanine along for a ride, knowing it would serve as an effective remedy. However, indulging in street food was even more effective, though that option was not suitable for Song Nanine at the moment. What heinous deeds must one commit to be expelled from their home? Song Nanine probed further. Lindsay smiled. "Perhaps. Do you harbor hatred for the Lin family?" She asked again. "What do you think?" Lindsay replied, prompting a silence from her. She had never experienced abandonment. But after hearing Shin Tianli's account of Lindsay being ousted for the sake of an adopted son, she felt only absurdity and no further emotions. Yet, as Lindsay spoke of it so nonchalantly, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within her. It was not Lindsay who unsettled her, but rather the actions of the Lin family that irked her. "Once you cure my ailment, I can assist you in exacting revenge." Song Nanine mused after a moment of contemplation. The outside world labeled her as ruthless, even bestowing upon her the moniker Song Yama. She did not refute this. She understood that in this society, a lack of ruthlessness could lead to her own disintegration. However, she was not ungrateful. She believed that if Lindsay healed her, it was only right to repay him. Moreover, dismantling the Lin family was not beyond her capabilities, although she could not ruin them financially. Employing more clandestine methods to erase them from existence would be relatively easy. "No need for that. I prefer to handle such matters myself," Lindsay replied with a dispassionate tone. The satisfaction derived from personally annihilating the Lin family was incomparable to any assistance offered by another. Besides, it was not a particularly arduous task for him. Thus, Lindsay graciously declined Song Nanine's offer, leaving her somewhat taken aback. She had initially believed that her willingness to assist him in seeking vengeance would ensure his cooperation. To her surprise, he outright refused her. Frankly, she felt a twinge of irritation, though she could not quite fathom the reason behind it. "Whatever. Just don't come begging me for help when you find yourself unable to handle it," Song Nanine remarked with displeasure. Lindsay chuckled softly. "Song Nanine, your angry demeanor is rather endearing," he teased. "What? Endearing? Is this fool blind?" she thought. Clearly, her anger struck terror in others. How could it be perceived as charming in his presence? She shot Lindsay a glare. "You insolent cur, if you dare to tease me again, I swear I'll have you tossed into the moat to feed the turtles." "Such a small figure, yet with a temperament to match," he retorted. "You're the one who is small," Song Nanine fumed. She detested being treated as a child. The leaders in her club had bullied her precisely because of her youth. "Whether I am small or not, you'll find out soon enough," Lindsay replied with a grin. Song Nanine's cheeks flushed crimson, and in her fury, she kicked him. "This scoundrel is once again behaving like a rogue," she thought. "Song Nanine, if you dare kick me again, I might just kiss you," Lindsay said, feigning annoyance. Although her kick was not painful, he despised being struck. More importantly, he did indeed harbor a desire to kiss her. As for the consequences of such an act, who cared? Perhaps Song Nanine would respond favorably. The thought of engaging in such mischievous activities in this desolate wilderness was exhilarating. With a fierce glare, Song Nanine warned, "You dare to touch me?" The memory of his forceful kiss from the previous day lingered vividly in her mind. And now he appeared intent on doing so again. Did he truly believe she was pliable? Before she could finish her thought, Lindsay had thrown himself onto her soft, fragrant form. Song Nanine felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Is this scoundrel serious? Does he not understand the concept of fear? She admonished fiercely. With a cheerful grin, Lindsay replied, "If I must die, let it be beneath the peony. Even in death, one can be a dashing spirit." Song Nanine paused, taken aback. Before accepting her father's legacy, she had been a literature student, immersed in the study of poetry and prose. She found Lindsay's words somewhat audacious. yet undeniably charming. Suddenly, a phrase came to her mind, dashing and suave. She inexplicably felt that Lin Zhe possessed a hint of this quality. When she had first encountered this idiom, she had not grasped its meaning, but at this moment, clarity dawned upon her. Lin Zhe had anticipated that his actions would provoke her ire, yet she now stood stunned. Although the reason for her daze remained a mystery, the opportunity was too precious to squander. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhe pressed his lips against her soft, crimson ones. A sultry sound escaped from Song Nanin's throat, involuntarily triggered by the electric sensation that coursed through her upon their lips meeting. This unexpected thrill elicited a note from her that she herself found somewhat shameful. Yet, Lin Zhe was invigorated by this sound, his excitement intensifying. Caught in the moment, he began to deepen the kiss when, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through him. He released Song Nanin's lips, exclaiming in frustration, "Song Nanin, are you a dog?" Yes, she had bitten him. "Serves you right," Song Nanin retorted, her cheeks flushed. Unperturbed, Lin Zhe leaned in for another fervent kiss. Chapter 82. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When Ji Zofeng finally awoke, the clock had already passed 10 in the morning. He was roused by the hotel staff. With a grumble, he opened the door and was greeted by the sight of 4 or 5 hotel employees standing outside, fully alert. "Good morning, sir. We regret to inform you that your room fee has expired this morning. If you wish to continue staying in this room, we kindly ask that you settle the payment now." Ji Zofeng's annoyance grew. Just the night before, Su Qingxue had told him she would not extend his stay, and he had thought she was jesting. After all, they were classmates, and he could not believe she would be so heartless. But now, hearing those words confirmed, he realized the truth. Su Qingxue truly wanted him gone. "What? Is it just about paying? Fine, I'll pay, but do you really have to disturb me so early?" Ji Zofeng retorted sharply, emboldened by the 50,000 he had swindled from Su Qingxue the previous day. "Sir, we apologize for the interruption. If you wish to renew your stay, how long would you like to extend it?" "Let us start with a month," Ji Zofeng replied grumpily. "Very well. That will be 210,000. How would you like to pay?" "How much?" Ji Zofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed the hotel would charge a maximum of 3,000 per day, but to his shock, it was 7,000. 210,000? Forget it. With that, he slammed the door shut. A few minutes later, Ji Zofeng emerged from his room with his suitcase in tow. The staff accompanied him, seemingly anxious that he might refuse to leave. As he exited the hotel, he intended to head towards his sports car. Last night, Su Qingxue had insisted he return the car to her, but Ji Zofeng had no intention of complying. It is indeed a $7 million sports car. If it were to be returned, one might never afford such a luxury in a lifetime. However, the very next moment, Ji Zofeng was left utterly astounded. The sports car, which had been parked in the hotel parking lot, was now conspicuously absent. Ji Zofeng quickly realized that Su Qingxue was most likely behind this. After all, only she would dare to act in such a manner. Yet, such details had become irrelevant. What truly mattered was that Ji Zofeng was seething with rage. How could Su Qingxue presume to reclaim a gift she had bestowed upon him? His suspicions were indeed correct. The sports car had been towed away at Su Qingxue's behest, and she had gone so far as to sell it. For Su Qingxue, this marked a rare blemish in her otherwise pristine life. The mere thought of it brought tears to her eyes. Rather than holding on to it, she deemed it far better to sell it off promptly. At the moment Ji Zofeng was on the verge of a breakdown, a voice filled with excitement reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld an exceedingly unsavory fellow. This individual seemed vaguely familiar. Wait a moment, was that not his university classmate, Ji Buochang? Back in the day, he had been one of Ji Zofeng's underlings. "Ji Buochang, what a surprise to see you after so long," Ji Zofeng exclaimed with feigned enthusiasm. "Indeed, who would have thought? Aren't you supposed to be abroad, Brother Feng? When did you return?" Ji Buochang replied, eyes glinting with curiosity. "I just got back yesterday, and was about to reach out to you when fate led me to this encounter." Ji Zofeng responded with a smile. Ji Buochang grinned widely. "It truly is fate. Brother Feng, what brings you here with a suitcase in hand?" "Oh, I'm just switching hotels. This one has inadequate service," Ji Zofeng replied. "Impressive, Brother Feng. This hotel is among the finest in Haiqing, and it belongs to Su Qingxue's family. By the way, have you been in touch with her? I hear she has quite the infatuation with you." At the mention of Su Qingxue's name, Ji Zofeng's fists clenched tightly, yet he managed a smile as he said, "It was she who booked this hotel for me. I hadn't planned on returning, but her persistent allure drew me back." Ji Buchang gazed at Ji Zifeng with envy. Brother Feng, you are remarkable. To have someone like Su Qingxue pursuing you is something to be envious of. Envious of what? She is merely a woman, Ji Zifeng replied. Feigning indifference. Ji Buchang's envy only deepened. Where are you headed next? Allow me to escort you. Aren't you busy? Ji Zifeng inquired. Not at all. Besides, nothing could be more important than accompanying you, Brother Feng. Ji Buchang replied cheerfully. Very well then. First, take me to find a hotel. I shall treat you to lunch, and we can have a proper chat, Ji Zifeng said. Sure. Ji Buchang responded, beaming. Ji Buchang was driving a $1 million SUV. Yet, Ji Zifeng distinctly remembered that his family was of modest means. How can one afford such an extravagant vehicle? Ji Buchang, you seem to have struck it rich. Driving such an opulent car, Ji Zifeng chuckled. Come on, Brother Feng, spare me the ridicule. This is my boss's car. By the way, do you remember that scoundrel Lin Zhe? The mere mention of Lin Zhe's name ignited a surge of anger within Ji Zifeng. If it weren't for that wretch, how could Su Qingxue possibly have severed ties with him? Yes, I remember. Why bring him up now? Ji Buchang continued. My current employer is actually the younger brother of that scoundrel. It's quite amusing, really. The Lin family expelled their own flesh and blood for the sake of my boss, their adopted son. Ji Zifeng's spirits lifted at this revelation. Is that so? Ji Buchang nodded, adding, my boss has a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Zhe. He would relish the thought of eliminating him. Ji Zifeng felt a renewed sense of elation. He harbored a similar desire to see Lin Zhe come to harm. Perhaps aligning himself with Ji Buchang's employer would be prudent. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. By the way, Brother Feng, are you back to reconcile with Su Qingxue? Ji Zifeng, wishing to keep his recent rejection a secret, chuckled lightly. We'll see. Ji Buchang gazed at him with envy. You're truly remarkable, Brother Feng. If Su Qingxue were to take a liking to me, I would gladly prostrate myself before her. Ambitious, Ji Buchang grinned. Are you back to inherit the family business? I have no desire to rely on my parents, Ji Zifeng replied, somewhat sheepishly. So what are your plans? I haven't quite decided yet. Why not join our company? I recall during our university days, you and Lin Zhe were fierce adversaries. With that connection, my boss would surely appreciate you. Ji Zifeng had been awaiting this very suggestion. Affectedly indifferent, he replied, that could work. Honestly, I'm open to any job, as long as I get to hang out with you. Ji Buchang could barely contain his excitement. Brother Feng, let me take you to meet my boss. Let us go? Chapter 83. Don't play dead. As she forcefully pushed Lin Zhe away, Song Nanin was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury. This scoundrel had truly overstepped all bounds. A mere kiss would have sufficed, yet he had the audacity to reach beneath her garments. Fortunately, she had caught on early. Had she realized it later, she might have been completely at his mercy. After all, that kiss had undeniably stirred something within her. You wretched fool. You truly seek your demise, Song Nanin seethed. Lin Zhe leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a few puffs before responding nonchalantly, then go ahead and kill me. No sooner had he spoken than Song Nanin angrily grasped his neck. Lin Zhe looked at her with a grin, even daring to blow a smoke ring in her direction. The smoke choked her, prompting her to tighten her grip. To speak candidly, although she appeared to exert considerable effort, her limbs were quite feeble after just having been kissed. Despite her attempts to summon all her strength, there was little vigor to be found. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe obligingly began to breathe rapidly, rolled his eyes, and even feigned a few token struggles. Indeed, Lin Zhe was prepared to tease her a little. Soon enough, he ceased all movement. Not only did he become still, but he also closed his eyes tightly, his arms languidly falling to the ground. Song Nanin felt a surge of triumph. She abruptly pushed Lin Zhe away. Humph. You foolish creature. Let us see if you dare to kiss me so casually in the future. Lin Zhe remained unresponsive. Annoyed, Song Nanin kicked him. You fool. Stop playing dead. Yet, Lin Zhe continued to show no reaction. Song Nanin paused for a moment. Could it be that this fool had truly been suffocated by her? As this thought crossed her mind, she hastily placed her fingers on the pressure point of Lin Zhe's hand. There was no breath. This realization struck her like a thunderbolt, sending her into a panic. Although she felt considerable anger after being kissed by Lin Zhe, she had no intention of actually harming him. The earlier act of squeezing him was merely an outlet for her frustration. Now, witnessing Lin Zhe's lifeless form before her, all traces of her anger vanished, replaced instead by deep regret. Song Nanin felt as though her insides had turned to sorrowful blue. He had merely kissed her a few times and touched her for a moment. Why had she felt the need to squeeze him? Had she not done so, he would not be in this predicament. After a moment of distress, a memory of the first aid techniques she had once learned suddenly surfaced in her mind. Without further ado, she mounted Lindsay, clasped her hands together, and began to apply rapid compressions to his chest. After a while of this, she leaned down to pinch Lindsay's chin and commenced artificial respiration. Just as she was breathing into him, Song Nanin felt a damp appendage invade her mouth. It was his tongue. She shuddered and quickly withdrew from Lindsay's lips. Subsequently, she cast a swift glance at him, only to find that this fool was grinning mischievously at her. Embarrassed and furious, Song Nanin realized she had been duped by this trickster. How dare he? Enraged, she wasted no time in unleashing a flurry of blows upon Lindsay. Her punches fell upon him like rain, each one seeming to vow that she would not cease until he was thoroughly subdued. Lindsay made no effort to resist. After all, her strikes were hardly painful. Moreover, having tricked her earlier, it seemed only right for him to endure a few blows as a means of her venting her frustration. With a smile in his eyes, Lindsay observed Song Nanin. Little did she know, while she appeared quite clever, she was in fact rather naive, genuinely believing that she had caused his demise. After a spell of striking, Song Nanin finally grew weary. She stood up in a fit of rage and strode down the mountain. At that moment, she could not bear to see Lindsay for even a second. The mere sight of that scoundrel would remind her of the foolishness she had just committed. Lindsay quickly rose to block her path. Step aside, Song Nanin bellowed, her fury palpable. Lindsay chuckled, you've pinched and hit me. We're even now. Get lost. Who said we're even? Song Nanin seethed. Lindsay cheekily pinched her cheek, grinning as he said, all right, don't be angry. Let me take you home. This only fueled Song Nanin's anger further. That scoundrel had already dared to kiss her without consent, and now he was brazenly pinching her cheek. If this continued, would he soon feel entitled to climb into her bed? No, she needed to devise a plan to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, she recalled the prison cell in the basement of her villa, a cell she had commissioned to be built for the purpose of punishing disobedient subordinates. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real question was, if she locked this scoundrel in there for a few days, would he think twice before misbehaving in the future? With this thought, Song Nanin felt a thrill of excitement. She genuinely felt exhilarated at the prospect of locking Lindsay in that cage. Imagining him begging for mercy while on his knees made her tremble with anticipation. Humph. Take me home, she said, suppressing her inner excitement. Get in the car. An hour later, they arrived at Song Nanin's villa. I want to hold today's incident against you, but it's almost mealtime, and you must accompany me for dinner, she stated with a hint of arrogance. What is going on? Has this woman become infatuated with me? Lindsay pondered, surprised by her sudden invitation to dine together. All right, he agreed readily, considering that Shun Tianli hadn't contacted him and was likely still busy. If he left, he would be dining alone, so he might as well share a meal with Song Nanin. Upon entering the villa, a grand dining table was already laid out with an array of dishes, and several servants stood respectfully by the table. Please take a seat. I'll fetch a bottle of wine, Song Nanin said softly. Sure. Shortly after he sat down, she returned with a bottle of wine. Declining the servant's assistance, Song Nanin personally poured Lindsay a glass. Here's to you. Thank you for treating my illness. You do have a bit of conscience, Lindsay remarked with a smile. They both downed their drinks. Suddenly, Song Nanin coldly asked, Scoundrel, after kissing me repeatedly, do you truly believe this matter is resolved? At her words, the servants nearby widened their eyes in shock. What was happening? The young mistress had been kissed by this man, and it wasn't he just once? Lindsay chuckled and inquired, What? Do you believe you have been wronged? Perhaps you should return the kiss? Return the kiss? You wishful creature. I shall ensure you grasp the meaning of regret. What do you mean? Song Nanin replied with delight. It's nothing much, merely that I added a little something to the wine you just consumed. Do you not feel your body growing weak and your head spinning? Lindsay's expression shifted dramatically. Song Nanin, do you intend to poison me? Rest assured, you shan't perish. It's merely a slumber I have in mind. However, upon awakening, you will find yourself confined within a cage, Song Nanin exclaimed with excitement. Lindsay raised his middle finger at her before collapsing onto the dining table. Chapter 84. Brother Lindsay, I was wrong. Song Nanin was exhilarated, her entire being trembling with anticipation. Previously, while indulging in novels, she always felt a thrill whenever the protagonists were locked in a cage. It was precisely this fascination that inspired her to create such a confinement. Although the initial intent was to discipline disobedient subordinates, she never anticipated that Lin Zhe would be the first to experience it. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Observing Lin Zhe sprawled on the floor, Song Nanning found the situation even more exhilarating than she had imagined. The thought of Lin Zhe begging for mercy upon awakening sent her blood racing with fervor. After gazing at Lin Zhe for a moment, she prepared to exit the cage and settle onto the sofa to await his awakening. However, just as she turned, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "So, your elaborate scheme to drug me was solely to bring me here?" The abruptness of the voice startled Song Nanning. She swiftly turned around, only to find Lin Zhe regarding her with a mocking expression. How did you wake up so quickly?" The drug was administered by her own hand. By her calculations, he should have been unconscious for at least 2 hours. Never did she imagine he would awaken in less than 10 minutes. "Is it possible that I never drank it at all?" Lin Zhe retorted with a cold smirk. "You speak nonsense. I watched you drink it with my own eyes." Does seeing it with one's own eyes guarantee its truth? Song Nanning was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to believe Lin Zhe's assertion. Yet, the reality before her left no room for doubt. "What? Did you not foresee this? Song Nanning, tell me, what do you think would happen if you were locked in here?" Lin Zhe suddenly asked, his smile unfurling. Song Nanning gasped in shock. "You dare? If you lock me in here, I will ensure your demise." As she spoke, she swiftly retreated towards the exit of the cage, sensing a hint of danger. Yet, Lin Zhe's speed was swifter. As Song Nanning approached the entrance of the cage, Lin Zhe had already taken the initiative to step out. By the time she attempted to follow him, he had swiftly closed the door behind him. Panic surged within her. She had instructed the servants that no one was to enter or exit without her command when she had managed to subdue Lin Zhe earlier. Furthermore, the soundproofing of the room housing the cage was impeccable. No matter how loudly she screamed, no one outside would hear her. This meant that if Lin Zhe chose to confine her within the cage, her only recourse would be to plead for his mercy. Otherwise, escape would be utterly impossible. As her anxiety mounted, Lin Zhe secured the cage door with a lock. Despair engulfed her heart in that instant. She glared at Lin Zhe with seething rage. "You wretched creature, open the door," she demanded. Lin Zhe responded with a mocking smile. "Miss Song, is this how you typically plead?" Rendered speechless by his taunt, Song Nanning seethed with the desire to eliminate him on the spot. Yet, she understood that confronting him head-on would only worsen her predicament. It was wiser to feign submission and coax him into releasing her, allowing her to exact her revenge later. With this in mind, she suppressed her fury and said, "All right. I was wrong. I apologize." "Not sincere enough," Lin Zhe retorted, inflaming her anger further. She vowed that once he released her, she would have her vengeance. Steeling herself, she forced a smile and said, "Lin Zhe, I truly regret my actions. Please, let me out." Her sincerity was evident, but her smile was insincere. The sight of her mockingly radiant smile further ignited her frustration, even as she maintained an alluring facade. Lin Zhe found himself unexpectedly captivated by her charm. Perhaps he should encourage her to smile more often. "Can you let me out now?" she implored, her tone pitiful. "Come now, call me brother and perhaps I'll consider it," he teased. Suppressing her urge to retaliate, she sweetly responded, "Brother, Lin Zhe, I beg you, let me out. I truly understand my mistake." To her surprise, her coy voice had a certain allure. However, Lin Zhe remained resolute. With a cheerful grin, he replied, "Not a chance, Song Nanning. You are to stay right where you are." With that, he left swiftly, not out of reluctance to tease her further, but rather out of fear that he might actually relent and free her. Song Nanning had reached her breaking point. She was utterly undone. In a desperate attempt to escape, she had already humbled herself, even resorting to uttering that shameful term of endearment, "brother," yet he, instead, seemed to find amusement in her plight. The instant the door was slammed shut, Song Nanning erupted in a torrent of curses. "Beast! Lin Zhe, you vile creature, I shall ensure your demise. Someone let me out." Outside the door, Lin Zhe stood, fully aware that Song Nanning had been pushed to her limits and would undoubtedly unleash her fury. Yet he heard not a whisper in response. One must admit, the soundproofing of this house was exceptionally impressive. Upon emerging from the basement, Lin Zhe instructed the servant, "Inform everyone that the young lady requires some rest and that no one is to disturb her." The servant nodded eagerly. Lin Zhe departed with a smile, content in his own amusement. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue had just left the office, preparing to return home. She felt utterly dejected today, her mind far from focused on work. She intended to rest briefly before attempting to entice Lin Zhe again that evening. However, just as she exited the building, she encountered Ji Zifeng. The moment she saw him, her expression darkened, for his presence reminded her of the foolish actions she had taken in the past. Although Ji Zifeng had committed no wrongdoing, she could not escape the turmoil within her heart. "What brings you here?" Ji Zifeng asked, his face etched with sorrow. "Qingxue, I have come to bid you farewell." "No need. If you wish to leave, it has nothing to do with me." "I understand, Qingxue. What I mean is, could we share a meal together?" "I'm not interested." Su Qingxue replied coldly. "Please, Qingxue, I merely wish to dine with you before I depart. I harbor no ill intentions. I know you have feelings for Lin Zhe, and if you agree to join me for a meal, I am willing to reveal a secret about him. I assure you, knowing this secret will guarantee that Lin Zhe will be with you." A flicker of hope ignited within Su Qingxue. She yearned to be with Lin Zhe. Her desire was overwhelming. "What secret?" "I will tell you during dinner. I do not intend to coerce you. I genuinely wish to share a meal. Besides, this is not an appropriate place for such discussions." After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue coldly replied, "Come with me." Ji Zifeng felt a surge of elation. Once in Su Qingxue's car, he settled into the back seat and began to send a message on his phone. "Ji Bochang, does this medication truly work?" "Brother Phone, rest assured, it works perfectly. I have relied on this drug to seduce several already." He deleted the message and tucked away his phone, gazing out the window with a malicious and sinister glint in his eyes. Chapter 85. I truly envy Lin Zhe. 2 hours earlier, Ji Bochang had accompanied Ji Zifeng to the hospital to visit Lin Nan. Lin Nan's injuries had nearly healed, and he was indeed fit for discharge. Yet he continued to feign discomfort, unwilling to leave the hospital. The purpose of this action, of course, is to remind the parents that all of this turmoil is the result of that wretched Lin Zhe. His objective has been achieved. Lin's mother now harbors a seething hatred for Lin Zhe, vowing to eliminate that scoundrel. After returning home yesterday, Lin Xiaotian, though silent, wore a dark expression, indicating his deep-seated animosity towards Lin Zhe. When Lin Nan tentatively mentioned Lin Zhe's name, Lin Xiaotian erupted in a furious tirade, denouncing Lin Zhe as a vile creature and forbidding any mention of that name in the future. Lin Nan felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon encountering Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan initially regarded him with disdain, as he despised such returnees. However, upon discovering that Ji Zifeng had been Lin Zhe's nemesis since their university days, and that Su Qingxue, the object of Lin Zhe's affections, favored Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan's interest in Ji Zifeng was piqued. Particularly, when he learned that Su Qingxue had divorced Lin Zhe for Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He waved his hand grandly, bringing Ji Zifeng into his company as his personal assistant, with a monthly salary of 50,000 plus additional bonuses. Ji Zifeng secretly reveled in this turn of events. Just as the matter seemed concluded, Lin Nan inquired of Ji Bochang whether he had retrieved the desired items. From their exchange, Ji Zifeng was unexpectedly informed that Lin Nan had instructed Ji Bochang to procure aphrodisiacs, rumored to be highly effective. Lin Nan had reportedly used these substances to seduce countless women. Upon hearing this, a nefarious plan began to form in Ji Zifeng's mind. The vehicle halted at the entrance of Yipin Xian, the venue chosen by Su Qingxue. The reason for dining here was quite simple. Su Qingxue was not entirely convinced of Ji Zifeng's intentions. She feared that a dinner between a man and a woman could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, Yipin Xian was her family's restaurant, ensuring that, should anything go awry, the staff would provide immediate assistance. They were seated in the same private room where they had dined on the day of Ji Zifeng's return. The decorations intended to welcome him had long since vanished. Yet as Su Qingxue stepped into the room, a pang of sadness washed over her, recalling Lin Zhe's reaction upon witnessing the festive adornments. Once seated, Ji Zifeng presented the menu to Su Qingxue, softly inquiring, "Qingxue, what would you like to eat? Please feel free to order. Today, I am treating you, and I earnestly request this opportunity." Ji Zifeng occupied the same position he had on the night of his return, while Su Qingxue sat opposite him, deliberately distancing herself. Lin Zhe had previously expressed his aversion to women touched by others, even in the slightest manner, and Su Qingxue had etched this sentiment into her very being. The distance she maintained from Ji Zifeng was a precaution to avoid any inadvertent physical contact while sharing dishes. "It's fine. I am not particularly hungry," she remarked. "Then I shall take the lead," he responded, to which she nodded in agreement. Ji Zifeng began to order dishes, selecting a variety of hearty options in abundance. Su Qingxue did not intervene. At that moment, her sole desire was to uncover the secret Ji Zifeng had alluded to regarding Lin Zhe. Soon, the ordering was complete, and the waiter retreated. Su Qingxue inquired, "What is the secret you mentioned about Lin Zhe?" To be candid, had Ji Zifeng not dangled this matter as bait, she would have never agreed to dine with him. She was resolute in her intention. Once Ji Zifeng divulged the secret concerning Lin Zhe, she would rise and sever all ties with him. With a wry smile, Ji Zifeng replied, "Qingxue, can we please eat first? I assure you that I will reveal everything after the meal." Su Qingxue's expression darkened. She despised the sensation of being coerced. Sensing her displeasure, Ji Zifeng hastily clarified, "Qingxue, I am not attempting to intimidate you. I genuinely wish to share a meal with you alone. You might perceive my words as insincere. Yet I must confess that I truly admire you. It may sound foolish, but from the moment I laid eyes on you in university, I was captivated. However, your esteemed background renders me unworthy, compelling me to bury my feelings in silence. When I saw your marriage certificate with Lin Zhe on social media, it felt like a dagger to my heart. Do you know why I chose to go abroad? It was because I felt unworthy of you. Because I yearned to achieve something of significance." Ji Zifeng continued, but Su Qingxue interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "The past is the past. I do not wish to hear any more of this." To be frank, the truth of Ji Zifeng's words held no significance for Su Qingxue now. All she desired was to be with Lin Zhe. Ji Zifeng was taken aback by her interruption. He had hoped to evoke fond memories within her, perhaps rekindling any lingering affection she might have held for him. Yet, to his surprise, she was uninterested in his reminiscence. Although he felt a surge of frustration, he masked it well, convinced that it would not be long before Su Qingxue would come to him, yearning for intimacy. The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a thrill within Ji Zifeng. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qingxue, who was clad in a sleek black dress that accentuated her alluring figure. The garment enveloped her curves, while her neck, long and pale as that of a swan, was undeniably enticing. Ji Zifeng felt a rush of eagerness, contemplating the prospect of drugging her. "Very well, you are right. What is past should remain unspoken. Tell me, Qingxue, when did you first come to like Lin Zhe?" He deftly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing the name Lin Zhe, a spark of brightness flickered in Su Qingxue's eyes, and her exquisite visage softened. Witnessing Su Qingxue's reaction, Ji Zifeng's jealousy drove his nails deep into his flesh. How could it be that Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, deserved Su Qingxue's admiration? Perhaps it was his meticulous care that endeared him to her, or maybe his silent sacrifices had captured her heart. Or it could be something else entirely. Ji Zifeng, with a face full of envy, remarked, "I truly envy Lin Zhe." As he spoke, he placed a glass of water in front of Su Qingxue. "Does Lin Zhe know of your affections for him?" Ji Zifeng inquired nonchalantly. Su Qingxue shook her head, lifting the glass to her lips. Indeed, she was somewhat parched. Her spirits had been low since last night, leaving her unable to consume anything. As she sipped the water, Ji Zifeng's heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from his throat. Chapter 86. The Trap. Yes, this glass of water had been tampered with by Ji Zifeng. He had done so while Su Qingxue was gently recounting her feelings for Lin Zhe. The drug was no larger than a baby's fingernail and dissolved swiftly upon contact with water. At that moment, Su Qingxue was lost in her thoughts of affection for Lin Zhe, oblivious to the unfolding treachery. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had already consumed half the glass. Seizing a moment when she looked down, Ji Zifeng silently smirked, knowing his plan had succeeded. After today, Su Qingxue would wholly belong to him, reduced to a mere puppet under his control. Ji Zifeng had resolved to document everything that transpired when he took her to bed, intending to use the evidence to blackmail her, confident she would not dare defy him. The thought of Su Qingxue becoming his puppet, his slave, his dog, his cash cow sent shivers of excitement coursing through Ji Zifeng's body. "Qingxue, when do you plan to reveal all this to Lin Zhe?" Ji Zifeng asked, suppressing his exhilaration. The effects of the drug required a little time to manifest. Until then, he dared not show the slightest sign of weakness. After all, this was a matter concerning the Su family's interests. Should he fail to secure Su Qingxue, and she eluded him, his fate would be dire. Ji Zifeng was determined to prevent such an outcome. "This is my affair, and it does not concern you. There is no need for you to know." Su Qingxue replied coldly, finding Ji Zifeng's words excessive and unwelcome. Ji Zifeng nearly lost his composure at her rebuke, fiercely pinching his own thigh to suppress his anger. Now is not the time to lose his temper. He waits, anticipation coursing through him as he awaits the effects of the aphrodisiac on Su Qingxue, longing for her to succumb to the allure and initiate the flirtation herself. According to Lin Nan, once these potions take effect, even the most virtuous maidens cannot withstand their power. The dishes arrive promptly, for who would dare to delay the presence of a distinguished lady? As the first dish is served, Su Qingxue feels a slight warmth enveloping her body. She brushes it off, attributing it to the warmth of the private room, and instructs the server to lower the air conditioning. Ji Zifeng also senses a rise in temperature, but his excitement fuels it. He is acutely aware that the aphrodisiac within Su Qingxue has begun to manifest. He knows that soon, she will be unable to resist its pull. Soon, all the dishes are laid out, yet Su Qingxue's discomfort grows. Her body becomes increasingly heated, and a deep yearning stirs within her. Visions of entwined bodies with Lin Zhe flood her mind, akin to the intoxicating effects of the potion, relentlessly igniting her desires. Her fair complexion blossoms into a rosy hue, her breath becoming unsteady. She feels as if countless insects are crawling over her skin, an overwhelming itch consuming her. Her legs begin to move restlessly, betraying her inner turmoil. Ji Zifeng observes it all, his hands trembling as he grips his chopsticks. He understands that the effects of the aphrodisiac are intensifying. He knows it will not be long before Su Qingxue can no longer bear it, and the moment will arrive when she actively seeks his embrace. Qingxue, what troubles you? Ji Zifeng feigns concern. Su Qingxue waves her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Yet, she is acutely aware that something is amiss with her body. This is not a normal reaction. Though she cannot fathom the cause, her rational mind urges her to flee. The thought ignites within her, prompting her to rise abruptly. However, as she takes a step, her legs weaken, nearly collapsing beneath her. She steadies herself against the table, barely managing to remain upright. But as soon as she does, she finds herself sinking back into her chair. At this moment, her body feels like a puddle of warm wax. Her complexion is flushed, her eyes glimmering with a seductive sheen. Her crimson lips part and close, reminiscent of a stranded fish gasping for air. Ji Zifeng is captivated, overwhelmed by the sight before him. He had not anticipated the intoxicating allure of Su Qingxue's seduction. Her gaze is enchanting, and the movement of her luscious lips is enough to send his thoughts spiraling into wickedness. He could hardly contain his anticipation, yet with faint concern, he inquired, Qingxue, what is troubling you? I sense something amiss. His voice trembled with uncontained excitement. Fetch a waitress, Su Qingxue replied through clenched teeth. Despite her words, her demeanor grew increasingly alluring, particularly the enchanting glint in her eyes that seemed poised to ensnare Ji Zifeng entirely. Yes, the yearning within Su Qingxue intensified, her rationality being devoured by an insatiable desire. Ji Zifeng understood well that the aphrodisiac coursing through her veins had fully taken effect. Rather than calling for a waitress, he hastily approached her, aware that the moment had arrived. If he could merely touch her, escape would be an impossibility for her. Yet, as Ji Zifeng drew nearer, Su Qingxue suddenly seized a dinner knife, pressing it against her alabaster neck. Do not approach. Call for a waitress, she commanded. Ji Zifeng was taken aback, cursing inwardly. How could this temptress, in such a state of allure, still possess a shred of rationality? He dared not force the issue, fearing she might inflict harm upon herself. Qingxue, please, calm down. What is wrong? He stammered. Silence. Hurry and summon a waitress. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, her rationality waning, her desires surging. If Lin Zhe were present, she would undoubtedly have thrown herself into his embrace without hesitation, consuming him with fervor. But Lin Zhe was absent, leaving Su Qingxue to endure her torment with clenched jaws. Very well, wait for me, Ji Zifeng said as he swiftly exited the private room. However, his intent was not to call for a waitress, but rather to speak with one privately. Tell Qingxue that regardless of what transpires, do not enter, he instructed the waitress, who had seen the young lady and Ji Zifeng together on a few occasions. Nodding in compliance, Ji Zifeng returned to the room, his heart swelling with triumph upon witnessing Su Qingxue having set the knife aside. Her complexion was flushed, her eyes consumed by desire. Upon seeing Ji Zifeng, a sultry smile graced her lips, one that nearly ensnared his very soul. He felt himself on the brink of explosion, unable to restrain himself any longer, when suddenly, the next moment, Jizafeng found himself frozen in place. Chapter 87. A violent confrontation. Of course, Jizafeng could not move, for someone had grasped his hair. As pain surged through him, he swiftly turned around. I am eager to witness which beast dares to grip my hair so fiercely. Jizafeng felt as though his scalp would be torn away by the other party. Upon turning around, he was instantly engulfed in fury. It was none other than Lindsay, a person he had never imagined would confront him. Indeed, it was Lindsay. After departing from Song Nanin's villa, Lindsay initially intended to return to Shun Tianli's residence, preparing to continue composing songs for the two prominent stars. However, as he entered his car, he received a call from Shun Tianli, requesting him to pick her up at Yupingxian. Upon his arrival, he overheard Jizafeng uttering those words to the waiter. His intuition informed him that Jizafeng was up to no good, prompting him to rush inside. Sure enough, this scoundrel had drugged Su Qingxue. Lindsay immediately recognized that the alluring figure of Su Qingxue was under the influence of drugs, with Jizafeng attempting to seize her in such a despicable manner. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindsay grasped Jizafeng's hair firmly. Lindsay, let go of me, you bastard! Jizafeng roared. In response, Lindsay delivered a decisive blow. Regardless of the circumstances between Su Qingxue and Jizafeng, it was unacceptable for this scoundrel to employ such filthy tactics to possess her. A sharp crack resonated throughout the spacious private room, causing Jizafeng to feel an immediate, searing pain in his head. He cursed, Lindsay, you worthless fool. Su Qingxue likes me. She is the one who wanted me to drug her. It's none of your business, so get lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lindsay tightened his grip on his hair with greater ferocity, exerting force to violently throw Jizafeng to the ground. Not a single word spoken by this scoundrel could be trusted. After all, Su Qingxue was not a woman of loose morals. She would never willingly allow Jizafeng to drug her. Just as Jizafeng attempted to rise and retaliate, Lindsay delivered a powerful kick to his head. Jizafeng screamed in agony. Yet, Lindsay had no intention of halting his assault. His foot continued to rain down mercilessly upon Jizafeng's head. Initially, Jizafeng fought back, cursing vehemently, but after receiving 7 or 8 kicks, he became submissive, cradling his head and howling in despair. Lindsay was poised to continue his onslaught when, at that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly staggered to her feet, wobbling toward Lindsay. Upon glancing at her, he noticed her eyes were bloodshot, filled with overwhelming desire. Lindsay understood that Su Qingxue was succumbing to the effects of the drug, and if he did not intervene promptly, dire consequences would ensue. Abandoning the worthless Jizafeng, Lindsay hastily stepped forward, enveloping Su Qingxue in his embrace. The moment he held her fragrant, soft, and feverishly warm body, she began to struggle. You let go of me. I want to find Lindsay. I must find Lindsay. Release me. Su Qingxue protested, pushing against him weakly. Alas, she possessed hardly any strength at all. Her attempts to push Lindsay away were as feeble as those of an infant. Lindsay was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she infatuated with Jizafeng? Why was she seeking him in her compromised state? Yet, such thoughts paled in significance compared to the sight before him. Su Qingxue writhed in his arms like a water snake, her alluring form twisting enticingly. Lindsay felt a surge of frustration. He quickly lifted Su Qingxue, setting her down upon the sofa in the private room. Without hesitation, he intended to use silver needles to treat her, at least to suppress the seductive poison coursing through her veins before seeking proper medical attention. Although uncertain whether the needles could indeed quell the poison, he felt compelled to try. However, as soon as his hands left her body, Su Qingxue clung to his neck. Her gaze fixed intently on him, she suddenly smiled seductively, saying, You are Lindsay? I can smell your essence. Lindsay was taken aback. Yet, Su Qingxue continued with a sultry tone. Lindsay, I feel so unwell. I want to sleep. Can we sleep together? Don't you love sleeping beside me? Please, let us sleep together. The softness of her voice, the enticing allure of her face, the intoxicating charm she exuded. Who could possibly resist such temptation? Lindsay forcefully pried her fingers away from him, breathing heavily as he contemplated throwing Jizafeng out of the room. Regardless of whether he treated her with silver needles or some other method, he wished for that scoundrel to be removed from the equation. Yet, upon turning around, he found no trace of Jizafeng. It seemed that while he had been holding Su Qingxue, that scoundrel had seized the opportunity to flee. With little time to dwell on this, Lindsay hurried to the door and locked it securely. After ensuring their privacy, he rushed back to Su Qingshue's side. Just as he retrieved the needle package, she again wrapped her delicate arm around his neck. Lindsay, can we sleep? I want to sleep with you. Please. I truly feel awful. With that, she began to kiss him indiscriminately. Su Qingxue, don't move. Lindsay exclaimed, panting heavily. He was indeed tempted to be with her. But he could not bear the thought of succumbing to her in such a state of delirium. If she continued to provoke him, he might very well lose all restraint. I do not wish to. I long for slumber. I desire to sleep. Would you indulge me as you did on previous occasions? I wish to grant you rest. I yearn to offer you repose. Embrace me. Hold me close. As she spoke, Su Qingxue had already risen from the sofa. Resembling an octopus, entwining herself around Lindsay. Her luscious, crimson lips fervently kissed his neck and cheeks, driving Lindsay to the brink of explosion. He truly wished to render her assistance. Just as he was about to push Su Qingxue away, her soft, scarlet lips suddenly met his. The warmth of her tender lips sent a shiver coursing through Lindsay. He felt scorched. Yet, Su Qingxue became addicted, akin to a stranded fish. Desperately drawing moisture with her fragrant tongue, Lindsay could no longer resist. He surrendered, responding with fervor that surpassed even hers. He was utterly ignited. At some point, the two had tumbled to the floor, but neither paid heed. Su Qingxue was completely ablaze, like a barrel of explosives, fully ignited and ready to explode. Lindsay, a bit faster, please, she murmured, her voice dripping with seduction, almost lethal in its allure.